Zia Zong was right. Cheng Zi was indeed unyielding. Even when typing, she couldn't stir his heart. No, listen to me. If you want long-term development, you must have the company's packaging and operation. Without these, it might be difficult to develop further in the future. The entertainment industry is a place built on relationships. There are those who appreciate talent, but they are few. Who isn't driven by interests? Cheng Zi felt like this woman was brainwashed, on par with a cult leader. She kept insisting even when he said no. I'm sorry, I have no intention of long-term plans, thank you. Sun Shuyu was exasperated. Completely exasperated. This guy was simply too terrifying. Not for the long term, then why enter the entertainment industry? Just to have some fun and shoot a couple of movies. That's too willful. Now is the prime time. Why waste this opportunity by only shooting a couple of films? How about you reconsider? Not considering, Cheng Zi said lightly. Sun Shuyu was left speechless. I've pleaded with you like this, can't you consider it? Cheng Zi turned off his phone and didn't reply. Sun Shuyu lay in bed, feeling nauseous. Absolutely right, unyielding, totally incomprehensible. It's difficult to even meet once, let alone be friends. Does he only care about his wife and children in his eyes? It's really discouraging. After the chat, Cheng Zi put his children to bed and prepared to sleep. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking the baby to the zoo for the first time. Reward: Master Artist Skill. Master Artist. The first thing that came to mind was painting. What's the use of this? After checking the system's introduction, it roughly meant that the awarded Master Artist covered various fields of art, such as painting, sculpture, calligraphy, and more. All could be mastered. Amazing! Sculpture and painting. A bit interesting. Exiting the system, initiating the sleep-stealing skill, and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Sun Shuyu's messages started flooding in again. This woman simply wouldn't give up. In plain terms, she was shameless. She kept asking about where his family was, wanting to meet face-to-face, and even sent screenshots of benefits to him. He couldn't be bothered to reply. After breakfast, Cheng Zi took his children to the music room in the villa. It was spacious, with not only a piano, but also guitars, accordions, and more. Next door was the art room. He hadn't understood the system's intention before, but now it seemed like everything was arranged. This system was truly mysterious. Pushing the children aside, he sat at the piano, practiced his hands, and began to play Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata, a very excellent and evocative piece. Cheng Zi unconsciously immersed himself in Beethoven's demeanor when playing this piece. He completely delved into it, experiencing it as if he was there. Each note and rhythm entered his mind, as though he had played it countless times. Eyes half closed, touching the keys, he could play without looking, purely by feel, completely relying on his sense of touch. Song Miamian walked in. Listening to the piano music, she was unknowingly captivated, and her mood calmed down as well. She stared blankly, until the conclusion of the piece. After a moment, she snapped out of it. Cheng Zi turned around, smiling. How was that, wife? It was beautiful. I've been meaning to ask, when did you learn to play the piano? Song Miamian asked, puzzled by this. I learned a bit in the past. During junior high, the teacher taught me. I was pretty good at it back then, but couldn't afford to continue. In college, I would sneak into the music room and practice, sometimes learning from videos. Cheng Zi casually gave a reason, regardless of whether his wife believed it, but he did. Song Miamian was taken aback, then felt a bit sorry. After all is said and done, Cheng Zi had it tougher. He grew up without parents, while she at least had a mother. You have great talent, it's a pity. Hubby, it's not too late to learn, we have enough money. You? Song Miamian said. She thought this might be his dream as well. Cheng Zi smiled and said, we're all grown-ups, what's the point of learning now? It's good to be home with the kids. But this is your dream. Dreams are from childhood, things change. I just want to protect our little home now. Song Miamian's eyes watered slightly. She fell silent. Cheng Zi glanced at the babies. Each one was staring at him intently. Babies, would you like daddy to play to tigers for you, Ye? The little ones responded in unison. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Song Miamian couldn't help but smile. This man is truly amazing. After finishing the piece, Changzi turned to see the 4 babies, who seemed particularly excited, staring at him, waving their little hands. For treasures, do you want to play too? Changzi chuckled, lifted her up, and kissed her little cheek. Plump and tender, with big eyes getting bigger, eyelashes flickering like butterfly wings. Wow! For treasures glanced at Dad, then at Mom. Changzi smiled, let her sit on his lap, and placed her tiny hands on the piano keys. For treasures lightly pressed down, and the piano produced sound. With the sound, the little one became even happier. How is it? Fun or not? Hum hum. After playing enough, he put her back in the car. The family moved to the living room. Mother-in-law was watching a soap opera, tears streaming down her face, tissues filling the trash can beside her. The couple exchanged a glance, shook their heads in resignation, not surprised. Mom always enjoyed these tear-jerker dramas. The kind that would leave her uncomfortable if she didn't watch one in a day, but also make her feel uneasy the whole day after watching one. In Shengxing's general manager's office. How is it? Looking at Sun Shuyu in front of him, Zia Hai asked eagerly. Sun Shuyu's expression was strange as she tossed her phone to him. She vented her frustrations, unable to deal with Cheng Zhao's unyielding attitude no matter what she said. Thinking about his indifferent tone made her extremely frustrated. She decided not to bother meeting Changzi again. You say 10 sentences, and he replies with 1. There's simply no conversation to be had. It's like talking to a stone that won't budge. Stay calm first, getting angry won't do any good, Zia Hai said helplessly. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Feng walked in from outside, snorting coldly. Zia Hai furrowed his brows. Don't you knock when you come in? Zia General, since your door isn't closed, I just came in, Qin Feng said. Zia Hai felt a headache whenever he saw him. All right, stop causing trouble. Me causing trouble? What trouble have I caused? Just because that guy was allowed into the company, and I was the first one to disagree. What gives him the right? Qin Feng had been upset for days over this matter, especially when he heard that Changzi not only refused to sign with Prosperity Entertainment, but also looked down on them, which made him even angrier. Who does he think he is? On what grounds does he have to refuse? Facing him, Zia Hai impatiently said, just because he's more popular than you now. It struck a nerve. When looking at the current social media platforms, like Weibo and Douyin, Cheng Zhao's popularity indeed surpassed Qin Feng's. Scripts and advertisements seemed to be coming his way quite easily. With this in mind, Qin Feng felt uneasy. A newcomer without any notable works to their credit, what entitles them to such high popularity? Were their fans blind? His drama didn't gain him more followers. In fact, he lost some. So what if he's more popular than me? He has no major works. His fame is only temporary. In no time, he will be forgotten by everyone, Qin Feng sneered. An artist can only maintain their popularity if they have representative works or some exceptional qualities. Without those, they'll soon fade into oblivion. Well, I don't care. Whether he's here or not, it doesn't matter to me. Qin Feng began to threaten. As a top-tier star now, he didn't believe Zia Hai would ask him to leave because of Changzi. Little did he know. If you wish to leave, go ahead. Zia Hai waved his hand nonchalantly. Prosperity Entertainment was not short of talent or fresh blood. They could always lift up another star. What? Zia General, are you really asking me to leave for Changzi? Qin Feng couldn't believe it. He was only trying to make a point. Didn't you say so yourself? If it's Changzi you want, then pack your bags and go. Don't worry, I won't stop you, Zia Hai replied calmly. Sun Shuyu watched the scene, struggling not to burst into laughter. Serves him right. Better leave quickly. Seeing him every day was getting annoying. After some thought, Qin Feng played his trump card. Fine, I'm leaving, but that doesn't mean the person behind me will agree. A blatant threat. The person supporting him had quite a significant status. Hearing that, Zia Hai did hesitate for a moment. Sun Shuyu chuckled. The person behind you. Do you really think she will support you? You're overestimating yourself. She could provide you with resources, but do you believe she would be foolish enough to help you and stir up trouble? Qin Feng's face turned extremely ugly at her words, as if she had hit a nerve. All right, let's drop this. Please leave, Zia Hai said wearily. Qin Feng left reluctantly, his eyes full of gloom. Just wait and see. Let's hold off on signing Cheng Zi for now. Let his popularity decline. Zia Hai thought that with Cheng Zhao's current fame and popularity, he might be a bit arrogant. But once that faded, he would seek them out willingly. He was waiting for that day. Sun Shuyu frowned. According to her understanding, Cheng Zi was not the type to ask for help. He didn't seem to care much about fame and popularity. In fact, he had plans to step away from the entertainment industry in the future. Should she tell Zia Hai about this? Well, forget it. She'd ponder on it herself. On Cheng Zhao's end, he signed up for an account on Douyin. It would definitely come in handy for live broadcasts in the future. Shortly after registering, in about half an hour, his followers started increasing rapidly. He noticed many fake accounts pretending to be him, with his photos on them. He had already submitted his details to Douyin for verification, where his account would be authenticated, to ensure his fans could distinguish between real and fake accounts. The process was completed within a few hours, and he already had 100,000 followers. The numbers were still rising, seemingly catching everyone's attention. His account's popularity quickly made it to the trending page, with bloggers encouraging their smaller followers to join in. His fans even gave themselves a name, Little Yuangsao. Cheng Zhao's first video featured the backs of his children, not showing their faces. As soon as the video was released, a wave of likes flooded in, along with various comments. Wow, these four little backs are too cute. I love them. Wish they were my kids. So there really are people who can have for babies. Too amazing. Of course, there were some troll comments. Come on, show their faces. Daddy is so handsome. What do the kids look like? Let us see. Exactly. What's the point of hiding them? We are not going to do anything to the children. But there were also sensible fans. The kids are not celebrities. It's none of your business whether they show their faces or not. Exactly. Cheng Zi is only protecting his kids. Why don't you expose your own children? Cheng Zi didn't pay much attention to the comments. He left Douyin and opened his photo album. Yesterday, he took many videos of small animals and planned to show them to the kids whenever he had time. A few little ones were playing around, the eldest already starting to crawl on the ground but couldn't move much, looking inactive like a non-active catfish when lying down. He raised his head, glanced at his mom and grandma, then at his dad. The message was clear. His expression seemed to say, "Did you not see me lying down? Hurry, pull me up." Along with his chubby face, it was incredibly adorable. Song Qin's heart began to melt, so she quickly walked over and picked up her obedient grandson from the ground. Little treasure is so good. She kissed his little forehead, smiling. The children were truly delightful. Song Miamian had been on her phone, scrolling through Weibo, when suddenly she came across a familiar face. During the time when she was dating Cheng Zi, she cheated numerous times. Now she's trying to gain sympathy by playing the victim. Seriously, have some shame, will you? It's been so long since they broke up, yet she still interferes in the matters of her ex. As for the previous incident on the school forum, Song Miamian had already let it go, but it seems someone is pushing it too far. Since that's the case, there's no need to show any mercy. Sister, listen to me. Stay calm and discuss this with your brother-in-law. Knowing his personality, he won't spare that woman this time, Manly said. After several interactions, she also understood Cheng Zhao's personality. He is not someone who is soft-hearted at all. Endure once, fine. Try to stir up trouble a second time, regardless of who you are. You'll be taken care of in a minute. Song Miamian glanced at Cheng Zi beside her, and he happened to be looking at her too. What's wrong, darling? Why are you staring at me like that? Cheng Zi smiled. Song Miamian didn't say much. She just handed him the phone. With a hum, he straightforwardly said, "It's nothing. It's just that your ex-girlfriend is causing trouble again, saying I broke up your relationship." The comments below were already hinting that it was Cheng Zhao's current wife who broke up his relationship with Lin Fei. It's all nonsense. Song Miamian fully trusted Cheng Zi and of course didn't believe there was anything between him and his ex, but she was annoyed by these comments. Cheng Zi glanced at Lin Feifei's Weibo, but didn't care about what she said. Whatever. But, since his wife was displeased. Wife, should I clarify things? No need. There's nothing to clarify. We haven't done anything wrong. Song Miamian said. All right, I'll follow your lead, Cheng Zi said. He couldn't be bothered. As long as that woman didn't keep causing trouble and stirring up things, he wouldn't care. If it continued, he would have to take action. Song Qin was playing with the kids when she suddenly remembered something. "Oh, Xiao Cheng, there's something I forgot to tell you." Look at her poor memory. Cheng Zi looked over. "What is it, Mom?" "I have a friend whose son studied traditional Chinese medicine. He graduated 3 years ago and is now a chief physician. I heard you used acupuncture to cure Xiaofeng's illness, and they want to exchange thoughts with you." The couple exchange. Song Mai Anmian looked at Cheng Zi. "Is that really okay?" "Xiao Cheng, what do you think?" "If it's okay, they'll come over tomorrow," Song Qin said with a smile. Didn't see any problem. She had clearly seen Cheng Zhao's medical skills last time and how he cured Xiaofeng, so what's there to doubt? They could delve into it in detail. Seeing Cheng Zi silent, Song Qin said, "It's okay if you don't want to meet. Mom will reject them for you." Song Mai Anmian was about to say she didn't want to meet them either. Unexpectedly, Cheng Zi spoke up. "Sure, it's okay to exchange thoughts." "All right, I'll tell them you agree later." In the evening, Song Mai Anmian couldn't hold back any longer. "Honey, why did you agree? They graduated from medical school and are now chief physicians, but you've only learned a bit. How can you discuss things with them? If this became embarrassing, it would be so shameful." Cheng Zi chuckled. "Wife, don't you trust me? If I agreed, then I must have confidence." "Really? Weren't you just taught a bit by your dean?" "He taught me a lot, and I remember most of it." "Okay then." Song Mai Anmian nodded helplessly. "Forget about that for now. Let's talk about us." Cheng Zi grinned. "Us? What about us?" Song Mai Anmian was taken aback. "What do you think?" Cheng Zhao's gaze traveled from the top to the bottom of her cat-eared pajamas. Well, his wife seemed to have gained some weight these days. Her waist was noticeably rounder. Song Mai Anmian immediately covered herself with the blanket, blushing. However, no matter how she blocked, she couldn't stop Cheng Zhao's fervent heart. Chaos ensued once again that night. Cheng Zhao's energy was still vigorous as ever, leaving Song Mai Anmian feeling sore and numb all over. In the morning, "Wife, wake up for breakfast." Cheng Zi entered the room, only to see Song Mai Anmian buried under the covers, revealing only a slender, fair arm. She didn't want to move at all, feeling sore all over, lacking any strength. "I'll skip breakfast, want to sleep a bit longer." Song Mai Anmian's voice was weak and feeble. Cheng Zi smiled, walked over, and gently lifted the covers. The slight chill instantly woke her up. She looked at her naked body, her face turning red as she tightly wrapped herself in the blanket. "Wife, what's wrong?" Cheng Zi asked with a smile. Song Mai Anmian glared at him. What else could it be? Asking knowingly. "Get out, I'll change my clothes." She immediately tossed a pillow at him with a wink, knowing she wouldn't let him see her change. A few minutes later, she emerged in a fluffy pajama, her messy hair tied into a ponytail, looking adorable. "You changed so quickly. Are the kids awake?" Cheng Zi asked. "Not yet. Soon." The mother-in-law also arrived in the dining room. Seeing the odd atmosphere between the two, she asked, "What's going on here?" In a moment, she noticed the red marks on her daughter's neck. As an experienced person, she quickly understood what had happened. With a knowing smile, she didn't ask further. The family quietly finished breakfast. In the morning, Song Qin's friend and her son arrived. Seeing the grand villa before them, they were stunned. Song Qin's friend was a woman in her 50s named Tsai Yan, and her son was Yi Wenyang. They had a rather proud look. Tsai Yan thought Song Qin might live in a better residential area, at most, considering her daughter's situation. Who would have thought they lived in a grand villa? With a seaside view even. The land area was so vast. She always thought her son was outstanding, a chief physician at a young age, and she had even talked with Song Qin about the marriage of their children. She wanted to be related by marriage, but later, Song Mai Anmian directly had a child and got married. A bit regretful. Her son earned a 6-figure income, had a house and a car. Now, compared to this grand villa, he seemed much inferior. "Oh, come on in, no need for gifts," Song Qin said, ushering the mother and son into the villa. Once inside, Tsai Yan was stunned by the spacious hall. Song Qin smiled and shook her head. Right after that, she brought out 2 more babies, Sen Bao and Sibao. This completely surprised everyone. 4 quadruplets. Tsai Yan couldn't sit still anymore and stood up. Song Qin nodded. Unable to hold back her laughter, she said, "Yes, quadruplets. I forgot to tell you earlier." "It's okay." Tsai Yan waved her hand, then turned to look at the babies again. "They are so adorable." She couldn't resist children and really liked them. She had been wanting a grandchild, but her son had not found a partner yet, so she couldn't fulfill her wish. Seeing someone else's children brought her immense joy. She often fantasized about holding such cute grandchildren. The children sat on the carpet, playing with toys, while Tsai Yan sat beside them, keeping them company. Suddenly, a stranger appeared next to them. The children frowned, stopped playing, and stared, their faces showing signs of wariness. "Little darlings, I'm a friend of your grandma. Could I hold you?" Tsai Yan reached out her hand to Sibao. Sibao turned her head away, refusing to be held. Her proud and adorable demeanor melted hearts. "Wen Yang, look at Meng Meng. The children are already this big, and they are the same age as you. Can't you try harder?" Tsai Yan looked at her son with disappointment, wishing he would do better in finding a wife. She heard from Qin that her son-in-law had just graduated from college, and compared to him, her son was lagging behind in some aspects. "Mom, I understand," Wen Yang said. "If you understand, then come here and interact with the little ones. You'll see," she urged. Wen Yang reluctantly moved closer. Although he had no interest in marriage and having children, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the little ones. They were so small and adorable. When a stranger approached, Sibao, the most reserved among them, began to cry. The tears flowed uncontrollably. Song Qin, with a smile on her face, picked up Sibao and pinched her cheek, saying, "You little grump, Grandma and Uncle just want to play with you. If you don't let them now, no one will want to play with you later." Sibao protested with a pout, glancing at Tsai Yan as if to say, "They are strangers. I don't want to play with them." All right. But remember, Grandma has toys, and you won't get to play with them," Song Qin said. It was unclear if Sibao understood, but she glanced over at Tsai Yan. True to her words, Tsai Yan brought out a small box of toys from the table, filled with little dinosaurs and dolls. Sanbao and the others reached out to play with them. Sibao watched intently, clearly intrigued. The couple smiled at the baby's cuteness, sharing a moment of understanding. From a certain angle, Chengzi suddenly noticed the strawberry necklace on Song Mengmeng's neck. The high neck sweater she wore gave a glimpse of the strawberry design. His lips curled slightly. He indeed had been a bit forceful last night. Not only her neck, but also her chest bore marks. Sensing Cheng Zhao's gaze on her, Song Mengmeng quickly adjusted her collar, blocking the view, then glared at him. Meanwhile, as Tsai Yan was engrossed in playing with the children, she glanced at her son, and then at Chengzi, suggesting, "Wen Yang, didn't you say you wanted to discuss traditional Chinese medicine techniques with little Cheng? Why don't you go talk over there?" This topic piqued Wen Yang's interest, and he stood up, looking at Chengzi, asking, "I heard you used acupuncture to cure your cousin's terminal illness." Wen Yang believed that traditional acupuncture couldn't cure terminal illnesses and had come to meet Chengzi in light of this news. This Chinese medicine practitioner had allegedly successfully treated a terminally ill patient with just a few treatments. He wanted to know what methods and techniques Chengzi possessed. "Yes, is there a problem?" The two men sat on the sofa in another corner. "What's the problem?" "Fixing a terminal illness with acupuncture is improbable. In all my years of studying Chinese medicine, I've never heard of such cases," Wen Yang said with a frown. He took medical issues very seriously because they involved life and death decisions. "Did you use some special methods or Chinese herbs in conjunction with acupuncture to heal the patient?" Chengzi shrugged and said, "What if I said it was just acupuncture?" "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Wen Yang exclaimed, standing up abruptly. "According to medical science, there is no such example. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean it's impossible for others." "Which medical school did you graduate from?" Wen Yang asked with a frown. The situation seemed ridiculous to him. "Qingzhou University." "Qingzhou University? That's not a medical school. So, are you a descendant of a family of Chinese medicine practitioners?" Chengzi was speechless at the unexpected line of inquiry. "No." "Then how did you cure the patient?" "I even personally examined the patient, and they were completely healed." Wen Yang was deadly serious. He took a deep breath. Can you tell me what method you used? Or let's discuss. Before he could finish, Chengzi interjected. No. Why? Shouldn't you share such a life-saving method? It could save more patients. That's my personal secret, and I cannot reveal it. The key was the needle rewarded by the system. If he had used a regular needle last time, his cousin might not have recovered. This selfish act frustrated He Wenyang. You're being too selfish. Saving a life is more noble than any other accomplishment. Chengzi smiled and replied bluntly, don't bring your morals to me. If someone is in critical condition, of course, I will help. But that's no reason for me to disclose my methods. I told you, it's just acupuncture. If you can't figure it out, don't try to morally blackmail others. Unaware of the heated discussion, the others assumed the two men were having a pleasant conversation about Chinese medicine. Look, it seems that those who study Chinese medicine can really hit it off and have common topics, Tsai Yan remarked. Indeed, Song Qin sighed. Meanwhile, Song Mengmeng, observing her brother's flushed face and stern expression, felt that something was amiss. It seemed like they were arguing rather loudly. In contrast, her husband was unperturbed, wearing a calm expression. Instill in him the idea of saving lives is superior to building a 7-tiered pagoda. Share with us. By doing so daily, many lives will be saved. It's not that he's indifferent. Everyone has their own fate. He will definitely lend a helping hand when needed. With so many people in the world, can you save them all? That's what we call the Virgin Mary. This guy doesn't talk much, but when it comes to professional issues, he's like a shot of adrenaline. He Wenyang tries to persuade Chengzi, but he remains unfazed. So cold-hearted. Disregard for life. How can someone be so selfish? It's simply incomprehensible. This is also doing a good deed. Why can't you understand? He Wenyang still doesn't give up. If you tell me the method, I can help you apply for some rewards, a decent amount of prize money, and honor. Sorry, I'm not interested in any rewards you mention. Chengzi casually remarks, shrugging his shoulders. He truly isn't interested. And as for the so-called money prize, it's probably just a few $1,000s. Does he look like he is in need of those few thousand? You're too selfish. He Wenyang grits his teeth. Chengzi shrugs. Thanks for the compliment. Who complimented you? On one side, there is tension in the air, while on the other side, Song Miamian occasionally glances at them, witnessing He Wenyang's furious appearance and full of confusion, wondering what these two are talking about. Stepping forward, honey, what are you talking about? He Wenyang seems to have seen a ray of hope and hurriedly said, please persuade your husband, his behavior is simply incomprehensible. With a glimmer of hope, he recounts the recent happenings. Why can't he share the method to save lives? What's wrong with that? It can help save more people. It's a good thing. Song Miamian finally understands the situation. She sides with her husband. The technique belongs to him. Sharing isn't obligatory. Moral blackmail is quite disgusting. In an instant, her impression of this person takes a significant hit. Can one person save so many lives in the world? He Wenyang didn't expect this couple to be as selfish as him. Wenyang, how did your conversation go? Did you come up with anything? Tsai Yan teases the children, looking over, smiling as she asks. Seeing her son willing to communicate, she is pleased. If Miamian introduces him to someone, it would be even better. He Wenyang walks over with a silent face and sits next to Tsai Yan without saying a word. What's wrong with him? Song Qin asks, looking at her daughter and son-in-law, both with smiling faces, and it doesn't seem like they had an unpleasant argument. Brother Wenyang is indeed a very talented Chinese medicine practitioner. They had a pleasant chat, Song Miamian says, but stifles a laugh. When her husband lies, his face doesn't even redden, and he's seriously spouting nonsense. It was a pleasant conversation. It was full of tension in reality. If she didn't intervene, they might have fought. Tsai Yan, hearing Chengzi praise her son like that, squints with a smile. Is that so? When Wenyang was in college, his grades were excellent. He was top in his professional courses. That's why he was promoted to chief physician in just a few years. As she speaks of her son, Tsai Yan is beaming with pride. Her son is everything to her, her capital for showing off. Hindered, He Wenyang huffs. The elder couple ignores his changed demeanor, thinking their conversation was extraordinarily harmonious. Chengzi stands up at this moment. I'll go cook. Honey, I'll come help you. In the kitchen, While preparing the ingredients, Changzi looks at Song Miamian with a smile. Wife, how are you feeling now? How? Are you still sore? In pain? Asking about this again. Song Miamian gives him a disdainful look. What do you think? Are you still feeling sore? I can massage you later to alleviate some pain. Who wants you to massage? You're sore. A massage can help relieve it. Song Miamian felt the conversation was getting off track and stood up. I'm too lazy to talk to you. I'm taking the baby out. Cheng Zhao's lips curl up. This woman can't handle jokes. After dinner, shortly afterwards, Tsai Yan gets ready to leave with He Wenyan. Leaving so soon, stay a little longer. Song Qin suggests. No, it's getting late. Wenyan has many things to take care of. Maybe next time we'll come again. Tsai Yan laughs. Why not exchange contact information with the kids? They seem to get along well. Song Miamian's expression is odd. Getting along well. Are you sure? She believes that if they exchanged contact information, it would lead to an immediate block. The two elders chat a bit more before leaving. On the road, Tsai Yan looks at her son, asking, how was it? Do you and little Cheng have a lot in common? It's good to make friends with them. He Wenyang remains silent. Tsai Yan smiles and continues, their family is well off, quite wealthy. Getting to know them wouldn't be a bad idea for you. Who knows if they might be able to help you in the future. A few days pass. Cheng Zhao's popularity has decreased slightly, but remains high. The TV series has not yet finished airing, but his popularity is still soaring. However, his role isn't significant, and soon he's receiving packed meals. Many fans abandon the series after he's seen in a lesser role, considering the male lead's acting too poor. Without Li Jin and Sun Shuyu, they might have stopped watching altogether. This show is essentially carried by Cheng Zi. Since leaving the previous company, Li Jin also released a statement on Weibo. Several days pass, and no company has contacted him privately. He even sent emails to several entertainment companies but received no response. A phone call comes in. It's the former company's boss. Little Li, haven't found a suitable company to sign with. Come back. As long as you obey, resources will still be provided. The boss chuckles. He has always believed that a dog, when hungry enough, will come back. Indeed, those entertainment companies were alerted in advance not to sign with Li Jin. Li Jin grips his teeth, knowing who orchestrated this, but having terminated the contract, he cannot go back, even if he doesn't step into this industry anymore. Manager Yang, I think you've made a mistake. Since the contract was terminated, I won't come back. HMPH, let's see how long you can remain stubborn. With just one word from me, I can make it impossible for you to survive in this industry. Do as you wish. Li Jin hangs up the phone. He is tired of this conversation. It seems his career in showbiz is over. Just then, opening the message, it was an invitation email to sign a contract. The person who sent the email to him was someone named Eli. After searching on Baidu, he discovered that this company, Yingshan Entertainment, was not owned by Director Zheng, right? Director Zheng is the largest shareholder. What's going on? Director Zheng's company actually personally invited him to sign a contract. Li Jin felt a bit overwhelmed, as if he were dreaming. He quickly drove to Cheng Zhao's house. On the couch, Li Jin excitedly said incoherently, "Brother, it's unbelievable. Director Zheng's company actually took the initiative to send me a contract email. That old man, Director Yang, threatened that none of his companies would sign him, but now, good luck immediately arrived. He may be able to influence other companies, but he can't influence Director Zheng's company." Cheng Zi was feeding the babies, watching him excited like this. Isn't this a good thing? After signing, I can return to million to you sooner. Li Jin was in a good mood and smiled. Don't worry, I'll repay you as soon as I make big money. Smiling, he fell into contemplation again. Why did Director Zheng choose him? Taking a glance at Cheng Zi, perhaps it's because of this good brother of his. Director Zheng is known for not giving face to anyone. With so many outstanding artists trying to enter his company to no avail, he was actually invited, so it doesn't make sense at all. He silently noted this favor and vowed to repay it in the future. Did you come here just to talk about this? Who said that? I'm here to see the babies. It's been many days since I last saw them, and I miss them terribly, Li Jin said, picking up the 3 babies. The little one was a bit slow to react, blinking at him for a few seconds. Then with a move, he threw out a 9-yin white bone claw. The next second, Li Jin's face had two more scratch marks. Hiss. Chengzi, your son is too fierce. Look, did I get disfigured? As an artist, the most important thing is his face. No big problem. A bit of makeup will cover it up, Chengzi said. That's good. Your son has quite the strength. Li Jin pinched the baby's small face, smiling helplessly. After sitting here for a while, Li Jin greeted and left. He had to go handle the signing contract matter personally at Yingshan Entertainment. After he left, Chengzi pushed the children into the art studio. He was preparing to paint an oil painting for his wife. It was almost her birthday, and he planned to surprise her on that day. He had already prepared the materials and colors. The children watched intently as their father busied himself around. Everything was ready. Chengzi imagined the appearance of Song Miamian and started painting. He had no talent or foundation in painting before, but after the system reward, those techniques seemed to be deeply engraved in his mind. Taking up the brush, it felt like he had done it countless times. He began painting. An hour later, looking at the lifelike figure in the painting, Cheng Zhao's lips curved up. It was so beautiful. Truly deserving to be his wife, the painting was beautiful, but the real person was even more beautiful. Although it was a side view, her unparalleled beauty still shone through. The babies immediately recognized their mother and kicked joyfully, almost jumping out of the car. Oops! To avoid being discovered, Chengzi quickly changed out of his clothes stained with paint, washed himself, let the paint dry, then nonchalantly returned to the living room. Song Miamian woke up from her nap and sat on the couch, yawning. Her birthday was approaching, and he was preparing for a lively birthday banquet for her, inviting some friends to join. Honey, is there any food? Song Miamian stretched and asked. Hungry? Wait a moment, I'll make something for you. Chengzi placed the children on the carpet and went to the kitchen. Soon, he made some sweets. Have some of these. I've made you a cup of coffee too, to freshen up. Thank you, dear. She was hungry and didn't care about the calories. She started eating. Cheng Zhao's skills were exceptional. The desserts he made were even better than those from a bakery. He had already planned to make the birthday cake himself on her birthday, along with some additional desserts as decorations. The location would be at home, to surprise her. In the evening, Song Miamian remembered this and, with the children asleep, asked softly, Honey, do you remember what day is coming up soon? What day? You don't know. She furrowed her brows, as she had told Chengzi her birthday many times. Pretending not to know, Chengzi asked, What day is it, dear? If you don't remember, forget it. Annoyed, she turned her head and went to bed. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was Song Miamian's birthday. Today was not only her birthday, but also her mother-in-law's suffering day. Using an excuse, Song Qin took Song Miamian out early in the morning. Chengzi had been quietly preparing for days. He knew his wife had hinted at him many times. For the surprise, he could only pretend not to know, resulting in several days of neglect. He even invited Manly, Teacher Wang, and others. The store closed for the day. Everyone agreed to cooperate with him to surprise her. Walking out with Song Qin, Song Miamian was in a gloomy mood, losing her appetite even for her favorite snacks. What's wrong? Song Qin asked. Nothing. How could Chengzi forget her birthday? She had told him many times. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. Walking for the whole afternoon, as the sun was about to set, Song Qin received a message from Chengzi. Everything was ready. Mother and daughter were still carrying big and small bags, having bought many things. A pampering smile covers her face, startling her. Song Qin's eyes and brows are all smiling, quickly retreating to the side. The task is completed. There is no need for her, a new mom, here naturally. Villa, in the family theater. Ms. Wang and the others have arrived early, helping with arrangements and waiting for Song Miamian. When they heard that Teacher Song's birthday was approaching, they didn't hesitate to come. One reason was for the birthday dinner, another for the baby, and the third to join in on the fun. Chengzi, who had been trending on hot searches multiple times, they had long wanted to come, but couldn't find a reason. Miamian is almost here. Get ready quickly. Don't turn on the lights yet. Miss Mengyan said. Brother-in-law had instructed. Today is for surprising Miamian. Wang Jing, what's wrong with you? You stepped on my shoe. Manly growled softly at this moment. Wang Jing hurriedly moved aside, saying, "Oh, sorry. These are my new shoes, go away." Although she couldn't see the black mark carelessly, Manly could already imagine the shoe print on her white shoe. Ms. Wong said, "Could you to keep your voices down? It wouldn't be good if Teacher Song heard." Both immediately fell silent. Song Miamian was led with her eyes covered by Cheng Zi, holding a bunch of roses with a faint rose fragrance emanating from it. "Honey, what are you taking me to see?" Song Miamian's feelings were extremely nervous at the moment. She had never expected such a surprise from Cheng Zi, thinking he had forgotten. "You remembered my birthday all this time?" "Of course, how could I forget my wife's birthday?" "Then what about a few days ago?" As they talked, they had already reached the entrance of the family theater. Opening the door and going in, Cheng Zi let go of her hand, and it was pitch black inside. "Honey, why are you here?" Song Miamian instinctively went to turn on the lights. As the lights came on, there was a moment of silence, surprise. Suddenly, a group of people ran out of the shadows. Song Miamian was startled and looked over to see Ms. Wong, Manly, and the others, including Wang Jing, Feng Yu, and others. "Sister-in-law, happy birthday." Feng Yu smiled. "Happy birthday." Manly came out and patted Song Miamian's shoulder. "Sister, it's your birthday today. You've aged another year. Happy birthday." "Didn't expect everyone to be here, did you?" Seeing her dazed expression, Manly smiled. Looking at them, Song Miamian suddenly teared up. "Thank you all." "Oh, what are you thanking us for? We are all good friends," Ms. Wong said. Saying that, a few girls pulled Song Miamian to a sofa on the side. They had a lot of questions to ask. Before, they didn't dare to ask when they weren't around. "Teacher Song, when did you move to a new house? You didn't tell us. If Cheng Zi hadn't given us the address, we might have gone to the wrong place," Ms. Wong lamented. Song Miamian was a bit embarrassed. "We moved before. It should have been about a month ago." Cheng Zhao's popularity had been high these days, and they didn't want to disturb him, fearing trouble. Manly sighed. "She didn't even tell me. A long-time good friend, let alone you guys." The girls here were chatting lively. On the other side, Feng Yu joked, "Brother, you moved but didn't say a word." Cheng Zi shrugged. "It hasn't been long since I moved. Besides, you didn't ask me either." This reason was really strong. "You sure have made it big recently, living in a big villa." Feng Yu looked envious. Recently, as Cheng Zhao's popularity rose, he naturally noticed, suddenly feeling that the gap between this brother was getting farther and farther away. Completely unable to keep up with the feeling. "All right. Indeed, I can't keep up." Wang Jing punched Cheng Zhao's chest and laughed. "You even hid it from me." Laughter filled the family theater. "Hey, where's the baby? Why haven't I seen them all afternoon?" Ms. Wang only noticed. Cheng Zi went to the children's room and brought the babies in. The family theater was both a cinema and a KTV. The sound insulation effect was very good. In the middle of the table was a 3-tier cake, blue-colored, decorated with star-like items on top. Cheng Zi named the cake Starry Sky. On both sides of the table, there were some small desserts that looked lovely. The babies had napped in the afternoon and, seeing this lively scene in front of them, they were momentarily stunned, then reacted happily. Especially with music playing in the background, the little ones danced along with the music, very happy. They loved listening to music the most. Ms. Wong saw the baby coming in and hurried over. Looking at the most beautiful babies, she smiled. "For Treasures, do you still remember Auntie?" For Treasures stared at her for a while, then turned their faces aside. They didn't recognize her. Ms. Li chuckled. "It's over, you don't remember her again." Unwilling to accept this, Ms. Wong quickly hugged the 4 treasures. After a while, the little ones miraculously didn't cry. Perhaps they were too lazy to care, seeing the bustling scene. Turning to look at their parents beside them, they smiled. With big sparkling eyes, they were too cute. Ms. Wong thought the 4 treasures were smiling at her, and suddenly felt like her heart was melting. Miss Mengyan directly shattered her heart, saying, "For Treasures are smiling at Teacher Song. What are you so happy about?" Ouch! After teasing for a while, they placed the 4 treasures back. The birthday party officially began. Everyone started singing and dancing, and Cheng Zi had prepared a lot of fresh fruit platters and drinks like beer for the occasion. At a birthday party, everyone must have a good time. Ms. Wong instigated Cheng Zi to sing again. They had listened so attentively to the last song, They truly loved Teacher Song deeply. Envious. Why can't this kind of beautiful love come to them single doggies? Looking at them, Manly next to her felt a lot more balanced in her heart. With a group of single friends accompanying her, what was there to be embarrassed about? Scanning around, she saw Li Jin beside Cheng Zi. She had been quite a fan of him in King of Startup, wondering if he had a girlfriend. Cheng Zi picked up the microphone and chose the song Fairy Tale. Another love song. Oh my god, it's Fairy Tale. Ms. Wang was full of stars. Chorus. She can't sing at all. The crowd of onlookers started making a commotion. Mr. Wang was the first to speak up, yelling, "Sing a song, Teacher Song. We've never heard you sing before." That's right, a duet by a couple. It will surely shock the heavens and move the ghosts. Mr. Li added. Manly, who knew her best, understood that she couldn't sing. She belonged to the kind of people who sang for money. For her, singing was a matter of life and death. The kind that would make everyone kneel just by opening her mouth. However, today's main focus was on entertainment, as long as everyone was happy. Wife, come on, Cheng Zi smiled as he handed her the microphone. Song My Amian had a reluctant expression and said, I can't do it. She really couldn't sing. She would make a fool of herself as soon as she opened her mouth, feeling embarrassed. It's okay, I'll guide you, Cheng Zi said as he rubbed her head, gently took her hand, and led her to the screen. The two handsome men and beautiful women standing together were stunning. Sister, with Cheng Zi here, you don't need to worry. Even if it doesn't sound good, we won't criticize you, Manly said with a smile. That's right, choose a song. Wife, choose the one you love the most. Because of love, it's a very classic song. When the melody rang out, Song My Amian felt a tremor in her body. How did he know that she loved this song the most? Could it be? Did you peek at my music playlist on my phone? Cheng Zi grinned, saying, How can you call it peeking? I looked at it opally. He thought of this suddenly while Song My Amian was sleeping, and took a glance and memorized it. Song My Amian bit her lip and, seeing everyone's expectant eyes, felt extremely embarrassed. What if she messed up? It would be so embarrassing. A few girls noticed these interactions between the couple. They were envious, especially the single girls. Lin Nian was more stable, not as lively, but envy was written all over her face as she watched. It turned out that Song My Amian really couldn't sing. Cheng Zi was guiding her the whole time, trying to sing together as much as possible. Her face blushed, feeling extremely embarrassed. There were times when she couldn't even keep up with the rhythm. Cheng Zi tightly held her hand and comforted her. Wife, don't be nervous, relax. After performing a song, oh my goodness, brother-in-law's singing was amazing, so pleasant to the ears, Manly joked. It seems even a king can handle a bronze rank. Ha ha. Despite the embarrassment, Song My Amian wondered if she sang so badly. When everyone mentioned whether she should sing another song, she adamantly refused. No, I can't sing anymore. Saying this, she quickly ran over to sit next to her child. The children seemed to understand as they looked at Cheng Zhao's direction, but when they saw their mother coming over, they smiled brightly again. Mother-in-law Song Qin opened the door and walked in, seeing the lively scene inside. When everyone saw her, they quickly stood up. You don't have to mind me, I'll just watch. A group of young people were laughing and chatting, and it wasn't appropriate for someone of her age to join them. My Amian, go play with them, I'll take care of the children. Song Qin smiled. Song My Amian finally found an excuse so she wouldn't have to sing again. She shook her head. Mom, I'll come instead. Today is your birthday, leave the children to me, go ahead. All right then. After a while, Song Qin pushed the children out. My Amian, come play over here. Manly waved at her. She looked over and saw several women playing dice, having a great time. When girls have a common topic, they can quickly bond. Even Lin Nian, who wasn't familiar with them, easily joined in. Being in sales made it easy for her to blend into the group. Teacher Song, do you want to play this too? The loser has to drink a penalty shot, Mr. Wang joked. Song My Amian replied, I don't drink. Oh, but since you're at your home, you can't be impolite, right? That's right, a few of us have already had some. Today, we've come a long way. Let's have some fun. Come, join us. Unable to resist the persuasion of a few people, Song My Amian reluctantly joined their group. As they started rolling the dice, she kept winning several times in a row, avoiding the drink penalty. "I've had 3 drinks already because of my bad luck," Manly lamented. "I'm in the same boat." Lastly, Song My Amian lost. Teacher Song, you finally lost. This is your penalty shot. Dreamian handed her a drink. Song My Amian wasn't good with alcohol. Just 1 or 2 shots could make her tipsy, but it was her home, and getting drunk wasn't a big deal. Just as she was about to drink it, her wrist was held back. Looking up, she saw a handsome face taking the drink from her hand. "Wife, you can't handle alcohol. I'll take care of it." Chengzi finished the drink in one go. The sight stunned the girls. They exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this adorable?" The wife loses, and the husband helps drink. So warm and romantic. I envy this so much. Why did I have to see this? Mr. Wang whined. "It's really too much to handle. I admit I'm jealous. If only someone could drink for me too." While Song My Amian felt warm inside, she was also extremely embarrassed, especially with so many acquaintances present. "Teacher Song, your husband is really great. Cherish him well. There aren't many men like him." Mr. Wang lightly bumped Song My Amian's shoulder. "Let's continue playing. Chengzi, are you joining us?" Chengzi smiled. "I'm good. You guys enjoy playing. My wife can't handle alcohol. Just call me if she loses." This is lovely. He really cherishes his wife. The group continued playing dice. Song My Amian, on the other hand, kept losing repeatedly. Each time she wanted to sneak a drink, Chengzi would appear and snatch the glass to drink it himself, leaving everyone envious. The onlookers, including Wang Jing and the others, had their fill of dog food. The drinks in their hands were no longer appetizing. When Li Jin, Feng Yu, and others, including Zhang Yue, arrived, Feng Yu frowned. "I knew this would be too exciting." The 4 quickly became acquainted. Those who could be friends with Chengzi must have passed a character test, so they felt at ease. "Yeah, we came to see them showing affection as a couple. Who doesn't love a good friend? We couldn't stay away." Despite feeling envious and jealous, everyone played for an hour, then started singing karaoke individually. The home theater could serve as a KTV and a cinema for watching movies. Is your throat okay? You sang several songs in a row. Not being a professional singer, even a strong voice can't handle it. Chengzi pinched her small face. "It's still good to have a caring wife like me, knowing to care for me. Who cares about you?" Song My Amian gave a snort. Just insisted on singing with her, embarrassing her. "Li Jin, can I get your WeChat?" At this moment, Li Jin was drinking. Manly moved closer and asked softly. Li Jin didn't react for a moment. He knew that Manly was Song My Amian's best friend. Why did she suddenly want his WeChat? "I've watched your TV drama. I'm your loyal fan." Manly smiled. Not becoming a couple, being friends is also good. Having a celebrity friend, how impressive it is to tell others. "Oh, thank you." Li Jin took out his phone. After adding WeChat, Manly looked at the messages that went through. A bit unbelievable. He really added her. Happily replied back by the sofa. Teacher Wang sniffed something unusual. "Sister, something's not right." "What's wrong?" Teacher Wang peeked at her phone, chuckled when she saw Li Jin's name. "So that's it, you've taken a fancy to him, haven't you?" "No way. I just want to be friends." Now it was Manly's turn to blush. Song My Amian was sitting nearby, hearing the two chatting, finally able to gossip and shift everyone's attention from their marriage. How could she miss that opportunity? "I always thought Li Jin was good. Sister, put in some effort." "What are you talking about? Why are you making things up? Nothing is confirmed yet." Manly felt embarrassed. This unmarried man and unmarried woman are together. It's another good news. Congratulations. Congratulations. Another one to be off the singles list. Dreamyan teacher. We're so pitiful. Teacher Wang envied. "I've introduced you to so many. There are handsome ones too. If you can't like anyone, whose fault is it?" Li teacher rolled her eyes. With a turn of her gaze, she noticed Wang Jing. "How about you also follow Teacher Song's example and have a teacher-student romance? Wang Jing is really good. If he can be friends with Chengzi, how bad can he be?" Teacher Wang jokingly said. "What are you saying? I've been teaching him for so long. How can I make a move on him?" Song My Amian covered her mouth and chuckled. "Really?" Time passed by minute. Teacher Wang yawned. It's been a long time. Should we have some cake? She had been eyeing the little things on the table for a while. Changzi got up at this time, went to the wine cellar in their house and brought a few more bottles of good wine. Outside, it's almost 10,000 yuan per bottle. Want to drink more? Li Teacher recognized it at a glance. This red wine costs 11,000 per bottle. I've seen it on TV before. Rich people. Wine is so expensive. Teacher Wang was about to refuse. Having drunk too much might make it hard to go home. Listening to Li Teacher, her eyes widened. What did you say? 11,000 per bottle. So expensive. Forgive her lack of experience. She had never seen such expensive wine before. Li Teacher smiled. Yes, sometimes it's even more. 11,000 is the lowest price. It's too extravagant. Everyone was surprised. They were so rich. It feels like it's a bit too much. A couple cost nearly 1,000. Yes, it feels like drinking gold. I can't bear to take a sip. Changzi placed the wine on the table and poured it for everyone. Enjoy. There's more in the wine cellar if it's not enough. Wine cellar. Exclusive for the rich. However, having a wine cellar in such a big villa is quite normal. Teacher Wang had already decided. After this, she must go and see the wine cellar. Experience the life of rich people. All right, cheers. No one had ever drunk this kind of wine before. They were careful. Pouring out a little bit meant hundreds of yuan. Song My Amian took a few sips, frowned. This taste, it seemed no different from other red wines. For this, it's 11,000 per bottle. So expensive. Expensive aside, it wasn't even tasty. To avoid waste, she drank it all in one go. Then quietly went to eat the cake. Drinking red wine was not as enjoyable as eating something sweet. Changzi saw this and smiled, following suit. Song My Amian was about to start eating, but seeing him coming over, she shifted to the side. What's wrong, wife? How come this wine is so expensive? Over 11,000. What kind of household is this? A bottle of wine costs 11,000. It's not that she couldn't bear to let everyone drink. She just thought this wine was expensive. She remembered there were plenty of this kind of red wine in the house. All white banknotes. Changzi explained the source of the red wine, saying, anyway, it's to be drunk. As long as everyone likes it, then it's worth it. Money can still be earned. After saying that, he ruffled her hair. Unable to resist, Teacher Wang drank more, her face turning red. Clearly tipsy, she leaned on the sofa and fell asleep. When Li Teacher noticed, she sighed helplessly. She had said that the wine kicks in later, but she insisted on drinking, even if her tolerance was low. Teacher Song, Teacher Wang is drunk. Do you have a guest room here? Song My Amian quickly helped her to the guest room. Let her drink too much. Truly couldn't handle it. Outside the door, Li Teacher murmured. It's okay. I have many rooms here. You can stay tonight. How can we be so rude? You've all been drinking. Can't drive either. All right. This was their first time staying in a big villa. After settling Teacher Wang, to return to the home theater, Changzi was already cutting the cake. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. The birthday party was almost ending. Li Teacher said, oh, right, we haven't taken out our gifts yet. Everyone brought gifts. All quite valuable. Song My Amian was somewhat overwhelmed, especially when she saw the bag Manly gave her. Even if she didn't know much about it, it must cost several tens of thousands. How many months' salary is that? As long as everyone's intentions are good, there's no need to give such expensive gifts. Song My Amian smiled apologetically. The most direct was Wang Jing. As soon as he made a move, it was a ginseng worth thousands. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Isn't this usually meant for elderly people's birthdays? Teacher Song, I don't know how to pick gifts, so I chose this ginseng. It's okay, I really like it. Everyone had seen all the gifts. At this point, Li Teacher remembered, we forgot about Teacher Wang's gift. Upon opening it, it was a very pretty bracelet. Changzi also has a gift. What gift? Manly jokingly said, for the wife, since you are so rich, it should be much more valuable than what we gave. A gift for the wife must be expensive. Song My Amian lowered her head, her hands fidgeting together, feeling awkward and unsure of what to do. Changzi took her hand, leading her to the side. On the other side of the sofa, there was a large stand covered with white cloth, so it wasn't clear what it was. Before everyone noticed, they thought it was a decoration, but actually, Is this the gift you mentioned? Manly asked. Everyone had a curious look. What kind of gift could it be? A famous painting like Qingming Shanghe Tiyu. These might be valuable and collectible, but seemingly not meaningful for ordinary families. Cheng Zi stepped forward and uncovered the white cloth. A stunning painting appeared before everyone's eyes. It depicted the profile of Song Mianmian. The three-dimensional beautiful contours, wearing a light purple floral dress, holding a rose in her hand, smiling brightly. So beautiful. After seeing it, the two words that popped into everyone's minds were, beautiful. It was really extraordinarily beautiful. Song Mianmian was the kind of stunning beauty that captivated people. Still pleasing to look at, the more you looked, the more comforting it felt. Although the painting didn't capture her beauty as well as she herself did, it was still very good, capturing her spirit. Who painted this? They were curious. The painting skills were really good. Did you commission someone to paint this? Song Mianmian tugged on Cheng Zhao's sleeve and quietly asked in his ear. She liked this gift. It was really beautiful. Cheng Zi pinched her cheek. Do you like it? The two of them whispered to each other as if no one else was around, and some of the others felt a bit awkward watching. All right. They were showing affection again. Can't they consider the feelings of us single dogs? Song Mianmian smiled. I like it. She didn't know who the master painter was. It was really beautiful. As long as you like it. This painting would also be a beautiful decoration at home. Manly immediately took a liking to it and said, Brother-in-law, can you recommend the artist of this painting to me? I would like to commission one too. It was too beautiful. Cheng Zi smiled. I painted this myself. What? Not only did everyone, including Song Mianmian, look at Cheng Zi in astonishment. He painted it himself. What's going on? When did he learn to paint? Brother-in-law, you're not joking, are you? Manly couldn't believe it. If it was really him who painted it, that would be too versatile, right? I secretly learned for a long time, just for this day. Cheng Zi smiled. Wow, this was so thoughtful. He was a truly great man. Song Mianmian looked at him, a warm feeling washing over her. Saying she wasn't moved would be a lie. Now, whether in front of everyone or not, she just lunged into Cheng Zhao's arms. Husband, thank you. He had secretly learned painting just to surprise her. How was she worthy of this? So happy, so envious. Teacher Mengyan stared dumbfoundedly over there. Never had she yearned for love as she did at this moment. Manly was speechless. If he painted it himself, then what should she do? She was only commissioning, while he specifically learned for his wife. Stepping out of Cheng Zhao's embrace, she looked at those gifts. Song Mianmian said, Thank you everyone for taking time out of your busy schedules to come celebrate my birthday today. Thank you. The birthday party tonight finally ended satisfactorily. Everyone was tired from playing. Since you've all had some drinks tonight, why not stay overnight here for now? Cheng Zi suggested. There were plenty of rooms here. That works too. Perfect for taking a shower. Song Mianmian arranged rooms for them, with about 2 people sharing one room. I'll go take a shower first. Manly yawned and went into one of the guest rooms. At night, Song Mianmian still found it a bit unbelievable. Husband, when did you learn? The painting was so beautifully done. It seemed like he had been painting for years. Guess. You always make me guess. How would I know? Song Mianmian was a bit displeased. It was when I was at home taking care of the children. I managed to learn in my spare time. The next day, Cheng Zi got up early to make breakfast, and Song Mianmian felt it wouldn't be right to go back to sleep with guests in the house. After preparing breakfast, she was ready to knock on doors one by one. Teacher Wang woke up and headed to the kitchen. Seeing the couple busy, he thought about being a single dog and decided not to go in. Instead, he sat on the couch waiting. Regretting getting drunk last night, he must have missed out on something great. Oh, if only he didn't drink so much. Too late for regrets. When Song Mianmian came out, he quickly greeted her. Morning, Teacher Song. Morning. What are we having for breakfast this morning? Teacher Wang rubbed his hands, looking quite excited. It had been a while since he had tasted Cheng Zhao's cooking, and he was eager. You'll find out in a bit. Go call Teacher Li. Breakfast is almost ready. Got it. I'll go now. Wang and the others finished breakfast and left shortly after, and before long, Lin Nian also departed. Only Teacher Wang and Manly were left. Smiling, Songchin said, "Stay for lunch before leaving." "That was our plan," Teacher Wang said, and remembered wanting to visit the wine cellar yesterday, but didn't get a chance. How could they leave without doing that? Teacher Li glared at her. "These are elders, mind your words." Oh. In the living room, the little ones were already awake, playing on the carpet. Teacher Wang went to play with the kids for a while. Remembering something, she smiled and asked, "Teacher Song, I fell asleep yesterday. Did you see the gift I brought?" "I saw it. It was very beautiful. I knew our tastes were the same." Oh. Just as they were talking, Sibao had crawled over at some point, lying in front of her, his little eyes staring at the thing in her hand. A red string. It had always been worn on Teacher Wang's wrist, with jade hanging from it, not that eye-catching, but surprisingly, it caught the attention of Sibao. "Do you want this?" Teacher Wang looked at her, smiling. "Oh, HM." Sibao couldn't speak, just staring. Her intentions were clear. Teacher Wang softened, took it off and handed it to her. "Here, but be careful not to damage it. This is something Auntie took to get blessed." It was like a talisman, so she often wore it and didn't easily take it off. "Too valuable," Song Miamian quickly interjected. "Teacher Wang, please don't give it to her." Saying that, she looked at Sibao earnestly. "Sibao, this is the most important thing to Auntie, understand? We can't play with it." Sibao didn't quite understand, but also knew that Mom was unhappy, so she looked at her and then back at Teacher Wang. Looking wronged, she pursed her lips as if she was about to cry. It's as if it wasn't her who pouted in grievance just now. Teacher Wang was a bit at a loss. Can this child still behave properly? Her expression changes faster than turning a page. Seeing Sibao having fun, Teacher Wang stood up, sat next to Song Miamian, grinned, and said, "Teacher Song, I drank too much yesterday and missed a lot. I just wanted to ask, can I visit your wine cellar?" Several people were speechless. Visit the wine cellar? Already causing trouble for others and still want to cause more. Teacher Mengyan couldn't watch any more and pulled her over. "Can you please save us some face? Heh, I just want to see what a rich person's wine cellar looks like, out of curiosity. Chengzi was at least our student before. Do you really think this is appropriate? You are too shameless." "It's okay, they won't mind." Mengyan, Song Miamian didn't see any issue and just nodded in agreement. "Sure." "Oh, really?" Teacher Wang was excited. His wife didn't mind, and Chengzi didn't mind. So, the couple took the 5 people to the underground wine cellar. The villa's land area was not small, and it took a while to get there. As soon as they walked in, opened the cellar door, instantly, a strong aroma of wine hit them. In sight was a delicately furnished wine cellar, bottles of various sizes of red and white wine neatly arranged on shelves. Wow! So much wine! Teacher Wang was the most excited, eagerly going down, with wine in every glance. It was a visual shock. Teacher Li was knowledgeable and could tell at a glance that these were not cheap. Judging by them, the cheapest ones were at least 5,000 per bottle. There were probably over 1,000 bottles here. So rich. The wine cellar had a large area, so it was normal to fit so much wine. And the wine stored here had collection value, with older vintages being more valuable. Song Miamian had never been to this underground wine cellar before, so seeing it now, her sense of awe was overwhelming. When did her husband buy so much wine? How did she not know? She looked at Chengzi with puzzled eyes. "We bought the villa and got some in here as well," Chengzi smiled. In fact, these were rewards from the system before. Hearing this, Teacher Wang grabbed Teacher Li's arm, excitedly saying, "Oh my god, a 5 million wine! I have never seen such a thing in my life. These wines were specially stored for the children by me." Chengzi smiled faintly. There were only 4 bottles of wine, conveniently one for each child. Storing them away would increase their future value, making it meaningful. This was the magic of the system. The wine stored for the kids are so expensive, we can't compare. So rich, poverty limits my imagination. Only wealthy families can afford to store aged wines for their kids. We are already doing great, just supporting a large family. Wrong, the teacher exclaimed. Envious. The wine cellar was quite large, and after walking around, the only thing on their minds were 2 words. Wealthy. Very wealthy. They still hadn't come back to reality, even when they left. Teacher Wang looked at Song Miamian with a drooping face. "Teacher Song, I truly envy you." Song My Amian was currently in distress. How much would all these wines in the wine cellar cost? The villa alone was already a huge expense. Adding the wines in the cellar, what kind of household was this? Manly finally realized how wealthy her friend's husband was. All these wines added up to tens of millions. Even so, she was very thrifty, choosing the cheapest options when shopping or buying drinks. Back in the living room, Song My Amian immediately focused on Sibao, checking if the bracelet she just got was still there. She couldn't afford to lose such an expensive item. Sibao was playing with an Ultraman doll, and the red rope was not in her hand. Frowning, she went to check. She found it under her buttocks, carefully inspected it, and relieved to find no major issues. Breathing a sigh of relief, she returned the item. Teacher Wong, here is your bracelet. Sibao saw the red rope and immediately dropped the Ultraman in her hand, reaching out with clear intentions. She wanted that. Humming and hinting. Estimating that it got lost under her bottom just now and now seeing it, she couldn't let it go. Sibao, you've played with that already. Give it back to Auntie quickly. Song My Amian spoke seriously. Yeah. She was unwilling. Oh, Song teacher, don't make a fuss with a little baby. Let her play if she wants. Kids don't know any better. Teacher Wong stepped in, picking Sibao up. Sibao seemed to have found a backbone and quickly buried her little face in Teacher Wang's arms. Someone else was defending her. If not her, then who? Song My Amian couldn't help but smile. Riley was Sibao seeking allies. The little one was quite clever. Teacher Wang was melting, and finally, Sibao let her hold her. It was not easy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she quickly took Sibao aside and entertained her. Almost blew up the kitchen. Too amazing. Truly oblivious to the ways of the world. Seeing the expression on Teacher Lee's face, Song My Amian knew what was going on. Obviously, Cheng Zi must have told a few teachers about the embarrassing incident before. How embarrassing! So awkward! That incident was just an accident. Trying to justify and salvage some reputation. Teacher Lee blinked and said, "Accident, we understand." Cheng Zi couldn't help but laugh. "I'll go first, you guys chat." After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen. "Wait for me, I'll go too." If she stayed, she would definitely be mocked by these few people. Seeing the to go to the kitchen, Manly began discussing Song My Amian's childhood with Teacher Wong and others. Culinary skills are one of her weaknesses. Also the worst one. Not only the last time, but many times before, she almost blew up the kitchen, and the food she made was basically dark cuisine that would send people away after eating it. Manly was fortunate to have tasted it once. The taste almost sent her to heaven. Haha, I thought before that Teacher Song, being such an outstanding and beautiful teacher, had no flaws, but now it seems, flaws are hidden. With Cheng Zi as the king, there's nothing to fear about her doing anything. Exactly, with Cheng Zi cooking, cleaning, taking care of children, and everything. What is there to fear? That's just good luck, can't compare. Several people gossiping about Song My Amian. In the kitchen. "When did you tell Teacher Lee about me cooking?" Song My Amian said in frustration. "It is really embarrassing. Everyone now knows that she can't cook." Cheng Zi smiled and said, "It's okay. They will know in the future anyway. It is better to know sooner than later. I would rather not know." Her voice was dull. "What other secrets did you tell them?" Cheng Zi thought about it. "Nothing, but compared to my understanding of you, Manly seems to understand you better. She is also a more lively character, likely to blab everything out." With his mention, Song My Amian realized something was wrong. Oh no. She's not in the living room now. Women are likely to spill everything if told. What if they talk about her embarrassing incidents? Can't even think about it. "Wife, do you want to go to the living room?" Cheng Zi grinned. "No. Why go? If they are talking about her, she will become the topic of discussion. It would be even more embarrassing then." Cheng Zi finished washing the dishes. Just as he turned on the range hood, Song My Amian suddenly asked, "Honey, what about those wines in the wine cellar? A sky-high price of 5 million. Are they that rich?" He knew she would ask this. Cheng Zi had already prepared his response. "For our child, 5 million is worth it. But that's too expensive. Normal ones will do. Even if it's just a few thousand. A few million, it's really too expensive." Cheng Zi rubbed her head. "With our current financial situation, we have enough money. Worst case, we can sell all the wines in the cellar, except for the ones belong to the baby. As soon as he said that, Song My Amian frowned. Selling them for what? For money. Wines don't depreciate easily. Our wine cellar is also a treasure trove. Chang Zi smiled. If my wife doesn't like them, we can sell them. No, What's wrong? Song My Amian said in a small voice. I just don't want to. Buying them and then selling them off would make her seem unreasonable. All right, whatever my wife says goes. We won't sell them. Chang Zi smiled and started cooking. It might get smoky later. Why don't you go chat with them? I'm not going. Song My Amian snorted, sat on a nearby chair, not planning to leave. So, you want to be with me all the time, wife? Chang Zi teased. Song My Amian played with her phone, ignoring him. Soon, the meal was ready. While sitting in the dining room, Song My Amian felt that Teacher Wang and others were looking at her with strange eyes. A mischievous smile hung on their lips. Eating familiar dishes again feels so good. Teacher Wang exaggerated her expression. Oh, this steamed fish is also good. And this. Teacher Song. Why are you staring blankly? Hurry up and eat. Song My Amian replied with an "oh" and quickly started eating. Throughout the meal, she mostly heard Teacher Wang chatting away. The dishes were almost cleared out by everyone at the table. Teacher Wang even thought about packing some, but was stopped with a stern look from Teacher Li. Packing them would be so embarrassing. After the meal, Chang Zi went to wash the dishes, while a few female teachers chatted and headed to the living room. Still, Teacher Wang was quick with her mouth, smiling. Manly just told us a lot about your stories, Teacher Song. Only realized that she had spoken out of turn. That's not good. Song My Amian widened her eyes, shot a sharp look at Manly, knowing that this big mouth would definitely blurt out her embarrassing stories. Indeed, she had actually told all her embarrassing incidents. You promised to keep it a secret, but you told everyone. With her husband not around, Song My Amian let her true feelings out and playfully tickled Manly. Manly was terrified of being tickled, laughing. I'm sorry, I won't dare next time. She then glared at Teacher Wang. Wang Cheiyue, you traitor, you promised not to tell Teacher Song. I'm really sorry, I inadvertently spilled the beans. Teacher Wang covered her face, feeling terrible about the situation. She swore it was an accident. You still have the nerve to say that if Teacher Wang didn't tell me, I wouldn't know that you blurted out these old stories. Another round of tickling followed. The other teachers watched in shock, tongue-tied. It was indeed a pitiful scene. Teacher Song, rest assured, the four of us absolutely won't talk about your matters, Teacher Wang quickly promised. Yes, we won't say anything, the others chimed in. Song My Amian felt thoroughly embarrassed and gave Manly a stern look. Finally, after the topic died down, the few of them were about to leave. Before leaving, Song My Amian took the hand rope from Sibao. Teacher Wang, take this. The little one wasn't very willing. Seeing this, Wang Cheiyue smiled. It's okay, give this to Sibao. Bless the baby to grow up healthy. A protective charm, just need to get another one. Basically, it is just psychological comfort. It's okay to give one to a child. How is this possible? A protective charm is not like other things that can be given casually. Wang Cheiyue waved her hand, smiling. It's nothing. This is me giving it to the baby, not to you. Let's not talk about it. We should leave now. Have some things to attend to. All right, then. Spilling my secrets, we still need to settle the score. I guarantee, I really didn't mean it. They asked me first. Manly raised her hand, deflecting blame directly. You blurted it out when they asked you? Watch me not scratch you to death. Darling, what are you guys doing? Chang Zi happened to have finished cleaning the kitchen and came out. As soon as he came out, he saw the two of them playing around. Song My Amian, seeing him come out, immediately stopped and sat down seriously, like a primary school student who did something wrong. Manly chuckled. Why are you so reserved in front of your husband? Song My Amian secretly pinched her. What are you saying? Darling, has Teacher Wang and them left? Yes. After lunch, the kids were also tired. Chang Zi took them to the children's room. With everyone gone, Song My Amian reverted to her usual self, giving her a stern look. Remember what you did. Heh, all right, I didn't mean it. What can I do now that it's been said out loud? Manly took out her phone, nudged her elbow, and changed the topic. "Oh, sister, do me a favor." "What? You blurted out my business, and now you want me to help?" "No way." Song My Anmian snorted. "Oh, don't be so direct in refusing. I just want to ask if my brother-in-law's friend has a girlfriend." Manly whispered. "Which friend are you talking about?" "It's Li Jin." "I don't know. Why do you want to ask this?" Manly shook her arm. "Oh, just help me ask. Do you like him?" Song My Anmian's reaction was a bit slow, only then catching a hint of something wrong. "No, I just want to inquire about his relationship status, nothing else." Song My Anmian chuckled. "You're being stubborn. According to my husband, he's a prime eligible bachelor." "Really?" Manly stood up excitedly. "Does this mean she has a chance?" "You only wanted to ask. Why are you so excited?" Heh. After chatting for a while and gathering some useful information, Manly said her goodbyes and left. When you like someone, you have to actively pursue them. Once the opportunity is missed, it may not come again. Song My Anmian yawned. Feeling drowsy and a bit dizzy, she soon fell asleep on the sofa. When Changzi came out and saw this scene, he furrowed his brows, thinking to himself that this woman, why doesn't she go to the bedroom to sleep? At least cover herself with a blanket. What if she catches a cold? She really doesn't know how to take care of herself. He quickly walked over, lifted her into his arms, and as he did, her hair fragrance enveloped him, soothing his heart. Not sure if she was dreaming, she made a sound and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, their faces only a centimeter apart. Changzi gently kissed her forehead and noticed her temperature was slightly elevated. What's going on? Is she running a fever? Hurriedly placing her on the bed, he checked her forehead and neck again, still feeling hot. He fetched a thermometer from the drawer and measured her temperature, 38.9. He furrowed his brows tightly. Why did she suddenly get a fever? No time to waste. He quickly prepared wet towels to lower her temperature. She really doesn't know how to take care of herself, doesn't even realize she has a fever. Still chatting away. Perhaps she caught a chill from yesterday's birthday party that went on till late. Feeling heartbroken, after trying wet towels for a while with no improvement and her temperature rising, he had to quickly inform his mother-in-law to help look after the children, as he needed to take his wife to the hospital. Upon hearing her daughter had a fever, Songchin was anxious and reminded him to be careful on the way. They set off for the hospital. Sitting in the car, Changzi gently tapped her cheek. "Darling." Calling her several times, Song My Anmian gradually woke up. "What's wrong? You have a fever, did you know?" Changzi was feeling heartache. How could this silly woman not realize she's feeling unwell? "I'm fine. I'm used to it. A bit of medicine will do the trick." Song My Anmian weakly replied. "Used to it?" Changzi felt even more distressed. Was she always like this before, enduring by just taking medicine to save money? What a silly woman, completely unaware of taking care of her own health. "I'll take you to the hospital," Changzi said, fastening her seatbelt. "No need. Just sleeping will make me feel better. I'm fine." Song My Anmian weakly opened her eyes and looked at him. "Husband, I'm really fine. No need to go to the hospital. Your temperature is almost 39 degrees. You must go to the hospital. This time you have to listen to me." Changzi fastened her seatbelt and started the car. Arriving at the hospital, he carried her inside. After the doctor measured her temperature again, it had risen, 39.2. This was a high temperature. If she hadn't come to the hospital, she could have had severe consequences. They were assigned a VIP ward and started with intravenous therapy. After some time passed, it was already dark, and Song My Anmian slowly woke up feeling groggy. Changzi was by the bedside. As she looked around, she realized he had taken her to the hospital, feeling warm in her heart. Seeing her wake up, Changzi smiled. "Darling, you're awake. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" "Yes, I'm a bit hungry." After eating, Song My Anmian felt a bit more energetic. "Why did you come to stay in the hospital?" Looking at the ward decor, it seemed like a VIP ward that would cost 1,000 or more per day. Changzi knew she was trying to save money again. "You're sick, and the hospital has doctors. It's safer here." He couldn't leave her at home worried. A regular ward would have been fine. VIP is too extravagant. This silly woman, even at this moment, still thinking about saving money. There were no regular rooms left, only this one. This reason was strong, leaving Song My Anmian speechless. A nurse came to change the IV. Looking enviously at her, she said, "Miss, your husband is really good to you. This is the best ward in our hospital. He's willing to spend this money. He must really love you. So enviable. The best." Song My Amian responded with a smile, "Thank you." "You're welcome." The nurse finished changing the four and left with a smile. Those last 3 words echoed in Song My Amian's mind. It meant better than a VIP room. She knew Chang Zi had her best interests at heart, feeling touched, yet thinking it was unnecessary to spend so much. The VIP may be expensive, but it should be cheaper than this. Chang Zi helplessly said, "It's just 1,000 more. I wanted you to be more comfortable." "Fine, I'll forgive you today, but next time, don't get something this expensive." Song My Amian huffed. Chang Zi raised an eyebrow. "Next time? You plan on having a fever and staying in the hospital again?" Chang Zi thought for a moment and directly made a WeChat video call. The call was quickly connected, and the sound of the babies babbling came through. Song Chin was holding the 3 babies and asked, "Zicheng, is Mian?" "Okay." Chang Zi pointed the phone toward Song Mian, lying on the hospital bed. "Mom, I'm fine," she said. "You're in the hospital, and you still say you're fine. Rest well, okay?" Song Chin said with concern. "Tonight, let me take care of the children, and Zicheng will accompany you." Song Mian frowned and said, "Are the babies really okay at night?" He knew the little ones too well. If they weren't around, they would be restless all night. "The babies are fine now. Just for tonight, everything will be okay. You relax and stay in the hospital," Song Chin assured. After a conversation between mother and daughter, Song Mian was still worried about the children. After Song Chin insisted for a while, she reluctantly agreed to let Chang Zi stay in the hospital. Originally, she wanted him to go home. She could handle the hospital on her own. After ending the video call, Chang Zi rubbed her head and said, "The babies are grown up, they will know. Don't worry, everything is fine. Go back to see her in the morning, okay? I'll go tomorrow. You rest soon." Chang Zi tucked her in nicely. The night passed quietly, with nurses coming in to remove the needle. "Sir, you were really good to your wife," the nurse sighed with envy. "One night by her side, a great husband. Few men could do this. Usually, they would have fallen asleep by this time." Chang Zi smiled and nodded lightly. After the nurse removed the needle, she left. Soon, it was morning. Song Mian woke up and saw Chang Zi sitting beside the bed with his eyes half closed, breakfast placed on the table behind him. She felt touched. "Husband." Chang Zi opened his eyes, touched her forehead, and found that the fever had subsided. "Are you hungry? I bought oatmeal porridge just now. It will warm your stomach." "Okay." After finishing the porridge, Song Mian said, "Husband, I'm fine now. I should be able to be discharged." "Not yet. You've just recovered from the fever. You're not stable yet. What if you have a relapse?" "I'm worried," Chang Zi said seriously. Seeing his expression, Song Mian knew that the idea of getting discharged was unlikely. "Then go check on the babies. I'm worried," she said. "Okay, if you need anything, inform the nurses or call me," Chang Zi responded. "Okay." Chang Zi returned to the villa. As soon as he opened the door and walked in, he heard the children crying, one after another. He sighed helplessly, realizing how he had underestimated these little rascals. Song Chin was in the living room soothing them. "Don't cry, Mom and Dad will be back soon," she said. Just as she finished speaking, the children suddenly stopped crying. Their eyes all turned to the door. Chang Zi quickly came over, picked up the most heartbroken for Bao. Their eyes were teary, their faces marked with tears, and a bit red. They had cried for who knows how long, feeling so wronged. Chang Zi hugged her, and she continued to sob. Seeing him return, Song Chin let out a breath of relief and helplessly said, "If you hadn't come back, these little ones would have driven me crazy." "How's Mian? Has she recovered from the fever?" Busy with the kids, she had forgotten to ask early in the morning. "She's recovered. Much better," Song Chin replied. "That's good." Chang Zi pinched for Bao's chubby cheeks and said with a smile, "Such a troublemaker. Not happy even with Grandma around, right? HMPH. For Bao quickly buried her face in his arms, sneakily glancing at Song Chin. After holding for Bao for a while, he comforted the other 3. Not one of them cried when he held them, all blinking their eyes at him. Shall we go see Mommy? How about that? Changzi turned to his mother-in-law. Mom, would you like to go too? Song Qin nodded. They left and drove to the hospital. As soon as the 4 children entered, attention was drawn, their cuteness factor off the charts. And as they grew older, they looked even more adorable. Their skin was delicate and fair, like porcelain dolls. Changzi had remembered to bring masks for them at this time to avoid being photographed. The hospital was crowded, and Changzi was soon recognized. Isn't that Changzi? With 4 handsome children, who else could it be? He looks even better in person. Why is he here at the hospital? So handsome, quick, take a photo. People were so eager to capture the moment, but the nurses quickly intervened. Please keep the hospital quiet. Other patients need rest. The place quieted down. Changzi pushed the babies towards the direction of the VIP ward. Inside, Song Mian was peeling an orange when the door opened. Thinking it was a nurse coming to check on her, she looked up and saw the 4 children gazing at her with wide eyes, their little legs swaying. She was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was happening. Oh! For Bao's voice brought her back to reality. Husband, why did you bring the babies here? Song Mian's eyes were slightly red, on the verge of tears. They miss their mom. Changzi laughed. At that moment, Song Qin entered the room. Mom, you came too. How are you feeling? Better now. Song Qin sat beside the bed, touching her forehead. The fever had subsided. I'm much better now. How did you end up with a fever? With the children around, the hospital room suddenly became much livelier. Since they were in the best ward, there was a living room with a sofa, carpet, and all the children's toys. Changzi placed the kids on the carpet to play. They were going to stay there for a couple of days before confirming everything was okay for them to be discharged. Manli had decided to actively pursue Li Jin and wanted to ask Song Mian for advice, only to find out she was hospitalized with a fever. She rushed to the hospital. Taking her hand, she said, "My dear sister, I just left, and you're like this. You didn't take care of yourself properly." Song Mian smiled. It's nothing, just a common cold with a fever. My husband is overreacting. How can it be common when you're hospitalized? Manli looked around the VIP ward, but this VIP room is luxurious. Wow. When a nurse came in to set up in for drip again for Song Mian, Changzi said, I'll handle this, we'll call you if needed. Running around like this was troublesome. The supreme medical skills included both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. Giving an injection was no big deal. He wouldn't bother the nurse with something so simple. Are you doing it? Are you sure you're doing it? The nurse widened her eyes. Wasn't this being mischievous? Changzi did not say much. He took charge and finished it in 2 minutes. His proficient skills left everyone amazed. The nurse exclaimed, Are you a doctor? Brother-in-law, I have discovered that there is nothing you can't do. Manli touched her chin. She had never seen such a perfect man. So versatile. Not only can he sing, act, and paint, but now he even knows some medical skills. Song Mian didn't dare to tell her about the last time Changzi cured her cousin. I know all these things so that everything is for Mian. Changzi smiled. The latter blushed. Manli looked envious. It's really romantic. Sister, you have accumulated virtues. I envy you so much. Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why did you come to see me? Song Mian quickly changed the topic. No, I took a day off today. When I heard you were in the hospital, I hurried over. So impatient. Humph. I shouldn't have come. I forgot you have a husband to take care of you. She came to seek torment. The two of them show affection every day. It has reached a crazy level. Song Mian smiled. Why don't you go back first? My husband is here with me. I knew you didn't need me. Manli sighed. See, once you have a husband, you forget about your friends. If you have things to do, go ahead and do them. You don't have to worry about anything here. Okay. I'll leave first. Take care of yourself. Changzi and Song Qin were playing with the baby and came out to see that the person was gone. She had something and had to go back. After staying in the hospital for 2 days and confirming that everything was okay, Changzi went to handle the discharge procedures. Song Mian felt like her body was regressing. It was just a fever. Changzi was exaggerating. Back home, breathing in the fresh air made her feel much lighter. These 2 days, the baby stayed with them in the hospital room. Because they couldn't be separated from the couple, it was fine during the day, but at night, if they were apart for too long, the baby would cry desperately. The couple took the child to the room. As soon as they put him down, Chengzi received a message from Li Jin, saying that he had officially signed with Yingtia Entertainment. He would now be part of director Zheng's company. Li Jin knew that all of this was because of Chengzi, and his words were filled with gratitude. "Brother, I received that email. I know. It must be because of you. Otherwise, Director Zheng would never sign me, a small 18th-tier actor. Anyway, thank you." Chengzi smiled. "It's not because of me. Director Zheng saw your potential. Don't forget, he really dislikes connections." This made Li Jin think and realize it made sense. However, if Director Zheng valued Chengzi so much, there must be some reason. Work hard and hone your acting skills. Okay. The conversation ended there. At this moment, in a hotel room, Qin Feng was wearing a bathrobe, sitting on the sofa next to a fat woman. "Sister, please help me." Qin Feng no longer had his former arrogance and now had a flattering expression, shaking the fat woman's arm. This fat woman was the producer's wife, who had previously mentioned that she wanted to support Chengzi. "Help you? How can I help you? I can provide resources for you, but I can't interfere in this matter." The fat woman frowned. If it wasn't for Mr. Zheng being in the middle, Chengzi would have been easy to deal with. Why not? He's just a newcomer in the industry. Once he gains some popularity, he forgets who he is. "Sister, help me." The fat woman coldly said, "I can promise you other things, but not this." She had been eyeing Chengzi for his looks, and she intended to use his future to threaten him. What if he had a wife and child? She didn't care about that. She had been lusting after this man for a long time. In the entertainment industry, many handsome men had fallen into her hands. She pursued beauty, while others pursued resources. It was all about mutual benefit, just that real. Qin Feng felt frustrated as the woman refused to help him. He knew he couldn't handle it alone. Remembering what Sun Shuyu had said about how no one behind him would take action, it seemed she was right. Was there something special about Chengzi that made people so wary of him? "Sister, can you tell me the reason?" Suppressing his disgust, Qin Feng forced a smile. The fat woman said, "There's no reason, it's just not possible." Leaving the hotel and returning to the company, Qin Feng still had a stern expression. "What's wrong? Did you hit a wall with that person?" Sun Shuyu leaned in with a smirk. She could tell what had happened at a glance. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. "It's none of your business. I can tell just by looking at you. I told you she wouldn't help you." Sun Shuyu smiled knowingly. She knew that person well, and she wouldn't help him, given her lustful yet timid nature. She was probably afraid because Chengzi had powerful backing. "You can just watch. I won't give up." He couldn't just stand by and let that person surpass him. Sun Shuyu said, "Then just watch." Qin Feng then asked his assistant to investigate Cheng Zhao's background and connections. 2 days later, upon hearing the assistant's report, they found that Chengzi had no strong background or connections. What was going on? How did he become so arrogant without any backing? It was said that recently he had been approached by numerous opportunities for endorsements, TV dramas, and movies, but he had rejected them all, acting recklessly. "It's despicable," lamented Qin Feng. Chengzi was checking the children's teeth. Big Bao's teeth had completely emerged, white and shiny like sticky rice. The third tooth was also coming out, making him look adorable when he smiled. The second tooth of the two girls, second Bao and fourth Bao, had also mostly emerged. They could now bite harder things to exercise their teeth, such as teething biscuits that they could not bite through but slowly dissolved in saliva. Chengzi reached out to touch Big Bao's teeth, which felt hard. Unexpectedly, this little one bit down on his hand. The sudden pain overwhelmed him, and it hurt. He pulled his hand away, leaving to deep tooth marks. "Big Bao, you've bitten Daddy, and it hurts." Chengzi smiled and showed him his hand. The little one seemed to understand what he did wrong. He stared at Cheng Zhao's hand for a while before looking up with bright eyes. It made it hard to scold him. "You can't bite randomly from now on, you understand?" Chengzi pinched his cheek. Regardless of whether he understood, a little education was appropriate. Big Bao blinked, looking a little confused. "Let's go, Daddy will take you to see Mommy." Song Mai Amian turned to look at him and said, "Am I getting on your nerves?" Or is it that you're getting tired of looking at me? Setting up the premise. Changzi hurriedly responded, "Wife, you're accusing me wrongly. You are much prettier than in the drawing. How could I ever get tired of looking at you? The more I look, the more I love you." Song Miamian snorted but didn't say anything. After a while, she asked, "How did you draw this?" Although not as good looking as her, the charm between her brows and eyes was captured in the drawing. It was amazing. Changzi raised his eyebrows. "Should I draw it again to show you?" Song Miamian nodded, "Okay." She was full of curiosity, wanting to know how he drew it. Pushing the children aside, Changzi brought a blank canvas. The paint was ready. Thinking of the appearance of several babies in his mind, he began to draw. Half an hour later, looking at the finished product, Song Miamian was simply astonished. It was incredible. The painting depicted her playing with four children. The scene was beautiful and lifelike. Changzi smiled. "What do you think? Honey, you're so talented." She could see clearly the process he went through. His skill was as if he had been drawing for many years, not like a beginner at all. Perhaps this was talent. After it dries, we can frame it and hang it in the children's room. Okay. Song Miamian smiled. It would definitely look nice when hung up. Changzi thought to himself that he couldn't easily reveal his talents in the future. He had to take it slow. He had displayed too many skills, which might make his wife suspicious. He needed to be more discreet. In the living room. "Honey, did you bring the notebook for the baby's vaccinations tomorrow?" She hastily retrieved it from a drawer, afraid of forgetting. Changzi smiled. "Don't worry, I brought it." The babies would turn 9 months old tomorrow. They would celebrate their first birthday when they turned 1. The next day, early in the morning, the two of them set off with the baby to the nearby health center. Even though it was early, there were already quite a few people at the health center. Everyone was lining up. The couple exchanged a glance, somewhat helpless. They thought coming early would mean it wouldn't be so crowded, but now everyone had arrived early. The babies were still curious, looking around. Several children were running around playing. Song Miamian noticed and smiled. The baby seemed envious. She squatted down, kissed each of the little ones on their faces. "Little ones, when you're older, you'll be able to play like the older brothers and sisters. Mommy, the little brothers and sisters over there are so cute." At this moment, a tender voice came from the side. Song Miamian turned and saw a 2 to 3-year-old girl swinging her mother's hand, pointing at their babies. The girl had a smile on her face. Children are the most innocent. Their likes are genuine. The little girl was especially pretty, with big eyes and eyebrows. Her mother looked quite stylish as well. At first, her mother didn't pay attention, but when she saw the quadruplets, she was somewhat surprised. At the same time, she felt familiar. When she spotted Changzi beside them, she recalled the news from these days. She naturally knew. She actually saw a star bringing children for vaccinations here. What a magical stroke of luck. So fortunate. I should ask for an autograph later. The babies hadn't shown their faces before, but now, facing them directly, each one was truly exquisite, including Cheng Zhao's wife. They made a perfect family. However, she didn't take any photos, knowing the parents' feelings about protecting their children. She would just ask for an autograph later. It was soon Cheng Zhao's turn, and the couple took the babies into the room with the numbered door. At this moment, there weren't many people in the room, only a couple with a newborn baby. Seeing the 4 baby strollers being pushed in, they were all somewhat surprised. Was this a pair of twins? They all looked about the same size. The medical staff who were administering the shots were also astounded. They had seen twins and triplets before, but this was the first time they had encountered quadruplets. Amazing! Then, the woman holding the baby spoke. "Is this a pair of twin siblings? So beautiful!" However, the parents were also good-looking. No wonder they had such adorable babies. "I want to hold one and let my son have a companion." Because they were too cute, they couldn't resist. Song Miamian smiled. "Yes? So adorable. How old is your baby at home? They must be cute too." The two women started chatting. Number 6, the nurse called. It was the eldest baby's turn. Changzi helped him undress, bearing his arm. The child seemed to sense what was about to happen and started pouting and crying before the injection even began. The medical staff watching found it hard to bear. "The baby is so obedient. Don't cry. It will be over soon." While he was getting the shot, the mother observing Chang Zi felt more and more familiar with him, especially when she saw the infants and then remembered the news articles. She couldn't help but take another look. Finally, she confirmed that the baby's mother she was chatting with was the wife of the star. Oh my! After the vaccination was done, she hesitated before calling out to Chang Zi, "Excuse me, handsome guy, are you Chang Zi?" Chang Zi didn't deny it. "Yes, wow." She quickly took out paper and pen from her bag. "Could you give me an autograph? I really love your TV series King of Entrepreneurship." During confinement, she had nothing to do but watch TV and gossip. It was too boring. She just came out of confinement and saw him in person. What a stroke of luck. The man by her side looked at her adoringly. Chang Zi didn't refuse and signed the paper. "Thank you." After coming out of the health center, he signed autographs for the two moms. Song Miamian couldn't help feeling overwhelmed and said, "Honey, you have people recognizing you everywhere we go." She wondered if it was a good thing or a bad thing. She wasn't worried about anything else. She was just concerned that someone with ulterior motives might latch onto her husband. What if they schemed against him? She couldn't handle all that plotting and manipulation. "Darling, rest assured, I only love you in my lifetime. Besides you, I won't take a second glance at anyone else." Chang Zi poked her cheek, of course, except for the babies. Was it really a big deal if he looked a little more at their little cotton jackets? But little did he know that his wife was even jealous of the little ones. "I think you only like the babies. You don't have me in your heart at all." Song Miamian huffed. Chang Zi was shocked. "Who said that?" "What I meant was, besides my wife, I also love the babies. It shows how much I love you. Obviously, it's P. Previously, I was too busy giving injections and talking, completely unaware of this. The diaper was crooked, and all the pee was soaked on the body. Damp. The second baby was still babbling, as if she wasn't the one who got wet. Song Miamian felt sorry, looking at Chang Zi. "Honey, please go heat up water and give the second baby a bath." "Okay." Quickly took off her clothes, wrapped her in a clean blanket. Soon, the hot water was ready. Bathed the second baby. Still crying, the room was heated, and the bath wasn't cold, but the little one just didn't want to get into the water. Unlike the third baby, no matter how much you toss around, nothing happens. Not even a cry during injections. After the bath, wrap in a towel and take her to the children's room. Song Miamian had already found the baby's clothes. Before that, she used a diaper. At this time, Song Chin came in and said, "The kids are 9 months old. Theoretically, you can start potty training them. Relying too much on diapers is not good. Potty training should start around 8 to 9 months." Song Miamian still didn't understand what potty training meant and asked, "Mom, what is potty training?" "It means holding the baby up and teaching them to pee, which can reduce diaper rashes and is good for the baby's bottom." Chang Zi chuckled from the side. "I know this." "You know." Song Miamian was surprised. How could he know everything? She had never heard of potty training. Chang Zi laughed. "Yes, I do. He often reads parenting software and learns from some parenting experiences shared by moms." Song Miamian felt embarrassed, realizing she was an incompetent mother who hadn't bothered to learn about these things. It was embarrassing. Song Chin couldn't help but say, "Look at little Chang, learn from him how to take care of the baby properly." Got it. She also felt she was an irresponsible mother who lacked basic knowledge. After Chang Zi came, he indeed took better care of the baby, raising them chubby and healthy. When Song Chin left, Song Miamian was full of self-blame. "Honey, am I being too irresponsible?" Why do you say that? The babies are already this old, and I still haven't learned much about parenting. It's embarrassing not to be able to answer when people ask questions. I might end up feeling awkward. But you have me, right? Why do you need to understand all of that when I'm here? But I'm a mother. I should understand the children better than a father. It's okay, I'll teach you. At the mention, Song Miamian seemed to remember something and muttered, "You said you would teach me to cook last time, but you didn't." The voice was small, but Chang Zi overheard. He teasingly said, "I can teach you now. Are you sure you want to learn?" Song Miamian grunted, "I do." Despite almost destroying the kitchen several months ago, she was determined to try. She still wanted to give it a go and be able to cook when hungry. With hope, she followed Chang Zi to the kitchen. Half an hour later, looking at the pot full of burnt beef emitting a strange smell that the exhaust fan couldn't get rid of in time. The kitchen was saved only because Cheng Zi turned off the heat promptly. The black mess in the pot must be what they call dark cooking. The smell was awful, not like a battle zone, but still unflattering. Cheng Zi turned off the heat and washed quietly with a smile playing on his lips. Song My Anmian looked disappointed. Was she really that bad at cooking? It was really discouraging. Even after trying hard to learn and following Cheng Zhao's demonstration carefully, she still couldn't cook. Disgusted, she said. How was it? Still can't learn. Cheng Zi laughed at her. If she wanted to learn, he was willing to teach. Song My Anmian gave him a look, biting her lip. I will definitely succeed. Next, stir-fried vegetables. This wasn't as technical and was relatively simple. The color was barely passable after cooking. Cheng Zi took a taste. After a few chews, a weird taste overwhelmed his taste buds. It was a combination of sweet, salty, and slightly bitter, forcefully swallowing it down. How is it? Song My Anmian looked at him hopefully. It's pretty good. Really? She tried a bite. Ooh. The strange taste made her spit the food out. You lied to me. This is terrible. I think you're just saying that to comfort me. I'm not talking to you. Song My Anmian hummed in frustration, threw the pot into the sink, and left the kitchen in a huff. Angry, she sat on the living room sofa. Seeing her gloomy face, Cheng Zi held her hand. Don't be angry. If you can't cook, then don't. I'll take care of the cooking from now on. HMPH. Song My Anmian was really mad at herself, not Cheng Zi. Why couldn't she cook? What was so difficult about it? All right. If you can't cook, I can teach you baking. As soon as he said that, her eyes lit up with some interest. Baking cakes, desserts, maybe that would be easier for you than cooking. Song My Anmian lay down on the sofa. Maybe tomorrow. She was tired today, already upset. Why was she so stupid? Why couldn't she learn anything? Sigh. Soon, it was time for the babies to start eating solids. Cheng Zi went to the kitchen to prepare. The food they were adding to the baby's diet had increased, including vegetables and fish, to provide more nutrition. Slowly, the little ones were accepting and less dependent on milk powder. Song Qin smiled. Let's plan for the upcoming Chinese New Year. We should prepare some New Year goods and buy new clothes for the babies. New Year clothes. Thinking about the festive clothing, Song My Anmian suddenly remembered. Honey, should we provide some New Year clothes for the kids in our stores as well? Wholesale some red clothes for a joyful atmosphere. Cheng Zi laughed. Sure, let's check it out tonight. In the evening, after dinner, the couple lay in bed, and Song My Anmian naturally snuggled into Cheng Zhao's arms. They opened a wholesale app and started looking at clothes for the children, as well as items for the New Year: red dresses for girls, red hair ties, and headbands. A variety of beautiful outfits. Honey, what do you think about getting two new red jackets for the second and fourth babies? Cheng Zi looked at a red cotton jacket with a little deer print that was full of New Year vibes. Very festive. Cheng Zi kissed her forehead. As long as you're happy with it. You really have no idea what she's thinking. You just fear saying the wrong thing and making her angry. After finishing this, then it's on to the next one. It's over. Song My Anmian counted. This time there are about a dozen styles of cotton padded clothes and down jackets for wholesale, and there are quite a few odds and ends. Enough. Send them to 2 warehouses separately. Cheng Zhao reminded Wang Zheng to receive the goods. New Year is coming soon. In just over 10 days, let them have a holiday. Wang Zheng smiled. Got it. At the same time, he reported the recent situation in the store to Cheng Zhao. Everything is fine on both sides. Many people come because of Cheng Zhao's reputation. Those old customers on Tinhua Street are clamoring to see the boss. Since he became famous, he hasn't been there again. Wang Zheng feels it's quite far. Running back and forth is inconvenient, especially with the children. But he still asked, Brother, don't you want to come over here? It's a good opportunity to bring the kids out to play. Cheng Zhao agreed. Closing the chat box, he looked at Song My Anmian in his arms. Wife, shall we go to Tinhua Street tomorrow? It's been a long time since they last went there, and many old customers know him, so it's not good to keep avoiding it. Song My Anmian didn't object, nodded and replied, Sure. The next morning, the couple set out with the kids. Tinhua Street is as bustling as ever, people coming and going. As the new year approaches, the street is filled with joy. They walked to the front of the store and went in. "Brother, you really came." Wang Jiang came over and patted his shoulder. There are still no customers entering, so it's relatively quiet. Seeing the kids, Lin Nian immediately came over to amuse them. It's been a few days without seeing them. He really missed them. Since the boss's wife left in a hurry on her birthday a few days ago, he didn't get a good look at the kids. He has to make up for it now. Their chubby little faces are so adorable. "Boss lady, how old are the babies now?" Lin Nian still doesn't know the exact age. They should be almost 1 year old, right? Song My Amian smiled. They are 9 months old. They look more adorable as they grow. I'm so envious. Lin Nian is genuinely envious. Surrounded by several children every day, it must be so joyful. He's also envious of Zheng Yuk and another colleague who are both single. Where would I find someone, even if I do, someone as good looking as you? Song My Amian chuckled. Lin Nian sighed. It's not that easy to find someone attractive. The handsome ones won't look my way. With our store manager being so outstanding, who wouldn't be interested? Wang Jiang teased. "Okay, stop teasing me," Lin Nian replied. After spending a long time together, the staff have become completely familiar with each other. They get along well and have many topics to chat about. The babies look at Lin Nian with wide eyes, seeming to recall something. They don't seem to mind. Lin Nian gently pinched their cheeks. They're so chubby and their skin is so tender. Baby skin is really nice. I really want to get married and have a baby right here. Chang Jio walked around the store and glanced at the cosmetics on the shelves, including the skincare products he endorses. They've been repackaged with his photo on them. Yeah, they turned out quite well. At this point, customers started to stream into the store. It's getting busy. Song My Amian pushed the babies to the cash register and started helping out. The babies watched in the direction of the front desk, filled with curiosity. The eldest child kept staring at the pretty girls coming in. Encountering someone attractive made them extremely excited, babbling and making noises. Many young girls were there because of Chang Jio. Of course, they would buy some things to take home, maybe as gifts for their relatives' children. Many customers who had visited a few times and hadn't seen Chang Jio started asking why he wasn't coming by lately. Chang Jio was busy packing items with the girls snapping photos by his side. They quickly posted them on Weibo. "Guess who I ran into? Finally caught him. Not easy." Instantly, there were comments flooding in. "Where is this place? I want to go to. The original photos really are handsome. His looks are genuine. I like it." More and more people arrived, including many previous loyal customers. They asked Chang Jio why he hadn't been coming lately. Chang Jio smiled. "I've been too busy recently, that's why." Once they knew he was still involved in the entertainment industry, they understood. Actors indeed have busy schedules. By the end of the morning, having had lunch, they prepared to head back. Today they came to check the situation, and it turned out well. Lin Nian didn't want to part with the babies. "Boss, can't you and the boss lady stay a little longer?" Song My Amian smiled. "No, it's getting cold returning too late. Adults can endure, but children might not." Lin Nian seemed reluctant to leave. Once you have your own children, you won't think like this. Being busy every day, either feeding or changing diapers, soothing cries, it's not easy. Although Chang Jio takes care of all that. But still, single life is good. Lin Nian didn't understand Song My Amian's point. Why wouldn't she be happy if she had kids of her own? Having children should bring joy. The couple drove back home. As soon as they arrived, Chang Jio received a message from Ixen, along with a screenshot. "Boss, what do you make of this? I received it this morning." He initially thought it was spam and ignored it, but after receiving it several times, he realized something was off. Upon opening it, it was clearly a provocation, probably summoning him to meet at a certain restaurant tomorrow. Consequences for not coming shall be borne. An anonymous email, no clues about the sender. Who's this boring to do such a thing? Chang Jio looked at the email, lost in thought. Meeting. Consequences. Who's showing off like this? He chuckled to himself and replied to Ixen, agreed. "Huh, boss, are you sure about accepting?" As both an agent and the artist's security, Ixen had to consider this since Chang Jio is both his artist and the boss. Understanding his concerns, Cheng Zhao said, "No big deal, you reply to him first." He was just curious to find out who dared to act this boldly. "Okay then." Cheng Zhao asked, "What time tomorrow?" 10 in the morning. "All right." After shutting off his phone, Cheng Zhao casually strolled over to the sofa. The babies were crawling all over the floor, and the youngest one quickly crawled up to his feet, pulling at his pants incessantly. "Little one, what's up?" He picked her up, laughing and asking, "Daddy." The word daddy caught Cheng Zhao off guard. Song Mai Anmian also looked surprised. It was all so sudden. Cheng Zhao quickly promised, and with a smile, said, "My little one is so obedient, give daddy a kiss." Could it be that she is incompetent, and usually it's Cheng Zi taking care of them? It's unsettling. Cheng Zi laughed and asked, "What's wrong, wife?" "What's wrong? What's wrong? Aren't you just asking me for the sake of it?" Song Mai Anmian was extremely annoyed. She snorted and didn't say anything. Cheng Zi gave Sibao a small toy to play with. He placed his hands on Song Mai Anmian's shoulders. It seemed like he could smell a sour taste in the air. "One day, they will call you mom. Maybe it's just an unconscious sound?" Cheng Zi comforted softly. "Many babies first say dad. Perhaps he doesn't even know the meaning of dad. It might just be sounds. As children grow up, it's very normal." After his explanation, Song Mai Anmian felt a little better. The next morning, Cheng Zi checked the time, then put the baby down. He said to Song Mai Anmian, "Wife, I have something to attend to and need to go out for a bit." Thinking it was work-related, she nodded. In a certain restaurant in a private room, a man and a woman sat on a leather sofa with several bodyguards in black standing next to them. The man asked the woman, "Sis, do you think Cheng Zi will come?" "He will definitely come," the woman said confidently. The man was Qin Feng and the woman was named Yizia. Qin Feng thought Yizia had come to her senses. He never liked Cheng Zi. Did she want to teach this guy a lesson with his help? Otherwise, why call him to join in? Just thinking about it made him happy. However powerful Cheng Zi was, could he fight against capital? It seemed like he would witness a good show today. Cheng Zi entered the restaurant and opened the door to the private room. When he saw the people sitting at the table, he raised an eyebrow, recognizing them. "I've been waiting for you." As soon as Yizia saw Cheng Zi, her eyes filled with infatuation. The desire to conquer him intensified. This man was really handsome, more so than any male celebrity she had seen. Since the rap party, she had never given up. Although she had been rejected, she believed that one day he would come back to beg her. She didn't expect him to get lucky this time. In this situation, she had to take the initiative. Cheng Zi sat down naturally. "I heard you upset my Qin Feng." Yizia took a sip of tea and asked. Qin Feng felt proud. It seemed like she was avenging him. Great, this guy was in trouble. He is on my side now. If you mess with him, it's the same as messing with me. Cheng Zi began playing with his phone, and when she finished speaking, he looked up, and then, "I can overlook it." Yizia changed her tone. Qin Feng was a bit bewildered. What did she mean? "I fancy your appearance. Apart from your rotten personality, as long as you agree to be with me, I won't mind the lack of respect and will provide you with many resources." Qin Feng. This isn't going as planned. Wasn't she supposed to teach him a lesson? Did she get it wrong? "Sis, weren't you here today to teach him a lesson?" Yizia slapped him on the head. "Who told you I was here to teach him a lesson? Get lost." With Cheng Zi around, Qin Feng was useless. Cheng Zi smiled. "Auntie, maybe I wasn't clear enough last time, or perhaps you're a bit forgetful. I can remind you again." Yizia didn't say anything, and Qin Feng got angry. "Who are you calling auntie?" Another slap. "Is it your turn to speak? Get lost." Being called auntie didn't make Yizia angry. It didn't matter. She just wanted Cheng Zi. She could promise him many resources and guarantee to elevate his status. "As long as you follow me, all the good resources will be available to you first. If you don't like this guy, I will kick him out immediately." Qin Feng was shocked. "Sis, please don't." If Yizia kicked him out, how would he survive in the entertainment industry in the future? He had offended many people before because of this backing. Without it, those people would come after him. To Yizia, Qin Feng was like trash. Useless and irritating. Cheng Zi smiled faintly. "I've already said, I don't plan to stay in the entertainment industry for the long term. Whether you kick him out or not has nothing to do with me. After being rejected repeatedly, Yizia was getting impatient. Don't blame me for not giving face. Several bodyguards stepped forward. It was a blatant threat. If they didn't compromise, they would suffer a beating. Chengzi calmly took a sip of water. Qin Feng looked like he was gloating, thinking he was finished. Yizia's bodyguards were all top-notch experts, and no one could come out unscathed from their fists. Light injuries meant a hospital stay, and serious ones could lead to being a vegetable. Since she was rich, she wasn't afraid of compensating for anything. If Chengzi was disabled by the beating, let's see how he would show off then. She was eagerly anticipating the confrontation. I'll give you one more chance, otherwise, I can't guarantee the success of Guardian of Superpowers, Yizia sneered. Qin Feng knew about Cheng Zhao's new movie, and hearing this made him even more gleeful. Chengzi shrugged, stood up. Anything else? If not, I'll leave. Saying this, he started walking towards the door. One of the bodyguards swiftly blocked his path. Silence them permanently. Chengzi chuckled. Yizia said, I wouldn't kill you. How could I bear to? But if you were to become a motionless disabled person, what would you do? I'll return the favor. Two bodyguards approached with weapons in hand. In a matter of seconds, watching her for bodyguards lying on the ground, writhing in pain, Yizia was stunned, as was Qin Feng. What was Chengzi doing? Had he learned martial arts? He was so powerful, able to handle these for bodyguards this way. Each of them was strong and over 6 feet tall. How much strength did Chengzi have? Too terrifying. As she watched him leaving the private room, she still hadn't fully processed it. Sis, you. Qin Feng looked at Yizia, about to say something. Shut up. Get out. After arriving home, Song Liamian asked, Honey, do you have a new show to start shooting recently? She thought someone was looking for Cheng Xiaopai to shoot. Chengzi smiled and rubbed her head. No, Ethan asked me to discuss work issues. Work issues? What happened? Just some minor things, nothing. That's good, Song Liamian said, as if remembering something. Suddenly showed a joyful smile. Oh, by the way, honey, Senbao called me today. Oh, really? Chengzi looked at Senbao. The child is fighting for toys with his brother, babbling and not knowing what he's saying, occasionally saying mom. It can be considered to balance Song Liamian a bit. Seeing her so happy, Chengzi also smiled and said, if he doesn't call you mom again, he probably would get depressed. You're the one who's depressed, not me. Song Liamian's fist hit him. She gave him a glare. Chengzi chuckled, picked up Senbao, kissed him, and rubbed his chubby face. Thanks to Senbao. Otherwise, this little woman would really be depressed for a long time. At night, Chengzi was changing the baby's diaper. The system sound rang. Congratulations to the host for being called Dad for the first time by Senbao. Reward, God of Racing. The God of Racing. As the name suggests, it is the most awesome in the racing world, rarely finding opponents. He finally understood the meaning of the almighty Dad system. The rewards were diverse, making you master everything. However, having many skills doesn't necessarily mean they will come in handy. With that thought, he exited the system page, tucked the babies in, and went to sleep. The next morning, Director Lin called, inquiring about the new drama, The Spy War script. Chengzi kept saying he was considering it. Director Lin wanted to know if he had made up his mind. After exchanging a few words, they finally decided to start filming after the new year. After all, he had already promised Director Lin. Not attending suddenly was unacceptable. Seeing him agree, Director Lin was very pleased. All right, no problem. Time passed very quickly, and it was already a few days before the new year. The New Year goods had been purchased, babies' new clothes and shoes. The little ones were 10 months old. They had begun practicing walking, but they needed adult support as they moved forward step by step. Their little appearances were very cute. It was just for practice now. Once they were about a year old, they would be steadier. Looking at the baby standing neatly at the edge of the sofa, Chengzi sighed. Time really flew by. When he first saw them, they were only 2.5 months old, and now they had started learning to walk. Senbao was the least stable. After all, she had been in an incubator at birth, so she was often a bit slower than her siblings. But she insisted on joining in with them. Whenever she saw others stand up, she also wanted to stand, and several times she fell directly on her bottom due to instability. When it hurt, she would cry a lot. She would even complain to him. Today was a small holiday. Manly and Wang Jing were coming to visit. As the new year approached, many places had already started their holidays, so Changzi temporarily closed both stores and let the employees go home for the new year. Lin Nian originally didn't plan to go back, thinking that work was more important. If he could earn money during the new year, then he wanted to do so. He didn't want to go back home and be pressured into blind dates every day. Changzi understood, but how could one not go home to reunite with family during the new year? After his persuasion, Lin Nian finally agreed to go back home for a visit. Before the employees went home, he also gave a generous bonus. It made them pleasantly surprised. They had never seen such a generous boss. The bonus was almost equivalent to their several months' salaries. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Jing arrived. With the dividends from the past few months, he was already a millionaire. Money was not a problem for him. When his father at home heard about this, he was overjoyed and kept saying he wanted to meet his friend and thank him in person. Wang Jing hadn't said much, just mentioning earning a few $100,000. But that was enough to make his father very happy. Making tens of thousands right after graduating from college was considered quite an achievement. Seeing his son this successful every day made him even happier. His wife didn't have to worry anymore. "Brother, I came today specifically to thank you. You helped me out of a difficult situation. If things were like they used to be, I would have been lectured to death by my old man by now." Wang Jing sighed. "You should thank your own diligence. Work hard and start your own business in the future." Changzi smiled. "Ultimately, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know where I'd be hanging out right now." Wang Jing put the gifts on the table and sat on the sofa. It had been a while since he had come. The kids couldn't quite remember him and stared at him for a while, clearly not recognizing him. Looking at the row of little ones standing, Wang Jing smiled and said, "They can walk now. Time really flies." He recognized Sibao instantly and picked her up. The little girl was still the same, whimpering as soon as a stranger held her. It had to be mom or dad. She looked to her dad for help. Wang Jing knew what she liked and took out a magic wand from his pocket. It was pink and lit up. It sang when pressed. Sibao was immediately attracted, her eyes fixed on it, and she didn't resist anymore. Wang Jing knew it was effective and asked with a smile, "Sibao, do you want this?" Sibao wanted to reach out for it. Wang Jing pulled his hand back slightly, grinning, "If you don't want it from uncle, I won't give it to you." Sibao looked at the magic wand, her face full of conflict. Before she could decide, Habao, who had somehow walked over and was holding onto his coat, suddenly appeared next to her. Smiling, Wang Jing put Sibao down and reached out to Abao. "Abao, will you let uncle hold you since your sister won't?" Abao was not as resistant as Sibao. He hesitated for a moment and then reached out his hand to Wang Jing, probably for the toy. The magic wand went into the hands of Abao. This made Sibao unhappy. She pouted. That's the little pitiful look she used when she was about to cry. It was her trump card. Wang Jing immediately softened. Sibao's pitiful look was too irresistible. He couldn't bear to see her cry. He had deliberately bought two magic wands, one for each sister. When Sibao got her hands on the wand, her smile returned, and she knew how to press the button to make it sing. "Brother, where's Teacher Song?" After playing for a while, Wang Jing hadn't seen Song Miamian, so he asked in confusion. Changzi replied. She took her best friend out. "Here, on the road." Manly sat in the passenger seat, looking out the window with a particularly good mood. Occasionally, she took out her phone to reply to a few messages. "What's got you so happy?" "Forget it, I'll just tell you. I'm getting out of singlehood," Mary said proudly. After being single for so many years, she can finally find a partner. Song Miamian guessed it was about this, raising an eyebrow. "Oh, who is the lucky one?" "Guess." "If you don't tell me, forget it," Song Miamian said. Mary complained. "Oh, why are you so boring?" She was a real mood killer. "I can't guess, and you won't say. What else can I say?" Song Miamian continued to focus on driving. Mary had never met someone so uninteresting as her. She pouted. "It's someone you definitely know." "Wang Jing." "Forget it. I would never be with him," Mary sneered. She suspected Song Mianian was asking knowingly. She remembered telling her last time. Humph. Acting with her. Song Mianian chuckled. I think Wang Jing is great, hardworking, and responsible. However, in her heart, her husband was the most outstanding. No one could compare. If you weren't driving, I would scratch you. So, who is it in the end? I'll tell you when we get back. Mary turned her head in frustration. When they arrived home, Feng Yu and Li Jin had already arrived. Seeing Li Jin, Mary's footsteps noticeably slowed down. She dared not look over, her face blushing as if drunk. Song Mianian smiled. What's wrong? It was the first time she saw Mary blush like this. Indeed, reactions are different when you meet someone you like. Even the most carefree person would become cautious to leave a good impression on the man. Just like when she first met Cheng Zi. But over time, it would fade. After chatting with each other, Li Jin knew that Mary was coming over. After all, being her sister-in-law's best friend, she couldn't miss such an occasion. He walked towards Mary. Song Mianian tactfully walked away and stood with Cheng Zi. Honey, I think a couple is forming. Song Mianian gossiped. Cheng Zi raised an eyebrow. Look, Mary and Li Jin seem compatible, right? Unmarried male and unmarried female, and their ages match. Matching a marriage brings joy. It's a good deed. They do seem compatible, but whether they get together depends on their own wishes. Let's not interfere in the future, Cheng Zi said. He had seen too many such things. He didn't care, but his wife definitely did. Okay. Song Mianian nodded. At noon, Cheng Zi went to cook. She wanted to continue learning. She refused to believe she was so foolish. Cheng Zi smiled. We have guests at home today. I'll teach you tomorrow. Take the kids to play. Mary came over, grabbing Song Mianian's arm and said to Cheng Zi, Brother-in-law, go cook. I need to talk to Mianian. The two sat on the carpet. What's up? What's the matter? Song Mianian picked up the eldest child and cuddled them, kissing and pinching. The child was getting more and more adorable, resembling their father, especially the delicate features, so much like Cheng Zi. Mary could easily see it, unlike Song Mianian. The child is so much like their father, so cute. Mary took the eldest child in her arms, kissing their cheeks. Little one, I'm starting to like you more and more. Already walking, that's great. You'll have an easier time now. Song Mianian said, it won't be easy. I heard parents worrying more after the child starts walking, afraid they might bump into something. Better keep them in the stroller. Saying that, I dare not get married. Are you sure? What if your crush proposes to you? Song Mianian teased. At the mention of her crush, Mary glanced at Li Jin subconsciously, her face turning red. Automatically imagining Li Jin proposing to her. She couldn't even imagine it. Song Mianian chuckled. Mary composed herself. Can we not discuss this topic? It's too early to tell. You were the one who brought it up. Mary can't hold a conversation. She is completely straightforward. Frighteningly direct, yet her beauty attracted many suitors before she got married. Has Cheng Zi proposed to you? How does it feel? Mary asked. Not yet. Mary paused. Not yet? How is that possible? We registered our marriage, but we haven't held a wedding banquet. Maybe we need to do that first before proposing? Then when will you propose? Not sure. It depends on the situation. Mary stood up. What? It depends on the situation? This is a big life event, a very important and meaningful process. How can you just wait and wait on it? No, she must talk to Cheng Zi about it later. During lunchtime, Mary looked at Cheng Zi sitting not far away, wanting to ask directly, but Song Mianian held her back, signaling her with her eyes. Since Li Jin and the others were present, it would be embarrassing to ask. Mary couldn't care less about that. Brother-in-law, when are you and Mianian going to hold the wedding banquet? Proposing was awkward to ask, but this question should be fine. It's a big event in her best friend's life. Wedding banquet? Yes, I heard you registered your marriage, but haven't proposed or held the wedding banquet. Song Mianian had almost forgotten about it until now. She couldn't even lift her head, especially when she caught the bewildered look of the three. It was even more awkward. Cheng Zi smiled. I want to hold it too. We just haven't decided on the date yet. How about during Chinese New Year? Sure. Getting married on the New Year is festive. Ahem. At that moment, Feng Yu coughed. Could you guys leave some space for us single folks? Talking about marriage so openly in front of us is distressing, he joked. All right, let's eat. We can discuss this later. Chang Zi glanced at his awkward wife and continued, let's talk about it later. Song Miamian also diverted the topic and hurriedly left. Honey, the babies seem to be crying. I'll go check on them. After she left, in the children's room, Song Miamian was worried and let them play on the carpet. Before she entered, she predicted right, the babies were crying inside. Looking at the back of her head, all red. Clearly, she had fallen again. Song Miamian rubbed her head tenderly and said, Si Bao, don't cry, don't cry. This was the second time she'd fallen, even worse than the last time. Last time she fell while sitting back, this time she probably stood up and fell down when she lost her balance. It was all because she hadn't thought through leaving the children alone in the room. Song Miamian hadn't come for dinner yet, which puzzled Chang Zi. He furrowed his brows and stood up to go to the children's room. Brother, where are you going? Wang Jingdao asked. They had only finished half of their drinks, and the couple had already disappeared. I'm just checking on your sister-in-law. Seeing Chang Zi leave, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Look at that, it had only been a short time, and he was already suspicious. Manly envied the couple's relationship. It was really nice. In the children's room, Chang Zi walked in and saw Song Miamian holding Si Bao, trying to calm her down. Her eyes were red. Wife, what's wrong? Si Bao fell. Song Miamian felt guilty. Fell. Chang Zi furrowed his brow, quickly went over and rubbed Si Bao's head. It felt swollen in one spot. The little one cried in sobs. When she saw her father, her tears flowed like broken pearls, a heart-wrenching sight. Her small hand reached out slowly. The gesture probably meant she wanted her father to hold her. Chang Zi felt extreme heartache, picked up Si Bao, and comforted her as he walked around. Si Bao, be good. The other three siblings stared blankly at them. They seemed to know that their sister had fallen, but remained silent. Even the usually rowdy Da Bao was quiet. The couple was moved by the scene. Song Miamian held each of them one by one and sat them on the floor. Si Bao gradually stopped crying. Chang Zi took out the magic wand that Wang Jingdao had bought and pressed the switch. Music started playing, quickly capturing the attention of the children. Si Bao reached out for it. The others, filled with anticipation, didn't intend to grab it from their sister. Chang Zi smiled. Wife, our babies are really smart. Knowing that their sister is hurt, they aren't fighting over the toy. Normally, they would have fought over it. Si Bao played with the magic wand, and her smile returned quickly. Song Miamian worriedly inspected Si Bao's head. Husband, there seems to be a bump here. It's okay. A little ointment will do. Children bumping into things was normal, so he had already prepared some herbal oil. A wipe, and by the next day, it would be better. Song Miamian silently noted this so that she wouldn't panic next time. She would always get flustered whenever something happened, not as composed as Chang Zi. This tendency could lead to bigger problems and needed to be changed. Remembering this, Song Miamian got up. I'll get the oil. Where is it? In the leftmost cabinet at the top. Ah, it's okay. I'll get it. You stay with Si Bao. Chang Zi grinned as he fetched the oil and gently applied it to Si Bao's head. Meanwhile, in the dining room, the guests waited for quite a while for the couple to return. What were they up to? Manly, could you check on them? Wang Jingdao suggested. Manly nodded, left the dining room, and went to the children's room. Were the couple possibly? There were still single friends present. There needed to be a limit to public displays of affection. Knock knock. The sound of the door being knocked on accompanied by Manly's teasing voice. What are you two up to? You could have waited until we left to do that. The door was quickly opened from the inside. Song Miamian stood at the door with a grim expression. Manly was taken aback. What's wrong? Did your brother-in-law scold you? No, come in. Stepping inside, they saw Chang Zi playing with the kids. You two aren't having dinner, I see. You're playing with the kids instead. Manly's lips twitched. Song Miamian sighed. No, it's because Si Bao fell. What? Si Bao fell. Manly became nervous. How did she fall? Is she okay? Hurriedly, she checked on Si Bao. Seeing the big bump, she couldn't help but feel sorry. Si Bao, does it hurt? Sibao was busy playing with her toys, and upon hearing Manly's voice, she turned around. There were still traces of tears in her eyes. "Oh," she responded softly to Manly. "My baby, Auntie wants a hug." Manly was so fond of Sibao. She hugged and kissed her. Then, seeming to remember something, she grinned at Song Miamian. "Sister, there's something I'm not sure if I should say." "What is it?" "I want to be the godmother of the kids." She glanced at Changzi, feeling a bit embarrassed. Song Miamian was briefly stunned, then looked at her husband. She had no objections. "If it's your decision, then it's fine. I have no issues." Manly looked at her best friend with hope in her eyes. "Being a godmother works, but are there any perks?" "The kids won't recognize you without perks," Song Miamian half-jokingly said. "Perks? Of course. Just wait a moment." A few minutes later, swoosh, Manly pulled out 4 thick red envelopes from her bag. "I prepared this gift late, but it's never too late. This is the perk I'm giving to the kids." The red envelopes were quite hefty. Gifts didn't matter. After all, with their baby store, they had all the baby products they needed. Each red envelope contained roughly 10,000 yuan. Though not a significant amount of money for the couple, it was a heartfelt gesture from her. It was 2 months' worth of her salary. Song Miamian hadn't expected Manly to be serious and give so much money. "It's the thought that counts. You must have saved up for a long time, and the kids won't be able to spend it all." She shook her head. While that was true, she had never intended to receive any benefits. "This is for buying things for the kids, not for you." Manly snorted, handing the envelopes to the children, 1 each. The kids didn't quite understand, thinking it was a fun game. "Little ones, from now on, you're my godsons and goddaughters." Manly kissed each of their little cheeks. They were ecstatic. Weren't they just adorable? How she wished she could have a cute little baby like them. She had never thought much of it before, but after seeing these kids, she felt a desire to have her own cute baby. She couldn't wait to find out what her children with Li Jin would look like. She couldn't help but daydream, even planning which kindergarten they would attend in the future. If she married Li Jin and had children, she would definitely choose a godchild from among these 4 babies. Doll kiss. Sibao. No way. Manly frowned. Why not? If we arrange a doll kiss, our relationship will be even closer in the future. Isn't that great? She was very fond of Sibao. Such a beautiful little girl. If they didn't secure it ahead of time, what if she was taken away by someone else later? No. Sibao is still young. Don't have this idea. Her marriage is her own decision. I won't interfere. Oh, just arrange a betrothal. Once they have someone they like in the future, I won't intervene. I swear. Song Miamian rolled her eyes, not believing her words. I'm serious, no interference. If Sibao grows up and likes someone, the doll kiss will be cancelled immediately. Manly grinned. Still no. Why? Manly asked anxiously. Song Miamian snorted. I said no. That's final. You can't make the decision. You have to ask Sibao herself. Manly smiled as she picked up Sibao, placed her in her arms, and asked, Sibao, in the future, do you want to have a doll kiss with Auntie's baby? There are many toys. With such a direct question, Song Miamian's corner of the mouth twitched. What does a child understand? You are coaxing her. TSK. I am communicating with Sibao now. Sibao looked at her with eyes wide open, her eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Adorable. Manly's heart melted. Sibao, do you think it's good? There are many fun toys with Auntie. Humph. After a while, without waiting for Sibao's response, she started to hum. She wouldn't let Manly hold her. Her gaze turned to Chengxiao. The message was clear. She wanted Daddy to hold her, not this Auntie. Song Miamian, seeing this situation, couldn't help but chuckle. See, Sibao is not happy. It's not certain. Maybe she just doesn't want me to hold her. Disagreeing now doesn't mean disagreeing later. Manly consoled herself. Forget it. My Sibao at home won't. A debate was going on here, while the 3 men in the dining room stared at each other blankly. Manly was asked to check the situation, as the person hadn't returned yet. What's going on? Li Jin took a sip of wine and said, Is it about taking care of the baby? Maybe the baby cried and needed comfort. With 4 children, if one cried, the others might follow suit. Just after he said that, Chengxiao and his wife along with Manly walked in from outside, pushing the children. They couldn't leave the children alone in the room, always fearing such situations. Mostly the children could walk now, but they had to watch them at all times when they were awake. They finished their meal slowly. Wang Jing had to catch a plane home and left first. Feng Yu's father had something to attend to at the restaurant. He said a few words and also left. Li Jin had nothing urgent to do. He smiled and said, "Brother, Director Zhang has a new play. I'm preparing to audition for the role of the second male lead." Many stars in the entertainment industry wanted roles in Director Zhang's plays, but not everyone could get them. Being able to audition for the second male lead was already a great honor for him. Whether he made it or not didn't matter. Just being able to audition was great. It was said that Director Zhang was infamous for cursing on set. Anyone making a mistake would be scolded. Some top stars had been scolded badly, but for the sake of fame and honing their acting skills, they persevered. So, Li Jin was quite nervous. Thinking about this, Li Jin curiously asked, "When you were filming Super Guardian, did Director Zhang ever scold you?" It was said that every star who collaborated with him couldn't escape his scolding, even the award-winning actors and actresses. Could Cheng Xiao be an exception? No, Cheng Xiao shrugged. Indeed, he was never scolded. Whenever he wasn't satisfied with his performance, the director found it satisfactory. The system was truly powerful. Li Jin was astonished. "You never got scolded by Director Zhang? Impressive. Was he a natural-born actor? So amazing." But he didn't feel much about it anymore. If someone had talent, one couldn't compare. He was a born actor. "Bro, you don't intend to stay in the entertainment industry for the long term?" Cheng Xiao nodded. With children to take care of in the future, where would he find time to act in movies and dramas regularly? Occasionally filming a movie was acceptable, but TV dramas were out of the question. "You are really obstinate. If I were you, I would seize the opportunity, make more money by acting," Li Jin said. "You don't have a wife and children, no obligations." Upon hearing this, Li Jin's forehead showed 3 black lines. Ouch, that hurt. It hurt a lot. There are many showbiz dads who participate in variety shows with their children, gaining popularity. He remembered that Cheng Xiao almost never let his children show their faces in public to protect them. So maybe not. After Li Jin left, their conversation caught Song Mai Amian's attention. She sat closer and asked, "Honey, are you really not planning to continue in the entertainment industry in the future?" With his current fame, his potential was immense. It would be a shame to give up. She felt Cheng Xiao genuinely liked acting, and he was willing to give it up for her and the children. Wasn't she depriving him of his hobby rights? "If you like it, it's okay. I can take care of the children. You focus on your work," Song Mai Amian said earnestly. Previously, Cheng Xiao took care of everything, but now it was her turn to look after the kids. Cheng Xiao smiled and asked a question. "What's more important, acting or my wife and children?" This question made Song Mai Amian blush. "Ahem, can you to show affection within limits? Saying it so blatantly in front of me. Do you have no shame?" Manli sat on the opposite sofa, playing on her phone. When she looked up, she saw the couple showering affection on each other. They totally disregarded others' feelings. It was outrageous. "The 3 of them are gone. Aren't you leaving yet?" Song Mai Amian stared at her, showing no mercy. Manli's heart shattered in that moment. "You've changed. I finally get to visit, and you're actually kicking me out. You can stay. Just don't claim I am being affectionate with my husband inappropriately." Cheng Xiao grinned. His wife was so assertive. Manly. She was speechless. She had to choices leave or accept the teasing. She just wanted to stay a bit longer, but, alas, under the couple's watchful eyes, she had to scurry off. She didn't want to be teased to death. Humph. Just wait. Once she got together with Li Jin, let's see how they tease each other then. On the day before the Lunar New Year, Song Qin returned. Along with her, Song Mai Amian's cousin, Song Nana, also returned. The temperament has been elevated by more than one level. However, compared to Song Mai Amian, there is still a gap. Song Mai Amian has a beautiful face, and she is not short in height. She is a perfect goddess. As soon as she entered the Vias Hall, Song Nana's eyes lit up. Wow! This living room is so beautiful, luxurious, extravagant. When her aunt said they were moving, she thought it was another high-end neighborhood, but they ended up in a seaside villa this time. And it's so spacious. Just the living room alone could match her home. After looking around, Song Nana looked around and asked, "Cousin, where's the baby?" Still sleeping in the room, Song Miamian smiled. "I want to go see. I miss them and want to see if they have grown a lot." Song Nana was ecstatic. Following Song Miamian, they went to the children's room. Opening the door, several little ones were lying quietly in bed, lined up cutely. Wow, children really grow up fast, so cute. Is that Sibao? It's been a long time since she saw them, and Song Nana was eager. Since the baby was still asleep, she didn't want to disturb them. "Cousin, how old is the baby?" She had forgotten. Cheng Zi smiled and said, 10 months old. "Wow, time flies. They've grown so much. Can they walk yet?" "Not yet, still learning. It'll be fun when they start walking." Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Song Nana shook her head of blue hair. Remembering something, she exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Brother-in-law, do you have any new projects lately?" When Cheng Zi was trending, she was a bit confused, thinking she might have mistaken someone. But after looking closer, she realized it was indeed him. After all, he's so handsome, hard to forget. She didn't expect her cousin's husband to be a celebrity. He was quite popular before. Even though the hype had died down a bit, he still had a large fan base. Impressive. The movie they did was great, completely heartbreaking for the two main actors. Cheng Zi smiled. "There's a new movie coming out soon. We can go watch it." "Is it the Super Guardian?" Song Nana had seen the trailer and behind the scenes. "Great, count me in. I must support it. No, I'll book a theater and invite my friends to watch." She couldn't help but envy her cousin. She came along for a few reasons today, to celebrate the new year, see the baby, and ask a few questions, such as entertainment news and medical treatment. She's a bit of a gossip. She had already heard about Zifeng's situation. It was really miraculous. The hospital was helpless, but Cheng Zi worked wonders. Song Miamian was feeling embarrassed and quickly turned on the TV to shift the focus. Song Chin sighed. "Stop messing around. Your brother-in-law is busy." "Aunt, I just wanted to ask, what's the benefit of asking so many questions? What's up with this child?" "Okay then." After Song Chin scolded her, Song Nana toned down a bit. After lunch, the kids woke up. Song Nana forgot about her questions and had fun playing with the babies. She left the kids with Song Nana and her mother-in-law, while Cheng Zi and Song Miamian went out to buy groceries. Tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and they had a lot of cooking to do. Song Miamian was a bit worried, but with her mom around, it should be fine. "Cousin, you guys go ahead and don't worry about the kids. Leave them to me." Song Nana smiled. She really liked the little cuties. They were so adorable. "Do you know how to change diapers?" Song Miamian asked. Song Nana was surprised. "No, I'll teach you. Your brother-in-law and I might be out for a while, in case my mom doesn't notice the baby needs changing." "Oh, okay." The diaper was full, and Song Miamian put her down and brought a new one. Before changing, gently open the magic tapes on the sides of the diaper, pull out the full one, wipe her with the wet wipes, and then put on the new one. Song Miamian demonstrated the process slowly. "Now you try." Song Nana hesitated. She had never taken care of a child before. It seemed so difficult. "Try opening the magic tape of the new diaper, place it under her, and then stick the front part. That's it." Following Song Miamian's guidance, Song Nana slowly placed the diaper under Sibao's butt. After securing both sides, it was done. "It's that simple." Song Nana was surprised. "Yeah, it's that simple." "Great, you guys can go. I've learned it." It felt quite fulfilling. With a nod, the couple left. They drove to a nearby supermarket parking lot. It was New Year's Eve the next day, and many people were out shopping, causing the supermarket to be crowded. Cheng Zi held Song Miamian's hand and led her to the seafood section. How could they have a New Year's Eve feast without seafood hot pot? "Wife, see what you would like to eat." Now that the baby had stopped breastfeeding, she could eat as she pleased. Song Miamian glanced around. "The abalone looks fresh. And these oysters. Let's also get some salmon." They selected various seafood items and bought a lot. After finishing, Song Miamian said, "Okay, we have enough. Let's check out and look at the vegetables." After looking around, their shopping cart was full in no time. Chengzi had to get another cart. Song Mai and Nian paused. Do we really need more? This is already a lot. We need enough not only for New Year's Eve, but also for the day after. We might need more. We'll be making a lot of dishes. Chengzi smiled and said, after all, it's our first time celebrating New Year together. We should make it special. In the past, he was always alone and had never experienced the warmth of family. Now that he finally had his own little family, he wanted to cherish it. During holidays, it was essential to prepare delicious food to create a festive atmosphere. Song Mai and Nian blushed, realizing that this was their first New Year together. After getting everything they needed, the couple prepared to check out and head home. Hey, isn't that Chengzi? While waiting in line, a girl in front turned her head and suddenly noticed Chengzi. Whose face wouldn't she recognize? He was trending every day during that time. Hard not to recognize him. Oh my! He's out buying groceries with his wife. What a stroke of luck. So lucky. Also, his wife is really beautiful. A perfect match. Person with a really good temper. Very patient. The relationship with his wife also seems super good. Envious. After finishing the meal, she secretly took a picture of the couple's back view and posted it on Weibo. Met brother Chengzi and his wife. I finally understand what it means to be a perfect couple with such a good temper. The picture is accompanied by a signature photo and a back view photo. The comments start arguing among themselves. The couple is unaware of all this and quickly heads home. When they arrive home, Song Chin opens the door and is surprised to see the two of them carrying a pile of stuff back. Why did you buy so much? Song Mai and Nian puts the groceries in the kitchen neatly. Chengzi said it's our first time spending Chinese New Year together, so we should prepare more dishes. Previously it was just her and her mom. Now with a husband and a few children, it's quite lively. Song Nana still remembers the dishes Chengzi made before, so seeing all the food brought back, she smiles. Such good luck. It proved to be a wise decision for her to come over for a meal. Chengzi thinks since Li Jin's relationship with his family is not good, he probably won't go home, so he decides to invite him over for the Chinese New Year celebration. The more the merrier. The next day, New Year's Eve. They are all busy during the day. In the afternoon, Song Chin and her daughter prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Li Jin arrives here quickly to help out. Chengzi starts cutting and cooking. The seafood broth is already starting to cook. The kids are hanging out with Song Nana. Song Chin looks at Li Jin and asks while washing vegetables, "Young man, I forgot to ask you last time. Do you have a girlfriend?" Li Jin is a bit surprised at this sudden question from Auntie, hesitates for a moment, then answers, "No." "Do you want Auntie to introduce you to someone?" Song Chin thinks of a friend's daughter. She's quite pretty, not getting any younger, and is also having trouble finding a partner. She originally thought of introducing Li Jin to her, but thinking of his father, she gives up. Li Jin shakes his head. "Auntie, it's okay. I already like someone." "Oh." With this statement, Song Mai and Nian looks up. He likes someone. Who could it be? Manly. Song Chin smiles and asks, "Who's the girl you like?" At this point, Li Jin feels a bit embarrassed. Song Mai and Nian says, "Mom, don't ask anymore. He already likes someone." Such a direct question is quite embarrassing. She guesses it's probably Manly. Who else could it be? If they like each other, why aren't they together yet? Strange. After several hours of bustling activity, the dishes were finally all served as night fell. Song Nana, famished, eagerly placed her child in the stroller and made her way to the dining room. The aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. Starving, with her stomach growling in anticipation, she had purposely saved room to feast. After all, there was so much food. Wow, it smells amazing. Ah, there's even a seafood hot pot. It smells incredible. I'm starving, let's dig in. She picked up her chopsticks and reached for the stir-fried clams in front of her without a second thought. But her chopsticks were lightly tapped away. Looking up, she saw her aunt. "Your brother-in-law and his friend haven't sat down yet, and you're already helping yourself?" Song Chin said. "You're just like your cousin." Song Mai and Nian was stunned, innocently caught in the crossfire. Ever since that one incident, she had made an effort to change her ways. But who would have thought that after all this time, she'd still be used as a bad example by her mom? Song Nana set down her chopsticks and couldn't help but chuckle. At that moment, Chang Zi and Li Jin entered, carrying the final dish. Once they were seated, Song Nana stole a glance at Li Jin. For some reason, the more she looked at him, the more familiar he seemed, as if she had seen him somewhere before. After thinking for a while, it hit her, wait a minute, wasn't he the guy who acted in a TV drama with her brother-in-law? Li Jin, that's right. He's been quite popular lately. Oh my gosh. They're good friends. Totally unexpected. On screen, they were enemies, but off-screen, they had such a great relationship. Deciding to fill her stomach before delving into the topic, Song Nana exclaimed, "This abalone is delicious. So flavorful." She took a bite, and her taste buds were instantly enveloped in rich, savory goodness. The flavors danced on her palate. Absolutely scrumptious. And the shredded potatoes, braised pork ribs, and stir-fried kidney slices were equally divine. Her brother-in-law's cooking skills were no joke. They seemed to have improved even more. Everything tasted even better than before. She used to despise pork intestines due to their smell, but somehow, Chang Zi had managed to make them taste incredibly fragrant. By the end of the meal, she had polished off 3 bowls of rice. Song My Anmian wasn't far behind. Between the two of them, most of the dishes were devoured. Throughout the meal, Chang Zi was busy serving his wife, piling food onto her plate non-stop. When they were nearly finished, Chang Zi gave the kids a little rib soup. Each child drank half a bowl. They wanted more, but Chang Zi didn't allow it. A small amount was fine, but too much might upset their stomachs. After the meal, the couple got the kids ready for a bath and dressed them in their new outfits for the new year. The clothes were already prepared vivid red and festive. The second and fourth daughters wore red dresses paired with quilted jackets, their outfits both beautiful and meticulously crafted. The eldest and third sons wore red quilted jackets with black fleece-lined pants. Once bathed and dressed, the little ones couldn't take their eyes off their new clothes, especially the second and fourth daughters. Girls and their love for new outfits sits innate. Carrying them out, Song Nana rushed over, swooping up the eldest son in her arms. So adorable, so precious, I love it. They look just like little children from traditional New Year paintings. Sniffling, she thought. Asterisk, when will I have such cute babies too? Asterisk, honey, should we set off the fireworks now? Chang Zi asked. He had stocked up on fireworks a few days ago. Song My Anmian smiled, sure. Nearby, other households had already begun setting off fireworks. Asterisk, bang, bang, asterisk. Previously, she thought it wasn't allowed here, but after checking, she realized it was permitted in this area. Further away, though, it was prohibited. It had been years since she'd seen fireworks. Pushing the stroller, they stepped outside to admire the vibrant fireworks lighting up the sky. The little ones weren't scared by the noise. Instead, their eyes were wide, captivated by the display. The sky was a canvas of bright, dazzling colors. Absolutely stunning. Chang Zi carefully set up the fireworks at a safe distance. A man on the side smiled as he looked at his daughter beside him. Okay? Dad will go buy it tomorrow too. Great. The little girl jumped up happily. Dad, can we go and take a look over there? She really wanted to see the fireworks up close. The man showed a hint of difficulty. Well, Zhao Oxin, that belongs to others. They may not let us go look. The little girl's face immediately drooped, feeling a bit disappointed. The man said, but we can ask for their permission. It wasn't too far away. They lived in a small villa. Changshao's was the best located, the largest villa. Naturally, the price was higher. It wasn't a good idea for them to go over rashly. At this moment, the sky erupted once again. The fireworks this time were even more colorful than before, with more creative patterns. The little girl was extremely happy. She dragged her dad towards that direction, and there was indulgence in the man's eyes. On the other side, after the fireworks were done, Chengxiao went to get the others. They were all different patterns. The babies watched without blinking, happy and not afraid at all, especially when they saw the brighter colors. They were extremely excited. Laughing gigglingly, Song Nana squatted down next to the babies, pinched Saibao's face, smiled at Song My Anmian. Cousin, what kind of fairies have you given birth to? These few little ones aren't scared at all. Too cute. Song My Anmian smiled and didn't say anything. As the fireworks reached the last bucket, a big and a small figure appeared at the door. The man walked over and said with a smile, "Hello, Sorry to disturb you. My daughter wanted to see your fireworks up close. Is that okay? Dad, it's little babies. As soon as she spoke, the little girl suddenly pointed in the direction of the main door with a smile. The man looked over, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. There really were 4 little ones. 2 boys and 2 girls. They all looked very alike. Twin dragons and phoenixes? This is too amazing. Today is New Year's Eve. It's not possible to turn people away when they come. Song Chin smiled. Sure, it's fine. It's just neighbors coming to see some fireworks. What's the harm? When she heard Song Chin agree, the little girl ran over joyfully and immediately ran to the babies. This little brother is so cute. And this little sister. Dad, can you have a little brother with mom too? As she mentioned her mom, the man's eyes dimmed noticeably. Soon, the fireworks ended. Come in and sit for a while. Song Chin invited them into the house. In the living room, the little girl's eyes were shining. Song Nana asked, Little sister, what's your name? My name is Hwak Sing Sin. The little girl smiled brightly. She was completely focused on the babies, liking them a lot. Song Miamian pushed the babies in, and then put them on the carpet. Hwak Sing Sin automatically took off her shoes, ran to the carpet, and played with the babies. The man took a look, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His daughter usually only went to kindergarten, and at home, she didn't have brothers, sisters, or friends to play with, and she always envied other kids who had siblings to play with. Whenever she asked where her mom was, he didn't know how to answer. They all sat on the sofa for a while. Song Chin and the man chatted. On the carpet, Hwak Sing Sin took out her own little hair clip from her pocket and gave it to her Bao, who was closest to her. This is a birthday gift my dad bought for me. Isn't it pretty? Bao looked at the hair clip, not understanding its meaning. He took it and played with it in his hand. Song Nana smiled and asked, What about your mom? Didn't she give you a birthday gift? Mom. I don't know when she come back. She said with a heavy heart, lowering her head. Song Miamian poured a glass of water for everyone. Hearing the little girl say this, she signaled to Song Nana with her eyes not to ask any more. Song Nana realized she had said something wrong and immediately fell silent. The man's eyes kept glancing over here, watching the interaction between his daughter and the babies, his eyes filled with sadness. If Xiao Oxin had a companion, she wouldn't be so envious of other kids. They sat for a while longer before the man left with Hwak Sing Sin. The children were still a bit reluctant to part. Song Chin sighed. It's also pitiful for the father and daughter, how unpredictable life is. Song Miamian looked over. What's wrong? This young man, when his daughter was just 4 years old, his wife left forever. It seemed she got sick. The child doesn't know. She thinks her mom will come back. Just had a fight with her father and left home, waiting for her to return. Song Chin said, suddenly reminded of her daughter's childhood, the person who left without a word. Song Miamian listened attentively, subconsciously glancing at Cheng Xiao's direction. If it weren't for Cheng Xiao, would she have become a single mother now, roaming outside with her child? Maybe. Tonight, Li Jin was also staying here, and he was arranged to stay in the guest room. When sleeping, Song Miamian lay in Cheng Xiao's arms. Husband, children without mothers really look so heartbreaking. Even if the family's conditions were good, without a mother's love, childhood would be missing something. Incomplete. Seeing the father and daughter today, she realized how fortunate she was living. Having such a good husband, what else was there to not be content about? Cheng Xiao rubbed her head gently. Don't think too much. The child will understand when they grow up. Song Miamian nodded, holding him tightly. Compared to the little girl, she felt that Cheng Xiao was even more pitiful, abandoned by his biological parents in the orphanage as a child. What could be more distressing than that? Cheng Xiao knew she was more sensitive, gently patting her back. All right, don't think too much. I'm here for everything. I won't leave you and the kids in this lifetime. The next day, after the family had breakfast, Cheng Xiao helped the children get dressed. The red little cotton jackets carried a hint of festivity. The children woke up early in the morning, each one very happy. While the adults were busy, they were learning to walk on the sofa. Song Nana watched them, watching and chatting, just boasting about Cheng Xiao and Li Jin to her friends in the group. One was her sister-in-law, the other was her sister-in-law's friend. 2 celebrities, and so intimately close. Frienda. Is your brother-in-law even more handsome than he is on TV? Song Nana. Definitely, but he already has my sister-in-law. Don't get any ideas. Frenda. I promise I won't. I just want an autograph. I'm really jealous of you. Song Nana helplessly picked her up, pinched her little face, and smiled. Are you hungry? She didn't know what to do, so she called out to Song Miamian. Cousin, is a bao hungry? Song Miamian furrowed her brows. Hungry? Didn't we just feed her? Checking closely, it was not hunger, but a wet diaper. The entire diaper was bulging. Song Nana smiled awkwardly. So it was just a wet diaper. I thought she was hungry. Babies cry not necessarily because they are hungry. It could also be because they need changing. You'll understand when you have a child in the future. Song Nana hesitated and couldn't imagine. Having a child means being around them all the time. Yet, seeing the older cousins made them unable to resist the urge to get married and have children of their own. They were just too adorable. It was a dilemma. Song Miamian brought a new diaper, ready to change it. Let me do it, cousin. Song Nana took over with a smile and changed it several times, becoming familiar with the process. Not a big deal. Learn more, you might need it someday. Tomorrow, they would have to leave, and there was still some reluctance to part. The baby was just too cute. Going back meant having to deal with arguments with the parents and her useless brother. Annoying. He's always asking for money and forcing her to use her credit card when she doesn't have any. Song Miamian nodded. You've almost learned how to change the baby's diaper. Later, I'll teach you how to change the baby's clothes. Okay, yes. Song Nana was willing to learn. Chengzi was pasting couplets and hanging red lanterns at the door. These were all for New Year's. Li Jin and Song Chin were helping, and Song Miamian glanced over and went to help out too. Honey, this side is crooked. Chengzi was pasting the couplet on the left side. No matter how he placed it, it seemed a bit off. This way is better. It took a while, but they finally got it right. Once the bright red couplet was up, it added to the festive atmosphere. Song Chin smiled. Tomorrow we'll visit your uncle's house and bring the baby. As soon as they mentioned the uncle's house, Song Miamian's expression turned strange. But it was the new year. She had to agree. During the new year, let's put aside our differences for now and have a good year first. Song Chin advised. Song Miamian replied, I understand. Your cousin Xiao Feng will come over too. It's a good chance to see how he's doing. It's been a long time since they last saw each other. They wondered how his recovery was going. After finishing up, Chengzi went to check on the baby, and his phone suddenly started buzzing with several New Year greetings. Zheng and Lin both sent their wishes, along with a few close friends from the past. Zheng even sent a big red packet and added him to a group. A work group. Lin also sent a red packet. Upon entering the group, he saw dozens of people. Many were international stars, award-winning actors and actresses, and even the lowest tier were A-list celebrities. The group lineup was quite impressive. Indeed, those who could sign with Zheng's company or were acquainted with him had a pretty high status. In the group, Zheng mentioned him and Yan Nuan, informing about the movie release next month. The top celebrities quickly came out to congratulate. Congratulations! A bright future. I saw a clip of your movie. It's great. At Chengzi, can I ask you for advice on acting someday? These were all big shots, and Chengzi had to remain humble in response. Smiling, he replied, I should be the one seeking advice from my seniors. At everyone, thank you all. After that, one after another, the group members started sending big red packets, all of significant value. The lucky ones who grabbed the Lucky King had to send one. The A-list stars, who seemed aloof on the surface, were surprisingly lively and even silly in private. Chengzi managed to get a significant packet. Lucky King sent a red packet. The group red packets sent out by luck could be quite substantial. Chengzi sent out 6,000. Wow! Pretty generous. I got it. Hehe, I grabbed 500. Humph, what's that? I grabbed 505. Wah, I only got 0.01. A female star sent a crying emoticon. Your luck isn't suited for grabbing red packets with us. Ah, I went to the restroom and missed it. Lost $1 million. The next round of red packets continued. Chengzi grabbed one worth 1,000. He looked up and saw the children supporting themselves on the sofa, trying to walk. babbling away. He walked over and sat down. Once Bao saw him, she immediately moved towards him, smiling happily. Changzi lifted her and placed her in his lap, then continued to grab red packets on his phone. Quite a few significant packets were taken. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Song Nana came over to peek. Wow, you're grabbing red packets, such big ones. What group is this? It's so amazing. Seeing several big packets, Song Nana was excited. Can you add me in? I want to grab them too. It's a work group. Do you want to join? Oh, never mind then. It was somebody else's work group. She didn't want to intrude and be disliked. But seeing those thousands in red packets, the temptation was strong. What kind of magical work group was this, being so generous? So impressive. An hour later, Changzi had grabbed over 10,000 in red packets. At noon, after lunch, they went to rest with the children. Zhang sent a message asking him about ideas for the new film. Changzi remembered that he had accepted a spy drama directed by Lin, so he politely declined. Zhang didn't push and only hoped they could work together on the next project. Song Miamian was washing the children's socks, hanging them to dry one by one. Song Chin came over and said, Miamian, remember, when we go to your uncle's house tomorrow, keep a good attitude. It's New Year's, we need to be careful about how we act to avoid being criticized for being immature. Some people in the countryside love to gossip. If the daughter did something wrong, they'd say her master's degree was a waste. Understood. Song Miamian replied while hanging the socks, I'll be careful. Remember what I said. After reminding her, Song Chin sighed, I don't know whose temper you've inherited. If only you had half of Xiao Cheng's maturity. Song Miamian remained silent. After finishing up, she returned to the living room. Li Jin had already left, leaving only Song Nana watching TV. The next day, they set off early in the morning. Changzi drove with the baby and his mother-in-law, while Song Miamian went with Song Nana. One car wasn't enough for all of them. After an hour of driving, taking many turns, they finally reached their elder uncle's house. Changzi parked the car in the yard. Opening the door, their Aunt Zhang Kui came to greet them. Oh, you're all here. Where's the baby? Upon opening the door, she saw her daughter and Song Miamian, and Zhang Kui asked in confusion. Zhang Kui revealed a big yellow tooth and headed toward Sibao, extending her hand. Baby. Sibao's small face wrinkled, moving her body to the side, her small eyes staring at her all the time. Afraid she would touch her. Without forcing the touch, Zhang Kui looked towards the two cars. Her eyes lit up. At a glance, she could tell that these two cars were expensive. She knew the blue and white license plate belonged to a BMW. Even the cheapest ones cost tens of thousands. The other car was also not cheap. She really hit the jackpot with her marriage. Her eyes looked towards her daughter, Song Nana, her face full of disappointment. She was already so old, but she still hadn't found a partner. The boyfriends she found were all poor. What's the use? Song Nana headed home. She didn't want to meet her mother, feeling annoyed, so as not to cause trouble again. Song Chin asked, where is he? Referring to Song Miamian's eldest uncle. He went out to buy groceries. He'll be back soon. Zhang Kui smiled. Come in and have a seat. As they entered, a strange smell hit them. The house was also untidy. The house is a bit messy, just bear with it. Song Nana felt embarrassed. They didn't even clean the house when guests came over. How could they let people in like this? Truly, without comparison, there is no hurt. Others lived in mansions. What's the difference between that and living in a thatched house in the countryside? Sigh. Envious of her cousin for marrying such a good husband. Song Miamian placed the gifts brought by Changzi on the table. All of them were nutritional supplements averaging several thousand yuan. It was the first time the babies came in. Traditionally, red envelopes should be given in this situation. However, whether they had them or not didn't matter much to them. People like their eldest aunt, if they could treat you to a meal, that was already good enough. The eldest uncle soon came back carrying a bunch of groceries, including a lot of meat and fish. Zhang Kui walked over and whispered, why did you buy so much? Can they finish all that? It's the new year. If they can't finish it, won't we? The eldest uncle said. Zhang Kui retorted, I admire your simple mind. The two walked into the kitchen, Zhang Kui scolding him as they went. They at least brought several thousand yuan worth of nutritional supplements. Are you so stingy? What do you mean stingy? This is called thrifty. Can they finish so much food? They are not short of money, eating and dressing well. Even if we do well, can we match up to them? Zhang Kui persisted. It's said that they finally came once. What's wrong with cooking more? You women have so many complaints. Song Qin walked in, ready to help. She heard the conversation between the two clearly. With a bitter smile, she was already used to her sister-in-law's ways. It didn't matter. Today was just going through the motions. Song Miamian poured water from a bottle into the baby bottles. They must be thirsty after the journey. Song Nana, get me a banana. A voice came from the next room. Song Nana's expression turned dark. This was her useless brother, who had no skills, only knew how to ask for money and boss people around. He only went to junior high and stayed home all day playing games or asking for money to go out. Being bossed around, she couldn't refuse, otherwise, their parents would scold her later, always treated like a cash cow. Unlucky. She grabbed a banana and threw it in. What's with your attitude? I asked you to get me a banana, and you can't come over to hand it to me. Feeling itchy. Huh. A man in his 20s came out of the room with a phone in his hand. He appeared careless, but now he looked angry. Do you not have hands or feet? Song Nana also had a bad temper. How dare you talk back to me? Song Jun was about to slap her, but when he looked up, he saw Cheng Zi and his wife. Oh, isn't this my cousin? And this is her husband. No one paid any attention to him. I heard you are very rich, cousin. Can you sponsor me? I'll pay you back later. Not much, just 30,000. What a bold request. Song Nana was shocked. Brother, what are you talking about? 30,000 right off the bat. Was he crazy? Always asking for money from anyone he sees? Who doesn't know that once the money goes into his pocket, it's likely it'll never be returned? Why do you care so much? I didn't ask you. Brother-in-law, don't mind him, Song Miamian pleaded. Saying 30,000 right away. Why doesn't he just rob someone? And with his character, even if he were to return it, it would be surprising. Cheng Zi chuckled. All right, understood. Listening to my wife. Cousin, how about it? 30,000. When I earn it back, I'll return it to you with interest. Song Jun knew he had money. According to his parents' description, he lived in an upscale neighborhood. He must have a lot of savings. You got the wrong information. I don't have money. Cheng Zi shrugged. Your car, house, aren't they money? These are all loans from the bank. I have to pay off for another few decades. I really don't have extra money. Do you want to see the contract? So, you're just a poor guy. Song Jun believed him, enraged. Then why pretend to be a big shot? I'm not pretending. You've always thought of me that way. Worthless beggar wasting my time. The conversation abruptly ended. Song Jun returned to his room, still muttering curses. Song Nana let out a bitter smile. This was good. Cheng Zi was called poor. Living in a mansion, doing business besides acting, he was definitely rich. Winning a movie role probably earned him millions, considering his current popularity. But even if he was rich, he wouldn't use 30,000 to fill her brother's bottomless pit. Who knew if he'd keep asking for money after the 30,000 was gone? In the kitchen, the three were still busy. Zhang Kui casually asked, Elder sister, the 2 cars little Cheng bought must have been expensive, right? I'm not sure. Song Qin smiled, not looking into these matters. Yes, I know a brand, BMW. I heard it's particularly pricey. Tens of thousands. I envy you so much. Your daughter married so well. You're also enjoying the benefits. It's okay, as long as she's happy. Having money or not wasn't important. Being from a stable family was already good. Zhang Kui began to worrying about her son. What would they do with him at this age? Her daughter also wasn't making much money, not ambitious. Throughout the year, she still wouldn't bring back a wealthy boyfriend. Elder sister, do you have any suitable candidates? About the eldest son, give us a recommendation. Look at his age, we're quite anxious as parents. Song Qin couldn't let him harm a good girl, shaking her head. Not at the moment. Actually, Manly wasn't bad, but she didn't want to harm that child. Marrying into this family would be a disaster. She wouldn't do such an unethical thing. As long as there is money, nothing matters. The old folks don't mind. It's okay. We'll have another chance in the future. Sister, could you introduce Nana to us? Now is the time to ask for help. Jong-kui doesn't dare to be too assertive. After all, they now have a rich son-in-law, and there are many things to ask for her help. Can't afford to offend. During dinner, several people sat down. Changzi was serving food to Song Liamian when suddenly, sitting next to Song Nana, Song Jun said, "Mom, Dad, you've been deceived by their family." Jong-kui and her husband were a bit confused, deceived. Even Song Chin was a bit confused. What happened? Song Nana had already anticipated he would say that, so she said, "Brother, what are you saying? Can't we just have a good meal together? We are all family." Song Jun looked at her and coldly said, "You know exactly what I mean, right? It's not up to a dead girl like you to teach me." With that, he slammed the table and stood up. Pointing at Cheng Zi, he said, "This so-called rich guy, he's just a phony." What? Jong-kui frowned. What phony? What exactly happened? He lives in that house, and the car he bought are all on loans, not paid in full. Song Nana coldly said, "Who can pay in full nowadays? Being able to afford the down payment for a high-end neighborhood is already good. Can you compare to their monthly loan payment? Is having a loan so shameful? Furthermore, my cousin-in-law has never boasted about being rich." Song Nana couldn't bear to see it, but didn't want to expose what Chengzi had just said. On loans. Jong-ki's eyes gradually changed. Her expression became a bit strange. Loans, so he's not rich after all. She looked at Song Chin. Sister, the house and the car were bought on loans. On the other hand, Song Chin looked at Song Liamian and asked softly, "What's going on? How come she didn't know the house was on loans? At the rate Changzi earns money, there was really no need for a loan." Song Liamian held back a laugh. "Mom, just watch. I'll talk to you later." Song Chin glanced at Chengzi and seemed to understand something. It must be something Song Jun did. "Oh, I see." She decided to play along. "You should have said so earlier," Jong-kui complained in her heart. It's no wonder she was reluctant to introduce acquaintances to Jun and Nana. Turns out she didn't even know any wealthy friends. What a pretense. She thought they were impressive, but it turns out it's just like this. Dinner was quite awkward. Song Liamian didn't eat much, mainly because the food wasn't appetizing. It simply couldn't compare to what her husband cooks. If it weren't for her mother-in-law, she wouldn't have come. After dinner, Jong-kui was eager for them to leave. She didn't even bother to persuade them to stay. When Song Chin suggested leaving, she didn't say a word, let alone give red packets to the kids. The little ones clearly didn't like it there, and didn't want to stay. The eldest uncle spoke up, "Won't you sit for a while before leaving?" "No, thanks." The family left by car. Song Nana was upset. "Mom, why did you treat brother that way? How could you let them leave like that, especially during the new year? At least try to keep them here." She felt her mom was completely unreasonable. Only cares about money. Just a moment ago, she was so gracious, but as soon as she learned the house and car were on loans, she immediately became cold. During the new year, what is she doing? Keep them. Keep them for what? I haven't even settled the score with this money-losing goods like you, who allowed you to go to their house. Jong-kui lashed out, getting worked up. I thought they were so rich, but the house being on loans, what kind of a rich person is that? Pretending to be a big shot. Song Jun chimed in, "Exactly, if I hadn't asked, we wouldn't have known. They can't even come up with 30,000, just pretending to be wealthy." Uncle Song Zhenhua widened his eyes. "You asked them for money? What's wrong with asking for money? That's what they owe, given how much we helped them in the past. Isn't it deserved?" "Exactly what Ajin said." Song Nana sneered. "What did you do to help? I don't remember. I only know they came to borrow $100. Did you lend it to them?" "Shut up, you opportunist." Song Jun scolded. Song Nana was immune to their insults, just chuckled coldly. Song Zhenhua impatiently shouted, "The two of you, stop it. Have you said enough? So noisy." Indeed, they were in the wrong earlier. He thought the loan for buying a house was normal. If you can afford the down payment for a house in that neighborhood and a down payment for a car, how can you not have money? He didn't buy it. These villagers, long hair and short knowledge. Song Nana looked coldly at Song Jun. "You can't earn a dime on your own, yet looking down on others for not having money. Why don't you reflect on yourself first?" Song Jun was left speechless by her retort. His face turned red. He slammed the table and stood up. Song Nana, say that again. You're just a waste of space who only knows how to ask others for money. Seeing the siblings about to fight, Song Zhenhua said sternly, That's enough from both of you, got it? Fed up. It was indeed their fault earlier. As for borrowing money to buy a house, he thought it was normal. If you can afford the down payment for that neighborhood and a car, how can you not have money? Can't believe it. These village women, long hair, but short-sighted. Afterwards, while causing much tumult here, on the road, the mother-in-law sat with Chengzi in the car, along with the babies. Zicheng, did June say anything to you earlier? Song Qin asked. Chengzi nodded and told the truth. What? He asked you for money. Song Qin, knowing his ways, was surprised that he asked for money right off the bat when they first met. Yeah. How much? 30,000. What? Song Qin's composure faltered. How dare that brat? Asking for 30,000 straight away. Lawless indeed. If she lent it to him, it would probably disappear in a day. Even a little money couldn't withstand being taken out by him. This son-in-law is quite clever. When they got home, thinking of Zhang Qi's expression, it seemed unlikely they would have any further dealings. Song Miamian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was really awkward. They saw once again how materialistic that family is. At this moment, Song Qin sat beside her and said, Miamian, forget about today's events, let's not go there again in the future. Song Miamian turned to her. Really? Yes? Did Xiao Feng's cousin go there today? Song Qin sighed. They did, to your second uncle's house. Originally, they planned to have dinner and then go there, but you saw your big aunt's attitude. She wasn't keen on them staying there longer, eager to send them away. Continuing to stay would have just been annoying. I really didn't expect Song Jun to directly ask for 300,000. She was afraid he would mind. You said your cousin borrowed money from me. Chengzi smiled, not taking it to heart. You don't mind. Even if I do mind, it is their issue, not yours about your wife. Chengzi rubbed her head. This silly woman. How can she be so silly? Does she think he would be angry about this? Is he that petty? After such a long time, doesn't she understand him yet? All right, you go check if the babies have cried or wet themselves. I'll prepare the baby food. Go quickly. Okay. Song Miamian walked out. The children were still crawling on the carpet, drooling. The diapers between their legs were already bulging, eager to be changed. Bring a few new diapers. Change them one by one. After changing them, bring out the baby food to feed them. Today, let me feed them. Song Miamian said. Usually, it was Chengzi who fed them, and she had never fed before, feeling a bit embarrassed. Are you sure? Chengzi raised an eyebrow, holding the baby food bowl in his hands. Song Miamian snorted, took it over, and fed the baby. The little ones were obviously hungry, smiling happily when they saw Mom and Dad coming with food. They walked over to the sofa. Dabao was getting more stable in walking, but still needed to be supported. Although his legs were strong, he was still small, and his legs were not strong enough to support him to stand on his own. After 1 year old, he would be able to walk steadily. It is said that the later a baby starts walking, the better it is for bone development, and the couple did not want them to walk too soon. But they couldn't stop the children from standing up on their own, supporting themselves with the sofa. Some children can walk at 9 months, which can easily lead to bow legs. Song Miamian fed Dabao and Abao. The little ones eat for a while, then play for a while. It took half an hour to feed them. It was exhausting. After a busy day, in the evening, Song Miamian suddenly asked, Honey, when will your movie be released? The specific time. Wang Laoshai asked her in the group. It wasn't mentioned in the trailer, and there was no release date set. They all thought it wouldn't be released. Next month, the 10th. That is March 10th. A group of teachers discussed in the group. Song Miamian hadn't been active in the group for a long time, not sure what she was busy with, and didn't even mention Wang Laoshai. Until Wang Laoshai came to find her privately and asked her to join the group. She then remembered that she had blocked the group before. It was awkward. When she appeared, many people had mentioned her. Teacher Song, you finally appeared. Last time on your birthday, you didn't invite us. It was really impolite. Yeah. You only invited a few of us, including Wang Laoshai. I watched the live broadcast and saw your wine cellar at home. So envious. Envious +1. Song My Amian twitched her mouth. Was this really about the release date of the movie? Thanks, last time was in a hurry. I will definitely invite everyone next time. Sorry about that. Helplessly smiled and apologized to everyone. We'll forgive you this time. Next time you don't invite us, we won't talk to you anymore. Teacher Song, will you still come to work after the new year? Chengzi has already graduated and has a successful career now. Song Laoshai may not necessarily come in. I'm not sure about this. I have to ask my husband. Song My Amian said. This matter is not up to you. Why ask your husband? Wang Laoshai teased. Right, if you want to come, your husband definitely won't stop you. Just when Song My Amian didn't know how to respond, Li Laoshai came to the rescue. Oh, let's not talk about this. Teacher Song must have made up her mind. It's true, but I still hope Teacher Song can come to class. Your teaching quality has always been good. I look forward to discussing with you. Yes, not coming would be a shame. By the way, Teacher Song, when will Cheng Zhao's movie be released? There's no exact information about that. Song My Amian replied, on March 10th. Next month. Good, we must come to support then. I'll reserve the entire theater when the time comes and invite you guys to watch. Song My Amian thought about it and said, Teacher Song reserves the theater. That's great. By then we can get a close look at the male lead. Awesome. Great. Remember to remind me and mention me like crazy, so I don't forget. And me. Call me too. Wang Laoshai said. Li Laoshai has a good memory. Let her remind you guys. All right. After agreeing, Song My Amian helplessly closed her phone. Honey, when the movie is released, let's book a screening in advance and invite the teachers to watch together. Sure, wife, it's up to you. Chengzi smiled. The next day, he received a call. It was from Wang Jing. Brother, there's something I don't know if I should say. Afraid you might be busy. Go ahead. My dad knows that I earn so much because of you. He wants to invite you to our house for dinner and drinks tomorrow. God knows since his dad knew Chengzi, he has been urging him every day to invite him over. He must want to have a good drink and even call Chengzi his brother. Once they are brothers, what about him? Should he be on the same level as his father, or should Chengzi be promoted and be one level higher than him? That's unacceptable. How could that be possible? Chengzi smiled. I'll ask my wife. That's right, ask her. Oh, ask Teacher Song to come along, and the little babies too. What's up? Song My Amian looked over. Chengzi explained the situation. Song My Amian hesitated for a moment and said, all right, wherever you go, I'll go with you. Seeing Chengzi agreeing, Wang Jing immediately went to report back with excitement, hoping the old man wouldn't spill it. They had just finished breakfast. Chengzi went to clean up the dishes. Song My Amian was playing with the children. From being unsteady at first, Sibao became more and more stable. It had to be said that this child was very patient. Every time she fell, she would get up on her own and continue walking. Seeing her older siblings walk so well, she was anxious about herself. Song My Amian observed this detail and smiled. She told Chengzi about it. Chengzi smiled. Our Sibao will definitely be a very patient baby in the future. Quite patient in learning. She will definitely be successful in the future. This is her advantage. As for the others, their strengths are still to be observed. Sanbao is more of the cool and calm type, never crying or making a fuss. Several children all have their own little personalities. Song My Amian brought out the robot that Manly bought before to amuse them. The little ones are no longer interested. When it comes to toys they often play with, they don't even spare a glance. Song My Amian tittied everything up meticulously. The new toys were bought, but after playing with them for a while, they lost interest again. Now they are more interested in learning to walk. Song My Amian must keep a constant eye on them. Opening a parenting app, she glances at it. Indeed, as Chengzi said, it's all about experiences shared by mothers, a lot of them. How to deal with a child with diarrhea. What is best for them to eat. What to do if a child refuses to eat solid food, and so on. Wife, are you also looking at this? Chengzi glanced over and smiled. Song My Amian quickly closed her phone, just taking a look. It doesn't matter if you look at this or not, I am here. No, what if you're not here in the future, and I don't know these things? It will be chaotic. Song My Amian frowned, looking worried. So far, She still doesn't know anything, feeling quite ashamed that Cheng Zi does everything. I'll teach you the basics, the harder ones you won't learn in a short time, Cheng Zi said with a smile. Who do you think you are underestimating? Song Mai Anmian snorted. She believes her learning abilities are good. No one is born with knowledge, it's all learned gradually. Cheng Zi smiled and didn't say anything. Another day, the two of them tittied up a bit and went out with the baby. It was a journey of an hour and a half to Wang Jing's house in a rural area of Qingzhou City. Honey, are you sure you're taking me like this? After all, it's just a friend's house, not relatives. They even brought a few children with them. Cheng Zi smiled. Wang Jing invited us, asked us to bring the baby along. That's good then. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the entrance to Wang Jing's house. Wang Jing sat on a stool, waiting there. Seeing the BMW coming over, he knew it was Cheng Zi and immediately stood up and waved his hand. Brother, I'm here. Then he quickly ran to the front to lead the way and arrived at his doorstep. Perhaps it was intentionally renovated. The house looked quite impressive. They parked the car in the yard. Wang Jing's parents, two elderly people, seeing the situation, came forward to meet them. They helped take the baby strollers out of the trunk. Upon seeing for strollers, they were all stunned. Why did they bring for baby strollers? Their shock grew when they saw the babies being carried out one by one. Four of them. Quadruplets. Songs had not told them earlier. They had only said they have a child, and they never thought it would be 4. The elderly man kicked Wang Jing's butt. Dad, why are you hitting me again? Wang Jing drooped his face, not knowing where he went wrong. He was kicked inexplicably. The old man pulled him over. Didn't you say Zi Cheng only had one child? Wang Jing was puzzled. When did I say that? How could he not know? I just said they had a child. Blaming him for not being clear. It's all your fault for not making it clear. For children, that's quite something. But the babies are really cute. They looked lovely with their big, bright eyes. They were very endearing to look at. Dressed in red clothes, they looked festive, delicate, and adorable like dolls. So adorable. As soon as the babies got out of the car, Wang's mother kept staring at them, growing fonder by the minute. She wished her son could find a daughter-in-law soon and have 2 children. A boy and a girl would be fine. Come inside quickly, it's so cold outside. Wang's mother smiled and urged them. The 2 old people helped push the children inside. Once everyone was inside, they sat on the sofa. This furniture was all new. The house was newly renovated and looked refreshed. Wang's mother quickly went to make tea, have some warm tea. It was still quite cold outside. While Cheng Zi and his wife were having tea, Wang's mother was already playing with the babies. The little ones stared at her, their brows furrowed. Oh, even know how to frown. What a good baby. Wang's mother pinched the chubby, tender cheeks of the 4 babies. This baby was the cuttest of the 4 children. Wang's father looked at the children, then at Cheng Zi. Zi Cheng, are they really quadruplets? Isn't it obvious? How could they look so alike if they weren't quadruplets? Wang's mother said impatiently. I just find it unbelievable. 4 of them, they had lived for most of their lives and had never seen that. Wang Jing felt embarrassed and whispered to Cheng Zi and his wife, my parents are like this, please don't mind, Song teacher. Song Mai Amian smiled, it's okay. During the meal, Wang's father wanted to have a drink with Cheng Zi. Zi Cheng, I really appreciate you. If it wasn't for you, our son wouldn't have made so much money. You see, he would never be able to do it with that brain of his, not in 10 years. Wang Jing's mouth twitched. Dad, don't underestimate him like this. Especially in front of my brother. Cheng Zi smiled. He earned the money with his own hands, not because of me. If you didn't provide him with the opportunity, could he have earned it himself? Ah, at such a young age, achieving so much, your parents must be very proud, right? Suddenly mentioning parents, Wang Jing coughed softly and reminded him, Dad, Cheng Zi, he's an orphan. After saying that, he deliberately looked at Cheng Zi, who remained very calm. Ah. Wang's father realized he had misspoken, and Wang's mother glared at him. How could he suddenly bring up someone's parents? Sorry Zi Cheng, I didn't know you. Wang's father regretted his slip of the tongue, looking remorseful. It's okay, I'm used to it. After all these years, it's normal for you to bring it up. Cheng Zi waved his hand, not bothered by it. That's good. Let's drink. Come, let's toast to this. Zi Cheng had no parents, yet he achieved so much. How hardworking this child must be. How unlike their son, who was useless except for eating, gaming, and sleeping. Utterly worthless and incompetent, not understanding anything. He didn't even care about getting married. No matter how much they urged him, he couldn't find a girlfriend. They worried their son wouldn't be able to find a wife. After a few blind dates, he completely ignored the other party, finding fault in their looks or personality. Mrs. Wang smiled and said, "I'm really sorry. Please go ahead and eat first." "It's okay." The husband and wife, Cheng Zi, looked at each other helplessly and laughed. Before long, Wang Jing walked out of the room. "Brother, my dad is always like this. Please don't mind. He is so happy that you could come. Every time there are guests, my dad would drink this much." It was just momentary excitement this time. He drank too much, glass by glass, quite scary. As for calling each other brothers, let's forget about that. If he calls Cheng Zi his brother, then what does that make him? Suddenly a younger generation? No, no way. Absolutely not. Mrs. Wang was eating and casually asked, "Zi Cheng, what kind of business are you in?" She hadn't asked this before, and only knew that her son was making a lot of money with someone. "We have a children's clothing store." "A children's clothing store? That's nice. Children's things. I heard that adults are willing to buy." "Zi Cheng, you are so young and capable." Mrs. Wang smiled. But thinking about him growing up in an orphanage without parents, she sighed, wondering how someone could be so ruthless as to abandon their own child. Now that he has made something of himself, she wondered if his biological parents might come looking for him again. Such a good child. And those cute little babies, they look so adorable. Thanks to my wife, she gives me so much motivation, and thanks to the babies for advertising for me. Wang Jing is always busy. Cheng Zi laughed. "Ridiculous. What are you doing? Our son can't do anything. I don't even know what kind of person he is." Mrs. Wang was extremely displeased. "Mom, don't be so mean." Wang Jing grinned. Just when Dad was drunk, Mom started again. "What's wrong? Do you have a problem?" "No." Softly, Song Mai Amian spoke up. "Auntie, Wang Jing is capable. I am his friend, and also his university teacher." "What?" Mrs. Wang was a bit confused. "Aunt Jing's teacher. Cheng Zhao's wife is their teacher." This, completely unexpected. It feels like they are peers. To be a university teacher at such a young age, quite impressive. Must have a high level of education. "Yes, Mom. She is also my teacher." Mrs. Wang came back to her senses and immediately changed her attitude. "Teacher, how is this child at school? Is he disobedient?" "No, no, Auntie, Wang Jing is quite well behaved." Song Mai Anian smiled. With this child, Wang Jing felt even more embarrassed. With the teacher saying that, Mrs. Wang smiled. "That's good. Teacher, you are so young. I didn't realize." She thought university teachers were usually older, at least in their 30s or older. Song Mai Anian smiled. "I started studying early." Mrs. Wang looked at her more kindly. His friend is truly capable, able to marry a teacher. Why is their son not as good? For years of university, not bringing back anything valuable. It's irritating. Let's talk about it later. After finishing the meal and chatting for a while, it was time to go home. Mr. Wang was still snoring in his sleep, heavily drunk, and not easy to wake up. Wang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't appropriate to call Cheng's brother now. Unexpectedly, when his father found out about the news later in the evening, he scolded him again. Such a great opportunity slipped away because he got drunk. "Dad, you are getting older. Why drink so much?" "It's none of your business. I was just happy." "I haven't finished talking. Why did Cheng leave?" "It's late. Why not leave now? The kids could suffer." "Oh, right, next time then." Wang Jing twitched his mouth. "There is a next time, huh? Son, look at Cheng. He got married right after graduation, and is even a school teacher. When will you bring a girl home?" Mrs. Wang looked at her son and spoke up. Bringing up this topic again, Wang Jing had a headache. "What school teacher?" Mr. Wang didn't quite understand, feeling confused. "It's the university teacher our son studied with. Cheng's partner is Song." Mrs. Wang explained. "Really? She doesn't seem old, in her early 20s, and she's already a university teacher? Impressive. Mr. Wang admired. Mrs. Wang smiled. That's right, I like the job of a teacher. If our son could marry a teacher, whether from a university or a primary school, it would be good. While they discussed, on the other side, Chengzi was changing the children's bed with a clean sheet, as Big Treasure had accidentally wet it. After changing it, he went back to cook. By the time everything was done, it was already 9 o'clock at night, so they bathed and slept. Changzi opened the door, and Song Miamian was sitting on the carpet, busy with something, sewing with a needle and thread. Confused, he asked, "Wife, what are you doing?" Song Miamian didn't even lift her head. "Haven't you seen what's next to me? The baby's little shirt collar was torn. I'm sewing it up." "Is that the one the neighbor gave us before?" "Yes, the baby is comfortable in it, so I kept it." Song Miamian had already finished threading the needle. Chengzi furrowed his brows. "It's torn. Shouldn't we just discard it? There's a small rip. Sewing it up means it can still be worn. Although it was a gift, it was still quite new, and it would be a waste to throw it away." Chengzi. "Wife, do we look like a family in need of money?" "Wife, it's just a piece of clothing. We have plenty in the store. Just bring 2 new ones." "Honey, children grow fast. We already have a lot of new clothes. There's no need to fetch more." Soon, the collar was sewn up. She was quite skilled in this area, sewing nicely. During her pregnancy, she had even done cross-stitch and made some money out of it. At that time, she couldn't go out to work. It was all to earn money for the baby's milk powder. When she was 2 months pregnant, her belly was large, and she didn't know she was going to have quadruplets. She thought maybe just twins at most. When she found out it was quadruplets, her whole world went blank. But still, she bravely gave birth to all of them. After all, they were a few lives. She couldn't bear to do otherwise. "Wife, your sewing skills are good. I thought you weren't good with details, like the scarf incident last time." Song Miamian hummed. "That was my first time knitting. It doesn't count. I will surely get better in the future." To prevent Chengzi from teasing her, she had to learn it. It was late at night, and the babies were already asleep. "If you don't know something, ask me." Chengzi said, "Let's go to sleep. It's late. Just waiting to be released and sell big." The desire to watch continues to increase. Before, Chengzi still had some popularity, but now the popularity is even higher. Continuously trending as #1 on Weibo, never dropping. His Weibo account also gained 20 million new followers in just a few days. His Douyin account is the same. The numbers are somewhat terrifying. Comments are flooding in like a tide, all anticipating Super Guardians. Finally released. I've been waiting for so long. After all, it's a special effects movie. It's normal for the special effects to take a long time. So looking forward to tomorrow. Sob sob. My ZG is really handsome. Chengzi booked a theater in advance, inviting all the teachers from the group, as well as Man Li and Li Jin. He even invited his mother-in-law to come along. The baby naturally couldn't miss out. Turning 1 next month, watching a movie is no problem. The teachers are all looking forward to it, discussing fervently in the group. At Teacher Song, we've been waiting for this movie, feeling like it took forever. Yeah, the trailer looks good. I never thought our school students could star in a movie and become big stars. We've never had such an example before. Although Qingzhou University has had celebrities before, none have had such high popularity. Chengzi is quickly rising to the forefront. If this movie does well at the box office and he produces a few more good ones, his position will be secured. Anticipating it? I watched the trailer and think the box office won't be bad, at least over 1 billion. You're just talking nonsense. Over 1 billion won't be enough. Look at the desire to watch, and this is director Zheng's film, starting at 3 billion at the box office. It's very popular overseas. A male teacher who understands movies said, "Honey, the online response is good. It must be great." Song Miamian is scrolling on her phone, full of anticipation. After all, this is her husband's first movie. Just thinking about it makes her excited, feeling somewhat proud. The teaser even made her heart flutter. Chengzi patted her head and smiled. "All right, let's go tomorrow." The babies are 11 months old now, growing a little each day, walking more steadily and faster, but still not daring to walk independently. It might take until they turn a year old. Most children are like this. Cheng Zhao's system has rewarded them with excellent medical skills, and their baby's bone development is good, so walking is just a matter of time. Let it happen naturally. It won't be long before today's impossibilities become reality. Daddy. The way they call their father is very clear, melting Cheng Zhao's heart with each utterance. At least the little ones understand the meaning of dad. They call him when they need to pee or when they're hungry. Whatever happens, calling for dad is the right thing to do. Chengzi is always busy. Song Miamian is a bit jealous. The babies hardly call for her, but call for their father every day. Second baby. Why are you calling daddy? Did you wet yourself? Chengzi checked her diaper, which was already sagging. He didn't notice earlier. After changing it, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Chengzi pinched her little face. So good. The next day, the couple went to the reserved theater early. Most of the teachers were already there, waiting inside the theater as a big group. When the couple arrived, everyone welcomed them warmly. Many of the teachers didn't attend that day's graduation party, so seeing Chengzi and Song Miamian together was something new and impressive. They make such a handsome couple, and they look perfectly matched despite the small age difference. Teacher Wang, you were right, they truly are a perfect match. They look like they're the same age. Of course, there's only a 3-year age difference. They say 3 years older and holding a gold brick, a very auspicious saying. Wang responded. They all turned their attention to the babies sitting in the strollers. Their eyes instantly locked on them. Ah! A few female teachers walked over, saying, the babies are so cute. How old are they? They're almost 1 year old next month. Song Miamian smiled. Already? Don't forget to invite us to their 1-year celebration, another teacher requested. Of course. Chengzi greeted the teachers one by one, and nearly half of the group's teachers were present. Although they had originally invited Zhou Laoshi, it was hard not to invite everyone as they had all arrived. But Zhou Laoshi didn't come. He used to like Song Miamian, but he didn't expect her to be married already, especially to a student. It was strange that he didn't look good. It was normal for him not to come. Soon, Manli and the others arrived, including Li Jin, Feng Yu, and Wang Jing, and so on. When they heard that the movie was premiering that day, they all hurried over. Looking at the time, the movie premiere was starting in half an hour. Chengzi went to buy popcorn and cola for the group. There were 15 teachers and 4 of Cheng Zhao's friends. The couple went to buy the snacks. The teachers were tasked with looking after the babies for the time being. Some of the men weren't interested in popcorn, just the cola. When they finished shopping, the movie was about to begin. They all headed into the theater together. Wang, known for loving food, couldn't resist eating a bit of popcorn while walking. This popcorn is so crispy and sweet. Delicious. Come on, you slowpoke, it's about to start. Dreamyan couldn't help but urge him. Looking at Song Miamian's calm expression, Manli asked puzzledly, this is your husband's movie. Why aren't you excited at all? Not excited. Why should I be excited? Who said she's not excited? She just doesn't want to show it. In front, Teacher Wang is still munching on popcorn noisily, and Manli casually tugs on her small braid. It hurts so much that she yelled. Ouch, who's pulling my hair? Teacher Wang turned around, and when she saw it was Manli, she snorted. What are you doing? Don't you know I'm already losing hair, and you pulling like that made me lose even more. You owe me money. No money, Manli shrugged. Just as she spoke, the movie had already started. It began with a green intro. Everyone sat up straight, not a word spoken, their eyes fixed on the screen. The kids were the same. They had never seen such a big screen since they were born. Yeah, much bigger than the TV at home. Because it was a 3D movie, they had to wear 3D glasses. The movie started with the male second lead, Chen Din. He was the male lead's best friend, sharing the same dream of becoming an Air Force pilot. Despite his parents' disapproval, he pursued his dream even if it meant falling out with them. Eventually, he fulfilled his dream by entering the military academy. The story then led to him becoming an excellent Air Force pilot before facing an alien invasion. This movie also tested humanity's unity. In short, the plot was quite engaging. Chengzi had also read the script and found it excellent. As soon as the male second lead scene passed, Chengzi made an appearance. Upon his entrance, the female teachers couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "So handsome!" When he spoke, his eyes were filled with emotion. Halfway through the movie, the entire theater remained silent. Only the sound from the movie could be heard. Li Jin nodded while watching, saying to Chang Zi, "Bro, this is really good." Cheng Zhao's debut was spectacular in terms of acting skills, especially his eyes and dialogues. It's worth a lesson for those young actors in the entertainment industry. What exemplary acting! Chang Zi remained silent, continuously observing himself on the screen. He truly deserved the system's recognition, flawless in every way. Wang Jing sighed, "He's really good. I didn't expect you, bro, to act this well." Indeed, some people are born with acting talent. Over the 4 years of university, he had almost daily encounters with Chang Zi. Chang Zi was so well known to him. When did he ever act? This was his first time, and it's incredible. Even if he attended acting classes, he wouldn't improve so rapidly. My brother-in-law is so handsome. Manly, with starry eyes, even crumpled the popcorn box. Seeing her infatuated look, Song Miamian rubbed her head lightly. "Tisk, I'm just admiring him. What's the big deal?" Manly snorted. At that moment, Da Bao suddenly called out to his dad. Song Miamian asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Da Bao?" Manly chuckled and said, could it be that he recognized his dad in the movie? Their brother-in-law was almost always with the children. His appearances in the movie were essentially unedited, making him easily recognizable. Song Miamian glanced at the children. They hadn't turned around to look at Chang Zi, which indicated they might have recognized him. Chang Zi carried Da Bao over. The little one was adorable, glancing at the screen, and then at his dad, as if confirming who he was. They do look so alike. Da Bao, don't you recognize Daddy? Chang Zi asked with a smile. It took a while before he confirmed it was his dad. Song Miamian couldn't help but laugh and melt at the scene. Sisters, focus on the movie and stop just watching the kids. Isn't there your brother-in-law? With Chang Zi on set, he must know the plot thoroughly. As they hadn't seen it before, they didn't want to miss any details. It was too exciting, too captivating. The visual effects were really well done. Fantastic! Manly recorded some exciting parts to keep. The performance was so good, with no dull moments, so compact, one wave of excitement following another. As the movie neared its end, everyone felt a sense of lingering satisfaction. The ending was perfect, especially the moment when the female lead, Yan Nuan, exchanged a smile. Very well done. Li Jin's biggest admiration was for Yan Nuan, winning the Best Actress at such a young age. This movie solidified her position. Careful observation revealed that many actors were overshadowed by Chang Zi. It wasn't until it ended that Wang Jing, having finished her popcorn, belched and said, "I feel like I haven't had enough, so good to watch." I agree. Cheng Zhao's looks are not fake, high looks, good acting. So envious of Mrs. Song for having such an outstanding husband. Not only the women teachers praised, but the men teachers as well. The movie was excellent. As they left the theater, Feng Yu was still in a daze. The movie had truly shaken him. Being a movie enthusiast who had given some films negative reviews, this one earned a full 5 stars in his book. Full points. Everything from the plot, actors, to the effects were top-notch. Truly a film by director Zheng. Very powerful. Cheng Zi, thank you for treating everyone to this movie today. Teacher Li smiled. Cheng Zi responded, "You are welcome. It's the least I could do. Remember to invite us to the birthday celebration. Don't forget." Teacher Zi added. Song Miamian assured, "I will." After leaving the theater, the teachers quickly bid farewell and departed. Manly looked at the children. Having not seen them for a month, she missed them terribly. The little ones have grown again, getting more and more handsome and beautiful, especially our Bao and Si Bao. They are so lovely, I love them. Manly cooed at their cute faces. But when Si Bao didn't like it, he retaliated with a scratch of his hand. Swish! A blood streak appeared on Manly's face. It hurt a lot, a burning sensation. Manly thought about it, and then took out a band-aid, asking Song Miamian to help her put it on. "Sister, how is it? Does it look bad?" Song Miamian took a glance and shook her head with a guilty conscience. "Not bad, it looks fine." "Really?" Manly looked at herself in the mirror, half believing, half doubtful. Then, with a sudden shout, "So ugly! How could this be considered fine? It's obviously very unattractive, might as well not put it on." But no, she couldn't let her image be ruined. Gently tearing it off caused her mouth to twitch in pain. "Sibao, did you make Auntie's face like this?" Song Miamian squatted down in front of Sibao, pointing at Manly and asking her. Sibao looked at Manly, then at her mother, not knowing what had happened. "Sibao, if your parents don't compensate, will you compensate? If you can't, I'll take you away and sell you to the mountains." Manly smiled and was about to hug Sibao. Sibao wasn't willing and moved back, refusing to be held. "Oh, you won't let me. I'm going to hug you." Manly approached and picked her up, their eyes meeting. Shortly after, with a wah sound, Sibao cried directly, tears streaming down her face. This was real crying. Manly. How could this little one not give her face? She just wanted to take the opportunity to hug her, didn't expect to be rejected like this. Song Miamian quickly took Sibao into her arms. "If she doesn't allow you to hug, you still hug. HMPH. You injured my face, this little one should compensate me." After crying for a while, Sibao calmed down, her little eyes alert, watching Manly, guarding against her from touching her again. Forget it. If you don't want to be hugged, I won't hug you. I'm leaving." Manly snorted. "I'll come see you again next time." Song Miamian smiled. "Are you angry? HMPH. Do you think I look like a petty person?" With Sibao being so cute, how could she bear to be angry? Even if it left a few marks, it wasn't possible to be angry with a child, especially when someone else wanted her. She didn't care anymore. "All right, let's stop here. I have something to take care of. Let's go." After saying that, Manly left with Li Jin. Wang Jing and Feng Yu also felt awkward being the third wheel, so they greeted and left as well. The couple prepared to take the kids home. It's not clear who shouted from behind. The voice was quite loud. "Wow, isn't this Cheng Xiao?" It was a girl speaking. She had just watched Guardians with superpowers. In the blink of an eye, she saw the male lead in person. This luck was really unbelievable. She couldn't resist going up to get an autograph and a photo to post on Weibo, never expecting the male god had watched her movie as well. How lucky she was. Borrowing a pen and notebook from the front desk, she ran towards Cheng Xiao. Cheng Xiao, can you give me an autograph?" The girl observed Cheng Xiao up close. He was really handsome, good-looking from every angle, and his skin was flawless. The person next to him should be his wife and child, such a good-looking family, very envious. Especially the children, they were so delicate and good-looking. Cheng Xiao swiftly signed and took a photo, satisfying the girl before she left. The couple returned home with the kids. Initially, the mother-in-law was planning to accompany them to watch the movie, but due to some last-minute matters, she couldn't make it. In the car, Song Miamian was scrolling through Weibo. Guardians with superpowers had already topped the trending list, with everyone recommending it. The movie was really good. The lead actor delivered an explosive performance with great special effects and a perfect plot and pacing. The male lead really embodied his role. His acting was superb. Cheng Xiao was then trending at number 2. After several months, he was back on the trending list. Ethan's inbox was about to explode. Various advertisements, new dramas, and movie offers poured in, including some companies' lucrative contract proposals. He was getting overwhelmed, some of the less successful ones being cancelled right away. He had watched the movie, and Cheng Xiao was most likely going to win awards for his performance in it. Even a Best Actor award was possible. In the industry, many actresses became award winners with just one movie, and Cheng Xiao had a great chance. Reading the comments, Song Miamian couldn't help but smile proudly. Thinking that such an outstanding man belonged to her now, she felt particularly happy. "What are you looking at? You seem so happy." Song Miamian said, "Husband, you're back on trending again." Cheng Xiao smiled. It was expected. Checking the box office numbers, it was rapidly increasing at a visible speed. Once they were home, the kids felt tired, and Cheng Xiao put them to sleep. Then he sat on the sofa and checked his phone. 2 hours had passed, and the box office had already exceeded 1 billion. It was still rising. At this moment, Zheng, the director, messaged him, "Zicheng, the movie's trend is looking good. Jung was excited. He had directed many high-grossing movies, but none had reached 1 billion in just 2 hours. And the numbers were still going up. This time, he had definitely chosen the right person. Actors from the group also came to congratulate him. At Changsha, I watched the movie. It was really good. I'm not worthy. The younger generation of actors is getting better and better. I feel old. Come on. Are you calling yourself old at 30? Then am I a granny at 35? Some members in the group who were over 30 felt it. They all came to argue with him one by one. It was very lively. Changsha replied, "Thank you all." And the trending topic continued into the night. His fan base surged by another million. It now matched the top-tier star's fan numbers. Over 40 million. And it was still increasing. He retweeted a behind-the-scenes video from the official movie account, which sparked an immediate influx of comments. "I went to watch it today. It's really good. Highly recommend it to everyone on the list. Yes, it's really good. Changsha is so handsome. I was just looking at the looks, didn't pay attention to the plot. That's a shame. The plot is also good. The chemistry between him and the female lead is superb. They look like a perfect couple." "You're talking nonsense. He's already married. Don't involve Yanu in this. It could lead to misunderstandings." Got it. I was just saying. I can't resist recommending it to my mom." Changsha read through the comments, his lips curling up. He replied to a few fans who were thrilled to receive his response. "Oh my, Zizi replied to me. I can't believe it. So worship me so much." Song Miamian realized she was too excited, blushed, and said, "I'm not." "Not? Then what is this?" Changzi pointed to the lipstick mark on her face. Song Miamian looked and blushed even more, quickly took a tissue to wipe it clean. She breathed a sigh of relief only after making sure it was gone. It was just a moment of excitement, a mistake. She continued to casually open her phone to check Weibo, as if nothing had happened, secretly enjoying the gossip and admiring her husband's handsome face. The photos her fans provided were also cool. However, there were limited photos of Changzi online, mainly screenshots from TV dramas or candid shots taken by passers-by. There weren't any professional photo shoots. Song Miamian noticed this and quickly said, "Honey, let's go take some artistic photos tomorrow." "What's wrong?" "Look, your fans strongly suggest you take more photos. Just a few stills and selfies are not enough. They probably don't know how to make postcards." Changzi smiled. "You decide, dear. Let's go take them tomorrow. This time, your opinion doesn't count. If you're unwilling, I can drag you along." "Of course, I'm willing. We can go right now." Song Miamian threw a playful punch. "Stop kidding around." The night passed. The next day, they checked the box office. 700 million. It broke 700 million in 24 hours. Still rising. It was estimated to break 800 million soon, maybe even reach 1 billion. How terrifying. This special effects film cost a lot, at least 12 billion to break even. However, given the current situation, it was likely to make tens of billions at least. The couple quickly got ready and took their baby out. It was March, spring. The weather was warm, and the breeze on their faces was comfortable. Changzi made sure to put masks on their little ones. They wore masks themselves to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, despite the masks, Changzi was still recognized at once. His recognition rate was so high that even showing just his eyes, fans could still recognize him. This. Song Miamian finally understood what those online people were saying about star chasers having sharp eyes. They could recognize them no matter how they were disguised. Amazing! Just as they reached the entrance of the photography studio, they were stopped by fans and onlookers. "Excuse me, are you Changzi?" Faced with the question, Changzi had to admit it and took off his mask. Seeing his handsome face, "Wow, it's really you, so handsome." Fans began taking out the specially made postcards, asking for autographs. "Zhao Xiao, sign mine, please." "Ah, don't push me, let me first." "I was first." "Do you even know the concept of first come first serve?" "My new shoes." Changzi helplessly said, "Please line up one by one. Don't push, be safe." His words worked, and the girls quickly lined up in an orderly fashion. After getting their autographs, each one had a starstruck expression. Only then did their gaze notice Song Miamian and the kids beside Changzi. Wow, for adorable babies. They're so cute. Yeah, their eyes are just like the idols. Ah, I envy you. When will I have such cute babies? After exchanging greetings with fans, the couple took the babies inside the photography studio. Someone immediately approached them. Excuse me, do you need any help? Song My Amian spoke up. We're here to take artistic photos. Sure, we have many packages available. Would you like to take a look? A female staff member brought over a booklet with packages listed out. Each package varied in clothing options, photographers, and makeup artists. Without even looking, Cheng Zi said, "We'll take the most expensive one." Sir, this one also comes with a set of couple photos and the babies can join too. The staff member smiled, looking at the 4 babies. When can we do the shoot? Anytime. How about now? All right, let me go get the photographer. After confirming, as the staff member left, Song My Amian casually checked the most expensive package listed on the booklet. 100,000 yuan. So expensive. Were a few sets of artistic photos really that costly? It cost 100,000 yuan. Soon, the staff member returned. The photographer and makeup artist are ready. Follow me, please. They arrived at a studio, and all the staff members were in their positions. Wow, they are so cute. How old are they? They are lovely. The makeup artist smiled at Song My Amian. They're nearly 1 year old. They must be walking soon, right? They're already learning. At that moment, another costume stylist chimed in. They look so well behaved. My little one is just over a year and drives me crazy. I can barely handle one, and you guys are so amazing to have 4. Hats off. Is your little one also mischievous normally? Song My Amian shook her head. Usually, it's their dad who takes care of them. All 4 of them? Yes. That's impressive, 4 of them, not just one. What about you? I take care occasionally. He's better at it than me. So caring. I envy you. My husband basically does nothing. The child cries until hoarse. He still plays games pretending not to hear. The discussion shifted to their kids' mischief, and soon everyone was busy with their tasks, leaving a few assistants to entertain the babies with toys. On one side, they grabbed a toy they had never seen before, and it immediately caught the baby's attention, finding it intriguing. Meanwhile, Cheng Zi took off his mask to get ready for makeup. When the others saw that familiar face, they were shocked, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. After a moment of disbelief, the makeup artist asked with a trembling voice, "Are you Cheng Zi?" His face was so recognizable that it was almost unforgettable. Still, they needed to confirm. They couldn't believe that such a big star would visit their photography studio. Weren't well-known celebrities usually arranged by their agencies? What was this situation? Cheng Zi smiled faintly. Yes. Oh my, really you? Oh God, the makeup artist was in shock. It was like a divine stroke of luck to have him in their studio today. Just premiered for a day, so amazing. Definitely have to go see it. Can you give me an autograph later? The makeup artist smiled awkwardly. Cheng Zi, sure. Really? That's great. After the simple makeup, Cheng Zhao's face was already perfect, not needing much embellishment. Light makeup was already perfect. The current shoot was a sporty style, so hairstyles and such were casual. For a rap style, heavier makeup would be needed. After the makeup was done, they started shooting. The photographer didn't need to give many instructions, as Cheng Zi automatically struck good poses. A set of photos was taken. Not bad, not bad, the photographer smiled. These were the best-looking photos he had taken so far. No matter how they were shot, with Cheng Zhao's high appearance, they looked good from any angle. The first set was completed, and they moved on to the next. Continued changing outfits and makeup. Each style for each set was different. After finishing, they would select the best from the photos, keep them, and maybe create a photo album with a few. Song My Amian quietly waited aside, looking at her baby. The kids were still holding on to toys, babbling and chuckling, happily. Half an hour later, a staff member came over. Mom, do you want to take photos with the child? Our package offers a set of family photos or couple photos. Song My Amian thought for a moment. Couple photos. For family photos, since the baby was not yet a year old, there was no rush until they were a year old to take them. Okay. We'll have staff here to help look after your child. Thank you. You're welcome. It's our pleasure. Following the stylist's gesture, Song My-Anian went to change clothes. A pure white wedding dress. Chang Zi changed into a white suit. When the couple came out, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Handsome man and beautiful woman. A match made in heaven, so perfect together. His wife is so beautiful, so pretty. Song My-Anian's face blushed slightly. Were these wedding photos? She had never worn a wedding dress before. Chang Zi gently held her hand and said, "In the future, I will give you a perfect wedding. Let you wear an official wedding dress, okay?" She nodded lightly. They started shooting. The pair changed into several outfits for this set. The photographer looked at every shot and all were beautiful, almost impeccable. The couple's appearance was truly top-notch. No need for much editing. Just a slight touch-up on details was okay. After everything was shot, the photographer uploaded the photos to the computer, checked and edited them for a while, then sent them to Chang Zhao's phone. The remaining photos would be made into an album. After everything was finished, they paid the bill and left with their baby. Before leaving, they took photos with the photographers and signed autographs. Song My-Anian looked at the photos in the car. The photos came out nicely. Chang Zi smiled. That's because my wife and I are good-looking. HMPH, conceded. Back home, Chang Zi decided to post some artistic photos on Weibo. Within a minute of posting, there were many comments. Wow, these photos are great. I give them a perfect score. Sob, our Zilao has finally taken some photos. Before, it was all drama stills and selfies, and he was even mocked by other fans for not daring to take photos. They're just talking rubbish. What's there not to dare about? Our Lao Da has such high appearance, no angle is bad. The new drama is so good, continue to support. I love it so much. What should I do? The discussion among fans continued to escalate. On Weibo, it was mainly about Chang Zi, followed by Yan Nuan, and then Chen Din. This angered some people greatly. Were they treating him as if he didn't exist? The reviews praised the leads, mainly Chang Zi, the most. There were very few compliments for him. After all, he was a top star, finally getting a role in director Zheng's movie, which was doing well in box office, but the response to him was average. How could he survive in the entertainment industry like this? Since the announcement, Chang Zi gained millions of followers, while he only had a few 100,000. No comparison means no harm. He was upset, but there were others who were angrier, almost flipping the table. Qin Feng. He knew Chang Zhao's movie was released and was waiting for it to fail, but now the box office was already at 900 million, making him feel jealous. Especially as Chang Zhao's popularity rose rapidly, gaining millions of fans on Weibo. He was already a top star. Damn it! Thinking about how last time Yizia brought so many bodyguards and still didn't bring him down, he was a bit scared to confront Chang Zi directly. After some thought, should he dig up something on him? It was well known that online violence and public opinion could easily bring someone down. No, this time he would spend a lot of money to make him pay a price. If any dirt on him was found, what if, or maybe? If he had a wife and kids at home, if all else failed, he could get his wife and kids kidnapped, force him out of the industry, make him apologize on his knees. Heh. Saying and doing this promptly, he immediately sent people to dig up dirt on Chang Zi. In the general manager's office of Shangsing Entertainment, Zia Zong looked worried. He had been paying attention to the movie Superpowers all day, even having someone send him information to watch, and the performance was indeed excellent. Chang Zhao's acting was even better than the current award-winning actors. It was a great loss that this artist wasn't signed with Shangsing. But he couldn't force him to sign with them. Watching his fan base grow and slowly become a top star, he probably didn't value the company's promotion efforts. After all, his talent was there. If he opened his own studio, he would do very well. What should they do? The main issue was that Chang Zi was unresponsive, as during this time, many people had sent invitations to his manager's email. He was completely indifferent. Before, he thought maybe Chang Zi would cool down, but with this situation, it seemed he wouldn't cool down anytime soon. Sigh. Thinking it over, he had his secretary send another email to Chang Zhao's work email, with better benefits than other companies. The profit had already risen to 82%, not 55%. Chang Zi was unaware of all this, still tinkering with baby food and trying out new styles today. adding a few new ingredients. The babies needed to eat and get nutrients. He made some meat floss, sealed, and stored it, along with some snacks for the baby, all handmade by him with no additives, very healthy. This was something that required his personal effort. He didn't want any harm to come to the kids. The little ones loved his baby food, eating heartily, finishing everything shortly after it was made. Signing company. At this moment, a thought popped into his mind. Should he start his own studio? And then sign artists? Develop it well and then transform it into an entertainment company, as he heard these companies are not just money-making ventures. This money could then be used to support his wife and children. Thinking about this, he replied to Ethan, "Just decline it." After a while, he discussed his thoughts with Ethan again. Ethan thought it was feasible, but Chang Zi felt that this matter required careful consideration. It's not something you can just jump into as soon as you think about it. Plus, they were about to start filming in a few days, having agreed to director Lin. In the living room, the little ones were full and sleepy, so Song Miamian put them on the sofa and stood by watching over them. The little ones fell asleep so quickly, Chang Zi smiled and one by one carried them to the nursery. Watching them peacefully asleep, the couple exchanged smiles. Chang Zi thought about the filming. "Wife, I'll be starting filming in a couple of days." "Oh." Song Miamian didn't quite grasp it. "Remember I mentioned the spy drama last time? Fortunately, it's at the Qingzhou Film and Television Base. Many shows are filmed in Qingzhou. Modern dramas, period dramas, spy dramas, and more. When will you be back then?" Song Miamian was concerned about this. Chang Zi thought for a moment and said, "The film base is not far from here. If we finish early, I can come back at night, but if it's late, I might have to stay at a hotel there." He planned that after filming this drama, he wouldn't take on new scripts as it takes too much time, leaving him with no time to spend with the children. Seeing Song Miamian looking a bit down, he said, "All right, you and the kids can come visit the set." "Take the kids to the set? That would be awkward." She widened her eyes. "What's awkward about that? You're my wife, can't you come visit?" "All right then." Song Miamian sighed. She felt reluctant. They had been together for quite some time, and suddenly he's off to film, making her feel uneasy. "Ah, what's wrong? Will you miss me?" Chang Zi hugged her, gently rubbed her head, and teased. Song Miamian snorted softly and said, "I won't." She pretended to be tough. She wouldn't admit it voluntarily. "Then I'll leave tomorrow." "No." Song Miamian immediately shook her head. Chang Zi chuckled. "Why?" "Just no. If you go, you go. I'll ignore you." Saying this, she hurried to the living room, turned on the TV, her face blushing. When Chang Zi followed her out, she immediately covered her face with a cushion. She didn't want him to see. Then she acted as if nothing had happened and continued watching TV. Chang Zi sat beside her silently, gazing at her until she couldn't stand it. "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Because my wife is so beautiful. I want to look at you more." "Annoying. Watch your TV." Song Miamian threw a gentle punch at him. 2 days later, the box office sales of Super Guardian had already surpassed 2.7 billion. Yes, 27 billion in 3 days. And it was still rising. They had already made a profit. Now it was just a matter of how much more they would earn. Today was also the opening ceremony of the spy drama. The drama was titled Fierce Shadow. In the morning, Chang Zi arrived at the location for the opening ceremony. He was currently very popular, recognizable, and the crew members respectfully acknowledged him at first sight. Director Lin had been waiting for quite some time. When he saw Chang Zi, he breathed a sigh of relief. With Chang Zi around, that meant guaranteed viewership. If the current king of entrepreneurship didn't have Chang Zi, the ratings might have been disappointing. All the actors had already gathered. The opening ceremony began. A table was set up with a red cloth covering it, along with a pig's head, poultry, fish, and incense. Chang Zi and the actors stood together and paid their respects. Then there was a burst of firecrackers, and the ceremony concluded. He glanced over at the female lead next to him, who was also a top-tier actress named Ruin Xiaoyu, with a high level of popularity. He had seen some of her works before, but her true personality off-screen was unclear to him. Despite her young age, she had achieved quite a bit. Several of her works had high viewership ratings. "Hello. We're going to be partners from now on. Ruin Xiaoyu reached out her hand with a smile. She was well aware of Cheng Zi. His popularity had reached a peak in the past few days, crashing Weibo several times. She had also watched his movie, and she thought he did a great job. When she found out that he was going to be her partner, she was really happy. Working with such a talented person would surely help her improve her acting skills. Hello. They shook hands politely. Apart from the two popular leading actors, the rest of the supporting actors were all newcomers. They were handpicked by director Lin. Some A-list and B-list celebrities couldn't match the skills of these newcomers yet demanded exorbitant fees. That's why he had opted not to choose those big-name stars this time. Such stars usually had airs about them, like that Chin Feng guy. Brought in by someone else, he had a big attitude problem. Director Lin wanted to avoid such situations this time. With Cheng Zhao's rising fame, his fees naturally increased, and the production company had to fulfill the financial demands. After the ceremony, it was time for auditions. It wasn't exactly auditions, but rather going over the scenes, getting familiar with the plot before shooting began. Cheng Zi skimmed through the script, finding the storyline quite impressive. Now it was time for makeup and changing clothes. There are various departments in a new production crew, such as costumes, props, makeup, and so on, all working together for the first time and still unfamiliar with each other, needing time to adjust. Cheng Zi and Ruin Xiaoyu went to get their makeup done, and then they changed into their costumes. The makeup artists were all ready. Once they were dressed, the scene began. The director's camera was rolling. They were shooting a scene where the two main characters discover betrayal during a mission and discuss an escape plan. The scene required tension and excitement. After a shot, the female lead Ruin Xiaoyu was almost outshone by Cheng Zi multiple times. After it wrapped up, they went backstage for water. Cheng Zi, you're too good, she said, trying to calm herself with a sip of water. She had thought she could have a head-to-head with Cheng Zi, aiming for an intense and equal performance, but she was completely overshadowed. Too awkward. Cheng Zi was checking his phone, looking through the baby photos his wife sent, a slight smile on his lips. Not hearing a reply from him, Ruin Xiaoyu couldn't help but look up. He seemed to her like someone who was the same both on and off screen. But that wasn't entirely true. Stop. Two actors were suddenly called to a halt, looking a bit confused, and turned to look at the director. Your expression isn't right. You need to show genuine surprise, you know? Director Lin gestured and demonstrated it himself. Cheng Zi felt that this director could go act in movies himself. It took several tries before they got it right. The audition quickly ended, with shooting starting tomorrow. Cheng Zi, can I have your contact information? It would be convenient for discussing things. Ruin Xiaoyu smiled and asked. Cheng Zi replied indifferently, let's talk about acting tomorrow. I need to go back home to take care of the kids. Take care of the kids. Ruin Xiaoyu frowned. He has children. He looks so young. Maybe just fresh out of college, right? He got married so early. Now is the perfect time for his career. What benefits does getting married have for him? It's hard to understand. Well, see you tomorrow then. Cheng Zi drove home. Song Mai Anmian was helping the babies practice walking. She supported them, and the little ones dared to take bold steps. They only dared to hold onto the sofa and table before, but now they walked steadily. But they wouldn't walk when holding onto a person. Today they bravely took their first step. 3 treasures are amazing. Song Mai Anmian was helping the 3 treasures walk. The little ones took quick, confident steps, humming as they went. The elder treasure is a scaredy cat, standing there without taking a step. It can be so frustrating. Seeing this, Cheng Zi quickly brought out a newly bought toy to entice him. The elder treasure, who had been holding onto his mom and not moving, took the first step without hesitation when he saw the toy, then the second step. Success! Song Mai Anmian reluctantly let him play on the carpet. The second and fourth treasures also reached out, but since the elder treasure wasn't moving, they crawled over. Daddy! Hearing the word daddy, Cheng Zi felt his heart melt. He gave the toys to the 2 sisters. How is it going? Song Mai Anmian asked, holding onto her waist. Taking care of the babies is really tiring. She now understands the feeling Cheng Zi had when he had to take care of 4 kids alone every day. It must have been exhausting, though he never admitted it. She knew how hard it was when the children were born, staying up all night, sometimes not even having time to eat when the children were fussy. Shooting officially starts tomorrow. You can visit then, my dear wife. I'm not going. Song My-An-Mian refused. With so many people around, it would be awkward to bring all 4 kids. She didn't want to be gawked at like a panda, causing unnecessary trouble. Then let me know when you feel like coming, and I'll have Ethan pick you up. All right then. Changzi picked up the 3 treasures and pinched his cheeks. Today, our 3 treasures are the best behaved. They knew how to cooperate with their mom. The 3 treasures smiled warmly and cutely. They were still playing with their toys. Where's Mom? Mom went to wash the fruits. Just then, Songqin came over with a bowl of washed fruits and set it on the table. Little Cheng, are you back? Come and have some fruits. The family sat in front of the TV watching. Little Cheng, I heard from My-An-Mian that you are filming a TV series again. Songqin smiled. Changzi replied, yes, Mom, after this shoot, I won't take on any more projects. Why not? Because I want to stay home with My-An-Mian and the kids. It's okay, filming is your job, you go ahead. I'm here at home. Songqin felt reassured. Her son-in-law always had his family in mind. How could they be so ruthless to such a good child? Changzi smiled, but children should not lack their father's presence. That makes sense, but we respect your decision with My-An-Mian. Thank you, Mom. Silly child, we are all family, no need for thanks. Changzi looked at the kids, picked up an apple, peeled off a piece, and used a spoon to feed them. The sweet and sour apple was enjoyed by the children. They stood by Cheng Zhao's legs, eagerly watching, full of anticipation. The sight of them all standing there, moving in unison, was incredibly cute. Cheng Zhao's heart melted. Feeding them one by one, the babies chewed the apple, making cute smacking sounds. Cheng is so good at taking care of the children, Songqin said to Song My-An-Mian, noting how skilled he was. The latter blushed slightly. They say moms are better at childcare, but in their family, it was the opposite. Changzi had a wealth of parenting experience. He knew more than she did. You should learn from him a bit more. I know. Once again reminded, Song My-An-Mian felt helpless. After bathing in the evening, thinking about Changzi joining the filming crew the next day, and the possibility of not coming home, Song My-An-Mian felt uncomfortable. She thought about visiting the set. What if the children missed their father? She stood in front of the mirror, dried her hair, and prepared to blow dry it. She pressed the switch, but there was no response. She tried several times with no luck. Did it break? She checked, but there was no water inside, and she had just bought it recently. Wife, are you sure you plugged in the socket? Cheng Zhao's voice came from behind. Song My-An-Mian glanced over, embarrassed. She hadn't paid attention. How awkward. After plugging it in, Changzi said, let me blow dry it for you. After drying, they both went to bed. Song My-An-Mian said, let me put the babies to sleep. It's good to get used to it. For the nights when he wouldn't be home. You try. Changzi raised an eyebrow. But after trying to calm them down, the little ones were still lively, not showing any sign of sleepiness. Song My-An-Mian was even getting sleepy trying to comfort herself. So tired. Why weren't the little ones tired? Did they sleep too much during the day? Wife, what do you think? Need my help? Changzi asked with a smile. Song My-An-Mian glared at him. No need. The babies won't sleep anytime soon. Give up. I don't believe they won't sleep. Song My-An-Mian gritted her teeth and decided to continue. But after half an hour, it was still no use. She was completely exhausted and lay in bed, not wanting to move. Changzi got up. It's my turn. 10 minutes later, watching Changzi put the children to sleep one by one, Song My-An-Mian was stunned. One moment the children were being rowdy, the next they were peacefully asleep. How did he do it? She couldn't understand at all. Tending to children is an art. You can't rush it, Changzi said with a smile. If I'm not around, follow the method I just used to soothe them. Song My-An-Mian was puzzled. What method? I didn't catch it. For calming the baby, you have to hold them horizontally. Walk around, laying them on the bed won't work. Changzi chuckled and explained. Song My-An-Mian glanced at him. You're joining the crew tomorrow. There's no time for teaching now. I can teach now. That's not possible. What if the kids wake up? It's fine. They won't wake up. The little ones are fast asleep. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Song My Amian crawled into the covers, rejecting the idea, as she didn't have a musical cell and sang terribly. There was no need to show off. Changzi chuckled lightly and turned off the lights to sleep. The next morning, after preparing breakfast, he was ready to head to the drama set. "Wife, I've prepared breakfast. Remember to reheat it in the microwave when you wake up," Changzi shouted in the bedroom. "I got it." Song My Amian's sleepy voice came through. After bidding farewell, Changzi set out for Qingzhou Film and Television Base. He never expected that the popular Mingxing would come to visit, waiting for him to arrive. Upon seeing him, she immediately approached him. She was a woman dressed professionally, holding files in her hand. "Hello, Mr. Changzi. I'm the secretary of the general manager of Mingxing Entertainment. We would like to invite you to sign with our company, our benefits." Changzi admired her persistence in finding him here. "Sorry, hasn't my agent already explained in an email? I am not considering signing with any company at the moment." He smiled faintly. "Mr. Cheng, you can have a look at our benefits." The secretary persisted. After many inquiries, she finally found out that Changzi had joined a new drama crew. "I've already made it clear, sorry." Soon after, Ethan arrived by car. When actors film, their agents need to follow them. One reason is to provide timely updates and new announcements. The second is to handle all the artists' affairs. Changzi brought Ethan to the lead actor's dressing room, where director Lin had arranged a separate makeup room for him. Ethan frowned. Why is Mingxing so insistent? Even after several rejections, they still wouldn't let go. "I don't care." The makeup artist started applying makeup on Changzi. In the drama, Changzi played a special agent with the codename Liang, who had been undercover in enemy territory, collecting intelligence, and so on. His relationship with the female lead was childhood friends, and they later joined a team together after growing up, becoming an outstanding special agent. After finishing makeup, filming began. TV dramas are not as strict as movies. Director Zhang would scold directly, whereas director Lin's method was more gentle, teaching step by step. Unless someone couldn't learn no matter what in urgent situations, only then would they raise their voice. While filming was ongoing, on the other side, Qin Feng received news from his men, which infuriated him. How is this possible? He doesn't have any dirt on him? How did those people investigate? Is it valid? His assistant cautiously reported. According to the reports from there, Changzi is an orphan. He worked his way through university, dated a girlfriend during college, broke up, and then somehow got married and had children. This was all the information they had. It seemed like it wasn't a scandalous revelation. Qin Feng clenched his phone tightly. After a while, he asked, could he have cheated? After breaking up with his girlfriend, he had probably been involved with other women, including his current wife, secretly. While this kind of news may not be very flattering, with the right public relations, it could be quickly whitewashed, having little effect on the artist. Now he wanted to find a fatal weakness in Changzi. However, he didn't know where to start. Changzi was an orphan, with no attachments, making it impossible to investigate. Should they start with his wife? Perhaps they might find something, but it wasn't guaranteed. Thus, he instructed his assistant, check out his wife. The assistant paused for a moment, then said, yes. As he watched the assistant walk away, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. For several days in a row, Changzi returned home. Several nights, Song My Amian stayed up all night taking care of the kids, resulting in daytime exhaustion. Those little troublemakers were very energetic. Today, Changzi came back early, and when the baby saw him, he paused for a moment, then quickly confirmed that it was his father. He immediately smiled. Sibao appeared to be the happiest, as if he could walk, he would have rushed into Cheng Zhao's arms by now. He had been wriggling happily in his mother's arms the whole time. Changzi hugged each of them. He hadn't been back in days, and he missed them terribly. He could only see them through video calls every day, so he felt quite upset now that he thought about it. When I finish filming this drama, I'll stay home with you guys all the time, okay? Changzi pinched the faces of the little ones. The kids didn't know what he was saying, but they were just happy to see their father. In the days you weren't here, the babies were looking for you. Song My Amian shared these recent events. Every time they entered the bedroom, the babies would stare at the door, only to learn later that they were waiting for their father, which was quite heart-wrenching. Changzi couldn't help but feel sad after hearing this. To lighten the mood, he looked at Song Miamian. Wife, have you missed me? Song Miamian was a bit caught off guard, her face blushing after a moment. She had indeed missed him. When he was filming before, she looked at him with a longing that made others feel sorry for her. It seemed that this household couldn't function without him. All right, once I finish this drama, I'll take you and the kids out for a trip, okay? Song Miamian thought for a moment and asked, where should we go on the trip? It was inconvenient with several children. Changzi said, well, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's see later. This drama has fewer episodes. At this pace, we should be done around May, and we can go then. The baby's first birthday was on April 11th. How do we take the kids? There are 4 of them. It was a dilemma. By then, they might be walking, and she feared they would run around. Don't worry, we'll manage. Changzi smiled. Although the baby is small, they need to see the world. Dalbao, what do you think? He pinched the little one's face. Yep. Dalbao responded. All right then. But where's the best place to go? Song Miamian was conflicted. There are so many beautiful places. She wanted to go everywhere, as she had this idea for a long time, but never had the chance. Back then, she was busy studying and working before having children. Then she was occupied with work and childcare after. Let's take a look first. The two sat down on the sofa, opened the tablet, and searched for scenic spots. They selected several beautiful locations. Song Miamian widened her eyes, saying, you understand, right? It's simple. I've traveled to the Maldives before and learned some, so traveling should be no problem, Changzi replied. All right, let's go here. Song Miamian breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that she doesn't understand. She studied abroad before and knows some English, but she finds it quite troublesome. She prefers the comfort of being in their homeland, where they can go wherever they want. There are always unknown risks abroad. Okay, once I finish my work here, we'll pack up and leave immediately. After the two of them made the decision, it was already dark outside. Changzi went to cook. It had been several days since they had tasted familiar flavors, and Song Miamian thought about it. When she saw Changzi heading to the kitchen, she followed along. Songchin watched the babies. In the kitchen, Changzi was washing vegetables when she asked, do you need any help? Just wait there, I've got it, Changzi replied. I can't cook, but I can wash the vegetables, she insisted. Changzi raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? What's there to be unsure about? I really can't cook, but washing vegetables, which requires no skill, should be fine, right? And also, I've already learned how to stir-fry some simple vegetables. When Changzi was away, she made a special effort to follow recipes, learning for several days. She had almost gotten the hang of it, and the taste was quite good. Really? Changzi raised an eyebrow. TCH, you think I would lie to you? What benefit do I get from lying to you? If you don't believe me, forget it, Song Miamian huffed and walked out of the kitchen. I believe you. Why wouldn't I? Changzi chuckled and set aside the washed vegetables before cutting the onions, ginger, and garlic. You give it a try, let's see. Okay, I will. Sparks flew as the fire lit up. The oil sizzled as the onions and garlic hit the pan. In no time, a plate of fragrant greens was ready. This time, it was not bad at all. At least it smelled delicious. Changzi tasted it with chopsticks. Song Miamian anxiously asked, how is it? It's delicious, my dear. You finally made a dish that can be eaten, Changzi said with a smile. Song Miamian felt a bit embarrassed. She wanted to lighten Chang Zhao's burden, not wanting him to be so tired every day, working, taking care of the children, and cooking for her. She felt somewhat guilty. Is it really delicious? Tell me the truth. She still wanted to confirm. It's delicious. Take a bite yourself or let mom try it. Finished cooking, they sat at the dinner table. Changzi pointed at the various simple dishes on the table, smiling at his mother-in-law. Mom, these dishes were made by Miamian. Try them. Song Miamian blushed instantly. They had agreed not to tell her mother. These dishes were made by Miamian. Songchin was surprised. She knew her daughter couldn't cook at all. It was crystal clear. She completely lacked culinary skills, yet she had managed to make these dishes. Yes, try them, Changzi urged. She hesitantly tried a dish. After a while, Songchin nodded. It's good. This greens dish is nice, and the stir-fried pork with lettuce is also delicious. Miamian, your culinary skills have improved a lot. Not bad at all. Did Cheng teach you? Song Chin looked over at Cheng Zi. The latter quickly stated she learned from following recipes herself. Oh, not bad at all. Song Chin never expected her daughter to make such delicious dishes one day. She was impressed. Song Miamian felt quite happy inside. Had she made progress again? She needed to try out more dishes in the future so that she could share Cheng's burden. He wouldn't have to work so hard. They finished their meal, took a shower, and went to bed, discussing their plan to go to the Maldives after the shoot. Song Miamian asked, "What about Mom?" "We'll get her opinion then," implying that they might not go together. They would have to bring walking ropes for the kids if they could walk by then, as well as strollers. It was essential for unexpected situations to protect the children effectively. He still vividly remembered the zoo incident from last time. Better not take any risks. "All right, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to sleep," she said. The kids were already asleep, and she was worn out. Cheng Zi rubbed her head. "Okay, get some rest." Activating her sneaky napping skills, she drifted off. The next day, they woke up on time, prepared breakfast, and went to the set. Chin Feng had already received information about Song Miamian, but found it wasn't particularly useful. It mainly consisted of her childhood history, having a father who left abruptly, her struggles to study and work hard. He was at a loss for what to say. Why did this couple have no past whatsoever? It was like their lives were stuck in stagnant waters. He couldn't figure out why even Song Miamian's husband. Did he have some powerful background that explained everything? Chin Feng frowned, lost in thought. Pondering, he remembered Cheng Zhao's ex-girlfriend. Maybe that would be a starting point. Perhaps Cheng Zi had strayed. Even though it wouldn't affect him much, it could potentially create a big stir. Online users' fervent typing and the overwhelming wave of public opinion, mixed with insults, who could withstand it? Hence, he asked someone to communicate with Cheng Zhao's ex-girlfriend to shed some light on things. Maybe. Heh. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days before the baby's first birthday celebration arrived, Cheng Zi took leave from the set to have the child's birthday shoot. They visited the same photo studio as before. After the shoot, they went home and invited friends and family to attend the birthday celebration in a 7-star hotel 2 days later. Everything was arranged. Since they didn't have many relatives, only friends were invited. Cheng Zhao's former classmates and friends, even the teachers from Qingzhou University were invited. 2 of the store's employees were also on the guest list. They even invited Director Zheng, but Director Lin was busy filming and couldn't make it. Everyone who received the invitation replied they would attend. The children were now walking steadily, keeping pace with their older siblings. They were progressing very quickly. They had barely reached 1 year old and were already walking. Everything was set, and they eagerly waited for the day of the birthday party. During this time, Cheng Zi made a trip to the set to complete his part and immediately rushed home. On the big day, the couple took the children and drove to a 7-star hotel 10 miles away. They had booked a large private room and set up multiple tables. Assorted desserts and drinks were available. They were just waiting for their guests to arrive. "Can you really not come? We requested it ourselves, letting you know to notify. How can you not come to the baby's first birthday celebration?" Mr. Wang said. "Humph! Where's the baby? I want to see them. Can they walk now?" Mr. Wang rubbed his hands together. "Yes, the babies are over there. I'll go get them." Song Miamian walked in the other direction. There was a special children's toy room over there. The children were happily playing with toys on the floor mats over there. Song Miamian helped each of them put on their shoes and led them out. A row of exquisite cuties, melting everyone's hearts who saw them. Mr. Wang and the others rushed over quickly, each picking up one of the children and showering them with kisses. "Wow! They've grown so big, can walk now, so adorable." Describing them as finely carved jade is not an exaggeration. They are just so lovable. Teacher Mengyan looked enviously on. The quadruplets were getting more and more handsome, the little girls, dressed up beautifully by their mothers, looking clean and neat. Their little braids were tied up, looking extremely cute. Rosy cheeks, chubby faces. The way they followed their older brother melted the hearts of the teachers. Teacher Zhao Xiao, Ever since seeing those little ones at the movie premiere last time, had been unable to stop thinking about them. She kept asking Song Miamian for pictures of the babies. While they were playing with the babies over there, another group of people arrived. Cheng Zhao's middle school classmates and high school classmates. Li Jin, Feng Yu, and Lin Nian, including Ethan. Two of the middle school classmates were quick to recognize Cheng Zi. Who didn't recognize this big star? When they saw Cheng Zi in the movies, they were all dumbfounded. The once aloof teenager had become a movie star. It was truly miraculous. Back in middle school, Cheng Zi, being so handsome, was liked by many girls in the school, who even wrote love letters to him. This made a lot of people jealous. There were even incidents of school violence. Some couldn't stand Cheng Zi and wanted to beat him up, but Cheng Zi was quite agile and left them crawling on the ground, looking for their teeth. Cheng Zi, long time no see. One of the middle school classmates patted Cheng Zhao's shoulder. His name was Mu Nan. He had just graduated last year, and the other one was Yan Lele, still in her senior year at Qingzhou Medical University. They were former dorm mates in middle school, getting along quite well. It had been a long time since they had been in touch. They had only recently reconnected, and now both had children. It was a bit scary that both had 1-year-old kids now when they had only just graduated. You sly guy, you've kept your child a secret from us, and you didn't even tell us about getting married. Mu Nan punched Cheng Zhao's shoulder playfully. It was so rude, honestly. Although they hadn't kept in touch for many years, they still met at the annual summer reunions. Cheng Zi didn't explain much, just smiled and apologized. I'll let you know when we have a second child. A second child? The two friends looked at the 4 little ones over there. They were taken aback. Are you sure you want a second child? They already have 2 pairs of children. Aren't they content? It was unimaginable what it would be like if they had more twins. It would be like running a kindergarten. What family could afford that? All right, you go attend to your guests. We won't disturb you. We'll go over there for some drinks. Mu Nan said. Cheng Zi nodded. The high school classmates who came later, upon seeing the situation, approached them as well, including Feng Yu and Li Jin. They were holding wine glasses. They clinked glasses and chatted for a while. They were really enjoying themselves. The female classmates that Song Miamian had invited were all quite familiar, sitting together at the moment. I never thought that our beautiful Song would also get married and have children, and so early. Yeah, I thought she wouldn't consider finding a partner until she was 30, but she got married so quickly. I wish I could find a partner quickly like her, then my family wouldn't pressure me to get married. A nearby female classmate said enviously. What I envy the most is that her husband is the male lead in that movie we watched the other day. It's like he's become a superstar overnight. Yes. I just saw a few kids. They're so cute. You guys should go see them too. Really? I didn't even notice just now. Let's go together. Song Miamian was feeding some water to the kids and she saw a few beautiful girls approaching. She was taken aback. Song, we haven't seen each other in 2 years and you've already forgotten us. One of them teasingly said. Song Miamian stood up and smiled. I thought you guys weren't coming. How could we not come when you're married and have a child? We're here to see the baby, not you. The other one laughed. The little ones were still a bit timid with strangers, quickly hiding behind their mother, peeking out a small head, looking curiously at them. Wow, aren't the babies just too adorable? Seeing them up close, they were finely crafted like jade figurines, as cute as little dumplings. Miamian, can I hold this baby? A beautiful woman with long black hair pointed at one of the quadruplets. She immediately took a liking to him. Song Miamian smiled, sure. The little quadruplet quickly shrunk behind Song Miamian, showing resistance on his face. No, don't hold me. Song Miamian took him out from behind her and placed him in front. As she saw him standing alone in front, the women on the other side looked at him like hungry wolves. Wow. Soon after, a burst of crying came from the quadruplet. Is being pretty also a mistake? Song Miamian chuckled and lifted him, pinching his nose. Auntie just likes you and wants to hug you. Can't she? You're too stingy. The eldest watched the beautiful ladies intently the whole time, his eyes fixed on them. He was quickly noticed. He didn't resist being held at all. The result would not have been the same if it was a man holding him. One of them teased, holding him, I envy you so much, you've married so well. Yes, your husband is actually that big star Cheng Zi. So envious. I don't care. You'll have to get me an autograph later. I want a photo too. Me too. This visit is totally worth it. Yeah, we can even see such cute little babies. So lovely. The women chatted for a while before taking their seats. The guests were almost all present, and the first-year celebration began. The babies were taken to the toy room, and the husband and wife oversaw the event. Manli and Song Nana arrived late. Sister, sorry, we had a little trouble on the way. That's why we're late. There are 20 teachers, plus those former classmates, adding up to a total of 20 people. Li Jin and his group are included in that count as well. Everyone is sitting together at the table, drinking and joking around. Many are discussing Cheng Zhao's sudden marriage and child, as well as his movies. It's quite the gossip. The scene is lively. Song Mian remember something? Honey, you said you had prepared everything for the baby's 1-year-old ceremony. Is everything ready? Every child on their first birthday will have a grab ceremony arranged by the adults. Whatever they grab symbolizes what they will pursue in the future. However, these are some of the customs of the Chinese people, mainly for happiness and good luck. Cheng Zi laughs. It's all prepared. We'll talk about it after the banquet. All right, then. The couple, being affectionate with each other, gave a big pot of dog food to the single attendees. These two don't forget to show affection at their child's birthday party. It's outrageous. Poor single attendees. Halfway through the birthday party, the couple brings their child out. The little one instantly becomes the center of attention. The invited guests are mostly people with whom they have good relationships, so they trust each other not to take photos or videos recklessly. They all know Cheng Zi is a public figure, and every move he makes is under public scrutiny. They have not stooped to that level yet. Li Jin sits with Director Zheng. Just then, Director Zheng remarks, little Cheng got married really early. He does not care when artists get married, only focusing on their acting skills and audience approval. Yes. By the time I found out, he already had a child, Li Jin adds. Director Zheng looks at the 4 babies not far away and feels visually stunned. 4 babies? How is this possible? When the news first came out, it seemed unbelievable, but seeing it now, it is truly shocking. Ordinary people could never have quadruplets. It's incredible. No wonder he always says he has no time. With 4 kids, he truly has no time. As they are talking, the couple is approaching them. They go table to toast and then reach Director Zheng's table. After clinking glasses, Director Zheng drinks up and says, little Cheng, congratulations. A child turning 1 is a very important day. Thank you, thank you. After toasting, Cheng Zi addresses the guests. Today, let's eat to our heart's content. Unknowingly, an hour has passed. Most people are almost done eating, and the men are mostly drinking and boasting, finding it hard to leave their seats for a while. Manli and Ms. Wang leave after eating to play with the babies. Since they often meet, the children are familiar with them and not resistant to their presence. Most guests brought gifts for the babies. Dear babies, Auntie wants to hold you. Ms. Wang offers her hand. The little ones take a step back, not wanting to be held. Song Mian looks on with a smile. Auntie has toys for you. Do you want them? Ms. Wang suddenly takes out a glowing ball that can change colors when thrown on the ground. It immediately catches the baby's attention, and they reach out to take it. No, dear babies, nothing comes without effort. If you let me hold you or kiss you on the cheek, I'll let you play with it, okay? Ms. Wang points to her face, showing she's not wearing makeup today. When did you buy that? You're not thoughtful at all. You didn't even tell us, complains Dream Yan. She secretly bought them to get the baby's attention and let them watch eagerly. Fine, here are 3 more. You share them, Ms. Wang says, grateful she bought extra balls. Li asks, Ms. Song, when will the children have the grab ceremony? I am curious. In a bit, Song Mian smiles. She is also curious about what the babies will grab. Ms. Wang asks Li, what did your child grab at the ceremony? I'm curious. An abacus, Li laughs. I heard that an abacus symbolizes wealth in the future. Not bad. Really? I thought it was just for accounting. Li chuckles, covering her face. Ms. Wang responds, I've heard this from the elderly. Who knows, the old generation's sayings might be true. I don't know. I just hope he will live a simple life in the future. I don't seek wealth and extravagance, Lee expresses, reflecting the sentiment of many parents. Of course, some parents hope for their children to achieve great success. Song Mian holds similar thoughts, not seeking great wealth but wishing for their children to live well. Chang Zi drinks a lot but does not feel drunk, unlike some who are already struggling to stay upright. They've had too much to drink. Some of the drinks have high alcohol content, and a few cups are enough to make someone drunk. There are, however, some who can handle their alcohol well. It seems Chang Zi is doing well. Booking a 7-star hotel is not cheap. Yes, he is a big star now. Money is not an issue for him. He's so good looking, I could tell he had potential. You're just flattering him. Sitting at another table are Cheng Zhao's high school classmates, with Feng Yu among them. Everyone knows each other. Cheng Zvi kept a lot of things from us. We were in the dark until recently, Feng Yu says, irritated. He hasn't contacted them in months. Suddenly, he appears married and turns into a star. Exactly. If not for his popularity on Weibo and movies, I would not have known he was a star, adds another classmate. Without keeping up with the internet, they would have been clueless. Li Jin did fine. He went to Beijing right after high school. That's common knowledge. They grumble about Chang Zi not informing them. It's not thoughtful at all. Nevertheless, seeing him so happy and successful with his children, they genuinely feel happy for him. When will I be as successful as him? In how many years? 100 years. Cheng Zi and director Zhang are drinking, with the latter being known for his high alcohol tolerance in the circle. Today, he wants to have a drinking competition with Cheng Zi and is starting to feel a bit tipsy. How come you can hold your liquor so well? Director Zhang was curious. I guess I was born with it. As soon as this was said, Director Zhang's expression turned somewhat strange. Born with it? Indeed, some people are naturally gifted. Thinking of something, Director Zhang said, there's an event for the Super Guardian in a couple of days. There will be many journalists interviewing. Are you going? The total box office for this movie has already exceeded 7 billion. It is definitely award-winning internationally. Chang Zi could easily win the Best Actor. The possibility is high. Don't worry, it won't be long. Seeing him silent, Director Zhang preemptively reassured. Okay, when? In 3 days. Okay. Continue drinking. Until the end, many people were completely drunk. Cheng Zi booked rooms, arranged for staff to take them back to their rooms. Everything was arranged properly. Some drank alcohol, but weren't drunk and drove themselves here. They also specially booked rooms. Rest a bit before leaving. Soon, there were only a few girls who only drank juice left on the scene. Seeing the desserts around, unable to resist, they ran to eat. These desserts were all made by Cheng Zi himself. Took a bite. Everyone's eyes lit up. This is quite delicious. We forgot to come over just now. Delicious, delicious. I told you to come and eat. You didn't come. Can't blame me. One of them said. HMPH. Since there are still cakes left, I won't argue with you. I was really bullied by this couple just now. I'm a single dog. Why don't I have anyone? We're the same age. Other people's babies are already a year old, almost ready to buy soy sauce. Who isn't, among us, except Mayu who got married? Several of us haven't. We are all single dogs, so don't say whether you were bullied or not. We all have to bear the pain together. Blue O. A few middle school classmates teased the baby for a while and then took their leave, saying they had something to do and needed to leave quickly, while the high school classmates of Song Mian stayed behind. Those who left were quite regretful they didn't get to see the baby's first birthday celebration. The 4 children became the focus of attention for everyone. Each one looked at them as if they were treasures. Women always like babies. Who wouldn't like such delicate and cute little things? Director Zhang greeted Cheng Zi and left in a car. He had brought a dedicated driver with him, and before leaving, he reminded Cheng Zi not to forget about the event. Cheng Zi nodded. Li Jin and Feng Yu, Wang Jing also drank and went to rest in their rooms. The venue quickly became deserted, with only a few women and babies left. Manly looked in the direction where Li Jin had left and complained, "Don't you know your own capacity for alcohol? Come on, why drink so much? Let them drink. Which man doesn't drink?" Wang Laoshi smiled. She seemed to smell something. Could it be that these two are? It's extraordinary. It seems that Manly is about to get into a relationship, or maybe she already has. Manly glanced at her. I say, what's your opinion? No, how can I have an opinion about the two of you? Wang Laoshi smiled ambiguously. HMPH, come on, stop it. Manly snorted. Song Mian was playing with the baby. At this time, her high school classmates approached and asked, Mian, are these desserts provided by the hotel or did you buy them from outside? We also want to buy some to take home. Song Mian looked over and smiled. My husband made these. What? The few people blinked, a bit surprised. Your husband made these? That's too amazing. Not only is he good in other aspects, he's so good at making desserts too. I wonder how good he is at cooking. Isn't that a stupid question? If he's so good at baking, how could his cooking be bad? Maybe his cooking is even better. Song Mian smiled and didn't say anything. I was hoping to buy some, but I guess it's unlikely now. These desserts made by Cheng Zi, only his wife could enjoy this blessing. They didn't have that privilege. It wouldn't be appropriate to pack them up to take away. It would be too awkward. They had eaten enough. Cheng Zi confirmed that the male companions had gone to rest before coming over. After a while, he said, Wife, can we arrange for the kids to play the chopsticks game? The timing is just right now. Later, record a video with a camera. Save it for the kids to watch in the future. In the children's toy room, a red carpet had already been laid out. At the other end of the carpet, there were many items for the chopsticks game. Abacus, books, Bowsy, comb, cash, etc. They were all set up just now. The kids' eyes lit up when they saw this, and they couldn't wait to go over. But they were held back by the couple. Wait a moment, it hasn't started yet. What's the rush? Song Mian said with a smile. Wang Laoshi and the others looked eager, wondering what the kids will pick. I think Big Treasure will pick the abacus. The second treasure will pick the little money bag. The third treasure should pick the pen. As for the fourth treasure, it's hard to say. Manly guessed to herself. Wang Laoshi smiled. I think that's not accurate. What they pick depends on the children's wishes. It's about good luck. I know. I don't need you to tell me. I'll guess anyway. The couple looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. When the time came, Cheng Zi placed the kids at the other end of the red carpet, then let go of their hands and let them see what they liked. As soon as the children were freed, they stepped over. For Treasure was the slowest, walking hesitantly, very anxious. On the other side, the older siblings had already chosen their items. Big Treasure directly took a stack of banknotes and sat on the ground playing with them. Isn't this a slap in the face? Wang Laoshi smiled and looked at Manly. Humph, I just made a guess, I wasn't sure. Second Treasure grabbed a small Bowsy. This symbolizes that she will become a chef in the future, or she loved cooking like her dad. It's a good symbol. Wang Laoshi's eyes lit up. Perhaps in the future, people can taste the dishes made by Second Treasure. Her dad's dishes were very delicious, so how bad could hers be in the future? After all, the genetics are there. Third Treasure grabbed a pen. This means she will study hard, go to a good university, and become a knowledgeable person in the future. The fourth treasure was wandering around, then set her sights on the red banknotes in Big Treasure's hands. Ding ding dong. She went over and snatched it. She had quite a bit of strength. Big Treasure was stunned for a moment, then tried to take it back. The older brother and sister both are. Si Bao was busy playing with the money notes, while Dabao watched from the side, with teary eyes, too scared to approach. Afraid that his younger sister would push him away. Si Bao didn't care about it, gave him a glance, and continued playing. Manly couldn't help but smile and said, "This little clever imp even knows how to take things from his brother." It seems that these two little ones both like money notes. Teacher Wang smiled and said, "It's the same hobby. I like it too. Grandpa Mao, who doesn't like it?" Song Mian took the money notes from Si Bao's hand, and this little guy immediately protested. He looked at her, feeling wronged, sporting a look that said, "Why are you taking my money? Big Brother also likes this. How about we split it and give half to Big Brother?" So, in the pitiful expression of Si Bao, Song Mian took out half of the money notes and gave them to Dabao. Cheng Zi even specially tied them with a rubber band to prevent them from scattering. Seeing the adorable appearance of the little babies, several girls' hearts melted. They are really cute. I really like them. What should I do? Who wouldn't like them? It's rare to see such good looks. Yes, but you should also take a look at how attractive their parents are. The children definitely won't be inferior. I envy Mian. Who wouldn't? The baby successfully made the women present yearn even more for marriage. Even more so for having babies. If they could have such an adorable baby, they would be satisfied for a lifetime. After the birthday celebration, some people were getting ready to leave. Mian, remember to keep in touch on WeChat. We'll come visit the baby next time. We're leaving now. I'm a little reluctant to leave. If you miss him, you should quickly have a baby yourself. The group laughed and left. Only the couple was left behind, along with Manly, Lin Nyan, Song Nana, and Teacher Wang. Song Chin was watching Da Bao and Si Bao, afraid that these two little rascals would tear the money notes. She came from impoverished days, so she was particularly thrifty and cherished money, not wanting to waste a penny. Second Bao and third Bao were still gnawing on their favorite things, with saliva everywhere. Teacher Li looked at second Bao with amusement. This child really thinks this bun is a real bun. It was made so realistically, from a distance you couldn't tell if it was real or fake. The gifts from everyone were piled up in a corner of the toy room. They would all be packed into the trunk later and taken home. The first birthday celebration was over, and Cheng Zi called the staff to clean up. Everyone left, and Teacher Wang and the others also left after saying a few words. Manly opened her phone and sent a message to Li Jin, not knowing if this guy was asleep. He had drunk a bit, but his mind was still clear. There was no need to rest. She could just send him back. She sent the message, and Li Jin quickly came down. Sisters, I'll take him back first. You guys continue. Manly left. Song Nana was stunned, looking over there, and then at Song Mian. Sister, is Li Jin's girlfriend? She had been curious before whether Li Jin was single. Yes, what's the matter? Song Mian glanced at her. I thought he was single. She had thought about pursuing him. He is pretty handsome, and a star. Of course, beauties love handsome guys. She didn't expect him to have a girlfriend, and that too, her sister's friend. Oh well, she couldn't possibly break them up. She wouldn't do that immoral thing. She would wait to meet her destined one in the future. She was now torn and wanted to find someone. Torn because she feared that, if she brought someone home and her parents discovered they were not wealthy, it would lead to a lot of issues. She was afraid of scaring them away at first sight. That would be so disappointing. She didn't want parents like that. In her opinion, she had done enough, but they were still not satisfied, always asking her for money. To marry those disgusting old men for money. It made her sick. She wouldn't marry them. Marrying them would ruin her life. Song Mian smiled when you asked. He was indeed single, but now they are together. Did I miss the chance? Song Nana widened her eyes. No, by then they had already met and were about to start a relationship. That's still a missed chance. If they had met earlier, it might not have ended this way. Song Nana sighed. Since she had missed the opportunity, she had missed it. The person had already left, and Song Mian said, Husband, let's go back. Cheng Zi nodded, meticulously putting the gifts into the trunk of the car. After finishing moving them, they were ready to leave. Song Chin looked at Song Nana. Aren't you going home? I don't want to go back. Song Nana pouted. That's your home. Where else would you go if you don't go back there? Can I stay at your place for a few days, Auntie, to calm down? She didn't want to go home, where she was constantly nagged, scolded, and bossed around by her brother. It was annoying. Song Chin spoke. Hey, they are still your parents. What can they do to you? I just don't want to go back. At this moment, Song Mian spoke. Mom, if Nana doesn't want to go back, let her stay for a few days. It's okay. There were plenty of rooms anyway. Song Chin sighed. Thinking of Zhang Qi's behavior and attitude before, she was still quite angry inside. Song Nana seemed to remember something and grinned. Is brother-in-law currently filming on the set? Heh, I can help take care of the baby. With that, Cheng Zi raised his head and smiled. That's a good idea. It could lighten his wife's burden. Since her sister-in-law agreed, Song Nana knew it was settled. She could move back into the mansion. And she could spend time with the babies every day. Song Chin looked at Song Nana helplessly. This child. Later, her mother wouldn't be pleased again. After returning home, the group placed the gifts in the living room, one by one opening them. Song Nana was the most excited. Her usual hobby was unboxing parcels, but there weren't any parcels for her to open now. Poor. After finally earning some money, it was taken away by that useless person. Song Mian placed the babies on the carpet and joined in the unwrapping of gifts. There were several small gold bracelets. Song Nana gasped, so luxurious. Each small bracelet cost thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. Song Mian quickly looked at the gift boxes of the bracelets, and on the one her classmate gave, there were 4 of them. Thinking that when she has babies, she will return the favor. In addition to the bracelets, there were designer baby shoes, a set of 4 pairs. Half an hour later, they had unwrapped dozens of gift boxes. They were all rather valuable items. The couple placed the gifts in the collector's room. Coming out, Song Nana was already playing with the baby. She was holding a toy fishing rod in her hand. The child followed along, making sure not to run ahead to avoid falling. They were having a good time here. Changzi looked at Song Mian and said, "I'll go back to the film crew tomorrow. I took a day off today to spend time with you and the child. Leaving again tomorrow." Song Mian still felt a bit reluctant. Coming back and leaving again, with no time to rest. "I also want to finish filming early, then come back to be with you and the child, take you on a trip," Changzi said while rubbing her head and smiling. "After filming this drama, I won't take on any more TV shows. Filming is a few months long. There is an event to attend in 3 days. All right then. Wait for me at home." Changzi kissed her forehead. Acting so intimate as if no one was around, Song Nana couldn't stand it. "Sister, can you two lovebirds not show affection in front of this single dog? It's really painful. Are you bullying me for not having a partner?" Upon hearing the voice, Song Mian quickly took 2 steps back. She glared at Changzi. "Is there no one else here? Stop being so affectionate." Changzi chuckled and said, "You are my wife. Even in public, I dare. Can you have some dignity?" "What is dignity? Can you eat it?" Changzi laughed and shrugged. Song Mian looked at him speechlessly. This guy is shameless. Oh well, just ignore him. In the evening, just finished showering and preparing to put the baby to sleep, Song Nana rushed in anxiously without knocking on the door, out of breath. "What's wrong?" Song Mian turned around in confusion. "Sister, brother-in-law, something happened." Song Nana ran over, sat down on the carpet, opened her phone, and said, "Something happened. Something happened." Song Mian's heart skipped a beat. What happened? Song Nana opened Weibo and opened a hot search topic. A familiar profile picture appeared in Song Mian's site. Lin Fifei. She had seen it before, deliberately misleading and stirring up trouble, claiming she didn't want it, was forced to break up, tried to link herself with Changzi. And now she's causing trouble again. The content of the Weibo post roughly stated that she and Changzi were in a romantic relationship before, then broke up due to interference from someone, the interloper being Cheng Zhao's current wife. She even posted so-called evidence, chat screenshots, painting herself as a victim, playing the innocent card. Really disgusting. Some netizens saw the screenshots, regardless of facts, immediately targeted Changzi with a barrage of insults, accusing him of being a scumbag directly under his Weibo posts. In the late hours, the post directly became the top search. It was mostly full of abuse and cruelty, some even cursed at the children. She didn't dare show it to the couple. Many were waiting for a response. At this moment, Cheng Zhao's phone rang. Li Jin asked in a message, "Bro, what's going on with this hot search? How come an ex-girlfriend suddenly popped up and even accused his sister-in-law of being a homewrecker? What's going on?" Changzi explained the situation to him. Li Jin sighed in relief, knowing that his brother would never do such a thing. Changzi couldn't have done something like that. The only one who knew the situation was Wang Jing. He had witnessed Lin Fifei and Changzi dating. Lin Fifei cheated on him with a rich second-generation guy and dumped his brother without any evidence. Empty talk would never be believed. Seeing it escalate further. In a room, Qin Feng sat on the sofa, looking at the overwhelming news on Weibo, smirking. This was enough for him to watch a good show. It would be great to force him out of the industry. Let's see how he deals with it, breaking up with his girlfriend, marrying the third party, and having a child. The news was so explosive. If it continued like this, he would definitely be ruined. Still not giving a response now, Feeling guilty, aren't you? Until the next morning when Cheng Zi went to the film crew. Ethan also came along, asking about the situation, how to deal with it, whether they needed to hire a public relations team. The whole internet was sympathizing with Lin Fifei, scolding Cheng Zi as a scumbag, shameless. Let's not do anything yet. It will be more satisfying when it escalates. The cast members now looked at Cheng Zi with colored glasses. The person they were filming with turned out to be a scumbag who was so affectionate with his wife in the news. It turned out his wife was the third party. Didn't see this coming? Thought he was a good person. Lin tried to avoid Cheng Zi intentionally. The man is obviously Cheng Zi, and the woman should be Lin Fifei. Their conversation is very clear. When they broke up, the Estee Lauder box was slammed to the ground. Lin Fifei looked fierce, while Cheng Zi looked humble. When Song Miamian saw the video, she didn't expect Cheng Zi to be so humble. She had never seen Cheng Zi make such an expression before. At that moment, she felt quite conflicted. It turns out he was treated this way during the breakup. Seeing this, she felt sorry for him. Her husband had said that at that time he really had no money, but later he worked hard to earn some. It was likely he used the money earned from delivering packages to buy milk powder for the baby, but he always kept it and was reluctant to spend it. The second video showed Lin Fifei entering a hotel with a rich man. When both videos came out, Weibo and Douyin went crazy. They instantly trended and became popular. After waiting for a few days, there was finally a reversal. Fans who had been disappointed and ready to unfollow became spirited again and started helping Cheng Zi. With evidence, the reversal was easy. In these few days, he lost millions of followers. As soon as this trend came out, his follower count began to rise rapidly again. Many people realized they had wrongly accused Cheng Zi and began to apologize, shifting their anger towards Lin Fifei. 2 days passed, and the latter thought Cheng Zhao's reputation was tarnished. He might even come and apologize to her. This sudden reversal caught her off guard. Where did the surveillance footage come from? Wasn't she already planning? What's going on? Reading the string of comments below, she felt her blood pressure rise instantly. Oh, so you were the one who cheated, blaming our Zhao Xiao just to gain popularity. How shameless you are. That's right, you were treated so well before, and you could still do such a thing. You have no shame. Why do people like you still live in this world, wasting food and air? The insults from internet users kept escalating, becoming more and more unbearable. Faced with the overwhelming criticism, Lin Fifei clenched her fists and started arguing back with them. The situation ended up making her look even worse. Seething with anger, she directly implicated Qin Feng, claiming he orchestrated everything and even had recordings. Yes, to prevent certain people from changing their minds or withholding money, she could reveal these things at a critical moment. Celebrities are most afraid of this kind of scandal. Now, there was quite a show to watch. It was truly a series of unexpected events. These days, it felt like there was too much gossip to handle. Another person was implicated. After some investigation, it was speculated that Qin Feng, displeased with Cheng Zi, contacted his ex-girlfriend to frame Cheng Zi and ruin his career. But Cheng Zi had evidence of his innocence, leading to a major reversal. The situation was becoming more and more intriguing. As soon as Lin Fifei spoke out, criticism shifted towards Qin Feng. However, the backlash against Lin Fifei did not stop. Neither of them were innocent. They deserved it. This situation escalated quickly. Song Miamian and Song Nana were still browsing Weibo. Nana covered her mouth, chuckling. I never expected this reversal to happen so quickly. Haha. I really want to see that woman's expression. I didn't see it coming. Qin Feng seemed so gentle on screen, but he's secretly so malicious. It's really a misjudgment. It was only now that they realized certain big stars were carefully crafted personas. Let's just sit back and enjoy the show, sis. This time, there was no issue with her brother-in-law. After the events of the past 2 days, they could expect a significant increase in followers. This reversal was truly impressive. Cheng Zi was still on the set, completely uninterested in all of this. It was as if it had nothing to do with him. People on the set realized they had wrongly accused Cheng Zi and felt somewhat embarrassed, especially Ru. As a prevalent artist, he had no choice but to come forward. They are currently holding a meeting. Qin Feng appeared calm on the surface, but he was actually panicking inside. He never expected that the woman would record their conversation and couldn't handle the online backlash, which in turn brought him trouble. This was something he had never anticipated. The incident stirred up a hot topic online, causing a commotion. They were trying to quickly suppress the situation in the meeting, even offering money to have the trending topic removed from Weibo by official means, but they couldn't withstand the criticisms from netizens. As one trending topic subsided, another arose. Zia, looking grim, slammed his hand onto the table in front, startling some of the people present. Qin Feng, as one of the company's highly promoted artists. How could you do such a thing? Not only did you do it, but you also left yourself vulnerable. Are you asking for trouble? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. I didn't know the woman would record our conversation. I just wanted to teach Chang Zi a lesson. Teach a lesson? Do you think you still have the authority to do that to him now? Once someone becomes enraged, many hidden truths automatically disappear. Director Zia, I have no idea how things escalated to this point. It's all because of that woman. Zia didn't expect that Qin Feng would still be blaming others at this point. If he hadn't caused trouble, would this outcome have happened? Causing trouble was one thing, but leaving yourself exposed, causing self-destruction, and implicating the company? What a fool! If it weren't for the person behind him, Zia would have kicked him out of the company long ago. A shareholder suggested, we need to first suppress this issue and then discuss further. The situation was getting bigger, and the recording left no room for defense. They had to minimize the negative impact as much as possible. Chang Zi had many fans, and with such an attack, it was like a flood of criticisms drowning them, along with some spectators enjoying the drama. Everyone calmed down and thought of a plan. Should we try to communicate with that woman, get her to delete the recording, and admit that the audio was edited? Someone suggested. Even if she deletes it, she has probably saved a copy. Claiming it was edited is weak. Without evidence, no one would believe it. Then should we approach Chang Zi? They discussed strategies, trying to find a way to maneuver out of this situation. The company was already feeling the repercussions of this incident. Some people were already demanding to terminate their contract with Qin Feng. Chang Zi had worked late into the evening today, informing the director that he had an event to attend the next day. Upon returning home, Song Miamian was sitting on the couch with the children, waiting for him. She waited because he had said he would be back. Darling, why aren't you asleep yet? Song Miamian's eyes were half closed, showing signs of weariness. However, upon seeing him return, she immediately perked up. The kids aren't sleepy, and I thought I'd play with them a bit before they go to bed. Chang Zi smiled and patted her head, saying, it's quite chilly these days, and it's not even summer yet. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold waiting here like this? The children were delighted to see their father return. They toddled over, calling out to him and wanting to be picked up. Chang Zi had a momentary daze. In the past, this simple and peaceful life, having a wife and children waiting for him at home, was what he had always longed for. It was beautiful and fulfilling. Chang Zi hugged each child in turn, kissing their little faces. My darlings, have you missed Daddy all these days? Miss Daddy, Chang Zi raised an eyebrow in surprise. Had the children already learned to express this sentiment? Darling, did you teach them? He grinned at Song Miamian. Song Miamian blushed slightly, denying it. I didn't teach them anything, really. Chang Zi chuckled but didn't say anything. The children were 1 year old now, just beginning to speak. They would pick up things they heard and learn to say them. If an adult deliberately taught them, they would undoubtedly learn even faster. He was sure Song Miamian had taught them because she missed him so much. Seeing Cheng Zhao's silence, Song Miamian thought he had figured it out and blushed even more. She hadn't expected the children to suddenly say that. Oh, how embarrassing! In the middle of the night, while Cheng Zi was sound asleep, the system's voice echoed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending a year with your baby. Reward, God of Basketball. Ding! Congratulations, host, for taking photos with your baby for their first birthday. Reward, Insightful Eye. The announcements made Cheng Zi twitch his mouth. Why was the system activating in the middle of the night? The babies had already turned a year old days ago. Wasn't this reaction a bit slow? He accessed the system interface in his mind, where a note explained the rewards. God of Basketball lives up to its name. As for the insightful eye, it could see through many things, such as lotteries, gambling stones, and even delve into a person's thoughts. He could easily learn what someone was thinking just by thinking about it. It seemed like it could be quite useful. After reviewing the system information, Cheng Zi went back to sleep. The following day, after having lunch, Cheng Zi went to attend an event held at a hotel. Due to recent events, his popularity was soaring, much to the delight of director Zheng. The situation was turning in their favor naturally, without his intervention. Upon entering the backstage area, the main cast and key actors were already present. Journalists were likely waiting eagerly. Seeing Cheng Zi, Yan Nuan quickly greeted him, smiling. "I was worried you wouldn't show up. It's been a few months since we last met, hasn't it? Is there something you need?" Cheng Zi glanced at her. "Come on, can't I just offer greetings without any reason? After all, we've worked together before. Let's not be so cold. We're friends and colleagues, right?" Yan Nuan couldn't believe that after months, he still maintained the same standoffish attitude. It was rare for him to speak, and asking for a response from him was a luxury. After the film was released, Cheng Zhao's popularity skyrocketed. The box office numbers broke records, surpassing 7 billion. It had become the highest-grossing film by director Zheng. Previous records stood at 4 billion. This time, they had stepped into a new realm. She speculated that Cheng Zi would likely win awards soon, and he would be the undeniable best actor. Cheng Zi sat at his designated spot, fingers elegantly twirling a pen, waiting for the event to commence. The agent was afraid he would act impulsively and cause trouble, so he remained silent. "If you don't comfort me, that's fine. But why are you speaking up for him? What makes him better than me? Just because he has good looks?" Chen Din snorted coldly. Soon, the staff came over to announce the start of the event. Everyone quickly stood up, straightened their clothes and makeup. Cheng Zi was completely unprepared, and he directly followed the staff outside. As soon as he stepped out, the flashlights began to shine towards him. "Wow, Cheng Zi is the first one to come out, so handsome. I thought he would be the last one. Quick, take pictures." At this moment, the female journalists all turned into swooning fans, holding their cameras and continuously taking photos in Cheng Zhao's direction, with the flashlights constantly flashing. "He looks even better in real life than in movies, and his acting skills are so good. Yes, it's a pity that he got married too early. His wife is really lucky." There have been rumors of people bumping into them before, saying his wife is also very beautiful. They are a talented couple. We'll have to ask them later. Soon after, Yan Nuan and Chen Din also came out. Everyone lined up, holding microphones in their hands. This was just an offline event with entertainment reporters and some internet celebrities present. Internet celebrities mostly arranged by the company to meet the celebrities, ask some questions, and say some cheesy lines. Then the videos would be filmed and posted online to generate hype. Many internet celebrities wanted to attend because of Cheng Zi, but unfortunately, there were no more spots available, so they could only watch eagerly. The event began. The reporters started asking questions. A female reporter was the first to ask Cheng Zi, "Mr. Cheng Zi, there are rumors online that you are already married. Given your young age, what led you to marry and have children so early?" Cheng Zi was no longer single, and this was something everyone knew online. It wasn't a secret. Just curiosity about why he would choose to settle down so early when he had such a bright future. Facing the reporter's question, Cheng Zi calmly smiled. "Of course, it's because of love." This answer was flawless. "May I ask, is your wife someone in the entertainment industry? Because she has never been seen in public before." "No, she's not," Cheng Zi replied. The reporter continued, "Some internet users have bumped into you both and mentioned that your wife is very beautiful. How do you feel about that?" "That's for sure. She is the most beautiful in my eyes." Just as he finished speaking, a chorus of admiration erupted in the crowd. "So sweet. I envy his wife so much." It was the first time they had seen a celebrity admitting to being married and having children at the peak of their career. This actually had a significant impact on an artist's career. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many secret marriages. Many fans take it seriously. If their idol gets a girlfriend, they immediately stop supporting them. However, after Cheng Zi admitted, his popularity not only didn't decrease, but increased. He completely won over everyone with his acting skills. After the reporters finished asking questions, the internet celebrity started again. One with two small braids, looking quite young, held a microphone and shyly asked Chang Zi, "ZZ, can I take you somewhere?" Huh? Everyone was a bit stunned and turned to look at her. Chang Zi was also curious. "Where do you want to take me?" I want to take you to my family register." Everyone was astonished. Was this girl too good at flirting? Chang Zi smiled gently. "I'm sorry, I already belong to another family register." Ha ha! Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This response was too sweet and cute. The internet celebrity couldn't hold back her laughter either, and said another cheesy line. "ZZ, I was so excited last night when I knew I would be meeting you that I couldn't sleep all night. Do you know why?" Chang Zi cooperated, asking, "Why?" "Because the blanket was too light to suppress the longing in my heart for you." A wave of cheers followed. Her friend next to her said, "He already has a partner. Isn't this flirting too much?" "What's wrong with that?" "I'm just admiring my idol," she giggled. After all, who wouldn't want to flirt a bit with a handsome guy? Another reporter stood up, looking at Chang Zi, and asked, "Chang Zi, I want to ask about the recent hot topics. How do you feel about this matter in these days? Being misunderstood by an ex-girlfriend like that must have been tough." Initially, they all thought Chang Zi had abandoned his ex and married the other woman, but it wasn't until the video came out that everything was revealed to be a misunderstanding. Chang Zi shrugged, smiled slightly, and said, "I have no opinion. I just want to spend a good time with my wife in the future, protecting her and our child." Wow! This answer was really remarkable and very responsible. It's not certain that others would respond the same way. He expressed how much he loved his wife in a single sentence. The single people in the room were envious and in awe. Even Yan Nuan was envious, unable to help but glance at Chang Zi, his handsome profile catching her eye. This man is really handsome. His wife is so lucky. Subsequently, each journalist took turns asking questions, with the actors beside them seemingly playing supporting roles. Everyone was focused on Chang Zi, continuously bombarding him with questions. It took a while before it was over. The attention finally turned to Yan Nuan and the others. Until the event ended, Chang Zi was asked dozens of questions. When he walked backstage to rest, Yan Nuan approached him, leaned against the wall, and smiled. "Are you tired?" It's normal to feel tired at events like this. It was because of his popularity that so many questions were directed at him. Only he could generate such interest. At that moment, Chen Xin's expression was as dark as night. He was probably still feeling frustrated about being asked only one question. While they were chatting, the internet celebrity with two braids popped up again. Yan Nuan furrowed her brow slightly, wondering how she managed to get backstage. Wasn't the security supposed to prevent this? However, she didn't question immediately, but maintained the artist's image outside. "Chang Zi, hello. Do you remember me? I'm the one who just..." The internet celebrity said. "Is there something you need? I'm your superfan and have always liked you. Today, having the opportunity to come here, I feel really lucky. Can I take a photo with you?" Chang Zi was about to nod when the system suddenly made a ding sound, seemingly a notification. Scenes flashed before his eyes, and he slightly squinted. In an instant, it seemed like he understood something. As long as he is willing, he can see whatever he wants to see. Can the system use this skill as well? Then present it in front of him. What's going on? Just as he was thinking this, the system spoke up. "Host, don't panic. We're just testing the effect of the inside eye." Inside eye? Don't you have a clear idea of what it looks like? You still need to test your own things. It seems to know what he's thinking. The system said, "Host, the inside eye has not been activated for a long time." With that said, the system quickly fell silent. It didn't speak no matter what. Chang Zi was speechless. "It's nothing." "ZZ." A voice came out of the system, and then the voice of that internet celebrity could be heard. "Why aren't you talking?" Only to see, the female internet celebrity had already sat down next to her, holding a phone in her hand, and there was even someone standing with a camera opposite her, filming. It seemed she brought them in. Yan Nuan furrowed her brow fiercely. How did these two manage to sneak in? Didn't the security guards at the door see them? Seeing this, her agent whispered something in her ear. Everything was arranged. Some companies deliberately send their internet celebrities to negotiate with stars, film videos, and ride on the trend. And after entering the backstage, it must have been approved by the person in charge of the event. It goes without saying. Yan Nuan frowned. Even so, don't you need to inform me beforehand? Obviously, Cheng Zi didn't seem to know. When internet celebrities meet stars, they usually inform the stars in advance. What's going on? Then I don't know. The agent shook his head. Perhaps there's some other insider information. The female internet celebrity wanted Cheng Zi to cooperate and film a skit with her, so she asked for his opinion. Cheng Zi said, "Sorry, I have to go back to take care of my baby. I may not have time." "It's okay, just for a while, it won't delay you much time." The female internet celebrity coquettishly extended her hand, trying to grab Cheng Zhao's arm. Cheng Zi tactfully avoided her, frowned, and felt disgusted in his heart. The female internet celebrity and the cameraman exchanged a glance. They already had an agreement with the person in charge. Why wasn't it working? Wasn't Cheng Zi supposed to cooperate? She came here today for Cheng Zi to film a skit with him. Or maybe develop something else. He's so handsome. Which woman wouldn't like him? Who cares if he has a wife? Can his wife stop him from fooling around outside? ZZ, just film for a while. I'll leave as soon as we finish filming. The female internet celebrity continued to use her coquettish approach. However, it had no effect on Cheng Zi, who remained expressionless. Yan Nuan couldn't bear it and spoke out. "Who are you guys? Who allowed you to come backstage? You're disturbing other artists' rest. Cheng Zi has already refused you. If you keep bothering, I'll have security come over." Yan Nuan's background is not simple. If she wasn't worried about her external image, she would have stood up long ago. Now she had reached her limit. These two were too annoying. The female internet celebrity knew Yan Nuan, a well-known actress, understood her character, and smiled, saying, "Sorry for the disturbance. We just want to film a skit with ZZ and promise to leave when it's done." She said these words, but was cursing Yan Nuan in her heart. "Cheng Zi just refused you, didn't you hear?" Yan Nuan coldly said, "Sister. Who the heck are you calling sister?" In a moment, these two had no choice but to leave. They couldn't withstand the pressure from Yan Nuan, especially when other artists were watching them. They didn't want to stay any longer and felt embarrassed. Outside, the female internet celebrity was still not satisfied and crouched in the underground parking lot, waiting for Cheng Zi to appear. As expected, after about 10 minutes, Cheng Zi showed up in the parking lot. The two immediately blocked his way. Cheng Zi had already anticipated that they wouldn't give up and would block him, so he pretended not to know and smiled. "Do you need anything?" "ZZ, I just want to film a skit with you. Is that too much to ask?" The female internet celebrity said as she approached. Her voice sounded sweet. It was quite pitiful. "I really like you." Cheng Zi noticed that the camera was filming. To avoid unnecessary trouble or getting on a hot search list, he chose to ignore her and headed towards his car. "ZZ, please." The female internet celebrity blocked his way again. The cameraman couldn't bear it and said, "She's begging you. Why not agree? You've just become popular, don't be so aloof." Before Cheng Zi could respond, a voice sounded from the other side. "Just became popular. Who are you to argue and pester here?" Director Zhang walked over and stood next to Cheng Zi. "Who are you? Who allowed you to shoot here?" Director Zhang asked sternly. Whether director or artist, they dislike constant filming, especially without the artist's permission. Before the female internet celebrity could say anything, the cameraman said, "We didn't film without permission. We have the approval of the event organizer." "The organizer?" Director Zhang frowned. "Regardless of whether you have permission from anyone, did you get the consent of Cheng Zi himself?" The two fell silent at this question. Obviously, they hadn't. Without his consent? This is a violation of image rights. I can sue you for this. Director Zhang secretly noted the name of the responsible person and wondered if Cheng Zi was aware of this. Allowing another internet company to hype his affairs without his permission must disturb his private life. It seems this responsible person has received some benefits. These two didn't know Director Zhang and thought he was interfering unnecessarily. "Who do you think you are? We're looking for Cheng Zi. It's none of your business." Director Zhang smirked. "I am the director of this movie." The two looked at each other, startled. The director. Oh, they're in trouble now. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. But soon, the two slunk away. Director Jung looked at Chang Zi, patted his shoulder, and said, "I'll talk to that responsible person later to find out what's going on. You should go back to appease your child. Go home quickly." Director Jung smiled and walked away. Chang Zi drove back. Meanwhile, in a hotel lounge, Director Jung sat on the couch, staring at a man in a suit not far away. He was the organizer of this event. "Wait, Lo Fu, what's going on?" Director Jung asked straightforwardly. "Lo Jung, don't you trust my character yet? Would I do something harmful to others and not beneficial to myself?" Lo Fu was feeling a bit of a headache. "What's going on? You must give me an explanation today." Zheng Dao didn't care. Even if someone deliberately framed him, that person had to be found out. "All right, I will investigate who impersonated me." Lo Fu was confused. When did he agree to this? Speaking, he called for his assistant to inquire about the situation. Unexpectedly, the assistant said, "Didn't you agree to it?" Lo Fu was puzzled. "When did I agree?" "A couple wanted to enter the backstage to film the celebrities. I initially didn't allow it, but then someone came and said you agreed, so I didn't think much and let them in." "Who was this person?" Lo Fu frowned, wondering who was so bold to spread rumors under his nose. "I don't know. Only saw someone in a white outfit coming out from backstage, claiming you agreed in person, so I..." The assistant was annoyed, realizing he had made a mistake again. He had thought Lo Fu knew, so who was that person? Lo Fu slapped him on the head. "You confused mind. When did I agree in person? Couldn't you at least check who it was?" "I didn't see clearly, only saw a mole on their face." The assistant hadn't paid much attention. Feeling flustered, he had caused trouble. Zheng Dao then asked, "Does the venue have surveillance?" Lo Fu finally remembered. "Yes, it does. Let's go check." So, with the hotel's permission, the three went to the surveillance room. There, they saw a female internet celebrity preparing to enter backstage with a camera. The assistant disagreed at first, but later a person in white came out from backstage and exchanged a few words with the assistant. After that, the assistant agreed to let them in. Later in the backstage lounge, there was a scene where the situation with Chang Zi was getting complicated. Yanwen warned them, and only then did they leave. The underground parking lot also had surveillance. He recorded that part and sent it to Chang Zi. Then, he looked at Lo Fu. "Do you know who this person in white is? Seems like a new hired assistant." Lo Fu narrowed his eyes. He had been busy before and vaguely remembered seeing this person. Zheng Dao swiftly confirmed that this person was intentional. It was probably aimed at Chang Zi, with Lo Fu merely being used. Who exactly was it? It was clear that the person in white was either instigated or had a personal issue with Chang Zi. However, if they did have an issue, they should have recognized each other face to face. Meanwhile, Chang Zi was at home playing with the kids when he received a message from Zheng Dao on WeChat. A video. Zheng Dao also briefly explained the situation, asking if he had a good look at the person in white, having come into contact with them. Chang Zi furrowed his brows, recalling his encounter with the person in white today. They did cross paths, but he had glanced at them and thought they were just a staff member. Remembering, Chang Zi seemed to recognize the person. "I'll handle this," he messaged back to Zheng Dao. "All right," Zheng Dao replied. Chang Zi then put away his phone and continued playing with his kids as if nothing had happened. The four kids had been playfighting, with the eldest not giving in this time. When the youngest tried to take away the remote car from the eldest, he refused, causing the youngest to cry. Seeing this, they looked towards Chang Zi, as if silently asking for help. Chang Zi chuckled and handed a pink car to the youngest, who promptly threw it away. Chang Zi was puzzled as to why she wanted the black car instead of the pink one. The second child liked the pink car, so he handed it to her, making her happy. But this action only angered the youngest, who then took away a toy from the third child. The oldest child was left confused, wondering what they had done to deserve this. Chang Zi pulled the youngest close, who was unwilling to move, displaying quite a temper. Chang Zi pinched her nose. "Are you mad? For the black one is your brother's, the pink one is yours." He decided to let her stew a bit in her frustration. Observing this, his wife, Song Miamian, entered the room and saw the youngest looking pitiful. Upon seeing her, the youngest began crying, feeling wronged. Song Miamian asked what had happened, and Chang Zi quickly explained the situation. The youngest had expected comfort from her mother, but she seemed stricter than her father. As the two adults watched, the kids remained silent in response. Song Liamian advised Changzi not to give in to the youngest's tantrum. Eventually, the youngest realized her serious parents and quietly sat beside her brother. The atmosphere grew calm, with the children finally behaving themselves. Later that evening, the family was in harmony, and the youngest was no longer causing trouble. Changzi remarked to his wife that the kids listened to her better. She pointed out that he needed to discipline the children properly from a young age. They agreed to continue educating the kids. Finally, Changzi mentioned his upcoming work schedule, hinting at an upcoming family trip once his projects were completed. The next day, Changzi headed to the set as usual. The previous online buzz had died down, now focusing on Qin Feng and Lin Feifei. Lin Feifei had gained both good and bad fame and claimed to have depression and thoughts of suicide. Qin Feng's reputation took a hit, facing official criticism for his actions. After the initial online buzz subsided, a new scandal emerged: the termination of Qin Feng's contract with the company he was associated with. This news caused quite a stir, attracting media attention and gossip. Changzi saw this trending online, raising an eyebrow at the swift action taken by the company to terminate Qin Feng's contract. Previous backstage incidents involving Qin Feng's assistant in white attire had caught Cheng Zhao's attention. He speculated that the assistant had been manipulating situations to create online buzz. However, he decided not to dwell on it as Qin Feng had already been dropped, unlikely to stir up more trouble. Cheng Zhao's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on his dressing room door. An unexpected visitor entered, and after a brief conversation, Changzi learned about Qin Feng's termination from the company. The makeup room was left with Changzi and Ruan Xiaoyu. "No need," Changzi said flatly. Ruan Xiaoyu snorted, went out, and muttered before leaving, "How stingy." At this moment, in an apartment, Qin Feng looked at the stack of documents handed to him by his agent and angrily slammed them to the ground, saying, "Damn it." The drama he previously filmed had all incurred losses in advertising, and these companies were all demanding compensation for breach of contract. "Damn it. I will make you regret it," the agent said on the side. It's too late to say anything now. Things had already escalated, and it was all because he had been too impulsive. No one could advise him. He had come over today just to hand over these documents, and as for the breach of contract, it had nothing to do with him anymore. It was all Qin Feng's own matter. From now on, he was no longer his agent. "Mike, can you help me?" Qin Feng suddenly grabbed the agent's arm. He was unwilling to be released and blacklisted like this. Mike glanced at him, then suddenly sneered and said, "Have you ever listened to me? Every time I advised you not to be so impulsive, it seems like you never listened, right?" He remembered warning him many times, but he never took it to heart. He acted recklessly, taking advantage of the person behind him to do as he pleased. At that time, my mind was momentarily clouded. "Mike, can you please help me? I am still young, a bright future ahead of me. I don't want it all to go to waste like this." Qin Feng's expression became pitiful, showcasing his acting skills as an actor. "You're still in the company now. Surely you can speak up for me, right? We've had some feelings for each other over the years. Haven't you always relied on the person behind you? Just ask her for help." Mike sarcastically smiled. Qin Feng sat on the sofa, his face pale. "She won't help me." After this incident, that person unhesitatingly kicked him out. "What happened? You didn't please her?" Mike asked. Qin Feng did not expect that after this incident, his agent would immediately change his attitude and act as if he didn't know him. Faced with a high compensation amount, Qin Feng was incredibly distressed. He didn't know what to do. At this moment, he truly hated Changzi. If it wasn't for him, Qin Feng wouldn't have ended up in this situation, no different from complete ruin. The attacks from netizens continued relentlessly. Overwhelming. Then there was that damn woman who had betrayed him. When he recovered, she would be the first one he wouldn't let off. "I can't help you now. Just because of you, I almost got implicated." Mike got up from the sofa, straightened his suit, and walked towards the door. "Why are you so heartless?" Qin Feng could not believe it. He had pleaded with him like that. Mike did not respond, and just left. Qin Feng completely lost control. "Get out! Get far away from me!" He directly picked up the documents from the floor and tore them apart, looking somewhat crazed. Time passed quickly, and without realizing it, a month had gone by. The day before Cheng Zhao's completion of filming. That evening, when he came home, it had been 4 or 5 days since he last visited. In order to finish filming and spend time with his wife and children, he had been working overtime, rarely taking a break. Ethan's mailbox was still receiving script offers consistently, all of which were rejected. He had been waiting for this day for so long, and finally, the filming was completed. Song My-Amian had been waiting for this day for too long. While having dinner, his mother-in-law asked, "Zicheng, is it over?" "Yes, it's over. It will be completed tomorrow," Cheng Zi replied with a smile after taking a bite of his food. "That's good," she said. At night, Cheng Zi held Song My-Amian in bed. "Wife, did you miss me?" He hadn't come home for 4 or 5 nights, so this little woman must be feeling off. Song My-Amian replied coldly, "It's fine." Stubbornly, "Is that really okay?" "Wife, lying makes your nose grow longer," Cheng Zi teased, poking her nose. Song My-Amian immediately turned her head away, hummed, and ignored him. The babies were still awake, not having seen their father for a few days, and they were very lively, especially Sibao. It was as if they were seeing their dad for the first time. With their little eyebrows furrowed, they looked adorable. Cheng Zi got up and brought Sibao over, looking into her eyes. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize Daddy?" He pinched Sibao's chubby cheeks and smiled. She had soft baby skin. Sibao's skin had become better. It had gotten fairer in these days, and she was growing more delicate and beautiful. She was arguably the most good-looking among the children. Sibao stared at Cheng Zi for a while before looking away and said, "Daddy ... then buried her face in his chest. This was her usual gesture when being affectionate, burying her head in an adult's chest. It was incredibly adorable. Cheng Zi helplessly smiled at his daughter's action, and after playing with her for a while, he inadvertently fell asleep. He then put the other 3 to bed. These babies have gained quite a bit of weight in the past few days. Wife, what have you been feeding them? They weighed heavier and had clearly put on a few pounds. Well, it's just what you usually feed them, and my mom often cooks delicious meals for them following your recipes. She didn't notice much difference as she was looking after them every day. Cheng Zi visited home every few days, so it was easy for him to notice. I had categorized the meals I gave them before. As long as mom follows that, there shouldn't be any problems. At this time, Song My-Amian blushed and said, "I also learned to cook some dishes that the babies love." "Oh, is that so?" Cheng Zi raised an eyebrow. It was known that his wife wasn't great in the kitchen, but the meal she cooked last time was good and tasty. But what about the children's food? Was she sure? Seeing his doubtful expression, Song My-Amian understood what he was thinking and playfully hit his chest, saying, "Don't you trust me at all? I really made them, following the recipes you provided, and the babies loved it. If you don't believe me, I can make it for you now." Cheng Zi tucked the blanket and said, "Who said I don't trust you? I trust you. We can do it tomorrow. It's too late today." "You really don't believe me," Song My-Amian huffed. "I do believe you, or do you want me to break your leg to prove it?" This lady is in a hurry to prove it to him. How could he not believe her? Song My-Amian gave him a glance and didn't say anything. Cheng Zi smelled it. The taste is pretty good. Looks like what my wife said is true. Breakfast was all prepared, with lean meat congee and fried eggs. Steamed some ready-made small buns. Placed them on the table. Taking the breakfast to the dining room, Cheng Zi brought the children over, one by one feeding them. The food for the 1-year-old baby could be relatively hard to help with teething. Vegetables, purple sweet potatoes, meat, all could be eaten. Vegetables provide vitamins, meat provides protein, both are essential. Song My-Amian cooked a delicious vegetable porridge for the baby, early in the morning, which is easier to digest. She was right. As soon as the babies smelled it, their eyes brightened noticeably, and they quickly finished a bowl, smacking their lips. "I told you they love to eat. Why don't you believe me?" Song My-Amian muttered. After finishing the meal, nearby Song Chin smiled. My-Amian put a lot of effort into these. Following Cheng Zhao's recipe, she tried again and again. Finally succeeded. The babies really loved it, fighting to eat it. The meals also improved more and more, progressing quite a bit. Cheng Zi smiled at this. He knew his wife well. To achieve this, she must have put in a lot of effort behind the scenes, just like knitting that scarf. She wouldn't give up until it was done well. Finished, then dared not to show it to him, afraid he would make fun of her. Why would he make fun of it? He was happy, ready to go out no matter how ugly it was. What's the big deal? Let others laugh if they want. He didn't care. What's more important than his wife's reputation? Song My-Amian blushed a bit, nudged Song Chin. Mom, you? They agreed not to talk about this, then turned around and told Chang Zi about it. Look at you. Now you're getting shy. You are family. No need to be shy. Song Chin chuckled softly. Chang Zi finished feeding the baby and tasted the porridge made by Song My-Amian. Very tasty. Much better. He nodded. Indeed, there was a significant improvement, unlike the strange taste before. The seasoning was just right. After finishing the meal, Song My-Amian was getting ready to collect the plates when Chang Zi said, "Wife, you worked hard this morning. Let me wash the dishes now, or I can do it. You take the baby to watch TV." After washing, he still had to go to the set. Today they were wrapping up, finishing. Then tomorrow they could rest, travel for a few days. Okay. Song My-Amian headed to the living room. After washing the dishes, Chang Zi said goodbye and got ready to leave. He caught Song My-Amian's reluctant eyes, looking at him eagerly. Just as he finally arrived, he had to leave again. Probably wouldn't be back until later tonight. Chang Zi also felt sorry. It was the last day. After finishing, he wouldn't take on any more TV shows. It took too long, not leaving enough time to spend with his wife and kids. For this TV series, director Lin directly paid him 8 million. They could enjoy themselves on the trip. It had been a while since they went out. Since filming started, he rarely took the children out to play. His wife and mother-in-law took care of them, so it wasn't convenient. Chang Zi patted Song My-Amian's head, smiled. "All right, I'll be back. Are you coming back tonight or tomorrow?" After a while, Song My-Amian asked. "Tonight, but it might be late." "Okay, drive safely." Chang Zi left. At the set, preparations for makeup began. Today they were filming the final scenes, which included an intimate part to be shot later. Knowing his personality, director Lin specifically asked if he needed a body double for the intimate scene. Before Chang Zi could respond, another actor nearby said, "A body double for this? Being close to a beautiful woman, isn't that a good thing? And she's Ruan Xiaoyu." If it were him, he would agree without hesitation. The people around him remarked, "You know how devoted Chang Zi is to his wife. He wouldn't want to be intimate with anyone else besides her. No need for a body double." Many male stars in the entertainment industry have wives, but they still shoot kissing scenes. That's different. How is it different? Never mind, I don't want to explain it to you. You clearly don't follow entertainment news. On the other side, Chang Zi looked at the script. The leads needed to embrace, and even had to film a scene lying in bed. "Let me find a body double." After director Lin said this, he hurried off to find a replacement, probably looking for a body double. It had to match Chang Zhao's height and physique, which was quite challenging. Chang Zi didn't refuse, not because he was being difficult, but because he didn't want to get close to anyone other than his wife. Even during filming, Ruan Xiaoyu was still reading the script. Hearing that they had to shoot an intimate scene, and thinking Chang Zi would personally appear, made her heart race nervously. After working together for so long, she knew Chang Zi quite well. Would he really be willing to shoot something intimate like this? She was nervous for some reason, yet a bit excited. Chang Zi was now the dream guy for countless young girls. Even if he was married, it wouldn't stop people from loving him. Ruan Xiaoyu was extremely nervous. Unable to hold back, she asked the assistant nearby, "Do you think Chang Zi would agree to this?" He probably would. In everyone's impression, they knew Chang Zi was incredibly dedicated. He did all his own stunts, whether it was fighting scenes or parkour. He did it himself. He didn't use a body double like other actors did. Everyone on the set admired him, not your typical kind of admiration. He was unquestionably impressive, especially in action scenes. Very cool, better than the stunt coordinators on set. Soon, as it was time to start filming, Chang Zi had arrived at the scene, and Ruan Xiaoyu was about to approach him to talk when she caught sight of a man with a similar build and outfit to Chang Zhao's back. What's going on? If Chang Zi wasn't nearby, she might have mistaken him for Chang Zi just by looking at his back. It was easy to tell. Was the director getting a body double? Ruin Xiaoyu spat out blood. This reason is very compelling. She successfully left everyone at a loss for words, blushing, and walking to the side. The filming began. The initial shots involved various interactions between Cheng Zi and Ruin Xiaoyu. When it came to a critical moment, the stand-in took over. Ruin Xiaoyu took a deep breath and went in herself without suddenly asking for a stand-in. She didn't want it to seem like she had to shoot this segment with Cheng Zi. For some reason, she felt strange in her heart. Even though the other male actors, even if they were married, could do intimate scenes themselves, why couldn't Cheng Zi? Was it because she looked worse than his wife? The intimate stand-in scenes were completed, and then Cheng Zi came on set. Whenever he appeared, everyone's eyes would all look over. Other actors needed to prepare before shooting, familiarize themselves with lines, but he could instantly get into character and remember lines with just a glance. The actors were all envious to the extreme. Perhaps this was extraordinary talent, born to eat this kind of meal. At this moment, a supporting actress whispered to the person next to her, "I think with Cheng Zhao's involvement, this will be a hit drama. Definitely, his excellence is evident to everyone. It would be unreasonable if it's not popular. Maybe it could bring some heat to us supporting actors." The two chatted cheerfully. Soon, Cheng Zi finished the final scene. "Okay? It's a wrap," the director shouted. It was a formal end, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Today, after more than 2 months, we have finally wrapped up this drama. Congratulations to all. Everyone has worked hard." The assistant director addressed the entire crew. The staff started packing up, while the actors went backstage to remove makeup and change outfits. Everything was ready, and soon someone came to inform them that it was time to eat. The customary wrap-up feast. This last meal of the drama's conclusion was also a celebration, marking the successful completion of the wrap-up feast. Originally, Lin Dao wanted Cheng Zi to come, but he declined directly. Knowing his family situation, the former did not insist. It was just getting dark, but Cheng Zi drove straight home. When he arrived home, Song Mianian was busy in the kitchen. The hood was humming. Cheng Zi walked in, and she didn't notice. Suddenly he hugged her from behind, startling her. She turned around abruptly. A ladle swung past. Cheng Zi quickly dodged aside. On seeing her husband, Song Mianian let out a breath but couldn't help saying, "What are you doing? You come back without saying a word, sneaking up on me, scaring people. Isn't it to give you a surprise? Wife, are you cooking today?" Cheng Zi smiled. Lately, his wife had been cooking a bit more often. The food was getting better and better, as if she was becoming addicted. "If you don't want to eat, then cook for yourself." "Nope, I still need to taste what you, my wife, cooked." After dinner, they took a shower and went to bed. In the bedroom. "Is it over?" "Yes, starting tomorrow, I can stay at home with you and the baby all the time." "When are we going on a trip?" Song Mianian was still thinking about it. "You decide. Whenever you want to leave, we'll leave." The couple looked at airplane tickets on their phones. "Honey, the tickets for the day after tomorrow are quite cheap. Why don't we buy them?" Song Mianian clicked open and saw the recent tickets were relatively expensive, costing several thousand, but the ones for the day after tomorrow were cheaper. "Not bad." Cheng Zi smiled. "Discounted tickets. See, we can only buy 2 seats. What about the child?" The child was still young and couldn't sit in a separate seat. Song Mianian felt awkward. She hadn't thought about it earlier and now just realized. "Then what should we do?" "Let's buy 2 first-class tickets for the day after tomorrow. There are special child seats." First class. Sounds good. It was a bit expensive, but at least it was safer for the child. Normal economy class had potential risks. Then let's go for this. Cheng Zi booked 6 seats. With tickets and hotels arranged, they started looking into nearby attractions. Not far from the hotel, there was the sea. Azure and beautiful. "Wife, how do you feel about this place?" Lying on a beach chair, drinking fresh coconut juice, feeling refreshed. If not for the fact that his mother couldn't take care of 4 children, he would have wanted to go on a private trip with his wife. Their honeymoon plan was ruined. "It's okay, but aren't there other places?" Song Mianian looked and found a good attraction. An island. It was said that many unique foods could be found on the island. Just hearing about food made her excited. "Honey, this looks good. And look, There's so much good food. Let's go there. Song My Amian smiled. Okay, we can explore one place after another. Let's not waste time. After deciding, the couple put the baby to sleep, and they also went to bed early. The next day, as usual, Changzi planned to get up to make breakfast and then call his wife to eat. Unexpectedly, when he woke up, Song My Amian also got up. Wife, aren't you going to sleep a bit longer? It's still early. Song My Amian said, No, you're going to make breakfast, right? I'll help. No need, you can sleep. Changzi pinched her cheek, smiling. He wasn't used to her being so proactive. Breakfast was quickly prepared, and Song My Amian woke up while the children were already dressed and playing in the living room. His mother-in-law noticed the situation when she got up. Why are you up so early today, My Amian? The children are up early too. The sun had already risen, contrary to usual days when they wouldn't wake up before the midday sun. It was just a bit earlier than usual these few days. A couple drove to the city center with their baby. Even before getting closer, they could see from afar that the shop was as lively as ever. Several employees were busy inside. Most of the customers were there for Changzi, who was currently at the peak of his career, and everyone wanted to take a video or photo with him to post on social media. It was said that his new drama had also wrapped up filming, and there were more TV dramas to follow. Bro, what wind blew you here? Wang Jing was busy attending to guests, but as he turned around, he saw Changzi and his family of 6, impossible not to notice. The babies already had a good impression of Wang Jing, smiling and wanting to climb out of their strollers, looking adorable. Wang Jing was surprised when the baby reached out to him, looking at Changzi. Bro, what's going on? How did the babies suddenly accept me again? Changzi shrugged and replied, I don't know. Kids change their minds quickly. Who knows what's going on in their little heads? Wang Jing picked up the nearest baby, who was growing more handsome with time, inheriting both parents' good looks, making everyone instantly like him. Changzi and his wife were worried about their future, knowing that the child would surely have a lot of admirers when they grew up. They didn't ask for much, only for their children to grow up safely. At that moment, Song Mian quickly took out masks from her bag and put them on the children's faces before entering the shop. Observing the customers, they could tell that Wang Jing managed things well. It was surprising to see how the guy who usually played games irresponsibly managed the business quite effectively. The crowd was excited to see Changzi, expressing their admiration and joy at finally meeting him. Take photos, quickly. He's even more handsome in person than on screen. Indeed, waiting these few days was worth it. I was worried he wouldn't show up. Are you only interested in Changzi? Don't you think his babies are cute too? Moving their attention to the babies, everyone agreed that Cheng Zhao's wife was also quite lovely, even with half her face covered by a mask. The perfect couple. Changzi nodded at Song Mian, acknowledging that everything was well taken care of by the employees, mainly due to Wang Jing's management skills. After a brief discussion about business matters, with more people gathering outside and taking pictures with their phones, flashlights constantly flickering, the market manager quickly arranged for security to maintain order, just in case of any accidents. Bro, your movie has been out for so long, yet your popularity keeps rising. There was no sign of decline in his popularity, so dominant. It seemed that society was quite tolerant and appreciative of outstanding individuals, particularly those with good looks. I heard you recently filmed a new drama. Impressive. No wonder you haven't had time to visit. Changzi patted Wang Jing's shoulder and mentioned that he might need his help again soon. He also mentioned a bit about their upcoming trip. No problem. Leave it to me. You and teacher Song finally have a chance to go out, so have a great time. Taking the pen handed over by the little girl, he signed his name cleanly and sharply on top. The little girl's eyes sparkled as she stared intently at the postcard. She had been waiting here for many days, perhaps a week, and finally, Changzi had arrived. Now that she had gotten his autograph, her emotions could be imagined. Excited heart, trembling hands. Changzi, sign one for me too. Me too, me too. Let's take a photo together. Your baby is really cute. Forever supporting you. When will you release new works? As soon as these words were said, someone immediately remarked, haven't you seen ZG's Weibo? You're obviously a fake fan. ZG's new drama just finished filming, so it should be out soon. Oh really? That's great. Another drama to look forward to. Cheng Zi then proceeded to sign autographs and take photos with many more people. Then, with his wife and children, he left the mall as everyone watched, and security guards maintained order nearby, escorting the family of 6 safely out of the mall. They were also surprised by Cheng Zhao's sudden appearance, having just learned that a big Stars store was located there. In the parking lot. "Husband, where are we going now?" Once they got into the car, Song Mai Anmian asked. "Back home. Aren't you going over there?" Cheng Zi smiled and said, "With Wang Jing there, it's no problem." "All right then." Thinking about leaving for the Maldives tomorrow, Song Mai Anmian's emotions were a bit excited and anticipatory. This was her first trip after giving birth, and it was also the first time for the children to go out and see the world. Early the next day, Song Mai Anmian packed a bunch of things, including children's clothes, their own clothes, and some daily necessities, skincare products, and more. Cheng Zi held the 4 children in his hands, watching her pack everything up, and asked, "Wife, why are you bringing so many things?" "We need them. For the kids and for us, everything is necessary." Song Mai Anmian replied while folding clothes. It was not easy to go out for a trip, and it wouldn't work if they didn't have everything they needed. What if they needed something later and didn't have it? They would end up spending money since foreign items are said to be expensive, especially in a tourist country like the Maldives, where prices are high. Cheng Zi didn't mind, saying, "Just bring the baby's clothes, we can buy anything else we need when we get there." "Buy? Wouldn't that be a waste of money?" Song Mai Anmian was reluctant to spend unnecessarily. "Wife, do we lack this bit of spending? It's fine, you have a husband. Besides, how can we carry so much luggage along with a few babies?" With that said, Song Mai Anmian realized he was right. After all, they weren't just 1 child but 4. In the end, they packed 2 luggage boxes. "Well, husband, I can bring my skincare products, can't I?" She had to bring sunscreen and such, wouldn't want to come back all tanned. "You can buy them there, they are even cheaper than in our country." "Okay then." Song Mai Anmian nodded in agreement. Once everything was set, they set off. Cheng Zi called a car to take them to the airport, and before leaving, Song Qin came to see them off. Cheng Zi casually said, "Mom, would you like to come along? It's a perfect opportunity for Mai Anmian to spend time with you." "I won't go. What's the point of me being a third wheel? This is your honeymoon, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go." Song Qin chuckled. After bidding farewell to Song Qin, the family of 6 left in the car. At the airport, after getting their tickets, Cheng Zi was about to check in for their luggage when a group of people suddenly ran towards their direction. They were shouting and carrying glow sticks and ran very quickly. Song Mai Anmian's heart skipped a beat, worried they might be recognized. Did this group of people know their itinerary? What were the glow sticks for? Unexpectedly, the group ran past them and towards a young man wearing a black mask. They were shouting, "Moo Moo, Moo Moo. Ah, I want an autograph, don't push me from behind." Me too, me too. I was here first, you go behind me. I don't want an autograph, I just want to see Moo Moo up close. Song Mai Anmian breathed a sigh of relief. "Honey, let's leave quickly. If they were recognized, it would be troublesome." "Sure. I'll go check in first, you wait here." "Okay." On the other side, after the fans of the young idol got their autographs, one of the more observant ones immediately noticed Cheng Zi. Frowning, he turned to the person next to him and said, "Why do I think that person looks familiar?" After looking at the 4 children and the young woman next to him, could it be? Oh my god! A curse slipped out. Wow! It's actually Cheng Zi. What day is it today? 2 big shots. This exclamation caught the attention of people around. What? Cheng Zi. He's here too. In terms of popularity and status, Cheng Zi was definitely more prominent, being a box office giant, while Moo Moo had only recently gained popularity through a few online dramas, accumulating some fans. Not only did Moo Moo's fans take notice, but also many passers-by were Cheng Zhao's devoted fans. "Mom, I've made it, sob sob sob. Cheng Zi, give me an autograph." In just a few minutes, Cheng Zhao's family of 6 had become surrounded by fans clamoring for autographs. The ones who had originally surrounded Moo Moo seemed to have run over to Cheng Zi. "Who is that?" Moo Moo looked on, feeling very unhappy. Any idol would feel uncomfortable seeing their fans chase after someone else. "Who is that?" he asked his assistant, having not clearly heard what others were shouting just now. The assistant glanced over, whispered softly, "It's the recently popular Cheng Zi." Indeed, Cheng Zi was somewhat of a miracle in the entertainment industry. Relying on his own skills, without a company's promotion, he had built his own fame, which was commendable. His acting skills were also commendable. "It's him. I heard he only entered the industry not long ago, less than a year." The assistant said, "It's almost a year now. He's still considered a newcomer then." Mu Mu sneered disdainfully. While his status might not be as high as Cheng Zhao's, he still felt displeased. "Absolutely. When will you be back? We will come to pick you up then," the fan asked cautiously. "Well, I'm not sure about the timing yet. We'll see when the time comes," Cheng Zi replied. "It's really uncertain. Maybe playing for a month, maybe half a month." "No worries, Brother Z, you should go quickly." The fan smiled, not minding. Then, everyone orderly made way for him. "The babies are so cute." Many fans' hearts melted as they looked at the babies sitting in the stroller. "What a good genetic family. I think these good genes should have more children," one of them said. "Humph, are you going to raise them? I would definitely be willing to raise Cheng Zhao's baby." "You're delusional." As they chatted, Cheng Zi had successfully checked in his luggage and was ready to board the plane. After boarding, the two purchased first-class tickets, which included special child seats. The flight attendant came over warmly and asked, "Sir, madam, is there anything I can assist you with?" Seeing the cute and delicate babies, they brightened up. "Do you need help putting the baby in the safety seat?" "Yes, thank you." "You're welcome. It's our pleasure." The flight attendants, all young and beautiful, were fond of the babies, pinching their chubby cheeks, exclaiming how cute they were. The group of ladies were stunning and had great demeanor. The eldest baby's eyes were fixed on them, smiling mischievously, as if saying, "Wow, all beautiful sisters." "Quite right indeed." "Oh, why is this baby keep staring at me?" The eldest baby blinked and looked at the flight attendant who was fastening his seatbelt, occasionally showing a smile. The flight attendant found it amusing and asked jokingly, "Baby, do you want to eat something? Or do you want a toy? Sister will bring it for you." Song Miamian watched from the side, unable to help but cover her face. Was the child unable to take his eyes off beautiful women? It's so embarrassing. Whose genes did he inherit? It must be Cheng Zhao's. Anyway, she wasn't like this before. Cheng Zi chuckled, "Darling, what are you doing? Isn't this nice? You won't have to worry about a daughter-in-law in the future." "It's not about a daughter-in-law or not. What if our son turns out to be a playboy? As a mother, don't you believe in big treasure? Men need hobbies, and it's normal for them to like beautiful women." "But he's still a child," Song Miamian retorted. "This hobby of the son's is not right. One day, he will cause trouble for himself." An hour later, the flight attendants began serving food to the passengers, a hamburger, and a bottle of water for each. The first-class passengers had more options. Even the babies had their own food, showing an exceptional level of care. "May I ask, sir, madam, what can we offer you? Here is our menu for you to look through." Song Miamian smiled. "I'll have a bowl of lean meat congee and 2 kinds of vegetables." Cheng Zi ordered a bowl of spicy noodles. Soon, the food was served, and Song Miamian looked at the children, realizing they were all asleep. It seemed they wouldn't need any. The flight attendants thoughtfully covered the children with small blankets. 3 hours later, they arrived at the destination airport. Song Miamian woke up from her nap, rubbing her eyes and yawning. "We've arrived so quickly." As she spoke, the announcement came over the plane speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, the plane has landed at the Malaysia airport. Please disembark in an orderly manner and pay attention to safety." The couple hurried to hold their babies. After getting off the plane, they pushed the babies towards the airport exit, planning to store their luggage at the hotel and take a break. They would go out and explore tomorrow. With a family of 6, they attracted a lot of attention, making everyone take a glance at them. The babies were indeed very cute. They had already removed their masks, revealing their exceptionally good looks, not only in the eyes of the Chinese, but also in the eyes of foreigners. Of course, there were also many Chinese people. After all, it was a popular tourist destination. The couple was not bothered by this, feeling too tired and eager to find the hotel to rest. They hailed a car outside the airport. The driver was a local. Changzi directly spoke in the local accent. "Hello, we're going to XX Hotel." This not only surprised Song Miamian, but also the driver. Wasn't this their local language? How could this guy speak it so fluently? Judging by their skin color, they should be Chinese. The driver couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you Chinese?" "Yes, you're Chinese, but you speak our local language so fluently. Were you previously settled here?" It was unimaginable otherwise. Even if they had settled down, very few people spoke so fluently. It was quite astonishing. "No, I have learned some from a Maldivian friend before this, so, I see." They chatted in the local language as they drove, leaving Song Miamian perplexed by the rapid conversation. What were they talking about? She couldn't understand at all. The driver spoke and gestured, making it all the more bewildering. Upon reaching the destination, they got out of the car, and Song Miamian asked, "Honey, what were you two talking about just now?" "Guess." Changzi winked. Guess every day. I'll ask if I can understand it." Song Miamian rolled her eyes. Seemingly on the verge of getting angry, Changzi smiled and said, "I'll tell you later. Let's get the room first." He booked a suite for them, which would be more convenient to stay. After receiving the room key and opening the door, a faint fragrance welcomed them. As Song Miamian looked at the facilities inside, she was momentarily stunned. In front of her was a luxurious living room, exuding a vintage vibe. Her initial reaction was, "Isn't this too expensive?" "This is a suite." She initially thought they had booked a regular room. A full suite was too extravagant. Changzi pushed Big Treasure and Second Treasure inside and noticed her standing there, stunned. He asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Song Miamian shook her head. "Nothing. Come in quickly." After entering, she looked around inside and outside, then asked, "Honey, did you book the wrong room?" "No, this is the one." "This is a suite. Didn't we book a standard room?" Song Miamian was dumbfounded, hoping they hadn't made a mistake. "Wife, with 4 babies, how can we stay in a single room?" "The suite has all the facilities, including cribs. It's good for the babies too." Changzi brought out the babies once again. Having made his point, Song Miamian had nothing to say. Changzi washed a few dishes, cooked some ribs, and made some soup. Then he took out the frying pan, turned on the gas, and started stir-frying. Half an hour later, several delicious dishes were ready. The aroma wafted into the living room. Song Miamian's stomach had been growling with hunger for a while, and when she saw the dishes Changzi brought over, her eyes brightened. Being able to eat food prepared by her husband while traveling in a foreign country felt so wonderful. Sitting at the dining table, Changzi smiled and said, "Darling, are you hungry? Eat while it's hot." Today, Changzi made dishes that Song Miamian loved, including sweet and sour pork, one of her favorite delicacies. Song Miamian always found Cheng Zhao's cooking better than store-bought meals. She had developed a preference for his cooking, finding other food to be too ordinary in taste. "Honey, you're the best." Being able to eat his homemade meals, even while traveling, was a delight. Changzi patted her head and said with a smile, "No, you're the best." The two exchanged smiles. Having each other in their hearts made them continuously happy. As they finished their meal, Song Miamian stopped eating and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" The plates of food were almost empty. "I'm not hungry, you go ahead," Changzi said with a smile, then headed to the kitchen, saying, "I'll go check on the soup simmering on the stove." Minutes later, a bowl of rib soup was brought over, filling the air with its fragrance. After finishing their meal, they took a bath and rested. The couple placed their babies in their designated beds, adjusting to the time difference. It was daytime in Huaxia, but nighttime there. In front of the living room was a small terrace where they could see the beautiful starry sky through the glass. It was extremely beautiful. There were 2 reclining chairs on the terrace, with fluffy blankets spread on the floor. The couple placed their babies there and relaxed on the chairs. "Darling, how is it?" He had booked this place because of the terrace, and the room had a nice retro style. Not far away was the deep blue sea. Waking up in the morning and looking through the terrace, they could see the sea. "It's nice, very beautiful." Song Miamian nodded, a slight smile on her lips. She seemed quite satisfied. "Honey, is that a shooting star?" Halfway through, Song Miamian suddenly exclaimed, "A shooting star!" Changzi followed her direction and, indeed, saw several shooting stars. Wife, let me show you something. Saying this, he walked into the dark and soon came back pushing something. An astronomical telescope. Song My Anmian recognized it at a glance. Oh my, they even had this here. Telescopes weren't cheap, and having one in the room indicated it was a costly accommodation. However, she quickly thought that they were here to relax and indulge in luxury a bit, so it wouldn't make sense to return it. Darling, do you want to take a closer look at the shooting stars? Cheng Zi said with a smile. The meteor shower was still ongoing. If they guessed correctly, it should be a meteor shower. It was quite lucky to witness it. They say that a meteor shower is a rare event once every 100 years, and catching it now boded well for their future. Sure. Song My Anmian accepted, looking through the telescope. Wow, it's beautiful. After a while, Song My Anmian turned back, excited, and looked at Cheng Zi, saying, Honey, it's so beautiful. Wife, do you know what it signifies for us to encounter a meteor shower on our first outing? What? Song My Anmian asked casually. It signifies that we will grow old together, Cheng Zi said with a smirk. Stop it. Song My Anmian blushed slightly. Really, encountering a meteor shower, which is a once-in-100 years event, right at the beginning. Do you know what it means? Think about it. It's probably just a coincidence. Cheng Zi smiled but didn't say anything. Coincidence? There are no such coincidences in life. He seemed to have already anticipated their future. Children growing up one by one, pursuing their dreams. The couple going from having black hair to white hair. After a few minutes, the meteor shower ended, and the couple, feeling tired, took the baby back to their room to sleep. The next day, hotel staff knocked on the door to deliver breakfast. To Song My Anmian's surprise, they brought steamed buns, fried dough sticks, spicy soup, and soy milk, all typical Huaxia breakfast items. Of course, there were other options available for them to choose from. Taking the breakfast, Song My Anmian asked, How did they know we like these? I arranged it with them last night, Cheng Zi replied. All right. Cheng Zi set the breakfast on the table and said, Darling, come and eat. It tastes pretty good. After sipping the spicy soup, Song My Anmian nodded approvingly. After breakfast, she headed to the terrace. From there, she could see the beautiful blue sea not far away, where many people were already playing and frolicking. Honey, let's go over there, she suggested. Excited, she quickly arranged the children and found the anti-lost wristbands, one for each child. The family of 6 strode towards the beach. When the quadruplets appeared, they attracted a lot of attention. Each parent was responsible for 2 children. The babies, who had never been to such a place before, were curious and kept looking around, especially the eldest one, who couldn't resist checking out the beautiful girls. Looking left and right, if it weren't for the anti-lost wristbands, he might have ran off with them. Song My Anmian felt embarrassed and didn't know how to react. This child, can't he have a little more integrity? He only seems to like looking at pretty girls. Bringing the eldest one over, she said with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Eldest one, you must not stare at those young ladies in the future. If some bad person kidnaps you, Mom won't be able to save you. This son needed some serious education. Cheng Zi wanted to say something, but Song My Anmian shot him a glare that made him realize she wanted to handle it. After a while, Cheng Zi chuckled, Darling, he's our son, he has our excellent genes. Who says he will be easily fooled? We'll see. Right now, he's just a child, easily deceived if someone tries to take him away. We might not find him then. Song My Anmian abhorred child traffickers the most. Cheng Zi wasn't worried at all. Once the stroller was upgraded again, their children would be better protected, and they wouldn't allow any room for child traffickers to exploit. Many children only become spoiled due to having fathers like you, Song My Anmian commented half-jokingly. She turned to the eldest one. You must learn from your younger brother's obedience in the future. This is a clear slap in the face. Song My Anmian's face quickly turned red with embarrassment. Wife, these things, even if you explain, the baby won't understand. Whether it's Dabao or Sanbao, they're boys. Cheng Zi patted Song My Anmian's shoulder and said with a smile. Song My Anmian snorted, trying to hide her embarrassment as much as possible. Dabao and Sanbao still looked innocent, unaware of what was happening. They were probably thinking, isn't it just looking at a pretty girl? Mom is making a big deal out of it. With safety bracelets on, the children were not running around randomly. The couple held them and headed towards the beach. There was more sand over there. They bought some sand toys nearby for the children to play with. The couple watched from the side. Just then, a couple walked towards them with a 2-year-old child in their arms. Song Miamian glanced casually and then widened her eyes in surprise. Changzi noticed Song Miamian's reaction and asked softly, "Wife, do you know them?" "I do. The woman was my friend from when I was studying abroad. It was quite a coincidence to meet here." The other couple quickly greeted them in excitement. "Hi, Miamian. Long time no see." "Yeah. Are you guys here for a vacation too?" Song Miamian smiled. "Yeah, and we brought our child along," the woman said, her attention quickly shifting to Changzi and the children, more surprised now. "You're married too?" Song Miamian nodded. "Oh, I thought you, the beautiful Song, wouldn't marry so soon. I didn't expect this. The speed is almost like mine." Liu Qingqing blinked. "But your husband is really handsome, and you have a good eye. And these children, counting, there were 4. So many. Were they relatives' children brought along?" "These 2 were on vacation. It was fine. But bringing along relatives' children meant if they misbehaved and ran off, what would they do?" However, Song Miamian dropped a bombshell. "All the children are mine." Liu Qingqing was completely stunned. After a while, she stuttered, Did you say all 4 children are yours?" Quadruplets. Damn. You had all 4 at once? How come there was no news at all? You didn't even post on social media. I had no idea you got married and had kids and didn't even invite me to the wedding. That's not nice." Liu Qingqing pretended to be upset. Song Miamian smiled awkwardly. "I thought you were busy, so didn't invite many people. Even if I'm busy, I must attend my best friend's wedding." Putting her child down, Liu Qingqing turned to Changzi. Recently, Cheng Zhao's fame was huge. Almost everyone knew him. Liu Qingqing felt familiar, but hesitated to wrongly identify him. "Hello. I'm Miamian's friend, Liu Qingqing." "What's your name?" "Chengzi." The air suddenly became quiet. "Are you the filmmaker Chengzi?" Liu Qingqing wanted to confirm. This world was truly magical. Her best friend's husband turned out to be that Chengzi. Was there anything more magical than this? She looked at the quadruplets again. Everything made sense now about the mysterious wife of Chengzi and the children who never showed their faces. Oh my god, what does she know that's so extraordinary? After exchanging greetings, she quickly pulled Song Miamian aside. "So, your husband is the famous star." "He's not that famous," Song Miamian said, somewhat embarrassed. "Not famous? With box office earnings in the tens of billions." Liu Qingqing scoffed. "You're too modest. You haven't told anyone." "What's there to tell? He participated in a piano competition last month and won a major prize." Song Miamian finally diverted the conversation back. Otherwise, this woman would keep harping on the topic of the big star. His competition was small, compared to international masters. That doesn't count as anything. Let's not discuss that. Have there been any new dramas or movies from your husband? I will definitely support them. That'll have to wait. Isn't it a coincidence to meet here? By the way, when did you arrive? Yesterday. So coincidental. We are here too. Which hotel are you staying at? Song Miamian looked around, then pointed in a certain direction towards a more retro building. There. Liu Qingqing raised her eyebrows. This hotel was not cheap, starting at over 10,000 yuan per night. A suite would cost at least 50,000. Rich people. While her husband did make some money, spending over 10,000 a night was hard to digest. Miamian was so lucky, marrying such a good husband. The latter part of her life was waiting for comfort, without any worries. While the 2 women chatted, the 2 men had nothing much to talk about. Chengzi watched the children play, and Liu Qingqing's son joined in, playing with Dabao and the others. Children, once they got familiar, they quickly became friends. With toys around, everything was fine. Half an hour later, Song Miamian and Liu Qingqing returned, and Liu Qingqing smiled. "Let's end the day here. We need to go back to the hotel, some matters to attend to." "Okay. Go ahead." "Okay. Zane, we're leaving." Liu Qingqing tried to leave with her son. However, the little one hadn't finished playing and refused to leave. He cried incessantly when pulled away, tears streaming down his cheeks, a pitiful look on his face. Seeing this, the adults' hearts melted. With a new little friend joining in, taken away suddenly, Da Bao and the others were not too happy either. They blinked their big eyes, looking at Cheng Zi and his wife, Mom. Sibao came over at this moment and reached out for a hug. "What's wrong, Sibao?" Song Mai Amian rubbed her little nose and smiled. She understood the children's thoughts, but they had to go back. "Brother." The children seemed to get along very well. It is the first time she has seen Zane from their family enjoying playing with the kids so much. Normally, with some kids, for some reason, he just doesn't want to get close, let alone play with them. This old mother is very worried. What if he doesn't even find a wife in the future? Then she won't be able to hold her grandchild. Now suddenly being willing to play with the kids, it's like the sun rising from the west. Forget it, let them play together a little longer. Until lunchtime. Zane, let's go eat first, then come find your younger siblings to play later, okay? Liu Qingqing smiled at her son. Zane tilted his head and thought for a moment, okay? Most 2-year-old children are already quite articulate. Holding his mother's hand, he headed towards the direction of the hotel. Before leaving, he waved to his younger siblings. "Younger siblings, I'll go first. I'll come play with you in the afternoon." So cute. Watching the family of 3 walking away, Song Mai Amian smiled. This kid is so sensible. What's wrong? Do you want to have another one? I don't mind, I can afford it. Cheng Zi teased as he put his hand on her shoulder. I don't want that, you're so annoying. Song Mai Amian punched him lightly. What nonsense, they already have 4, and still thinking of having more. What kind of family is this? If they end up with twins or even more, they could open their own kindergarten. Can't afford it, can't afford it. I think having more children is fine. Raise them, and in the future, a house full of children and grandchildren would be great. If you want another one, have it yourself. I don't want to. Song Mai Amian gave him a look. Let's go. I'm hungry. I'll cook for you. There was lunch in the hotel, which would be sent over when it was time. Song Mai Amian didn't like the Chinese food made by foreigners, so Cheng Zi had to cook for her personally. The ingredients in the fridge would be changed daily, and when the couple returned, everything was fresh. Cheng Zi took out a large Australian lobster, prepared the seasoning, and then baked it in the oven. Shortly after, the fragrance wafted from the kitchen. Cheng Zi put the lobster on a big plate and brought it out. Wife, come over and eat lobster. He also prepared a special sauce that made it even more delicious. Song Mai Amian looked at the big lobster on the table and her eyes lit up. Where did this come from? It was in the fridge, not bad, right? Try it. Before they could start eating, there was a knock on the door. Cheng Zi went to open it and saw Liu Qingqing and her family of 3 standing at the door. He smiled. It's you guys. Yeah, I just asked Mai Amian for your room number and came right over. Are you having dinner? Smells so good. This aroma was much better than the food at their hotel. It must be delicious. After entering the room, they were first impressed by the luxurious living room. Look at them. They got a suite directly. Everything was complete. They must be rich. You really came. Come and eat with us. Song Mai Amian waved her hand. Liu Qingqing sat down without any hesitation, grinning. Wow, this lobster smells so good. Did the hotel send it over? My husband made it. Try it. Your husband made it. He even has this skill. She didn't expect a big star to cook for herself. Of course, my husband's cooking is not worse than those chefs, says Song Mai Amian proudly. Everyone who tasted Cheng Zhao's cooking had only good things to say about it. Humph, you speak as if it's some divine dish. Is it true? Liu Qingqing was a bit skeptical. Although it smelled good, it didn't mean it was delicious. She had learned some cooking for a while and had some understanding in this area. Try it, and you'll know. Song Mai Amian rolled her eyes. Fine. Liu Qingqing picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in Cheng Zhao's special sauce, and put it into her mouth. After chewing for a while, her eyes lit up. She couldn't help but eat a few more pieces, wiped her mouth, and asked, How is it? Delicious. This is the first time I've had lobster this delicious. I retract what I said earlier. It's delicious. The 2 women chatted away, mostly about food and children, with some intimate topics between women. Smelling the food, Liu Qingqing suddenly remembered something and asked with a smile, "I'm curious, how did you and your husband meet?" Her curiosity was piqued. It's too curious. How did a big star meet her, with kids as big as theirs? Song Miamian felt a bit awkward. We just met. It's impossible to say they accidentally swapped the sheets. Just met. How did you just meet? There should be a process. Liu Qingqing teased. After some thought, Song Miamian had to come up with a reason. We were introduced by friends. We were at the same school at the time. Were you working together? No, I was a teacher, and he was a student. Liu Qingqing was confused. A teacher and a student. What's this? Even I'm confused. At the time of our blind date, I didn't know he was a student at our school. But we were already together. What could I do? She justified while part of it was true. She really didn't know Cheng Zi was a student. She really didn't know at that time. And she didn't know that after they had a relationship, they would meet again, get married, and lead such a happy family. So she considered herself lucky. She just feels happy now. Liu Qingqing didn't know what to say, finally giving a thumbs up. Sis, you are really something. You two don't look like there's any age difference. I thought he was older than you. Turns out he just graduated from college. Liu Qingqing was impressed. Achieving so much shortly after college, therefore, the duo has achieved so much. Who would have thought? They've built such a happy family. As Song Miamian said, Cheng Zi had just entered the showbiz circle not long ago. It must be natural talent, right? Not at all. Maybe he's just fitting for this area. Just like your husband is good at playing the piano, both are great. The two smiled at each other. On the other side of the room, Cheng Zi watched the kids playing together. Zane seemed to like Sibao very much and knew that Sibao was the youngest, so he brought his favorite toy to play with his little sister. At this moment, Cheng Zi stood up and carried the four treasures in his arms. They entered the music room. In this suite, there was not only a kitchen, living room, and such, but also a music room, painting studio, and so on. Basically, it had everything, satisfying the guests' needs. One could say it was very well appointed. The four treasures loved listening to the piano the most. Before, when they had nothing to do at home, Cheng Zi would bring the babies into the music room. Song Miamian was still unaware, and conversed with Liu Qingqing from before they graduated to graduation, then to work, family, nothing was off limits. At this moment, a melodious piano sound could be heard. Liu Qingqing's voice abruptly stopped. Listening to the piano sound so close by, she furrowed her brows. This is... Subconsciously looking towards Song Miamian. I don't know, maybe it's from the adjacent room. Song Miamian was also a bit puzzled. These kinds of houses usually have soundproofing. How could it be? Let's go check it out. Liu Qingqing stood up, snorting. It's not as pleasant as my husband's playing. Just as they walked to the area where the babies were playing, they noticed that the babies' gazes, including Zine's father, were all looking in one direction. Honey, what's going on? Zine's father was currently extremely shocked internally. He had learned piano and music since he was young, and had met many experts, but in terms of skill level, aside from the few internationally renowned figures, no one else could reach this level. Although he had won championships, he still felt that his skills were lacking. This person, could he be one of those mysterious top figures internationally? Who's inside? Liu Qingqing continued to ask. Song Miamian looked at the babies, then towards the direction of the music room. Apart from us few, who else could be here? Are you saying your husband is inside? He also knows how to play the piano. Liu Qingqing was genuinely shocked in her heart. Is this real? Good at cooking, talented, and now he can play the piano too. Cheng Zi sat on the piano stool, with the four treasures in his hands. The four treasures listened intently, their eyes slightly narrowed, as if they understood. After finishing a piece, he played another one, Moonlight Sonata. Really talented. Zine's father, listening clearly from the outside, this melody, this level, was far beyond what he could achieve. When Cheng Zi came out holding the four treasures, they saw the few people standing at the door. What's going on? Wow, Cheng Zi, I never expected you to have this skill. You're amazing. Liu Qingqing smiled warmly. At first, she had thought that he couldn't play as well as her husband, but after her husband's explanation, she realized that Cheng Zi was actually much better. Who exactly is this person? How does he excel in everything? The conversation she just had with Song Miamian felt a bit awkward now. Cheng Zi glanced at Liu Qingqing and smiled. The children like it, so I learned for a while and now I'm showing off. He reached this level after learning for a while. Zin's father couldn't believe it. How is that possible? He himself hadn't even reached this level after studying since childhood, and Cheng Zi had reached this level in such a short time. If it was true, it would be quite a blow to everyone. His talent was terrifying. If this continued, those masters probably wouldn't be able to compare to him. After coming out of the hotel, Liu Qingqing's face still showed shock. Song Miamian's husband, who exactly is he? He's so talented. This is just exceptional talent. We might have to seek his guidance in the future. This kind of support will definitely be significant. Cheng Zhao's skills were already at a master level. Really talented. Where did Song Miamian find such a talented man? Zin's father's expression hardened. Are you envious? No, no. How could I be? Liu Qingqing linked arms with him, grinning. In the room, Song Miamian still felt awkward and asked, "There's a piano room here too." "Yes, didn't you know? How would I have noticed?" Song Miamian sighed, feeling that this man was truly outstanding, to the point where she felt she didn't match up to him. Mom. At this point, the four treasures came up to her, holding a toy. Where did this come from? Song Miamian was puzzled, as she remembered not buying this type of toy. Where else could it have come from? Your friend's son gave it. Looks like he really likes the four treasures. See, our daughter is quite charming. Cheng Zi couldn't help but chuckle. Song Miamian gave him a look. What charm? She's still so little. What does she know? Among the children, what do they understand? Perhaps they just like to play with the four treasures. That's why the toy was given to them. Or maybe it was just forgotten. The next day, the two of them planned to go to the island they had agreed upon before. At the seaside, they boarded a speedboat to head to the island. They chose this place because they heard that the island had a variety of delicious foods from different regions, and there was even a Chinese restaurant run by Chinese people there. It was bustling. Sitting under the coconut trees, watching the vast sea in front of them, and eating delicious food had always been Song Miamian's dream. Previously, with studying and working, there was never time to relax like this. Sitting on the speedboat, their minds wandered. What's wrong? Nothing. Just looking forward to it. It should be fun, right? Definitely. I'll take you to eat the local delicacies. Great. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the island. It was indeed different here. From afar, it looked like an ordinary small island, but up close, it was beautiful. Coconut trees were planted on both sides, with delicate tables placed under the trees. Not far away were beach chairs, where people were lying down chatting, enjoying the view of the azure sea, pleasantly relaxed. The children looked left and right, full of curiosity. Since they had never been to such a place before, it was inevitable that they would look around more. Cheng Zi noticed a Chinese restaurant not far away. Wife, let's go there to check it out. Song Miamian smiled and nodded. Seeing their country's restaurant here inevitably felt a bit familiar. The family of 6 walked into the restaurant. Immediately, a waiter came over. Most of these waiters were Chinese. Do you have private rooms? Cheng Zi spoke in Chinese directly. The waiter was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Yes, we do. What's the point of eating in a private room? It's nice to have more people, right? After going through all the trouble to make this trip, eating in a private room where they couldn't see anything, what's the point of coming out for a vacation then? The waiter stopped and watched the couple discuss. Waiter, just a private room, lead the way. Cheng Zi smiled. Of course. The waiter quickly led the way. Song Miamian looked at Cheng Zi in confusion. Honey, what's with this? Thank you. Wife, how is it? Not bad, right? Cheng Zi smiled. Song Miamian smiled. Not bad. How did you know this private room is so good? When I came in, I saw it. A place like this couldn't be a regular private room. Song Miamian blushed, quickly changing the subject. Let's look at the menu first. I'm hungry. So quickly hungry. Didn't you just eat? I'm not full. Cheng Zi grinned. Wife, you have gained weight recently. Then I won't eat. I'll diet. Song Miamian hummed. No, it's better to be plump and beautiful. Okay, hurry up and order. A few minutes passed. Seeing Song Miamian hesitating to order, Cheng Zi asked, why aren't you deciding? It's too expensive, isn't it? Song Miamian was at a loss. She had never seen such high prices before. Eating Chinese food abroad, the prices were exceptionally high. Let me do it. Reluctant to order, Chengzi took the menu. He ordered many dishes that Song My Amian loved. Song My Amian had already gotten used to his lavish habits and didn't question further this time. Soon, the dishes arrived. Please enjoy your meal, the server said and left the private room. Song My Amian didn't have high hopes for the Chinese food here, and after taking a bite, indeed, it was just average. Not much different from typical restaurants back home. In any case, it wasn't as delicious as what Chengzi cooked. Chengzi fed the children some egg custard, which the babies particularly loved. After feeding the youngest, the child spat it out with a puff. Not eating. Baby 4, you don't like it? No, eat, the tender voice of the 1-year-old echoed. Some babies of that age could already say a few words and sometimes mimic adults. Maybe you've eaten too much of what she makes, not liking the outside food. Song My Amian took a bite of minced meat eggplant. In that case, let's not force it. Chengzi tried a bite too. Not exactly bad, just okay. Didn't expect you, little miss, to be picky. Chengzi tickled baby 4's nose. He then tried to feed the other children. 3 seemed not picky and finished the small bowl, while the other to spat it out after a bite. Helpless, Chengzi smiled. Later, I'll make them something to eat at the hotel. Okay. They quickly finished the meal, with Song My Amian lying on a lounge chair in the private room, gazing at the view outside. Wife, where should we go play tomorrow? What do you think? Chengzi opened a mobile app and browsed through many places they could visit. Taking the phone, Song My Amian glanced around. I don't know. Wife, didn't you want to buy cosmetics? How about going to nearby cosmetic stores later, and tomorrow we go shopping for clothes? Song My Amian thought about it and agreed. And so, it was settled. They strolled around the neighborhood and quickly found the location of the cosmetic store. They entered. A salesperson immediately approached. They were all locals, and Song My Amian couldn't understand what they were saying, so Chengzi continued in the local language. Hello, we need. Listening to Chengzi fluently conversing with them, Song My Amian had already gotten used to it. Still, she didn't understand when Chengzi learned all of this. The salesperson was also slightly surprised, but quickly regained her composure with a smile. All right, sir, please follow me. They arrived at a shelf, and the salesperson, in her local language, smilingly introduced, this one is suitable for your Huaxia skin. We've had Huaxia customers buy this set before, with very good feedback. Song My Amian recognized the brand. It was decent. Are there any other options? Chengzi inquired. There's this one. The salesperson moved to another shelf and continued her presentation. Song My Amian nodded. Chengzi decided, let's go with this set. All right, sir. Anything else you need? 2 bottles of this sunscreen. Okay. The salesperson promptly brought out new ones from the stock, packaged them. Sir, your wife is really beautiful, and your children are very lovely. Having worked for many years, she had never seen Huaxia people as attractive as this couple. Yes, I learned for a period of time. A period of time? And you got so fluent in just a period of time? This. She began to suspect if Cheng Xiao had grown up here since childhood, otherwise how could he speak so standardly? But then again, even if he had grown up here since childhood, it wouldn't be possible for him to speak Chinese so well. Could it really be just that he learned for a period of time? All right, sir, here you go. It's a total of. The salesperson handed over the items, and Cheng Xiao paid for them. Song My Amian glanced at them, 280 Lafite. It's equivalent to about 2,000 yuan. It's really expensive, just this much costs 2,000. It's not that 2,000 is a lot, considering Cheng Xiao's expenses these days, 2,000 is not too much. But for her, it's still a bit expensive. Perhaps it's because during the time when she gave birth, she was too short of money and was afraid of not having enough. In the past, even when she was frugal, she wouldn't be like this now. Coming out of the cosmetic store, back to the hotel. On the way, Cheng Xiao said, Wife, tomorrow I'll take you to buy clothes, then we'll go to other places to have fun, and we'll plan our evening. Okay. Back at the hotel, Song My Amian packed up the things in the luggage, and the hotel had a special wardrobe. She neatly folded the children's clothes into it. She and Cheng Xiao only brought a set of changing clothes, a set of swimwear, and a beach hat. 3 suitcases, 2 large and 1 small. After all, with 4 children, there are several sets of changing clothes, including some milk bottles and other miscellaneous items. At night, the couple bathed the children. These little guys were playing in the water, splashing around, laughter filling the air and splashing onto the couple. Weren't these few kids not fond of water before? What happened today? Normally, they cried and resisted when taking a bath, but today they were actually playing. Song Miamian shrug. I don't know. Maybe they're just having more fun today. After washing them, trying to pick them up, several of them didn't want to get out of the water. Mom, play. At this time, the second baby spoke up, holding a beach ball. Song Miamian took a towel, reached out her hand. Baby, come here, let mommy wipe you. As if not hearing, he continued playing with the ball, clearly not being done yet. Eventually, Song Miamian picked her up from the water, but the little one didn't like it and burst into tears. Reluctant. They tried with the other 3, but none of them wanted to get out. Even the third baby, who rarely cried, didn't want to, just wanting to play in the water. It was late at night, though the weather in the Maldives was hot. At this late hour, children had weak resistance. It's inevitable they might catch a cold. What to do? Song Miamian looked at Cheng Xiao. I'll do it. You go get clothes for the kids. Okay. Cheng Xiao took out 2 small paper-made windmills from somewhere, blowing on them to make them spin. The babies had never seen this before, and were immediately attracted to it. They looked attentively, full of curiosity. Do you want one? Cheng Xiao smiled. Dad, want one. The 4th baby stretched out his hand first. If you want it, let mom dry you off, change clothes, then you can play. Those who don't listen won't get one. Song Miamian chuckled on the side, quite curious. Where did these windmills come from? Without much thought, she quickly grabbed towels to dry them off, changed their clothes, and let them play on the carpet. The 4th baby still had the toy in mind, seeing Dad coming over, instantly revealing a smile. The intention was clear. He wanted the windmill. Likewise, the others eyed Cheng Xiao, waiting for their turn. Only when the windmill was handed to them did they behave. Song Miamian smiled and asked, Where did you get this thing? Nothing, busy this afternoon. I folded them. How is it? Your husband's skill isn't bad, right? When he was in junior high school, he used to fold and sell these on weekends to earn some pocket money for himself. Because tuition fees were subsidized by the state until age 18, from elementary school to high school. Not bad. Song Miamian heaved, teasing her for being clumsy. The babies were happily playing, and Cheng Xiao smiled. Children's happiness was that simple. Wife, do you want to try? Try what? Song Miamian raised an eyebrow. Let me teach you how to fold this windmill. It can be used to entertain the kids in the future. I don't want to. I don't know how. It's very simple. Song Miamian was angry. This was a blatant attempt to make fun of her clumsiness. I won't learn. All right, won't teach you. Cheng Xiao ruffled her head. This woman had developed a resistance to learning new things, lacked confidence, and felt she wouldn't be able to learn. Yet how could she know if she didn't try? Just like the last time she cooked, knitted, practiced again and again, the effort was not in vain as the things she made turned out well. In the middle of the night, the babies got tired of playing and laid down on the blanket to sleep. The couple glanced at each other, chuckled, and one by one carried them to bed to sleep. The children were asleep, and now it was their private space as a couple. Wife, now that the babies are asleep, shall we? Cheng Xiao blinked. What? Song Miamian blushed, knowing what he meant. Nothing. It's time to bathe. Together. Together. Song Miamian blushed even more. She had never bathed together with anyone before. Cheng Xiao was so straightforward. This. Seeing her embarrassed look, Cheng Xiao chuckled. We've been married for so long. The children are growing day by day. We're an old married couple. What's there to be embarrassed about? You know I know. No, I don't want to. Song Miamian refused. It's fine if we don't bathe together. Then shall I help you with your back? How about that? Back rub. Unconsciously, Song Miamian imagined that scene, blushing as red as an apple. She glared at Cheng Xiao, quickly found her nightgown, and hurriedly locked the bathroom door. Red-faced like an apple. It's not surprising for her to react like this. After all, it was too sudden. Cheng Xiao's lips curled up as he watched her hasty retreat. How come this woman is still so shy? Just talking about bathing together makes her so excited. As Song Mi-Mian bathed, the redness faded from her face. Wearing a spaghetti-strap nightgown, she looked around. Cheng Xiao was not there. She breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly headed to the bedroom. However, to her surprise, Cheng Xiao was sitting on the bed in the bedroom, looking at her. Done with bathing? Such a big bed, and there's a guardrail. How did they fall off? Tenderly lifting the second treasure, Cheng Zi also hurried over. The couple felt heartbroken and quickly rubbed the back of the second treasure's head. There's a guardrail here. How did he fall off? Song Mi-Mian was about to cry, feeling puzzled, as it didn't seem likely. If the child was awake and playing on the bed, it might have been an accidental fall, but they were all asleep. Cheng Zi said, maybe the second treasure woke up and couldn't find us, so he tried to climb under the guardrail and fell off. After all, the child was still small and not very strong. Second treasure, don't cry, don't cry. The second treasure was staring with teary eyes at the parents, looking even more aggrieved. After crying for a while, waking up the other three. Mom, little sister is crying. The eldest treasure spoke, pointing at the second treasure, sounding puzzled. The couple had lost all desire to play. Heartbroken. After soothing for a while, the second treasure finally stopped crying, each sob emphasizing how sad they were. Song Mi-Mian sighed. Children really keep you on your toes, especially around 1 and a bit years old. They don't understand what danger is and do things without knowing. Second treasure, you can't climb randomly next time. Cheng Zi touched the back of the second treasure, fortunately no injury. Soon, the morning passed. The second treasure continued to play as usual, running around with the eldest treasure, as if what happened in the morning didn't involve her. The couple finally relaxed. Cheng Zi spoke, it should be fine now. Wife, we slept too early last night. Let's check out what activities to do next. They planned to visit some places. Though Maldives wasn't very large, there were many places to explore, several islands, some with beautiful sceneries. The main attraction was the Azure Sea, vast and endless. People who come here are mostly drawn to the ocean views, then they can go shopping, buy souvenirs for family and friends. Song Mi-Mian planned to buy some things to bring back for Teacher Wang, and also some nice clothes for her mom. Honey, let's go shopping today. As my wife wishes. He checked the map, and there was a lively street about 10 miles away, like a night market in Chinatown, but only open during the day. After getting ready, they set off with the children. They took a taxi directly today. In the car, the driver looked at the couple who had come in carrying for children, eyes wide in surprise. He thought, all the children looked alike, quadruplets. This is too amazing. However, he didn't dare to ask, as it would be impolite. After all, it was about the customers. Sir, where to? He asked in English. Cheng Zi looked at the map and told him the destination. Okay, 10 minutes. 10 minutes indeed it was, and they arrived at the street. Even before getting out of the car, they could hear the bustling sounds outside, with people coming and going. People from various countries, blondes, dark-skinned Africans. Several babies sat in the stroller looking around with curiosity. It was the first time they had seen black people up close, staring intently, wanting to poke holes in them. Thinking, why are these uncles and aunties so dark? Why are they different from us? While the babies were staring at them, others were looking at the babies too. It was an amusing scene. Another couple, also pushing 3 strollers, saw this and quickly brought their baby closer. They were a foreign couple, blonde and blue-eyed. Their baby should be triplets. Wow, are these for your babies? The foreign woman said. In standard English, Song Mi-Mian finally understood and smiled. Yes, your babies are so beautiful, so cute. In the eyes of foreigners, the babies' looks were irresistible. Exquisite like porcelain dolls, charming. The foreign couple fell in love with the babies almost instantly. Thank you, your baby is also very cute. How old are they? The woman asked. Song Mi-Mian smiled slightly, a little over a year. Ours too, how coincidence. Having multiple births naturally led to common topics, and with her previous experience studying abroad, Song Mi-Mian conversed fluently and felt a lot better. The eldest treasures stared at the 3 babies in the other stroller. Nobody uttered a word, just gazed at each other. These blonde hair, this fair skin, why are they different from us? After a while, one of the babies in the other stroller cried out. Sorry, the child may be a little shy. It's okay. Songmi and Mian smiled. We're going to that area to explore. Would you like to join? The woman was still comforting the child. It's okay. You go ahead. All right. After pushing their children away, Chengzi chuckled. Wife, your English is pretty good. I studied abroad before, so I know these things. Wasn't it for nothing? Songmi and Mian heaved. Chengzi suddenly stopped and said seriously, but next time when traveling, try not to communicate too much with strangers, okay? After all, there were all kinds of people in a foreign land. Seeing how serious he was, Songmi and Mian turned. What's wrong? I just want you to take care of yourself. Aren't you here too? After saying that, Songmi and Mian felt embarrassed. Wasn't that clearly relying on him? Why did she have to say it out loud? Sheesh. Seeing her regretful expression, Chengzi lightly laughed and patted her head. Silly girl. Let's go. Let's check that out. There were many stalls selling jewelry and cute little items. The baby's eyes wandered, wishing for this and that. At that moment, Songmi and Mian's gaze landed on a familiar item at one of the booths. What's wrong? Songmi and Mian pointed at something. This looks familiar. It's like the Kato Kid figurine that Manly has always wanted, but couldn't find. Excuse me, how much is this? Chengzi asked. The vendor held up 3 fingers. 300 lafiers? Chengzi inquired. The vendor nodded. Equivalent to several thousand RMB. Songmi and Mian widened her eyes. So expensive. A simple statue-like thing costs thousands. However, thinking that it's for her best friend, and remembering that Manly gave the baby tens of thousands in red envelopes last time, it's not a big deal. If it's this high-priced, then it must be real. Chengzi paid directly, and the vendor wrapped the figurine in an exquisite box and handed it over to Chengzi. This thing is worth thousands. I don't know why so many people like it. You can't eat or gnaw on it, Songmi and Mian whispered. It may be a personal preference, simply liking this character. After buying the figurine, the two went to a swimsuit store. Chengzi immediately noticed a blue swimsuit on the model, conservative with no exposed belly button, and tight around the chest, perfect for his wife. He didn't want other men constantly staring at his wife. Wife, I think this one looks good. What do you think? While Songmi and Mian was still deciding, she turned to look. When she saw the swimsuit on the model, she commented, "It's okay. Too plain with no other patterns. Too simple, but acceptable." At this moment, a female store clerk approached, smiling. "What can I help you with?" "We would like to get a swimsuit." They explained their requirements. The store clerk led them to another section, pointing out several models wearing conservative swimsuits that covered all appropriate areas. The colors were also acceptable. "Wife, go try this one." Songmi and Mian felt embarrassed. Right now? It's a swimsuit. You can't try it here. At least go back home. With this kind, you can tell if it fits just by looking at the size. The store clerk observed their interaction and smiled. "This swimsuit is our new collection this year. Madam, you are so beautiful. It will definitely look great on you." Songmi and Mian ordered 2 sets. After purchasing the swimsuits, they moved on to the next store, buying clothes and shoes. "Husband, how about this piece?" Songmi and Mian came out of the fitting room wearing a fishtail skirt with a slit, perfectly showcasing her figure. "Beautiful, it suits you so well," the store clerks praised her. "Indeed, even better than the models on our store's posters." The female store clerks were starry-eyed, praising her beauty. "Excuse me, could you pack this outfit for us?" Chengzi smiled. They picked out several more items and made purchases. After buying clothes, they moved on to jewelry. Chengzi immediately noticed a diamond-studded silver bracelet that sparkled in the light. It looked beautiful. "Hello, could I take a look at this?" "Sure, no problem." The saleswoman kindly handed over the silver bracelet. Chengzi personally put it on Songmi and Mian's wrist, which was slim and fair, as though the bracelet was tailored for her, the perfect match. Just as they were about to inquire about the price and purchase it, a couple entered the shop, appearing to be of Chinese descent. They spoke to the saleswoman in English. "We'll take this bracelet." The saleswoman hesitated for a moment, then said, "Sorry, this is the last one. We want that specific model in their hands." The man said arrogantly, "We'll pay twice the price." "I'm sorry, this customer tried it on first. If they don't want it, then I can sell it to you." The saleswoman shook her head. The man sneered, "It was tried on, Not purchased yet, right? Since it wasn't bought, we're the first to ask for it. It should be ours. Besides, can they afford it? Cheng Zi raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when a man in a suit emerged from the back. The saleswoman immediately showed respect and explained the situation in English. The boss. Cheng Zi glanced at Song Miamian, anticipating some drama. The boss surveyed Cheng Zi and his wife, then the saleswoman, and stated, whoever came first gets to buy it. This couple came first. If they can pay the corresponding price, it's theirs. His words irritated the two young people. Why should they get it? We were here first. Ignoring them, the boss signaled to the saleswoman, who quickly said, please don't rush, we have other styles for you to choose from. We want this one, at double the price. No, triple. The man was generous, while the woman looked coyly at him. I'm sorry, it's already been sold to these customers. Please come back next time, the saleswoman said firmly. The boss waved his hand and suddenly spoke in Chinese. Do you really want this bracelet? I don't think you've checked the price yet. The man was taken aback. It's just a simple bracelet. How much could it be worth? He thought it might be worth around 10,000. This is a design by the famous designer Elsa, priced at over 120 lafiers, equivalent to 300,000 sumas. The boss smiled slightly. What? 30,000 for this? Are you robbing us? If he paid 3 times the price, that would be 90,000. His budget was at most 20,000. 30,000 and above were unacceptable. Sir, do you still want it? If so, I can sell it to you now. Cheng Zi suddenly intervened, stirring things up. The atmosphere abruptly turned awkward. The man's face turned green. Darling, will you buy it for me? The woman blinked at him, looking expectant. The man hesitated. Honey, maybe. We should buy it next time. I didn't bring enough money today. This embarrassment was huge. Who knew this thing would cost 30,000? It was like blatant thievery, putting a designer's name on it to unjustly set the price. After some thought, he couldn't accept this and said, I can't afford it. Can you? I'm sorry, this customer has already made the payment. The boss handed over the receipt. The man nearly choked on his anger. The woman pushed away from him and slapped him. Why did you bring me here if you had no money? How embarrassing! She scolded him and walked out. Darling, wait for me. His chain stores have stores worldwide. There are 2 in the Maldives, and he happened to come here today to check them out, unexpectedly running into Cheng Zi. Looking at his outstretched hand, Cheng Zi politely shook it and said, Hello. Are you and your wife here for a vacation? Yes? That's great. I'm quite familiar with this area and can show you around as a gesture of hospitality. Zhang Cheng smiled. Cheng Zi and Song Mianmian glanced at each other. Wife, what do you think? I'm fine with it. They felt a bit awkward in this unfamiliar place. After all, having someone leading the way might be better. Thank you. No problem. My wife is also here. Let's meet up tomorrow. After chatting for a while, a woman with slightly darker skin walked over from another direction, wearing a dress and exuding an elegant aura. Judging from her skin tone, she didn't seem to be of Chinese descent, but more like a local in the Maldives. This is my wife, Jennifer. Hello. Jennifer spoke fluent Chinese as soon as she opened her mouth. After exchanging greetings, Jennifer noticed the 4 children next to the couple. Her eyes lit up. Wow, are all these for babies yours? Song Mianmian smiled and said, Yes, you are amazing. These babies are so beautiful. Jennifer immediately fell in love with the 4 babies, finding them delicate and adorable. She pinched their chubby cheeks and ruffled their heads. Zhang Cheng chuckled helplessly. His wife was completely defenseless against cute children. The 4 kids looked reluctant, furrowing their brows, which amused Jennifer. Look, this child doesn't want me to touch. The 4 children made some sounds of protest. Song Mianmian smiled gently. Cheng Zi prepared to leave and said with a smile, We finished shopping, so we should head back. Let's have dinner together tonight. My treat, Zhang Cheng suggested. Cheng Zi replied, How about tomorrow? We have some things to take care of. That's fine. Zhang Cheng didn't mind. Based on his years of experience, after observing Cheng Zi for a while, he felt that this friend was worth getting to know. After browsing for a while, the couple returned to their hotel. Song Mianmian examined the items they bought today, including clothes for her mother and gifts for Teacher Wang, among others. At night, she made a video call. Soon, Songkwin picked up the call. Mian, how's your trip going these days? Songkin's voice came through the phone. Mian glanced at the kids playing beside her, smiled slightly, and replied, "It's going pretty well." Then, she said, "Mom, I bought you a few pieces of clothing. Do you want to see if you like them?" Songkwin was surprised. "Oh, really? Let me see." Mian placed her phone on a nearby stand, took out the new clothes she bought, and tried them on for Songkwin. She had a good figure, so everything looked good on her. "Mom, how do you like them? Do they look good?" "They look great. My daughter has good taste." This outfit was chosen by Chengzi. A coat and a pair of gray pants. Worn by Mian, they looked classy. "Really? If it was chosen by my son-in-law, then it must be good. Turn around, let me see the back." "Okay. It's good. How much did you pay for it?" "I'm not sure. Chengzi bought it. If he wants to buy, there's no bargaining. It probably wouldn't be less than a few thousand. But for Mom, it's worth it." This woman hadn't had a good life, so to take care of her, she had endured all kinds of hardships. Providing her with expensive clothes was already a luxury, and giving her the best. The thought was quite bitter. If it wasn't for Chengzi, she might still be living in that old house, her life remaining the same forever. But she wouldn't choose to remarry, afraid of her children being hurt. Songkwin understood, chuckled, and changed the subject to the grandchildren. How are the children adjusting to the new place? They often need time to get used to new places, especially moving abroad all of a sudden. They are more adaptable than us. As long as there are fun things, everything is not a problem. "Oh, really? Then I can rest assured. Let me see them." Mian turned the camera towards the children. When the kids heard her voice, they turned to look at the video of their grandmother. After a moment of surprise, they smiled. "Kids, listen to your mom and dad, and behave well. When you come back, Grandma will take you to eat delicious food." The kids seemed to understand, and 1-year-old Big Baby confidently took the phone from his mother's hand, calling out to his grandma in the video. The Big Baby could already say some basic words. "Big Baby is so good. Do you miss Grandma?" Songkwin was melting. "I do," Big Baby replied with a frown. The camera shifted to Bao, who just glanced and furrowed her brows without saying anything. She was like that toward Songkwin. Everyone was already used to it. After the video call, Mian put away the clothes and took the opportunity while Chengzi was showering to message Manly. At the same time, she also sent a photo of a Kid the Phantom Thief figure. A reply came quickly. Manly was on her phone, and when she saw the message from Mian, she thought about whether the sun had set in the west today, as this woman was contacting her voluntarily. Quite rare. When she opened the chat box and saw the photo Mian sent, she was stunned. It took her a while to come back to her senses. "Wow, it's this figure. I didn't manage to buy it. Did this girl buy it?" Calming down, she replied calmly, "How's the vacation feeling this time?" Mian, "It's okay." Manly gritted her teeth. "Just okay? We are all working overtime, and you are out there enjoying yourself every day. Not a care in the world, with your husband and kids. Why isn't she so lucky?" "Humph. This woman is just asking for envy." Mian smiled. She didn't ask about the figure, but since she didn't ask, neither did she say anything. They chatted about this and that. Later, Mian said, "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I need to take a shower. Tired after a day of running around." "Are you in a rush?" "Yes, I've been on my feet all day." "Okay, we'll talk again next time," answered the phone. Dear sister, let me just take another look." Manly smiled charmingly, looking eager to please. Mian was speechless. Was it really necessary to fawn over a simple figurine like this? "I won't give it to you. I won't give it to you. I just want to take a look, even from a distance. Please, my dear." Manly kept on coaxing. She was determined to see that figurine at all costs. Mian couldn't help but feel a shiver down her spine. "But you don't even like it. What's the point of buying it? Can't you use it to collect it for me?" "Of course, I just found it puzzling." "All right, just let me have a look. Just one look, okay?" Manly pouted. Mian was truly at a loss with her. Just then, Cheng Zi finished showering, wrapped in a towel, about to head to the bedroom. Song Miamian's phone happened to be facing that direction, so Manly caught sight of this scene. The air quieted for a moment. 1 minute later. "Oh my goodness, sister, your husband has such a nice body. I saw an 8-pack abs. So handsome." She immediately forgot about the figurine. Cheng Zi did have a really impressive physique. He looked like someone who worked out regularly. Fantastic. But she had to stop at just looking. He was someone else's husband, so she could only admire from afar. "Can you please stop being so infatuated?" Song Miamian rolled her eyes. This woman, she lost her cool whenever she saw a handsome guy. It's normal for women to be infatuated with handsome guys, right? Besides, I'm just looking. He's your husband. Can I compete with you? Manly blinked. Song Miamian was speechless. This one here had no filter, always speaking her mind. She glanced behind her. Luckily her husband wasn't there. Otherwise, it would have been so awkward. "All right, stop talking. I'm going to shower. Don't rush me. Just let me take a look at my kid and you can go shower afterward." "Fine." She was unbearable. She took out the kid gift box. "Well, this is it. It looks really good. How much did you buy it for?" I asked many channels in China, even had a friend in Sakala country ask around, but no luck. Didn't expect to find it in the Maldives. Amazing. "Can you ask the store if they have more, and buy one for me? They're out of stock." Song Miamian shook her head. "Oh, that's a shame." Manly sighed. She really wanted Song Miamian's one, but she couldn't possibly snatch it from her dear sister. She wasn't that crazy over a figurine. Maybe she really liked it. "All right, I'll check on the kids, and after that, you can get back to your business." Manly smiled. Song Miamian decided not to tell her for now. She'd give her a surprise when she left. The kids were still playing. Sibao was chasing Da Bao for a toy, running and hitting, but couldn't catch him, making distress noises. The two of them often quarreled. Da Bao seemed to be teasing Sibao, intentionally showing her the toy but not giving it to her. Watching this on video, Manly couldn't stop laughing. "Oh, your eldest son is so clever. Haha, so adorable. Look at our Sibao, poor thing. Hey, go cheer up Sibao. Why are you laughing here?" Manly was getting anxious. She really liked Sibao and couldn't let Da Bao bully her. "All right, I have to go. I'm busy." Song Miamian waved her hand. The video call ended. She got up, carrying the children to their room one by one. "Kids, it's getting late. Time to sleep." Before going to bed, Song Miamian opened WeChat and saw a mention in a teacher group. Curious, she clicked on it and saw it was from Mr. Wang. The gist of it was, heard that our esteemed teacher Song and her family are on a trip to the Maldives. This news made quite a stir among the group. Wow, so fortunate. I wish I could go too, but I don't have enough funds. I could only afford the tickets and accommodation. Let's plan a group trip sometime. I've never been out of the country. So envious. Several teachers were practically exuding envy. Teacher Song is so lucky. If my husband were as rich as hers, I'd also quit my job and stay at home with the kids. Sometimes it wasn't the trouble of looking after kids, it was the lack of money. Money makes everything easier. Sigh. School had already started, and Song's resignation was regretted by many. Although she was young, her teaching methods were effective, and many students had improved because of her. Her resignation was a loss for Qingzhou University. But it was also understandable. With a husband like hers, what's the need to work when they had money to try other things? Song Miamian quietly glimpsed at the chat, smiled, and felt too embarrassed to respond. After a while, she turned off her phone. Slept. The next day, Zhang Cheng invited them out for dinner. The venue already booked at a Western restaurant on that street. It was set for noon. Song Miamian dressed up specially, in new clothes and makeup. In such a situation, she couldn't afford to lose to the others. Jiang's wife had such a good temperament. She might get overshadowed if not careful. So, she had to dress up carefully. Seeing Song Miamian applying makeup, Cheng Zi chuckled, "Darling, you're naturally beautiful. You look good. No matter how you dress up." Song Miamian smiled slightly and hummed. Soon, the makeup was done. Today's overall look was light, with a slightly red lip. After setting everything, Song Miamian asked, "Honey, How do I look? Beautiful, of course, my wife must be the most beautiful. With the makeup completed, Song went to change clothes. When she came out of the room, Cheng was stunned by her outfit. He had never seen her dress up so intentionally. This look was captivating. Love at first sight kind of beautiful. Her skin was fair and glowing, looking more like a young girl than a mother who had given birth. All set, nearing noon, the whole family of 6 set out. Zhang had reserved a large private room, waiting there with his wife, Jennifer. Today, Jennifer wore a navy blue long dress, looking even more elegant than yesterday, with wavy curls falling on her shoulders, makeup exquisite and classy. The door to the private room opened. Unconsciously, they were being stared at. Even Zhang Cheng and his wife took a second look. Jennifer teased Cheng Zi with a smile. "Your wife is really beautiful. I can't compare." "In my eyes, she is the most beautiful," Cheng Zi replied with a slight smile. Until now, he had never seen a woman more beautiful than his wife. "I finally understand why you don't want your partner in public," Zhang Cheng chuckled. How many people would be eyeing her? He wouldn't like it either if it were him. With that, he glanced at the waiter beside him and requested, "Hello, the menu." The waiter promptly brought over the menu. "Look and see what you'd like to eat. Feel free to choose." "It's okay, my wife and I aren't picky eaters." Western cuisine, just some steaks and pasta. The variety was still the same. "All right, let's order some signature dishes." "Okay." After ordering, the waiter left with the menu. Zhang Cheng seemed to have thought of something and asked, "According to your profile, you've only entered the entertainment industry for less than a year, meaning you've been acting for less than a year. Achieving such high box office revenues and excellent acting skills in less than a year was a bit unbelievable." He felt that Cheng Zi must have deliberately studied for a long time beforehand. It couldn't have been just a spontaneous performance that would be too unrealistic. Cheng Zi smiled faintly. "You could say that. Mainly it wasn't my initial intention." "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Given the current situation, his future prospects in the entertainment industry would be very promising. "Well, I have to take care of my business, accompany my wife and children. I can't let my child grow up without their father around due to my long hours of work. No amount of love can make up for that kind of regret." Jennifer was a little moved. "I have to say, you are a good father." After chatting for a while, Zhang Cheng asked again, "By the way, was acting your major in college?" Cheng Zi shook his head. When Zhang Cheng learned that his acting was truly a spur-of-the-moment talent, he was completely astonished. How was that possible? Someone who had never studied acting for a day, yet could exhibit such amazing acting skills. It would be such a waste if he didn't continue making movies. But some people might simply see it as a hobby and not a full-time profession. To be honest with you, I am a movie enthusiast. After watching your movies, I don't want you to just quit like this. It would be a shame." Zhang Cheng smiled. "I have a film and television company in China. If you are interested, you can come take a look." Although the company is small, it has fostered several award-winning actors and actresses. He had heard that Cheng Zi had turned down many companies, hence he didn't directly make an offer. Cheng Zi could not ignore his intentions, so he pretended not to understand. "Okay, I'll go take a look when I have the time." After finishing the meal, everyone had their own thoughts. Outside the private room, Zhang Cheng and his wife made an excuse to go to the restroom, but they found a quiet place to discuss. "Honey, do you want to sign him?" She thought he was really good in all aspects, good-looking, and had great acting skills. He was currently very popular and even gaining international fame. Zhang Cheng furrowed his brows. "It's not necessarily signing him. It also depends on whether he is willing. I genuinely want to be friends with him. He seems pretty good. I don't think he will sign. He just said earlier that he has no interest in the entertainment industry. Perhaps let's extend our hospitality to them today and take them out for a tour." "Okay." Jennifer really liked the kids. It was a pity she had not been able to conceive after so many years. "Honey, I'm sorry. For so many years, I haven't given you a son or daughter." Jennifer looked apologetic. She couldn't believe how her body hadn't cooperated. Once she recovered, she would consult with a doctor to see if they could try IVF. She really wanted her own child. Zhang Cheng patted her head. "It's okay. There's no rush. We are still young. We still have a chance." "Young? We are almost 30. Jennifer sighed. "No, this time you have to listen to me. Under this premise, First and foremost, I have to consider your well-being. ... Inside the private room, Sibao was staring blankly at the steak on the table, blinking her small eyes cutely. Song My Anmian smiled. Is Sibao hungry? I think she remembers playing with mud outside. Isn't the color of the steak similar to that? Song My Anmian was speechless. She glared at him. What was he saying? After thinking for a moment, she cut a small piece with a knife and brought it close to Sibao's mouth. Let's see if she would eat it. Unexpectedly, the child took the small piece from the fork and played with it in her hand. Song My Anmian. She really mistook it for mud. At that moment, Zhang Cheng and his wife entered the room. Jennifer immediately went over to where the children were. She particularly liked Sibao because she was the most beautiful. She would probably be even prettier when she grew up. Kids grow up in the blink of an eye. Sibao was still unfamiliar with Jennifer, very wary. When she saw Jennifer coming over, she instinctively ran behind her mother, then peeked out from behind her mother, curiously glancing at Jennifer. That was what they called being curious yet afraid. Song My Anmian chuckled softly. Auntie likes you. Why are you hiding? Don't like, scared. Sibao uttered in her innocent voice adorably. Baby, Auntie wants to play with you. Look, Auntie brought a doll for you. Jennifer took out a small doll from her bag. It was delicate and cute. It was a lovely little baby doll wearing a pink princess dress with big eyes. Sibao, not an ordinary little girl, wasn't interested in dolls. She was more interested in cars and transformers. Just like her brothers, she liked dark colors too. Essentially, she shook her head. No. Seeing that Sibao had no interest in the doll, didn't mean that Erbao next to her wasn't interested. He ran over quickly, his big watery eyes staring at Jennifer, full of desire. When Jennifer turned around, her heart melted. Baby, do you like it? Jennifer asked with a smile, waving the doll in front of Erbao. Erbao seemed to understand and nodded, like, do you like Auntie? Erbao stared at her for a while, furrowed his little brows, but remained silent. After a while, he still didn't speak. Jennifer thought he didn't understand, so she gently smiled, handed the doll over. Erbao took it, his chubby face instantly lit up with a smile, adorable to the extreme. Puff! Jennifer laughed. This child is so cute. It seems like he likes the toy, not her. Too practical. Song My Anmian doted on her. This child is quite clever, knowing that this is the way to get the toy. Sibao looked admiringly at his sister. The doll seems quite fun. Seeing the interaction between the children, Jennifer took out a furry yellow duck pendant that lit up from somewhere. Bao's attention was immediately drawn to it, staring at the pendant fixedly. But he didn't dare to approach. She had a face-saving personality, preferring to suffer than to lose face. Sibao, do you not like dolls? Do you like this? Sibao wrinkled her little face, then tugged on her mother's sleeve. Mom. A display of cuteness. Song My Anmian looked at her daughter's eager face, feeling a bit soft-hearted. But the thing belonged to someone else. If you want it, you have to ask yourself, only if they are willing to give it to you. Calling mom won't help. Sibao didn't know if she understood. She looked at her mother with big eyes, then at her father. Several adults looked at the little one with affection. How can she be so cute? After this incident, Zhang Cheng completely fell in love with his daughter. Having an adorable daughter by his side, pampering her, how wonderful. Initially not feeling anxious, now, he was starting to feel impatient. But his wife's belly showed no signs of movement. Should he be recklessly stubborn this once? It seemed like Jennifer could see her husband's thoughts, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Come here, dear. This is for you. Come over to Auntie to get it, and Auntie will give it to you. Jennifer waved the pendant. Sibao, go quickly, Song My Anmian said with a smile. Sibao took hesitant steps reluctantly towards her, her face showing resistance. Having to go for the toy even though she didn't want to? Halfway there, she suddenly stopped, returned to her mother's side. She still didn't want the toy, didn't want to interact with this strange aunt. This made everyone chuckle. The little one was indeed clever, not wanting unfamiliar things. Cheng Zi smiled with relief. This was his daughter, after all. He would have to teach Bao when he got back to not let people take advantage of him with just a lollipop. After finishing the meal, Zhang Cheng paid the bill, and they were getting ready to go out to play. Jennifer smiled. My husband and I planned this yesterday. The first stop will be the largest wild animal park here. The animals in this zoo are all rare species and they are all wild animals. There are animals from South America, Africa, etc. How do you feel? Zhang Cheng asked with a smile. Song Mai Anmian said, sounds good. It would be a good opportunity for the children to broaden their horizons. They got in the car and headed to their destination. Along the way, Jennifer smiled and said, I guarantee you won't regret coming here. An hour later, they arrived at their destination, the entrance to the wild animal park. They bought tickets and entered smoothly. There were quite a few people coming and going. Later we'll go see the anaconda and giant crocodile, which is a South African python. Do you want to buy some meat to feed them? You can feed them. The safety measures here are well done. Song Mai Anmian considered for the children. We don't need that. The children are still young. Ah, my oversight. I'm sorry. Jennifer apologized. It's okay. When they got to the place where the anaconda was, there were quite a few people there, adults with several children. They hadn't seen it yet, only the shining green leaves and vines, surrounded by high iron fences. Everyone nervously watched the direction of the green leaves. After a while, the leaves made a rustling sound. Then, a green shiny eye appeared, as big as a bell, making Song Mai Anmian's heart skip a beat. How should I put it? The eyes of this giant python were like those of a snake on TV, making one's scalp tingle. Jennifer said, it's fine, it can't come out. There's a strong electric current on the iron fence. If it dares to get close, it will be electrocuted. Without this electric current, things could get out of hand. Song Mai Anmian breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the rustling sound got louder. The python stuck its head out of the green leaves, its eyeballs turning round. Then it let out a hiss, sharp fangs appearing with sticky liquid dripping down. It was enough to strike fear in people's hearts. Its head appeared, followed by half of its body. How thick was its body? About the size of a water tank. Such snakes are usually only seen on TV, hardly in reality. What do you think? Jennifer chuckled. I told you coming here wouldn't be regrettable. Zhang Cheng sighed helplessly. You just love these things, even bringing people here. What if it scares the kids? It won't. Look, they're more interested than we are. Jennifer pointed to Da Bao and the others. They were totally absorbed, especially Da Bao, not even blinking as he watched the snake hiss, giggling constantly. Completely unafraid. Even a Bao and Sibao were full of curiosity. Scared? Not at all. Zhang Cheng was speechless. He didn't understand what was so interesting about this. Honey, are there really such big snakes in the world? Could it be fake and deceiving? Song Mai Anmian whispered to Cheng Zi. Cheng Zi smiled. Wife, you have a sharp eye. Song Mai Anmian was completely dumbfounded. Sharp eye? What does that mean? This is a fake snake, can't you see? Cheng Zi continued to smile. It's just very realistic. Most people can't tell with the naked eye and would think it's real. The most convincing parts are the snake's eyes and the hiss. Such high technology. If he didn't have X-ray vision, he probably wouldn't recognize it either. Really, things these days are so convincing. If it were a real snake, these visitors wouldn't be safe. They would probably end up in the python's belly. Huh. Song Mai Anmian was completely stunned. Fake snake. How is that possible? It doesn't seem like it from its eyes. It's enough for us to know. Otherwise, it would be ruining the zoo's reputation for no reason. Let's just enjoy the sight. Song Mai Anmian sighed. Okay then. It ate it and chewed it, but what it chewed might not be meat. It could be air. Imagine that piece of meat. With that said, Song Mai Anmian was finally awakened. Oh yeah. Why didn't she see through it? Still thought it was real. It seems like everyone thinks it's real. Jennifer and Zhang Cheng too. Annoying. Forget it. Let's not tell them. It's fine if only she and Cheng Zi know. The interest was full at first, but suddenly it felt very boring. After watching the python, Jennifer was very excited and said, how was it? Pretty good, right? It was quite good. Song Mai Anmian smiled. Just observed you a bit. Do you not like this? Jennifer asked. No, I like it. Why wouldn't I? Look, even the kids like it. Speaking of the children, Jennifer smiled. Let's go see the crocodiles. Okay. With that, she linked arms with Song Mai Anmian and headed towards the crocodiles, leaving the task of taking care of the children to two men. By a water pool, a huge crocodile was there. eating the meat given by the visitors, making smacking noises, and occasionally letting out a growl. This crocodile was larger than any crocodile Song Miamian had seen before, causing quite a visual impact. Changzi raised an eyebrow. This crocodile was a real one that can eat people, kind. Since some children couldn't see, they were held up to take a look for treasures held by Changzi because she didn't want Zhongcheng to touch them. Whenever he touched her, her little face would scrunch up, unwilling. She was a determined little girl who couldn't be fooled by a toy or lollipop. Changzi felt that it should be this way. The crocodile continued eating its meat, and the four treasures kept clapping their hands, smiling brightly. Later, there's another little one who will like it even more. Jennifer smiled mysteriously. Song Miamian was puzzled, even more. What is it? You'll know later. It's a secret. After watching the crocodiles, they went on to see lizards, leopards, and so on. These animals were particularly large in size compared to other animals in the zoo. They were well nourished. After walking around the zoo, the only thing that felt familiar to them was the giant pandas. They were the national treasure of China, a pair with big dark circles under their eyes, sitting there and eating bamboo leisurely, not paying attention to anyone, chubby and living a well-fed life. Anyone who called out to it would just give a casual glance and continue eating. Thinking of the fake snake, Song Miamian wanted to laugh, finding the zoo excellent for using a fake snake to deceive the audience, especially since everyone believed it was a real python. On the way back to the hotel, she couldn't stop laughing, remembering, and laughing all the way. Honey, at first, I was quite scared. I didn't even realize it was fake. Ha, you kept me watching for so long without telling me, Changzi smirked. He raised his eyebrows. This destroyed your interest, right? It was the first time she saw her wife laughing like this. Whenever Song Miamian thought about how everyone looked tense, especially Jennifer and Zhongcheng, she couldn't help but laugh. Changzi found it even more amusing that he hadn't told her. This zoo had many large animals, many of which were fake and meant to entertain children. Only children would enjoy such places. After a day of playing, the kids were exhausted, took a bath, and went to sleep. None of them were causing trouble today, finally giving the couple a bit of space for themselves. Wife, our little one is sleeping early tonight. Should we? What? Song Miamian pretended not to understand. Changzi didn't give her a chance to pretend, moving closer. What do you think? Of course, it's about the two of us. His hot breath tingled on Song Miamian's earlobe, making her itch, her ears turning red as she couldn't help but gasp. You first let go. I won't. Song Miamian opened her eyes, and from her perspective, she could vaguely see Cheng Zhao's well-built figure under his robe. Thinking about his 8-pack ABS made her blush involuntarily. No wonder many women liked men's ABS. In reality, they were really charming. Wife, do you want me to take it off for you to have a look? It's all yours anyway. Changzi suddenly smirked. Embarrassed, Song Miamian quickly turned her head. I don't want to. Don't mind, Changzi said, about to take off his robe, but Song Miamian reached out to stop him. After a while, she softly said, I'm not ready yet. Changzi raised an eyebrow. Huh? Did she need to be prepared for this kind of thing? Wasn't it just? Okay, listen to the wife. Prepare a bit. Song Miamian let out a breath, trying to relax her body. She couldn't afford any mistakes and didn't want to spoil Cheng Zhao's mood or see disappointment on his face. The night passed not so quietly. The next day, Song Miamian got up feeling exhausted, and Changzi had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Wife, you're awake. Come over and have breakfast quickly. Okay. Knowing what happened last night, Song Miamian blushed again, pretending as if nothing had happened, and got up to dress. Get some rest and replenish yourself. You had a hard night. Changzi smiled. Song Miamian felt he was deliberately mentioning it. HMPH. After breakfast and a short rest, they were ready to go out. They had come on this trip to relax, experience the local culture, and give the children some exposure. As they were about to head out, Changzi suddenly received a message from Ethan. The gist of it was that Ethan had received an email inviting him to a large event aboard a cruise ship in the Maldives the next evening. Many top domestic and international celebrities would be attending. Ethan wanted Cheng Zhao's opinion on whether he should go. This event only invited high-profile actors, and it could be a great opportunity to meet influential people. Changzi thought for a moment. I'll consider it. Tell them my response tonight. Alright, they've already sent the electronic invitation. I know. He turned off his phone. What's wrong? Seeing him frowned, Song Miamian asked in confusion. Song Miamian smiled. Changzi looked at her. Wife, it's not necessary to attend these activities. After all, I'm not interested in this circle. Just as he was saying this, his phone rang again. He looked, and it was Ethan. Boss, this is the list of activities for our HUAZia region. Okay, let me take a look. Seeing the name at the end, Li Jin. Is he coming too? Seems interesting. Just as he was talking, he received a call from Li Jin. Bro, are you going to that event? You should have been invited. Li Jin smiled. Honestly, when he was invited, he was really pleasantly surprised. If it weren't for Director Zhang, he wouldn't have had this opportunity. In the entertainment industry now, he can only be considered a third-tier artist. After all, he doesn't have any outstanding works. This opportunity was achieved through Director Zhang's efforts, and the other artists in the company are all very pleasant to interact with. Unlike his former company, where there was a lot of backstabbing, in Director Zhang's company, most are big shots in the industry, with some being either award-winning actors or actresses, the lowest level being A-listers. He belongs to the rookie fighter category, not really worth mentioning. After all these years, he is still in this same position. Truly envious of his brother, who reached his peak right after debuting. Invited, I have to bring my child, still considering. Li Jin, well, if you don't go, it's a shame. It's a coincidence you are currently in the Maldives on vacation. Li Jin just remembered. I'll consider it. Okay, that's fine. After all, no matter how important it is, his wife and child are more important. Call ended. Is Li Jin also coming? Song Miamian heard their conversation. Yes, you should go. I'll take care of the child. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it alone at night. Can't handle it? Who are you underestimating? You can take care of them for so long. Why can't I? Let's talk about it tomorrow. Isn't it tomorrow night? Let's go out and play today. Okay. After tidying up, they went out. The Zhang couple were also aware of this event. When they heard that Chengzi was still considering, Jennifer said, "It's fine. You go with Zhang Cheng. I'll take care of Miamian at the hotel. You both go." Song Miamian thought it was okay. Husband, just go. All right, if there's anything, please call me, okay? Sure. They played all day. Time flew by quickly, and before they knew it, it was late evening the next day. In the evening, Chengzi was going to the evening event, and Song Miamian specially prepared his outfit and some other things, like a ring. Then he went to the barbershop to style his hair. It has to be said that Chengzi looked really handsome, especially his facial features, envied by many. Such a good-looking person, it's hard to understand why his parents chose to abandon him. At this moment, Chengzi, dressed in a suit and wearing a ring on his finger, with his long and attractive fingers, Song Miamian was stunned. So handsome. People rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold, truly appropriate to say this. Indeed, her husband was good-looking to begin with. Even if he wore beggar's clothes, he would still be good-looking. Husband, you look really handsome. Wife, this is the first time you've complimented me like this. Chengzi smirked. Song Miamian hummed and didn't say anything. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Song Miamian opened the door, and it was the Zhang couple. As soon as they entered, they saw Chengzi, who had already changed into his outfit, and they were amazed. Jennifer exclaimed, "Miamian, your husband looks so handsome in this outfit." Zhang Cheng glanced at her. "What are you looking at? He's good-looking to begin with, even more handsome than you." Jennifer gave him a look and huffed. Song Miamian felt a bit awkward and quickly changed the subject. "Husband, when are you guys leaving? Are you in such a hurry to get rid of me?" "No, I'm just asking." Jennifer joked. "Can you both stop flirting in front of us?" Finally, after they left, the event venue was not far away, just a 10-kilometer drive to a sea area. The cruise ship was stationed there. Zhang Cheng was very familiar with this place, and they reached the destination in about half an hour of driving. They parked the car in the parking lot and entered a designated area where the staff began to check the invitations. Only those with invitations were allowed inside, even if you were an international superstar. They only accepted invitations and not faces. They were only allowed to bring one assistant. After the invitation was verified, they entered through a door, guided by the staff, onto the cruise ship. The couple smoothly boarded the cruise ship. Looking over the back, they saw the vast and boundless sea, a deep blue color. The breeze blew in, salty and fresh. Before they knew it, it was already time, and people began to arrive one after another. Many were familiar faces, famous all over the mainland. Here, big stars were gathered. Many A-list celebrities blended in with the crowd like ordinary people. "Bro, you are actually here." Li Jin came over and patted Cheng Zi on the shoulder. Soon, he noticed Zhang Cheng. "Who is this?" "This is Zhang Cheng." Cheng Zi introduced Zhang Cheng and said, "He's a friend of mine, Li Jin." "Nice to meet you." Zhang Cheng smiled faintly. The two shook hands. "Li Jin, don't be so modest." Those who could come here were not simple individuals. The event started at 7 o'clock. The three of them stood on the deck. It is said that tonight, there will be performances, singing, dancing, and more. Li Jin was still very interested. At 7 in the evening, everyone had arrived, and the cruise ship set sail on time, slowly moving towards the distant sea area. Cheng Zi and the others entered the hall. These events were usually a place where female celebrities competed in beauty, with a dazzling array of talents, none willing to yield to the others. "Bro, look at the one in the white evening gown. She is our company's award-winning actress, Ning Li, and the one in the light blue fishtail dress. Aren't they all beautiful?" Li Jin snickered. Cheng Zi smirked. "Aren't you afraid your wife will hit you? You'll see." After all, they were from the same company. They still had to go and say hello later. The event began. Cheng Zi poured a glass of wine, sat on a nearby couch, savored it slowly, observing the people in the hall, who were all engaged in lively conversations. Those who came to this event not only included those from Huazia, but also from Europe, America, and other countries. Everyone here was unbelievably beautiful, but none were as good-looking as his wife. No feelings. "Bro, with so many beautiful women around, don't you feel anything?" Li Jin teasingly asked. "Feel what?" Cheng Zi glanced at him. "Hello, you are Cheng Zi, right? Can we have a drink together?" As the voice sounded, Cheng Zi looked up and saw the female actress in a white evening gown, Ning Li. She had a sweet appearance that made people feel comfortable looking at her. However, Cheng Zi didn't feel anything different about her. Seeing Cheng Zi remain silent, Ning Li smiled faintly and naturally sat down beside him. Li Jin, showing courtesy, sat down a bit further away. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng was drinking and chatting on the side. "You are the one director Zhang has been keeping an eye on, right? Finally, I get to meet you today. I've been wanting to see you and discuss some acting matters with you," Ning Li continued. Cheng Zi replied calmly, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in this. You can discuss with other seniors." "Not interested?" Ning Li was taken aback. An actor saying he's not interested in acting? This. Li Jin sighed. Ning Li was a big beauty and a senior figure. However, he couldn't intervene in this acting-related topic. Ning Li thought Cheng Zi misunderstood her intention as making advances and quickly said, I didn't mean anything else. I just want to discuss some issues with you." She had watched Guardians with superpowers, and Cheng Zhao's performance had indeed amazed her. She admired it a lot. Hearing that he was just a newcomer, but had such skilled acting abilities and achieved over 7 billion at the box office, now surpassing 7.5 billion, ranked first in the history of Huaxia's film industry, and had made a good box office record overseas, she was impressed. "I know, but today, shouldn't we talk about work here?" Cheng Zi smiled slightly. "Let's have a drink." "How about exchanging numbers then?" "No need for the number. My wife is quite jealous." Raising an eyebrow, Ning Li knew about Cheng Zi having a wife. Although she was curious about what his wife looked like, she had no interest in seducing someone else's man. He must have misunderstood something. Many male stars were looking in their direction, surprised by Cheng Zhao's straightforward rejection of Ning Li without giving face, which was unexpected. She was the leading actress under director Zhang's company. Some entertainers in the industry always wanted to show some respect, even just for a chance to film a scene with director Zhang's company's artists. Cheng Zi calmly sipped his drink, unaffected by others' opinions. "Well then, sorry to disturb you." Ning Li was not a clingy person. She smiled a little and left. Li Jin quickly approached. "Bro, she just wanted to discuss acting matters with you." You rejected her so decisively, didn't you? Do you mean you would agree to communicate with her if it were you? There are many eyes here, and with so many cameras around, as public figures, we need to be careful in some situations. It's not that serious. It's just an event, and it's normal for artists to communicate. Journalists shouldn't make a big deal out of it. I have to consider my wife's feelings. Regardless of accusations of pettiness, in reality, the entertainment industry was a complex world. This statement directly silenced Li Jin. What a good man. He had not thought it through. However, he believed his wife wasn't petty, and Cheng Zi probably wanted to reassure her. After Ning Li left, the three continued chatting normally. In addition to Li Jin, Yan Nuan, Chen Din, and others were also present at the event and had been invited. There were many people, and Yan Nuan took quite a while to find them. It was a pleasant surprise to see Cheng Zhao's name on the list. Compared to Ning Li's character, Yan Nuan seemed more casual and lively, the type who would persistently ask questions until she got an answer. Hey, Cheng Zi! Yan Nuan waved from a distance and hurried over. It's really you. What a coincidence, you're here too. She smiled. Guardians with Superpowers was a big hit, not only boosting Cheng Zi, but also helping Yan Nuan rise in the entertainment industry. She had recently won an award for Best Actress. In the end, she had also benefited from being the female lead in the movie. Of course, her acting skills were commendable too. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? It's been so long, don't you have anything to say? Yan Nuan asked. Cheng Zi glanced at her. What do you want to talk about? We could talk about your little baby. It must have grown. Last time I saw a photo, the child was just a baby. By now, he should be over a year old, right? Can I see some photos? Yan Nuan loved kids. I'd love to see. From the moment she saw Yan Nuan, Li Jin was stunned. She was a goddess. And that's his buddy's partner. Her down-to-earth personality was quite unexpected. Cheng Zi didn't refuse. He opened his phone and showed them pictures. A group photo of 4 kids. Wow, so cute. They've grown so much. They can walk now. This little girl is so pretty. I like her. Your kids are all well nurtured. Your wife must be beautiful, right? Yan Nuan smiled. Cheng Zi turned to her. How old are you? Do you not know that you shouldn't ask a woman's age? Yan Nuan huffed. After a while, she answered, 26. Cheng Zi smiled. Sorry, I'm 23. If you call my wife sister-in-law, then am I your brother? Or would you like to call me that again? 23. Yan Nuan was stunned. This man was 3 years younger than her. 3 years younger, and she should call him brother. Dream on. You're clearly taking advantage here. No way, then. Your wife, what's her name? How old is she? Can I call her sister? She was willing to let this slide in terms of address between females. You said women's age shouldn't be asked. Yan Nuan was speechless. This guy was too slick. Watching their interaction, Li Jin finally understood. These two had definitely argued a lot on the set of Guardians with Superpowers. Therefore, some companies strongly recommend their own artists to come. Whether to donate or not depends on individual willingness, not forcing anyone. Next is the second part of our event. Everyone can freely showcase their talents, singing, dancing, both are fine. Here is the registration area. This will make the event more lively. After Tan Lin finished his speech, he went backstage. Many artists started registering just to join the fun, as they are all public figures and don't feel shy. About a third of the people registered. Don't you want to show off your skills? Cheng Zi suddenly said to Yan Nuan, with a smile on his face. Yan Nuan was taken aback. Are you trying to make me embarrass myself? I don't want to be stared at by a group of people. Besides, I'm an actress, not a singer or dancer. Actors who can't dance aren't good singers. Yan Nuan couldn't connect the dots for a moment. What does that have to do with anything? If you want to go, you can go. I'm not going anyway. By the way, you sing pretty well. How about showing off your skills? Yan Nuan finally found a chance to counterattack and smiled. The result. Cheng Zi remained silent. Li Jin couldn't help but chuckle. Yan Nuan, the goddess, was so amusing. How cute is her personality in private? While they were talking, some artists were already on stage. Several female artists in traditional Han clothing came out from backstage, the music started, and they elegantly danced. The ancient-style dance seemed a bit out of place in this setting, but it was undeniably beautiful. Several foreign female artists were amazed. They thought the Han clothing in Huaxia was beautiful, but out of respect for the culture, they didn't wear it. Seeing it again today, it was still so beautiful. Later, they planned to ask these beautiful women if they could try on some clothes to fulfill their dream of wearing hanfu. The foreign female artists gathered together and discussed, "Looks wonderful. Let's ask if we can try them on later, just to try. I've been wanting to for a while." After a dance performance, a female singer with a guitar sat on a chair and started singing. The whole room fell silent. Truly a powerhouse in the singing world. Her voice is amazing. This is the first time I've heard her live. Amazing. I quite like her. Who doesn't? She's beautiful and has a strong singing ability. It's said that when she participated in the voice competition, she was a dark horse who charged all the way to the championship. Chang Zi wasn't very knowledgeable about singing, so he sat back on the sofa, sipping his drink and chatting with his wife. There wasn't much going on. At that moment, several female artists came over. Yan Nuan stood up. I'll go over there first. My friend is calling me." "Okay." Chang Zi responded indifferently. Li Jin felt somewhat helpless. Yan Nuan was probably the first female artist that Chang Zi was willing to engage with. Other female artists probably tried to avoid any suspicion. The two of them had a collaboration. Even if they were drinking and chatting together, the media probably wouldn't go crazy and publish rumors. In fact, ordinary artists didn't care about this. Chang Zi cared more about Song Miamian. Elsewhere, Yan Nuan sipped her water, while a few friends gossiped in her ear. Nuan, they say Chang Zi is an icy male god. Even Ningli rejected him, yet you can chat with him so happily. Impressive. Yeah, he doesn't do ads, doesn't take appearances, and doesn't like to interact with people. How did you manage it? He's really handsome, and so talented, he must have a lot of girls chasing after him. Forget it, he's married. I heard his wife is very beautiful. They gossiped while glancing at Cheng Zhao's direction from time to time. It's a pity, such an outstanding man got married too early. Chang Zi was still chatting with Song Miamian, oblivious to the gossip around him. Tonight, Jennifer was over there, playing with the others. Song Miamian took many photos, and besides Si Bao, she had gotten familiar with the other three, enjoying themselves. Si Bao, this aloof little girl, sat on the sofa, watching carefully, wary of Jennifer, afraid she might come over to pick her up. Chang Zi found it amusing. This little girl, whose temperament did she inherit? Definitely took after her mother during her childhood. She wouldn't let strangers touch her. This stubborn little girl didn't seem like a 1-year-old. Zhang Cheng was also watching videos posted by Jennifer. The two men were laughing like idiots. Li Jin was confused. What's going on? Why were they laughing? He turned to look and saw Chang Zi playing with his phone, leaning over and saw the videos of the babies. So you're watching these videos? Kids grow up so fast, I remember seeing them just starting to walk before. Li Jin smiled. Looking at Si Bao sitting alone, he couldn't recognize her. Which baby is this? Si Bao. Si Bao. The most beautiful and cute one, right? Chang Zi glanced at him. Aren't the others cute too? They are. I didn't say they weren't cute. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. It was Yan Nuan again. Chang Zi, can you help me with something? Chang Zi replied, I'm busy. I haven't even said what it is and you're already busy. I'm the next one to perform on stage. Can you accompany me with the piano? He had seen news of him playing piano before. This guy really hid his talents. Yan Nuan blinked her eyes, a look of innocence on her face. She didn't expect her friend to sign her up to perform. Now she had to go on stage. She decided to have Chang Zi accompany her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he couldn't refuse, could he? Soon, the host on stage was calling her. All eyes were on them. Please, just help me this once. I promise to fulfill any request you have, as long as it's not too much. Anything else is fine. I'm begging you. Yan Nuan pleaded. Li Jin nudged Cheng Zhao's arm and winked. The goddess is begging you. Are you sure you won't consider it? I'm begging you. Chang Zi was speechless. Fine, it's the first and last time. I knew you were the most loyal. On stage, Chang Zi was sitting at the piano, and Yan Nuan stood in the center of the stage with a microphone. Is there something wrong? With guessing hearts, everyone stares at the two people on the stage. Yan Nuan's prepared song is Wonder Furu, an English song. It's quite difficult, not easy to sing. She is somewhat familiar with it, but not really good at it since she is tone deaf and unsure if she can handle it. Just for fun, even if it's embarrassing. Chang Zi closes his eyes, and after 10 seconds, he opens them and starts playing the piano. The beautiful melody slowly rings out, silencing the previously noisy scene. Everyone's gaze is fixed on the stage, quietly listening. The accompaniment is really pleasant to listen to. Even before Yan Nuan starts singing, the accompaniment has already attracted a lot of attention. After all, everyone present is in the entertainment industry and knows a bit about it. Chang Zi is a powerhouse from the start. Originally, they thought the piano accompaniment for this song was perfect, but Chang Zi intentionally added something extra to make it even more perfect after playing it. It's that indescribable feeling. Yan Nuan was a bit stunned at first, but quickly composed herself and started singing. Not being a professional singer, her flaws became apparent as everyone was focusing on listening to the piano. The music tutor exclaimed, "Too outstanding!" Yan Nuan, a male artist nearby, asked. The music tutor was taken aback. "I meant Chang Zi, not Yan Nuan." Oh. Everyone was immersed in the piano music. The piano seemed to have a magical quality, filled with deep emotions. The scene became quiet, with only the singing and the piano remaining, as no one dared to break the beautiful atmosphere. He's really amazing, having such talent, but choosing to act is truly wasting it. At this point, an older movie star was not impressed. How is it a waste to be in movies? He is also very talented in our entertainment industry. I even said he was wasting his talent playing the piano. Oh please, what do you know? Do you understand that kind of artistic conception? The music tutor was also annoyed. Do you understand movies? Do you know what a good movie means to our Chinese film industry? The argument heated up as they debated. Just then, someone spoke up. Stop arguing. Chang Zi has said that he won't stay in this circle for long. I read in the news. Zishu, you're not a kid anymore. Do you believe those news stories full of nonsense? The older movie star retorted. No, he said it himself. It was on his Weibo. The two fell silent. The old movie star sighed. What a talent, such a pity. On stage, Yan Nuan had already sung half of the song. The audience below stared intently. Chang Zi squinted his eyes, hands naturally flowing on the piano keys. He also felt a bit magical. Just placing his hands on the piano keys made him feel different. It was like he had been playing for years. Regardless of the piece, he played it effortlessly, truly impressive. Soon, the song ended. There was a moment of silence before thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. The recognition and appreciation for Chang Zhao's piano playing were evident in the loud applause. It was a kind of acknowledgement. Initially feeling embarrassed, Yan Nuan was captivated by Chang Zhao's piano accompaniment during her singing. Really amazing. Even she, as a layperson, could tell how exceptional he was. My goodness, is this man a devil? He excels in acting, almost as if it were innate. And now he plays the piano so well. Is he multi-talented? So impressive. Even though she felt embarrassed, being able to listen to such beautiful piano music made it worthwhile. Thank you, everyone. After singing, she bowed and quickly left the stage to settle the score with her best friend. You knew I can't sing well, yet you signed me up. Were you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Yan Nuan complained. Just go up and perform. You're 26 already and still single. What if you find a date here and get out of being single? Being on stage can make others notice you, her best friend nagged. This annoying girl, always complaining about being single, but where's the boyfriend she promised to find? Chang Zi, at the moment, seems to be the most suitable, but unfortunately, he's already married, a husband. No chance anymore. I never thought of finding someone from the industry. I'm not in a hurry. Why are you so concerned? If you're not worried, I am. Living with you, hearing you complain about being single every day, I'll stop caring about you. I'll move out and live with my boyfriend soon, her friend huffed. Yan Nuan looked helpless. Please don't. I know you mean well, but destiny has not arrived. Forget it. I won't bring it up again. I won't bother with you from now on, her friend snubbed. However, Chang Zhao's piano playing was genuinely delightful. Pleasant to the ears. Though Yan Nuan struggles with singing, hearing Chang Zhao's piano accompaniment made it worth it. Meanwhile, in the hotel, It was getting late, and Song Miamian was bathing the children, exhausted from playing all afternoon. Jennifer was helping out. "I wonder when they'll be back," Song Miamian sighed. Jennifer teased, "Why, missing your husband? It's only been a short while." Indeed, married couples, after a year or two, are so sweet, can't bear to be apart for a moment. "No, I'm just worried that he might come back too late. It's not as safe here as it is back home." Jennifer reassured her, "Don't worry, they have a car. What could happen?" The three little ones finished bathing, leaving the four other children. Jennifer picked up the fourth child, who shed tears of grievance after being held for a short while. Her big eyes reddened, looking pitiful. Song Miamian was at a loss. Just a hug, and the child protests. How will she make friends when she grows up? She's worried sick as a mother. The eldest child also worries her. He stares at any pretty girl he sees. What can she do? The second and third child are better in comparison, with the third child being the most trouble-free. "All right, Auntie just hugged you. Why are you crying?" Song Miamian chuckled, "Mom ... The fourth child hugged her mother tightly, looking warily at Jennifer. Jennifer chuckled. "Oh, such an adorable little gaze. She was truly lovable." Her desire to have a daughter was growing stronger. "In the worst case, we can try in vitro fertilization. No matter how painful it is, as long as she sees a healthy child, she will have no regrets. I believe you will have a child soon too." Song Miamian understood this desire to have children, but not being able to, as she had seen such examples around her before. The people who want something never get it, while the things they don't want come their way. Fate is just so unfair. The atmosphere relaxed again. Sibao, this little guy, was sensitive to emotions. Seeing that his mother and Aunt Jennifer seemed a bit off, he pondered for a moment, seeming to understand something, yet not quite. Anyway, the bath went smoothly later, and even made Jennifer touched. This made Jennifer feel a bit surprised. As if realizing something, she smiled. "Does this child know what we are talking about? How is that possible? Maybe he just thinks you are pretty and suddenly accepted you." Song Miamian laughed. Jennifer narrowed her eyes with a smile. "That's a nice thing to say. I love it. Ha ha ha." The two shared a smile. Song Miamian, being a mother, immediately understood Sibao's intentions. She had to admit, this child really understood things, being able to read adults' emotions. It seemed that he might have approached Jennifer because he sensed her low spirits. After a successful bath, Jennifer quickly brought a large towel to wrap Sibao in. As it was her first time caring for a baby, it was normal to be busy and somewhat flustered. Taking care of a child is a skill. Meanwhile, the charity event's performance was coming to an end, and Li Jin was still immersed in Cheng Zhao's piano accompaniment. It was the first time he heard it live. He had only heard that his brother could play, but he didn't expect him to be this good. Zhang Cheng's eyes were full of admiration as he thought Cheng Zi was talented not only in acting, but also in music. This was the mark of a talented artist. So strong. No wonder various companies in the country were competing to sign him. If it were him, no matter the cost, he would dig up such outstanding talents for his own company. Unfortunately, Cheng Zi had no interest in continuing in this circle. He respected his choice, and after asking once, he would not ask again. On the stage, the final act to perform was Ning Li, and the female artist Peng Zhire in the blue fishtail dress. They danced a traditional style dance on stage. As they danced to the accompaniment of the lute, they appeared more delicate compared to the two earlier performances in Chinese attire, exuding a charm reminiscent of a TV drama. "The seniors are truly amazing. They are so talented," Li Jin praised. Ning Li graduated from the Dance Academy in the Magic City, reportedly ranking first in her class, indicating her exceptional skills. "Brother, what do you think?" Li Jin smiled. Cheng Zi put away his phone and replied, "What? Are you interested in her? Impossible. I just admire her as a junior admires a senior. If I were a woman, my feelings would be the same. Besides, I only have Molly in my heart now." Li Jin quickly added. He couldn't let Molly know, otherwise, she would get upset. Cheng Zi sensed a strong desire for survival. The corners of his mouth lifted. As the dance finished, thunderous applause erupted in the audience. The two goddesses danced beautifully. However, due to Cheng Zhao's performance earlier, though the audience found Ning Li and Peng Zhire amazing, they were less surprised since they had seen Cheng Zhao's exceptional skills. Cheng Zhao's performance was on a different level, and many experienced musicians in the audience felt that he was remarkable and could compete in piano competitions. Ning Li changed out of her costume and walked down from the stage, heading straight towards Cheng Zi, standing before him. "Can I have a word with you?" she asked, pointing to the spot beside Cheng Zi. "May I sit here?" Cheng Zi replied, "Sure." After sitting down, Ning Li expressed her admiration. "I never expected you to be so explosive." "Thank you," Cheng Zi smiled. "Did you purposely learn the piano, or were you already skilled in it from a young age?" Ning Li was curious. She found Cheng Zi to be very mysterious, not only in acting, but also in his piano skills. She wanted to explore more and discover his other talents. Cheng Zi chuckled. "I learned for a while, so I have some basic understanding." "Some basic understanding?" Zhang Cheng was stunned and couldn't help but glance over. Was this just some basic understanding? It seemed like Cheng Zi was downplaying his skills. Ning Li was taken aback, then smiled and said, "You really know how to joke." "I wasn't joking." The conversation abruptly stopped. Li Jin was helpless. Cheng Zi really wasn't good at chatting. Ning Li felt a bit awkward, surrounded by so many people watching. Tonight's performance had made Ning Li and Cheng Zi the main focus, being the most outstanding among all. One was an award-winning actress, and the other a male actor with 7.5 billion box office earnings. People started to gossip about them. They seemed to be getting along well. Is there a problem? Are you overthinking it? Cheng Zi is a married man. Haven't you noticed the distance between them? Ning Li is from director Zheng's company, and Cheng Zi appeared in director Zheng's work. They know each other, so what's wrong with them having a chat? They know each other. I heard that Cheng Zi rejected director Zheng's offer. How could they know each other? I think Ning Li must have approached him first. What? Ning Li, the goddess, approached him first? Why would an award-winning actress approach Cheng Zi? Who does he think he is? Who does he think he is? With a box office earnings of 7.5 billion, what's Ning Li got? Cheng Zi is definitely on his way to becoming a film emperor. The assistants started to argue, one siding with Cheng Zi and the other with Ning Li. Meanwhile, Yan Nuan walked over in high heels, attracting everyone's attention. The two actress goddesses had some interesting interactions. Yan Nuan, despite her young age, was already a seasoned actress, having won many awards. Cheng Zi ignored her. What's the point of lingering after it's over? He still needs to go home to take care of the kids. This event made everyone remember Cheng Zi. A genius figure, whether in the entertainment industry or the music industry. Everyone is thinking about how to bring Cheng Zi into their company. Once he joins, the company will definitely move up a level. Ning Li and Yan Nuan chatted, easing the awkward atmosphere. Ning Li breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Yan Nuan. Nuan, thank you just now. Otherwise, it would be more awkward to stay longer. She was already embarrassed by Cheng Zhao's cold demeanor leaving once, and facing his coldness again would make it even more embarrassing for everyone. It's okay, we've known each other for years. Yeah, congratulations on your new movie. Thank you, sister. The second segment ended, followed by the third segment. Donations. The purpose of this event was originally related to charity, donating to families in impoverished areas. However, this was also a personal choice for the artists, not a moral obligation. In typical charity events, female celebrities usually compete to show off, and there are actually very few who donate. Some even go to the extent of fraudulent donations. Li Jin asked, "Brother, are you donating?" He was penniless, struggling to make ends meet. How could he afford to donate? Cheng Zi, on the other hand, was different. However, donating or not is one's own freedom. Donating is a gesture of goodwill. Not donating is fine too. Cheng Zi glanced at him without saying a word. After the organizer's speech, staff brought a donation box. It was up to the artists to decide whether to donate. Some foreign celebrities could choose not to participate in this event since the funds were for impoverished regions in Huaxia, organized by the Huaxia people. Ning Li and Yan Nuan set an example, each donating 1 million. The host smiled. Let's give a round of applause to these two goddesses. Seeing their initiative, others realized they should donate too, to show their goodwill. Most people cared about their reputation. So, everyone started to donate by writing the amount and name on signs and putting them into the donation box. Half an hour later, 70% of the audience had donated. Cheng Zi didn't go up, calmly looking at his phone. The event was lively, and no one seemed to notice him. Li Jin asked, "Brother, aren't you donating?" "Why should I?" Cheng Zi smirked. Some of these events had underlying motives. How much actually reaches the common people? It might be better to go directly to impoverished mountainous areas. Li Jin was puzzled, realizing there might be more to Cheng Zhao's actions. "I just think, what if someone uses your lack of donation to make a big deal out of it? You know some unscrupulous media can exaggerate things," Li Jin said. "No worries, I don't care. But you are a public figure now." Cheng Zi waved his hand. Zhang Cheng had been silent the whole time, admiring Cheng Zi and finding him exceptionally intelligent. The donation soon ended, and the event came to a close with many people leaving. Cheng Zi thought it was time to go back, so he stretched, turned off his phone, and walked out. It was a boring day. Just as the three of them were about to leave, Yan Nuan caught up. "Cheng Zi, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "Going home." "Oh, such a good man. Going home to accompany your wife and kids, right?" Yan Nuan chuckled. "Which hotel are you staying at? Let's go together. What if we book the same place?" "Little brother." Cheng Zi rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to respond. "By the way, didn't you donate just now?" Yan Nuan suddenly asked. Cheng Zi replied as he walked. "So what?" "Just curious," Yan Nuan said. "All right, I have to go back." Watching him walk away, Yan Nuan shrugged in silence, a truly arrogant little brother. The cruise ship had docked, and after getting off, Li Jin said, "Brother, my agent's car is here to pick me up. I'll head back first. See you when you return to Huaxia. I'll visit the babies." "Okay." On the way, Zhang Cheng drove and teased, "Cheng Zi, you're quite charming." Two well-known goddesses in the industry. It was normal since he was outstanding and good-looking, attracting young girls despite having a loving wife at home. When they arrived at the hotel and opened the door, the children ran around in pajamas, giggling and laughing. Song Mai Amian and Jennifer were watching the children well on their phones, laughing uncontrollably. After a minute, Song Mai Amian and the others finally noticed and looked up. "Husband, you're back so soon," Jennifer said with a smile. "Soon." It was almost midnight now. They had been out for hours, and it seemed like they hadn't had enough fun yet. Upon hearing the noise, the kids realized their father had returned and ran excitedly towards him. They were thrilled, their faces rosy like New Year's paintings, incredibly cute. "Why did you come back so soon?" "We haven't had enough fun yet. I was planning to stay here tonight," Jennifer pouted. Spending the night with the kids was so enjoyable. The man was ruining the mood. Zhang Cheng, knowing Jennifer's temper, walked over and gently smiled. "All right, let's go home. They need to rest." "Are you comfortable staying here while they go home? I thought you weren't coming back." Jennifer was not pleased. "The event ended, so I came back." Jennifer could only reluctantly leave. She glanced back at the kids before leaving. After the couple left, Cheng Zi took a shower and came out. "Wife, why aren't you putting the kids to bed early? Staying up late is not good for them. The kids can't sleep, so I'm staying with them. How come you guys are so energetic today? Look how tired you've made your mom." Cheng Zi scolded the kids jokingly. Song Mai Amian, feeling uneasy like a guilty child, turned her head aside. After staying for a few days, she had made up her mind. She didn't feel any sense of closeness here. She still preferred her own country. "Do you want to go back?" Cheng Zi smiled. "It's not easy to come here once. Why not have fun for a few days before going back? Otherwise it will be a regret in the future," she said with a sigh, suppressing her emotions. "Do you have any plans for where to go tomorrow?" "An amusement park. I heard the roller coaster there is very thrilling, and there's a haunted house too." "The roller coaster is acceptable, but what about the haunted house? Isn't she afraid?" "She must be brave." "You want to go to the haunted house?" Cheng Zi frowned. "I made a promise with Jennifer to go together, just to see if it's really that scary." Cheng Zi thought his wife had definitely been led astray by Jennifer. "That thing can scare people to death. Maybe it's better not to go." "But I already promised," Song Mai Amian said softly. "All right then. It looks like he has to go with them." The next day, they received a call from Jennifer and her group to go to a nearby amusement park together. Upon arriving, They observed that the amusement park had a variety of facilities and many activities to enjoy. How can there not be a haunted house? Miamian, later we'll go to the haunted house. I'm sure they won't dare to enter, so they can stay behind to watch the kids. Indeed, Chengzi really couldn't go in. He had to stay behind to watch the children. Zhongcheng also stayed behind. He didn't dare to go in. The haunted house was said to be the scariest in the Maldives, but only the women had the courage to enter. Chengzi sat with the children in a restaurant near the haunted house, watching the two who had already entered. He sighed helplessly. Jennifer looked at the haunted house in front of them and took a deep breath. Miamian, don't be scared later. Just hide behind me if you're afraid. Song Miamian was extremely nervous. How could she not be afraid? She was only trying to be strong in front of Chengzi earlier. Nevertheless, she nodded and followed Jennifer deep into the haunted house. As soon as they entered, the door behind them slammed shut, startling Song Miamian, making her feel the surroundings became eerie. Jennifer said, I heard that not only are there apparitions from the Sukiyaki kingdom in here, but also from your Huaxia, as well as some from other small countries. It's quite comprehensive. Have you been here before? No. I heard people talking about it. Song Miamian continued walking deeper inside, feeling the air getting colder, a chilling sensation seeping into her bones. The overhead lights grew dimmer. She was extremely nervous, fearing that a ghostly apparition might suddenly appear. As they reached a room with a slightly ajar door and dim lights, making it hard to see inside, Jennifer whispered, Do you want to go in to take a look? I don't want to, Song Miamian asserted without hesitation. I'll go in to take a look, you wait here, Jennifer said. If she went in alone, Song Miamian would be left alone. What if a ghostly apparition suddenly appeared? Then let's go together. As they went in and looked around, they found nothing. However, when they turned back, a disheveled apparition suddenly appeared in front of them, and the air grew quiet. Song Miamian screamed and quickly dragged Jennifer out, running frantically, their hearts pounding, gasping for breath. They ran, with the apparition still chasing them from behind, a horrifying experience. Later, they encountered another apparition crouching on the ground. Erica Nutt. Song Miamian's eyes widened. Caught between two apparitions, Jennifer kept screaming, and Song Miamian, though afraid, forced herself to calm down. Now it wasn't Song Miamian hiding behind Jennifer, it was Jennifer hiding behind her. This 1 hour felt like an eternity. Chengzi played with his phone and ate while waiting. Knowing that these two came out screaming, their faces drained of color, especially Jennifer, whose hair was all disheveled. Both of them were catching their breath. Chengzi felt a bit helpless. What does it mean to pay money for suffering? This is it. Wife, how was the experience? Zhongcheng asked. It took Jennifer a while to regain her composure before she said, After coming once, I'll never come again. It was too frightening. If there were heart patients among them, they might have been scared to death. After calming down a bit, Song Miamian half-jokingly said, You told me to hide behind you, but ultimately, who's the one hiding behind whom? Heh, it was too scary, Jennifer said, feeling a bit embarrassed. The haunted house was her idea, but she ended up scaring herself to the brink of wetting her pants. She couldn't understand how Song Miamian remained so composed, even confronting the apparitions directly. Admirable courage. Too impressive. She vowed never to visit such places again. They were terrifying beyond belief. Especially that crouching Erica Nutt, the sounds it made were truly frightening. Chengzi bought 2 cups of juice and handed them to the women. Zhongcheng asked, What's next? Are you going to continue playing? Jennifer took a sip of juice and said, Of course, we're going back. I need to take a break. Are you going back so soon? Didn't you say you wanted to ride the roller coaster? Not anymore, not anymore. Jennifer waved her hand. The stimulus earlier had already affected her heart, and she didn't want any further excitement. Song Miamian casually picked up Sibao, who reached out to her and fed her some juice. Sweet and sour. Sibao took a sip and wanted more. Mom, it's good. You can say it's good now. Song Miamian was surprised. Had Sibao picked up a new word? I just taught her, and she remembered. Chengzi pinched Sibao's cheek. Children have good memory. They tend to pick up things quickly. This was the perfect time to teach her more things. Song Miamian continued to feed her until she had enough juice, then removed the straw from her mouth. Sibao, You can't have too much of this, it's too cold, and having too much will upset your stomach. Si Bao immediately showed dissatisfaction, pouting. The couple was used to this, it was Si Bao's usual trick. Wife, will you continue playing? I won't play anymore. I want to go back and rest, Song My Anmian said. After going through the haunted house, everyone felt uneasy. It was time to go back and relax. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qing and his wife, they took a taxi back to the hotel. Once they got back, Song My Anmian tidied up the living room and received a phone call. It was from Manly. She answered the call, and on the other end, Manly's voice sounded anxious. My Anmian, please come back quickly. Auntie has been admitted to the hospital. Wife, what's wrong? Did something happen? Chang Zi felt his heart sink, his intuition telling him that something had definitely happened at home. Husband, my mom is in the hospital. Song My Anmian said, holding back her discomfort, her eyes inexplicably turning red. Her mom hadn't even had the chance to enjoy her retirement yet. How could this? Let's go. Let's pack up and go back. I'll book the tickets right away. Song My Anmian nodded through tears. The two left their child aside, quickly packed up their things. The child seemed to sense that something had happened, quietly watching as their parents packed up, not making a sound, staying calm. Chang Zi booked a ticket for an hour and a half later. After packing up, they went to check out. It was already several hours later when they returned to Huazia Qingzhou. Song My Anmian hadn't even left the airport before she couldn't resist calling Manly, inquiring, "How is my mom now?" Hoping that the situation wouldn't worsen. Her mother had always had high blood pressure. A slight carelessness could lead to a spike in blood pressure. She suspected if this was the cause for her hospitalization because her mother underwent an annual checkup and didn't have any hidden illnesses except for high blood pressure. She couldn't help but regret not being by her mother's side. Why did she choose to go on a trip at this time, not being with her mother? There was some noise on the other end of the phone. After a while, Manly said, "Have you come back? Which hospital is my mom in? I'm on my way now. Qingzhou Hospital." The call ended. Song My Anmian didn't even have time to put down her luggage before heading to the hospital. At the hospital entrance, the two pushed the child inside. Due to the time difference, it was just dawn, and the doctors hadn't started their shifts yet. They walked to the nurse's station, and Song My Anmian asked, "Excuse me, where is Song Qin, who was admitted to the hospital yesterday?" "Sure, who are you to her?" "I'm her daughter. Please sign here first." After signing, the nurse said, "Come with me." Following the nurse, they arrived in front of a ward. "This is it," the nurse said. "The patients are resting. Please keep it down." Saying that, she left. Song My Anmian took a deep breath, gently opened the ward door. Inside, the light was still on. Song Qin was wearing a patient gown, sitting there eating porridge, with a caregiver sitting beside. They were chatting casually. "Your daughter is a university teacher. That's impressive, right? The salary must be good, and there's a pension when you retire." The caregiver, a woman in her 40s or 50s, said in admiration. Song Qin smiled. "It's okay. Your daughter is no slouch either. Is she married? If not, I can introduce her to a good match. My friend's son, also highly educated, earns 80,000 a month." The caregiver smiled. "If my daughter hadn't been married, I'd probably try to match her with him." Song Qin smiled gently. "My daughter is already married and has children." "Oh, really? She got married at 26. The caregiver was surprised. Getting married with children at such a young age, that's really quick. "What does your son-in-law do?" "He's a filmmaker, and he's quite good-looking." "A filmmaker? They make a good amount in a month, right? I heard that celebrities earn a lot of money." "Not really, just so-so." As they chatted, the door suddenly opened. Both Song Qin and the caregiver were stunned to see the unexpected visitors. "Zi Cheng, how did you guys come back?" Song Qin took a moment to react, looking surprised. Weren't these two in the Maldives? When did they come back? She didn't receive any news. No one even called her. Song My Anmian's eyes welled up instantly, hurried over to the bedside. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "I just had a high blood pressure episode, nothing major. I'll be discharged tomorrow." "Did that girl Manly tell you anything?" She had asked her not to tell My Anmian, wanting the both of them to have a carefree trip without worries about her condition. But she hadn't expected that the girl would immediately tell My Anmian as soon as they returned. Alas! Since they were back now anyway. Song My-Amian said, "Mom, your high blood pressure has been stable before. Why did it suddenly act up?" At this, Song Chin inexplicably felt guilty. "I just fainted while shopping with a friend, nothing serious." My-Amian had been observing Song Kin's complexion all along. Was it really that simple? She didn't believe it. "Mom, did you go do odd jobs again? How could high blood pressure act up just from shopping?" "It must be to save costs. You went and found work again." Thinking about how they were enjoying their trip in comfort while her mother was working hard, Song My-Amian felt extremely guilty. "It's okay, Mom. You're really okay. It just so happened that the company doing odd jobs she found was where Manly worked." "Is this your daughter?" an aunt nearby asked. "So beautiful, with such high looks, such a high level of education. Going out like this, she's like the most sought-after item. Suitors must be lining up for her. It's just a pity she got married so early." "Yes," Song Chin smiled. "She's really pretty," the caregiver aunt said, "and your son-in-law." She hadn't taken a good look earlier, but now that she did, he was indeed as Song Chin had described. This young man was indeed good-looking. How could he not be with parents like them? Their genes were truly outstanding. The couple was really well-matched. In an instant, she felt that her friend's son was not even 1/10 as good as this guy. This golden boy and jade girl pair. Such a handsome man and beautiful woman. She shifted her gaze, for children came into view. "Are these for your grandchildren?" The caregiver aunt was shocked. These for children looked about the same age. Could they be quadruplets? "How? Yes," Song Chin smiled softly. "You're really fortunate." The caregiver aunt's face was full of envy. The whole family was so good-looking. How could she not be envious? Especially these children. Each of them looked so handsome. Especially that little girl at the back, chubby-faced, as delicate as a porcelain doll. So beautiful. Why are these children so good-looking? The proudest thing in Song Kin's life was having such an outstanding daughter and son-in-law. Every time she mentioned it, she felt proud. "You're still saying, if it wasn't for Manly telling me, would you still want to hide it, Mom? What are you planning to do?" Song My-Amian choked up and said. Although she was usually thrifty, she didn't want to be frugal with her mother. The old lady had suffered all her life, and it was time to enjoy life. Song Chin patted Song My-Amian's hand and sighed. "Mom is not too old to move around, and there's nothing to do at home. You know, Mom can't sit still. Doing something will also be good for exercising. You can learn square dancing to exercise," Cheng Zi said with a smile. "Isn't square dancing one of the ways for the elderly to exercise? There are quite a few old men in the square." Song My-Amian nodded. "Yes, square dancing is good for physical and mental health." "You two are really something." Song Chin sighed again. "Manly's child is good. She was taking care of me yesterday, and today she has to go to work, so she hired a caregiver for me." Song My-Amian was grateful. Manly was really loyal. Thinking of this, she planned to give her the money for the medical expenses and caregiver later. It wouldn't be right to let her pay. She didn't have much money herself. Hiring a caregiver costs a lot of money. It's hundreds per day. "Bring the kids over for me to see. I miss them after a few days." Cheng Zi brought the children over, one by one on the ground, smiling, saying, "Dao Bao, Grandma is calling you. Go over there." Song My-Amian said. Several children, only Sanbao ran over eagerly. The other three stayed where they were. They wouldn't take a step forward. "What's wrong?" "That's Grandma. Don't you remember so soon?" Song My-Amian pinched Saibao's cheek. Knowing it was all a false alarm, Song My-Amian felt relieved. "Mom." At this moment, Sibao reached out her little hand and asked Song My-Amian for a hug. Song My-Amian squatted down and said with a smile, "Go say hello to Grandma, then Mom will hug you, okay?" Sibao didn't know if she understood. She looked pitifully at Cheng Zi, wanting her father to hold her. "Why are you looking at your dad? Go there." Song My-Amian chuckled. Song Kin's eyes squinted with love as she looked at Sibao. This child is getting cuter and cuter. Sibao, who didn't want to be close to Song Chin, wouldn't let her touch him. Song My-Amian was helpless and had to bring Sibao to Song Chin, putting her on the bed. Sibao stared at Song Chin with big eyes. They stared at each other for a while, still not letting her hold him. Cheng Zi couldn't help but laugh. Saibao's adorable look made him want to capture it and save it for her to see when she grows up a bit. It continued like this for a while. Ah, this temper, I wonder who she gets it from. Song Qin smiled helplessly. Song Miamian put down Sibao and changed the subject. Mom, I brought you a lot of gifts. Saying that, she dragged a large suitcase over. She opened it. The suitcase was full of gifts for everyone. Clothes, small gifts, etc. She took out a few outfits she bought. Mom, do you like these? Song Miamian smiled. Song Qin got out of bed and tried them on. They fit well, not bad. She liked everything her daughter bought. If you like them, I also have this dress. She took out a dark dress. It was specifically prepared for square dancing. Ah, why so many things? I can't wear them, Song Qin said reluctantly, but she had a big smile on her face. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the ward. Come in. The door opened, and Manly walked in from outside, her high heels clacking. Darling, you're finally back. I missed you so much. When she entered, Manly saw Song Miamian. She was extremely excited and rushed forward with open arms. She hugged Song Miamian tightly. My mom is here. Can you be a little restrained? Song Miamian gently pushed her away. Why be restrained? I missed you and the baby so much when you were away on your trip. Have you brought me any gifts? I still remember the figure you bought from me. Did you ask about it for me? Manly suddenly remembered the figure she wanted so much. She had searched for it for a long time and tried to get it through connections, but couldn't find it. I asked, there were none left, only this one. Ah. Oh, what a pity. It was a limited edition figure. Can you bring it over for me to see? Just one look. Manly pleaded earnestly. Song Miamian raised her eyebrows and teased, I brought you other gifts. What gifts? Guess. Manly's gaze turned to the open suitcase on the ground. Among the many gifts, there was a conspicuous blue exquisite gift box. Judging by the shape. Is this it? Could it be the K2 kid figure she wanted? Excited, she took the box out. This is for you. Song Miamian suppressed a smile and said earnestly. Really? Of course it's true. Let me see. She gently opened the box and a delicate game console appeared in front of her. A game console. Manly was somewhat disappointed, but as long as it was from her best friend, she liked it. How is it? Do you like it? I like it. My bestie gave it to me. How could I not like it? Manly took out the game console, looked at it, and for some reason, felt very familiar with it. Sure enough, there was a special symbol on a part of the machine. Having dealt with numerous big brands, she had a good eye. This game console was not cheap. Hey, Miamian, this game console is not cheap. Can you bear to buy it for me? Manly raised her eyebrows. What's there to bear? If you don't want it, then don't give it to me. Song Miamian said as she reached for it. That's unacceptable. Who said I don't want it? Manly snorted and quickly put the game console in her bag. Heh, Miamian. What about that figure? She still remembered. No matter how expensive this game console was, she felt the figure would be better. Song Miamian dug out the figure Manly had been longing for among a pile of gifts. She has been her crush since childhood. If you like it, you can have it. Song Miamian waved her hand. Really? Manly's eyes widened in shock, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the favor. To think that she was giving this to her. What stroke of luck was this? Can I really trust you? Okay. Stop looking at me like that. You can have it. Song Miamian pretended to look distressed. Seeing her like this, Manly hesitated again. If you really like it, you should keep it. Don't give it to me. All right, I bought this for you. You know that, right? I don't collect these things. They're too expensive. Just for show. No real use. Song Miamian was very disdainful. Sister, I love you so much. You're always the best to me. Moi. Manly couldn't help but kiss Song Miamian on the cheek. Ahem. Chengzi cleared his throat, looking unhappy. Song Qin waved at Manly, smiling. Manly, come sit over here. Once Manly sat down, Song Qin said, Kid, it was really thanks to you yesterday. Auntie, it's nothing. I should do this. You don't know. I was so scared. Thinking about yesterday, Manly felt a shiver down her spine. If the auntie hadn't been working at her company as a temp in another company, if something happened, no one would take care of it. How sad Miamian would have been. It's nothing. Just high blood pressure acting up. An old problem, no big deal. Auntie, yesterday I couldn't help but tell my Amian and the others if something happened to you. I thought they shouldn't be left in the dark. Manly whispered. It's okay. It's better to come back. It's too lonely by myself. Coming back, with the kids, there's finally some life in the house. Receiving to such expensive gifts at once, Manly's eyes squinted into a smile. She couldn't wait to put the figurines with her other treasures. Song My Amian walked out, beckoning to Manly. Manly, step outside for a moment. What's wrong? In the corridor. Thank you for yesterday. What thanks? What kind of relationship do we have? Just girlfriends. Isn't this something everyone should do? Should I stand by and do nothing? The medical bills and the nurse, that was for you, right? I'll transfer the money to you later. Stop. Hold on. Manly frowned. If you say that, I won't be happy. What kind of relationship do we have? Are we not good friends if we're calculating over this little money? But, that's yours. She also didn't want money to harm their relationship, so it's better to clarify in this regard. What's mine is yours. What's yours is mine. Manly said. All right, either way, thank you. The two smiled at each other and hugged. In the hospital room, Zicheng, handle my discharge procedures. Song Chin said. She felt much better. Mom, it's better to observe for one more day. Song My Amian opened the door and came in. Going home like this, she was worried. Mom is really fine, just regular high blood pressure. Chengzi brought a blood pressure monitor from the side. He tested Song Kin's blood pressure. Mom, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere else? Song Kin's blood pressure had returned to normal, and she seemed fine. After checking her pulse, besides being a bit weak, there were no major issues. At this moment, a nurse came in with something. Nurse, when can I be discharged? Song Chin asked. The nurse said, not yet, your blood pressure is still unstable. The doctor recommends observing for 2 more days. I feel fine now. Can't I leave early? No, of course, you can be discharged, but if there are any issues when you return, our hospital won't be responsible. Saying that, she started hanging a drip for Song Chin. Manly frowned, couldn't help muttering, what kind of attitude is this? Song My Amian shook her head at her. Staying 2 more days was fine, it was for the sake of her mom's health. After handling it, the nurse left. Persuaded by Song My Amian, Song Chin decided to stay for 2 more days. You guys go home and tidy up first, put your things away, don't worry about me here, there are nurses. Song Chin smiled. Song My Amian nodded. Grandma, here. Sanbao didn't know when he had taken a lollipop and ran to Song Chin, handing it over. Not only did Song Chin freeze, but everyone in the hospital room did too. Song Chin felt a surge of emotions, saying, our Sanbao is such a good boy, so thoughtful. Taking the lollipop, Song Chin couldn't hold back her tears. How was this child so thoughtful? After exchanging a few more words, they left the hospital and returned home. Song My Amian couldn't hold back her tears anymore. They overflowed, and she hugged Changzi. Honey, do you know, on the way back, I was scared the entire time, so worried that something might happen to Mom. I don't know, if something happened to Mom, what would I do? Woo-woo. Tears quickly dampened Cheng Zhao's chest. Changzi felt distressed. It was the first time she had cried like this. She was someone who cried easily, so to see her cry like that, he knew how worried she was. It's okay. Mom is fine. Don't cry. Be good. Changzi patted her head, consoling her non-stop. Look, crying like a child. I know. I just wanted to vent my emotions. You, just let me cry for a while. Song My Amian clung to Changzi, not coming out. All right, cry for a while. Changzi knew she needed to calm her emotions, constantly soothing her feelings. Once she let it out, she'd feel better. 10 minutes later, Song My Amian, with swollen eyes, pulled away from Cheng Zhao's embrace. Her nose was still twitching, not to mention how sad she looked from crying. Seeing Changzi looking at her with a smile, she whispered, what are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman cry before? I really haven't. This is the first time I've seen you cry. Smiling, yet feeling worried. He could fully understand her mood. Mom had raised My Amian since she was young. It was hard to break that bond. You're annoying. Wiping her tears, Song My Amian laughed through her tears, turned around, and headed towards the bathroom. Washing her face, she didn't come out until her eyes looked less swollen. The reason she didn't like to cry was that her eyes would swell up like a bubble, looking so ugly. I saw it all. There's no point in hiding it, Cheng Zi smirked. Song Mai Anmian snorted. How did she know her eyes would swell up when she cried? She had been like this since she was little. She was so ugly. Honey, am I so ugly like this? Song Mai Anmian let go of the hand covering her face. Wife, no matter what, you are the most beautiful and the most attractive in my eyes. Song Mai Anmian's face drooped instantly, grumbling unhappily. So you mean I am very ugly, then? No, my wife is the most beautiful. Humph. Wife, we haven't had enough fun this time, right? When the children are in school later, I'll take you out again. They needed some alone time. It was inconvenient to go anywhere with these few little lights now. Let's talk about the future later, Song Mai Anmian said. Let's not consider it in the near future. Oh, by the way, honey, let's go bring lunch to Mom later. I'm afraid she won't be used to the hospital food. Okay, it's all up to you, Cheng Zi nodded. At noon, Cheng Zi bought some vegetables and went back to the kitchen. Soon, a table full of delicious dishes was served. Smelling the aroma, Song Mai Anmian felt that familiar feeling again. It was better to be at home, breathing the air of the Huaxia, 100 times better than in a foreign country. And her husband's cooking. In a foreign land, it was not as convenient. Even cooking by herself didn't feel like home. Honey, what did you make today? Cheng Zi smiled mysteriously. I made something you've never tasted before. Cantonese cuisine. He had learned it in his spare time, not as handy as cooking ordinary food. She didn't know how it tasted, but it should be good. At the dining table, seeing a big spread of dishes, Song Mai Anmian's eyes lit up. So fragrant. Don't be anxious, I will make a soup to complete the meal. Okay. Song Mai Anmian thought for a moment and called Manly. Manly, do you want to come over for dinner? Cheng Zi made lots of delicious food. She smiled. Really? I'll be there right away. When it came to eating, especially food made by Cheng Zi, Manly's eyes would light up. She was going to have a treat. Great, we'll wait for you. Manly's house was not far from there, and today was her day off. She drove over in about 20 minutes. As soon as she entered the living room, she smelled the aroma. Song Mai Anmian was sitting on the sofa, and as she saw Manly, she quickly got up. You're here. It's not finished yet, but we'll be ready to eat soon. Oh. After so many days, I have been thinking about it all the time, and finally, today I have the opportunity, Manly sighed. Come on, don't exaggerate. Song Mai Anmian twitched her lips. Cheng Zi was still busy in the kitchen, not only cooking soup, but also preparing some food for the babies. Vegetables, fruits, meat cooked until tender, a good balance for the children's development. Ding! Congratulations, host, on accompanying the babies on their first trip abroad. Reward. Divine appraisal technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on taking the babies on their first flight. Reward. The second refinement of joints and marrow. Note, it can appraise famous paintings, antiques, jade, etc. Cheng Zi already had the ability of insight. With the divine appraisal technique, it would be an added advantage. But, is that it? Cheng Zi came back to his senses, hooking his lips. The second refinement of joints and marrow was somewhat interesting. Shall we begin the second refinement of joints and marrow now? The system asked. Later tonight. All right. After finishing cooking for the children, Cheng Zi brought the food out one by one. In the dining room, Song Mai Anmian and Manly had been sitting upright, holding chopsticks in their hands, eager to start. Brother-in-law, is it okay that I came uninvited for the meal? Manly smiled mischievously. Eat as much as you like. I can't finish it with my Anmian anyway. Then I won't be polite. Manly picked up a piece of poached chicken in front of her. The taste was as good as it looked. It was definitely delicious. After taking a bite, she said, Not bad. Better than what I ate in a restaurant. Manly squinted exaggeratedly and also picked a piece for Song Mai Anmian. My Anmian, try it. It's really good. Song Mai Anmian smiled and took a bite. It's really delicious. She said that her husband had only recently learned Cantonese cuisine, but he had quickly mastered it. Not only did he have the talent for acting and playing the piano, but he also had a talent for cooking. It was good to have him. Oh, her sister, I envy you for having such a good husband. While Chengzi was in the kitchen pouring water, Manly enviously said, "Why penvious? Doesn't Li Jin know how to cook?" Song My Anmian teased her. Manly snorted, "He can't cook at all. If he doesn't make me cook for him, that's good enough. He's almost always on the set every day. We hardly see each other once in a month." As she mentioned this, she sighed. She didn't know if choosing him was right or wrong. Li Jin was still okay, and he was good to her, but he was always busy and never had time to accompany her. Most actors are like this. He is still in his development stage now. It's also for your future together. Song My Anmian also thought Li Jin was good. After all, they had just started their relationship. They say good things, not bad. With this comfort, Manly felt a little relieved. It was not without reason. Li Jin was working so hard every day for their future. How could she complain that he wasn't with her? If they were to get married in the future, a family required both people to manage together. "Sister, Li Jin doesn't know how to cook. Why don't you ask brother-in-law to teach him when he's free?" This way, they wouldn't have to frequently come to the couple's house for meals, disturbing their married life. "Okay, no problem. Let him come over when he has time." Song My Anmian ate a bite of fish and smiled. "All right, I'll tell him when I go back." "Okay." Chengzi came back with a few glasses of water and handed them to the two women. "Have some water." He then fed the babies, one by one. The four little ones enjoyed the food immensely, especially the quadruplets. They had changed so much compared to when they were just born, much bigger now. Comparing the photos from before, they could hardly be recognized. Now, their appearance was completely like their mothers, beautiful and delicate, as cute as porcelain dolls. Their long eyelashes flickered, and their eyes were bright and clear. They also haven't discussed this issue yet. She is also in her mid-20s now, which is the age for getting married. She always feels like she still has to wait for a very long time. Li Jin is still in a period of unemployment and definitely wouldn't choose to get married at this time. "What are you talking about, dying or not? Do you want to get married?" Song My Anmian suddenly said, "Maybe you can ask Li Jin what he thinks. You haven't asked him about these things, right?" "No, even if I asked, it probably wouldn't be possible in the next 2 years. After all, career comes first. If you don't ask him, how do you know he doesn't want to?" Song My Anmian laughed. "You're right, I'll ask him when he comes back." After finishing the meal, Manly played with the children for a while and then left. Chengzi went to the kitchen to prepare the food to be delivered to the hospital. With everything ready, the family of 6 set out. As they left, it was a grand procession. Just as they arrived at the hospital, and before they even entered, they were surrounded by a group of people, each holding a mobile phone and taking continuous photos. "Hey handsome, are you Chengzi?" Quadruplets, it must be him. I heard the news early this morning that he was coming over here, and I've been waiting here for hours." "Me too, my idol." People nowadays are very sharp-eyed. Even if celebrities cover themselves up like a cloud, they can still be recognized accurately. Not to mention the eagle-eyed fans. They would recognize him even if he showed just a wrist. That's the terrifying aspect of dedicated fans. They had been staking out here as soon as they heard the news. It was said that Cheng Zhao's mother-in-law was hospitalized due to poor health. They even found out which ward the other party was in, sneaking a peek several times, but didn't spot Chengzi. Now they finally squatted there. He really is too handsome, much more so than in movies and TV shows. Even with a mask on and just his eyes showing, you could see how exquisite his features were. Chengzi reluctantly took off his mask. "Yes, it's really our idol Chengzi. So handsome. Thankfully, I endured until he arrived, or I would have missed him. ZZ, can you give me an autograph?" Chengzi addressed the crowd. "Everyone, pay attention to safety and line up one by one." He handed the food box to Song My Anmian, saying, "Wife, can you hold this? I'll sign autographs for the fans." "Okay." Looking at the expression in Cheng Zhao's eyes, Song My Anmian blushed. "Wow. The way Chengzi looks, I envy Mrs. Z so much. Who doesn't? Have you noticed how beautiful Mrs. Z is? She's simply a talented and beautiful woman. The two of them are truly a perfect match. No wonder my brother loves Cheng. Autograph, autograph." 10 minutes later, Chengzi signed autographs for each one of them. "Sorry everyone, we have to go in now to bring food to my mother-in-law. Can you make way, please?" The fans were quite rational and automatically made way. Watching the family of 6 enter the hospital lobby, a few fans gathered together, envy written all over their faces. I really envy Mrs. Z, having such a handsome and outstanding husband. You can't be envious, his partner is so good looking. Have you seen her? I'm not blind, with those eyes and nose, can't you tell she's absolutely stunning? Yes, and those for babies, they're also attractive, I love them. Even his mother-in-law is great, coming to deliver food herself, his cooking skills must be good too, right? Cheng Zi and his wife smoothly entered the ward with their children. The nurse was setting up the 4 drip, and upon seeing them, said, "Family members are here." After the doctor's examination, Mrs. Song Chin doesn't have any problems and can be discharged tomorrow morning. Tomorrow? Song My Anmian was momentarily stunned. Yes, tomorrow morning you can go through the discharge procedures, the nurse said before leaving. Song My Anmian smiled and quickly placed the food box on the table. Mom, we brought you some food, specially prepared by Cheng Zi, brought just for you. When the food box was opened, a rich aroma wafted out, soon filling the entire ward. Song Chin took a bite. This tastes really good. It looks like Xiao Cheng's cooking has improved again. At that moment, a cleaning lady came in with a broom. What's that delicious smell? With a glance, she saw Song Chin sitting on the bed and eating. She smiled and asked, "What are you eating? It smells so good." "Oh, this. It's the meal my son-in-law brought me. Do you want to try it? It's delicious," Song Chin said with a smile. Hearing this, the cleaning lady felt a bit hungry since she had been too busy to have lunch until now. Smelling the fragrant aroma in the ward, her appetite awakened. However, since this was brought by her son-in-law, she didn't want to impose. She shook her head and said, "No, thank you. This was brought to you by your son-in-law. I won't compete for food with you as a patient." After speaking, she glanced at Cheng Zi, unexpectedly finding out that this young man was also good at cooking. Not bad. If she weren't already married, she might have introduced him to a good girl. After finishing the meal, Song Chin felt much better and seemed more energetic to chat. "I'm going to be discharged tomorrow. Let's exchange contact information. If we live nearby, we can go dancing in the square together, okay?" Song Chin smiled and suggested to the cleaning lady. At that age, these ladies liked activities like square dancing. The cleaning lady became interested, sure. So, they exchanged phone numbers for easy contact. Song My Anmian's mouth twitched, wondering how her mother could make friends anywhere. After staying at the hospital for a while, Song My Anmian said, "Honey, please leave me here tonight to take care of my mom. You take the children home first." "It's all right, the children have me here." The cleaning lady quickly spoke up. Having accepted the payment, she couldn't let the family do the work themselves. Song My Anmian shook her head gently and said warmly, "Auntie, I just want to accompany my mom." "That's fine." The cleaning lady softened her stance. She also envied Song Chin for having such a filial daughter. In the evening, Cheng Zi took the children back home. At night, with mom absent, some of the children were a bit unsettled. Da Bao relied heavily on Song My Anmian and kept whimpering until he fell asleep around midnight. Cheng Zi lay on the bed, chatted with Song My Anmian on the phone for a while. Tonight happened to be suitable for a second application of washing the muscles and marrow. After finishing the conversation, Cheng Zi turned off the lights and then silently activated the technique. Before long, he felt his body heating up from inside, a heat emanating from within. Unknowingly, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, as expected, he woke up feeling a heat and a discharge of impurities through his pores. Compared to yesterday, it can't be said that there has been a huge change. But it has changed. The skin has become better than before, and eyesight has also improved. There have been changes in various aspects. The whole person can now be described in 4 words, clear and refreshed. Feeling light and airy. Not bad. Cheng Zi smiled slightly, very satisfied with the current state. Sitting down in the living room, Sibao had been staring at him the whole time, her little eyes never moving away. It seemed like she was saying, "How did Dad change?" "What's up, Sibao? Why are you staring at your dad like that?" Cheng Zi touched her little head and smiled. "Dad, hug." Sibao reached out her arms, wanting a hug. Cheng Zi lovingly hugged her. "All right, Dad will go prepare food for you. You guys play first. After feeding the children, we should go pick up Mom and Grandma. At the hospital, Song My-Amian had already completed her discharge procedures, tittied up the hospital bed, and sat in the ward waiting for Cheng Zi to arrive. Song Chin had already exchanged contact information with the nurse. Coincidentally, they lived a few kilometers apart and could meet up for square dancing anytime. Cheng Zi brought the children over. Not having seen her for a night, Song My-Amian missed her babies dearly, hugging each of them and giving them a kiss. Dao Bao was most dependent on Song My-Amian, not letting go once held, quietly calling for mommy with a little pout. Song My-Amian felt sorry and rubbed his little head. All right, mommy was only gone for one night. Look at you. Are you not a tough boy? Whether Dao Bao understood or not, he quickly stopped pouting, but Small Eyes still held a sense of grievance. Song My-Amian lightly scratched his little nose. Still feeling wronged? My-Amian, are you ready? Let's go home, The family returned to the villa. During dinner, Song Chin suddenly spoke up. Zicheng, My-Amian, today, there's something I want to talk to you about. What's wrong, Mom? Go ahead and say. Cheng Zi said. Song Chin hesitated for a moment. I'm planning to move out. What? Mom, what are you saying? Why do you want to move out? Song My-Amian stood up from the sofa in disbelief. Is there something wrong here? You both know, someone of my older generation like me can't get used to living in such a large villa, and there's no one to talk to either. Song Chin sighed. Song My-Amian frowned, not completely agreeing with her mother moving out. She feared that something similar might happen again. Thinking about it made her shudder. If anything happened, she would never forgive herself. She couldn't bear to have her mother out of sight. There had to be someone with her at all times. Mom, if you want to move out, we can accompany you, okay? Song My-Amian spoke. Song Chin continued to sigh. I'm not a child. I don't need my children with me all the time. It would disturb your lives as a couple, wouldn't it? Mom, I can promise you anything except this. Song My-Amian shook her head, very serious. At this moment, Cheng Zi patted Song My-Amian's shoulder. Wife, since this is Mom's decision, let's respect her wishes. Song My-Amian couldn't believe it. Husband, do you know what you're saying? If this happens again, I won't be able to forgive myself. Previously, she already felt guilty for working right after giving birth. Wife, be more understanding. As Mom gets older, we should respect the elderly. Cheng Zi whispered in her ear. We can hire a competent caretaker to look after Mom. Keep us informed of Mom's health condition at any time. Song My-Amian thought his suggestion made sense. Look at her mom. It was impossible for her to stay in the villa. Not wanting to go against her mother's will, they could hire a caretaker later. Seeing her agreement, Cheng Zi smiled. My-Amian, you. Before he could finish, Song My-Amian interrupted. Mom, Cheng Zi is right. Since you want to go, I respect your decision. This sudden change in attitude left Song Chin stunned for a moment. Her strong opposition earlier, now agreeing suddenly. What's going on? Tomorrow, I'll have Cheng Zi find a suitable house nearby for you. Before going to bed, Song Chin pulled Cheng Zi aside. Zicheng, why do I feel that My-Amian is acting strange? Is she angry? No, she may have come to terms with it. Cheng Zi smiled. And so, the next day, Song My-Amian took the initiative to find a house. Several neighborhoods nearby were good, both in terms of environment and foot traffic. The prices were also reasonable and very suitable for elderly residents. Song Chin felt more and more uneasy until it was confirmed that a maid was hired by her daughter and son-in-law, specifically to take care of her daily needs. She thought it was too easy to agree to. This was the result. Hiring a maid directly. You. Why did you hire a maid? I'm not so old that I can't do things myself. Hurry and cancel with the domestic service company, if you can. Mom, we have already paid for half a year, signed a contract, and the deposit can't be refunded. Song My-Amian shrugged. Didn't you say you wanted to rent a place on your own? Having a maid can keep you company. Though hiring a maid was expensive, it was worth it for her mother. Song Chin sighed. All right then. Zicheng, did you know about this too? Why didn't you stop her from doing this? She looked at Cheng Zi, helpless. Mom, you know My-Amian's temper. Once she decides on something, not even 10 oxen can pull her back. Song Chin understood her daughter very well, feeling both distressed over the money and comforted by how caring her daughter was. Knowing that her daughter cared for her was enough. "Let's go, Mom. I'll show you the house." Song Mai-Amian smiled, linking arms with Song Chin. The family went to the neighborhood where they had rented a house. Cheng Zi and Song Mai-Amian had already inspected the house, while Song Chin had only seen it through photos and hadn't visited in person. Originally, Cheng Zi planned to buy it, but after thinking about it, he felt it wouldn't be suitable, so they decided not to purchase. Arriving at the neighborhood. It was an old neighborhood built 10 years ago, with walkways where elders could be seen taking children for a stroll. Next to the school was a high school. It was known as a school district housing, bustling with activity. The rent was around 10,000 per month. She quite likes this place, with flowers, water, and trees, and the distant scenery is also very nice. Although it's not as good as the previous Zhongqing Mingyuan, it's alright. After all, the price is there. They arrived smoothly in front of the unit building. "Mom, this is the building. Is it okay?" "It's quite good." After going in, they took the elevator up to the 5th floor. The rooms for Cheng Zi and Song Mai-Amian were carefully selected, all fully furnished, ready to move in, with complete furniture and appliances. About 80 square meters. Enough for an elderly person plus a nanny to live. Click, the door opened. Several people walked in, and Song Mai-Amian smiled. "Mom, how is it? Do you like it?" Song Chin looked around and then nodded with a smile. Not bad, I like it. The house is not big, but enough for her to live in. As long as you like it, if you don't want to stay, you can call me and Mai-Amian will come pick you up," Cheng Zi said with a smile. The children were very curious and excited to see the new house. Cheng Zi picked them up from the stroller, put them on the ground, and they started running around, indicating that the previous tenants had children since there were many toys in the living room, all still fairly new. The babies seemed to know that the toys were not theirs, so none of them touched anything. Very well behaved. Song Mai-Amian chuckled and whispered, "These little ones are quite reassuring, knowing not to touch things that aren't theirs." With the house settled, Song Chin said, "It's getting late, you two should head back first. I'm worried it will be dark soon." "Mom, we already called the nanny, she be here soon." "All right." The couple left with the children. At this time, there were many people around, a group of old ladies taking their grandchildren for a walk. When the quadruplets came out, they attracted a lot of attention, especially from the onlookers. "Oh, these kids are so cute." "Indeed, with those bright eyes." "Are they quadruplets?" "The kid's mother is really amazing. The key is that each one is so good looking." "Indeed, suddenly I feel like my grandchild is not as cute anymore." Song Mai-Amian smiled slightly, knowing that every mother enjoys hearing praise for her own children. As they left the community, the couple was preparing to drive back when a commotion from a nearby street caught Cheng Zhao's attention. He looked over and saw a group of men arguing in front of a stall. "I think this piece of stone has good quality. It might yield some jade." "Nonsense, the brighter the color on the outer layer, the worse it is, right? Who's talking about opening jade here?" "TSK. What do you know? My friend chose a similar one before, and when he opened it, he sold the jade for several thousand, made a big profit." "You're just bluffing." "I'm not." The men argued non-stop, getting red-faced and heated, each thinking their own opinion was correct. "Jade stone, 100 yuan each, fair and honest, don't miss out." The boss kept shouting. Just then, someone took out money. "Boss, I'll take one." So, those who claimed to know about jade started giving advice. "Young man, I think this one will definitely yield something good. I suggest you buy this one." "Nonsense, don't mislead the young man. I think this one will yield something." After much consideration, the young man finally chose a different piece. "Boss, can you cut it open for me to see?" the young man asked. Cheng Zi raised an eyebrow. "People selling jade stones here. Interesting. Honey, what are you looking at?" Song Mai-Amian put the children in the car, fastened their seatbelts, and asked. "Jade," Cheng Zi smiled. "Wife, wait for me in the car. I'll go take a look." "Okay," Song Mai-Amian nodded. Cheng Zi walked towards the jade stall. The boss was still calling out for people to buy, 100 yuan each, mostly attracting spectators. Some had no clue, but were there giving their opinions. The reason they weren't buying was that they couldn't be sure if it was worth it. They didn't want to waste money. If it turned out to be useless, they'd lose 100 yuan. So, it was more satisfying to watch others gamble. The boss waved his hand. If you're not buying, don't block the way. Let other customers come. Just as he said that, Chengzi had already squeezed to the front. An elderly man had already handed over 100 yuan. After carefully choosing a dark-colored piece, he'd paid for it. Chengzi closed his eyes for a few seconds and activated his X-ray vision. The piece the old man chose indeed was jade, but it was slightly broken. The quality wasn't great, and if he were to sell it, it might only be worth a little over 100 yuan. At this moment, the onlookers commented, "The old man has a good eye. I think this must be good jade." "I think so too." "Well, you never know, under those circumstances, who really knows?" The old man rubbed his chin, thinking he knew better, and didn't need a bunch of others to chime in. Prepared to have the stone cut, Chengzi faintly smiled and said, "Sir, this stone isn't good. You'll regret buying it." This statement immediately attracted the crowd's attention. Seeing a young man, they scoffed at him. "Young man, this sir has eaten more salt than you've had meals. How can you judge that it won't yield good jade?" "Exactly. What does a young man like you know? Do you understand like us experienced individuals?" Feeling denied, the old man wasn't happy. Having personally chosen the jade, being told it wasn't good by a mere child must have hit a nerve. Nonetheless, he insisted on wanting that particular piece. "Boss, cut this one." "All right." The boss quickly took it to be cut. Everyone was eagerly watching, especially the old man. If something good was revealed, it would be a great profit. Chengzi crossed his arms, with a look of expecting to see something interesting. If good jade was found, then there was a major issue with his system. Just now, with a glance over the stones, only to had somewhat decent quality, worth a little money, the rest were junk. Even those of some value were only worth around 10,000. Forget about anything higher. Sidewalk stalls were there for entertainment. Who really believed it was possible to unearth valuable jade stones? The stones the vendor sold were all defective items obtained in bulk from second-hand markets or elsewhere. They were practically worthless. Even if there were some good ones, it was just extraordinary luck. They were just deceiving ordinary folks. Cut. I thought it could really be opened, but I wasted my time for nothing. Me too. What a disappointment. That kid just now. Does he really know his stuff? He managed to deceive us. This jade is indeed not good. It's not just not good, it's broken. I reckon we can only sell the parts that aren't broken for a bit of money. The quality is garbage. It's worth at most $100. We wouldn't even break even. That kid just now got lucky, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, just guessing randomly and getting it right. Chengzi had a smile on his face as he watched. The old man's face had turned as red as a pig liver, looking really ugly. He didn't expect to be right about this little brat. This piece of jade couldn't be bought. He thought he knew his stuff, but he ended up making a big mistake. He was so embarrassed. "Young man, how did you know this piece of jade wasn't good?" the old man curiously asked. Chengzi smiled. "It's quite easy to see. The one you picked, the surface looks fine, but there's a big issue in the middle." The old man sighed and left with the cut jade stone in hand. Soon after, another person came to make a purchase. Chengzi had lost interest and was ready to leave. At this moment, the young man buying the jade spoke up. "Buddy, don't leave yet. Help me decide which one is worth choosing." The group of old men watching nearby became displeased. "This kid, he doesn't listen to what we say. He insists on listening to him. If the cut turns out bad later, don't come crying." "Old man, you said that the old man earlier had picked a guaranteed good stone. What happened? Besides, it's just $100. If it's not good, then it's not good." Several old men turned red with anger. Indeed, the stone they claimed was good turned out to be bad. It took them a while before they consoled themselves. That old man earlier must have just gotten lucky, happened to guess right. "I'll pay with my own money. I'll trust whoever I want to trust," the young man said coldly. Chengzi raised an eyebrow, showing some temper. "Buddy, which one do you think I should choose?" The young man looked at Chengzi and immediately put on a smile. "Are you sure you want me to help you choose? If it doesn't turn out well, no problem. It's just $100, just for fun," the young man shrugged. Changzi randomly picked one from the pile of jade stones. This one. It looked like an ordinary pebble on the outside, with a color that stood out too much. Anyone would think it's fake at first glance. The young man thought so too. However, he didn't say anything, just furrowed his brows slightly. Are you sure about this, buddy? Absolutely. All right then, boss, cut this one for me. Okay. Everyone lost interest. This stone would definitely not reveal any value. No, it absolutely won't. Because it was simply impossible. What do you think? Can it be opened? Everyone discussed, all guessing. No way, it can't be opened at all. I can bet my head on it. I don't think it's likely either. With this color on the outside, and that shape, what kind of jade can it be? Probably just a piece of junk. Completely useless. If you don't believe me, just watch. Changzi remained calm, while the young man seemed to have some doubt. Considering he only spent $100, he wasn't too worried. If it doesn't open, it doesn't open. Initially, he planned to find a piece of jade, make a jade bracelet or ring for his girlfriend as a birthday present. It'd be much more meaningful to handpick it himself. The boss used a cutting machine to open the jade stone. When everyone looked inside and saw the quality, they were stunned, then slowly reacted. It was green, with no cracks at all. The quality was exceptional, far better than before. My goodness! This might be worth quite a lot of money. Those who were talking nonstop just went silent, staring in disbelief. What's going on? They actually opened a piece of jade. In theory, it shouldn't have this high of quality. How did this kid manage to see that? He must have sharp eyes. The boss felt a pang in his heart, realizing he had made a big loss. This jade stone could be sold for $10,000. It was worth it. The quality was so good. Ah, what a loss. The young man now held Changzi in high regard, impressed by his ability to recognize good jade. Truly amazing. They made a profit. Changzi left the crowd and headed towards his car. Such places were only good for a quick look, not very exciting. He'd rather go somewhere bigger. Watching Changzi leave, the crowd began to discuss. This young man is amazing, he could tell at a glance. Could he be the son of a gambling stone expert? Or maybe he is the expert with such discerning eyes. We all thought it wasn't possible, but he believed it was. We're not even as good as this young man. Wait a minute, why do I feel like I know this young man? I was so engrossed in looking at the jade earlier. You're right, I remember now. My son took me to watch a movie recently. This young man looked like a movie star from that film. You remember that clearly. Of course, I'm in my 40s, not that old yet. The boss felt a huge loss, almost in tears, preparing to close shop, not wanting his treasures to be sold off again. He thought everything in that pile was defective, but there were some gems hidden within. How did this young man manage to see it? He was curious. But the young man had already left, otherwise, he would have asked for some help again. Are you leaving already, boss? People were surprised at how quickly he was packing up after just an hour of setting up the stall. Yeah, it's getting dark. I need to go home. Isn't it still bright out? I wanted to buy another piece. Me too. The boss waved his hands. Sorry, I'm not selling anymore. You all can go home. I need to pack up now. Selling again might lead to another loss if something valuable was found. After packing up, before he could leave, the urban management team stopped him. Who gave you permission to set up a stall here? The urban management enforcer asked sternly. Seeing the situation, everyone quickly dispersed and went home. All handed over. How much money has been lost because of this? Although he said he wholesaled them at a price of 1 yuan each, if these are handed over, not only will there be no profit, but it will actually be a loss. Not to mention the jade stones, just in terms of costs, it would result in a loss. That would truly be a heavy loss. Urban management comrades, my business is really small. I truly have no other intentions. You can't confiscate my goods, please, I beg you. Urban management is primarily meant to serve the people, but they won't turn a blind eye to breaking the law. Even if they know the stall owner is in the wrong place, tolerating it and allowing it to continue will only lead to more coming here in the future. Not handing over the jade stones is not an option. They must pay a fine and ensure they will not set up a stall here again. In the end, they were fined 100 yuan. The matter was settled. On the road, darling, what were you just doing? In the car, Song My-Amian sat in the passenger seat, curious. A bunch of people gathered there just to see the jade stones. Cheng Zi explained the earlier events. So that's it. What's so worth watching here? Most roadside stalls are usually scams. But one can't resist the desire everyone has to find treasures. For 100 yuan, if they happen to find a good jade, they can earn a lot of money. Cheng Zi smiled faintly. PSH, these things are just a tax on intelligence. Darling, don't tell me you believe in them too. It's too easy to be fooled, haven't you? She seemed to have caught on to her husband's one and only weakness. But little did she know. Care to guess? Cheng Zi teased. PSH, if you won't tell me, then forget it. I'm not interested in knowing. She thought Cheng Zi probably believes. That's why he was embarrassed to say it. Guess. What's the point of guessing? Wife, what do you think? Cheng Zi turned to look at her, smiling mischievously. HMPH, you definitely believe. Cheng Zi chuckled without saying a word. Shortly after arriving home, after settling the baby, Cheng Zi went to cook. While the child was playing in the living room, Song My-Amian conscientiously helped by preparing vegetables. Wife, have you not cooked in a while? Today you can try. Huh, I can't. Song My-Amian's first reaction was to refuse. Last time it worked, right? It should work this time too. Have you seen how long it's been since I've cooked? Definitely won't work. How will you know if you don't try? Song My-Amian was troubled. If she was alone, it would be fine. She could mess around as she pleased. But with Cheng Zi there today, it would be too easy to make a fool of herself. And he would definitely mock her, mercilessly. No, she couldn't embarrass herself in front of him like that. Well, if I don't cook, you can cook. I'll teach you if you don't know how. Then I won't have dinner. Song My-Amian harumphed. The killer move. Cheng Zi, helpless, compromised. Okay, I'll do it. Song My-Amian went out to soothe the child. Cheng Zi smiled, cooked a few dishes, and then prepared some food for the baby. During dinner, Song My-Amian suddenly said, Darling, tomorrow is Saturday, and I want to invite Teacher Wang and the others to come over for dinner, and give them the gifts I brought back. Sure, in the future, you don't need to ask me about these things, you can decide on your own. Cheng Zi said. Okay. In the evening, Song My-Amian contacted Teacher Wang and the others. She also posted pictures of their trip and the gifts they bought, asking if they would come. Teacher Wang was the first to agree to come, and then scolded by Teacher Li. A girl can't be a bit more reserved. Teacher Song, I envy you so much for being able to travel. Yeah, I envy your real name system. It proves how important it is to have a good husband. The next day, the teachers came in the morning. Song My-Amian had prepared gifts for a few familiar teachers, so she only notified Teacher Wang and her friends. As soon as they entered the house, Teacher Song, it's been so long, I've really missed you. Teacher Wang came over for a hug, catching Song My-Amian off guard. I bet you're mostly thinking about food, right? It's been a while since she had eaten the food Cheng Zi cooked. No way. Teacher Wang blushed. Teacher Li couldn't help but retort. The group sat on the sofa chatting. Teacher Song, do you have any pretty pictures to show us? I'd like to see. Teacher Wang leaned closer. Song My-Amian opened her phone album, showing numerous photos. Half were of scenery, the other half of the baby and Cheng Zi. She even dared to take pictures in a haunted house, capturing a white-faced Po in one photo. Wow, this place looks amazing. Is this the Maldives? I've never been there. So envious. Yeah, the baby matches the scenery so well. Looks great. And this photo. Why does your child look so chubby, with chubby cheeks? So cute. I really like it. What should I do? Teacher Wang's eyes were sparkling. Teacher Song, I envy you so much. You married a good husband. He's rich, treats you well, and you can travel anytime. Right. Suddenly I believe in destiny. Everything is fate. The Maldives is so beautiful. When can we go there too? Song My-Amian looked at Teacher Li. Teacher Li gave her a look. No money. The round-trip ticket for a trip abroad, plus accommodation, would cost a lot. Might as well buy more food and clothing for her son. Teacher Mayan shrugged. Don't look at me. I don't have money either, unless you treat us. Song My-Amian instantly looked embarrassed. I don't have money. Then why'd you go? Teacher Li and the three others said in unison. Only the 4 of them came today. Sigh. Let's continue looking at pictures and satisfy my desire to go to the Maldives. Teacher Wong sighed. Song Miamian flipped through the photos, and suddenly, as she flipped to the one with the white-faced Apo, it appeared on the screen. Teacher Wong saw it, froze for a moment, then screamed in horror, jumping up from the sofa. Ghost! How could there be an Apo? On the other side, Teacher Lee and the others, thinking something was wrong, were startled when they saw the picture. Seeing their reaction, Song Miamian stifled a laugh and explained the origin of the photo. Song Miamian chuckled at the image of Jennifer being terrified. That girl was so scared, but still dragged her along. Teacher Song, I give you 2 words, awesome. Teacher Wong admired her. Teacher Lee has no way to deal with her at all. In addition, the 2 of them have already gotten used to it and are no longer surprised. Soon, Song Miamian took out the gift box from the bedroom. Wow, how much is in this box? Teacher Song is too kind to us. Teacher Wang's eyes lit up. She thought it would just be some small gifts, but she didn't expect Teacher Song to be so generous. Song Miamian placed the box on the floor and slowly opened it. The gifts inside the box came into view. Teacher Wong, this is for you. Song Miamian handed over 2 gift boxes of different sizes. Both of these are for me. Teacher Wong was pleasantly surprised. Yes. Song Miamian smiled and nodded. Teacher Wong is a foodie, so she purposely brought some unique Maldivian food, and of course, just bringing food was not enough. She also bought a bracelet and put it in the gift box. I'll go check it out. Teacher Wong took the box and ran off like a child. It didn't take long before sounds of excitement filled the air, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure trove. Song Miamian then took out 2 more gift boxes and handed them to Teacher Lee. Following that, she took out another one. This one is for your son. He will surely like it. Surprised, Teacher Lee responded, there's no need to buy things for the children. They don't need anything. She didn't expect Song Miamian to remember her son. After giving gifts to Teacher Lee, it was Dream Yan's turn, followed by Teacher Wong. Teacher Song, I really love this gift. Teacher Wong couldn't stop smiling. She didn't expect Teacher Song to remember them after taking a trip. Good to hear that. She bought these gifts based on their preferences, so she knew they would like them. After distributing the gifts, Song Miamian packed up the box and pushed it into the utility room. Teacher Song, is the Maldives really fun? I'm starting to want to go more and more now. Just by looking at the photos, Teacher Wong felt an urge to go there tomorrow. However, her financial situation limited her. It would cost at least tens of thousands to go there, and she couldn't just ask her parents for that. As adults, it would be embarrassing. Well, she just had to endure it, save up money first, and then go. A trip abroad would cost at least tens of thousands, even the round-trip ticket alone. Now thinking about it, she was starting to envy Song Miamian more and more. It's frustrating to see others do things you can't. When will she encounter such a good man? Suddenly, the gifts in her hands didn't seem as appealing. It's not too bad, just average, not as good as Sonia. Really? I'm not well educated, don't lie to me, I'll believe you. How could I lie to you? In any case, both places have beaches, what's the difference? Teacher Wong. Sisters, the difference can be significant. The local customs and environments are different in all aspects. Lunchtime arrived. Teacher Wong, as usual, was the first to sit down and eagerly await the dishes brought by Cheng Zi, their cook. Teacher Lee looked at her with annoyance. At least help out in the kitchen, instead of just eating and drinking for free. Okay. Soon, the dishes were served, and they all sat down. Taking a piece of sweet and sour fish, they savored its tender and delicious taste. In short, it was delicious. While eating, Teacher Lee suddenly spoke to Cheng Zi, who was also dining with them. Cheng Zi, are you free these days? After asking, she had a strange expression on her face, unsure whether to speak or not, as the matter was quite embarrassing. It wasn't embarrassing because of the event itself, but rather it was the person involved. What's wrong? Cheng Zi paused, looked up, and seeing she was still hesitating, he shrugged. Just say it. Then I'll just say it. Here's the thing. I want to ask you a favor. Specifically, I want to ask you on behalf of Teacher Joe. Teacher Joe. Cheng Zi raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Teacher Joe the one who was always not happy about him being with Song Miamian? Why would she suddenly ask to find him, and in a favor-seeking manner? Ask me for a favor. What is it? Here's the thing. As you know, Teacher Joe usually teaches math, but he is also the school's piano teacher. Recently, he made a bet with a friend who also teaches piano to see who can train better students. It has even come to the point of having his students participate in a piano competition, and things have escalated. Teacher Joe knows that his students simply cannot compare to those of his friend. However, in a moment of impulse, he agreed to the bet, and being concerned about his reputation, he cannot retract his previous statement. This was what they called showing off strength. Wanting to save face even though one doesn't have the ability. Changzi was speechless. How could they make a bet like that? Didn't they know their own abilities? Considering Teacher Lee and the others probably couldn't stand idly by, they thought that since Changzi knew how to play the piano and was a former student of Qingzhou University, he was suitable for participating in the competition. It was just about comparing and not necessarily winning. Teacher Joe's friend worked at a different university, known for having many piano prodigies. What do you think? If you don't want to go, we won't force you. We just wanted to ask, with no other intentions, Teacher Lee quickly added. Song My Amian instinctively looked at Changzi. Ultimately, it was his decision whether or not to help. She respected his choice. Although Teacher Joe's request was quite awkward, it was still concerning a school matter, and Changzi, having graduated from that school, didn't want to be completely indifferent. For the sake of not tarnishing his wife's reputation, he decided to make a trip. Changzi, oh Changzi, why are you so outstanding? Honey, what do you think? If you don't want to go, it's okay, we won't force you. Song My Amian said. Teachers Lee and the others stopped eating, and the atmosphere quieted down. They all looked at Changzi with anticipation. They had seen reports before that only he could go and have a chance to win. No one else could. And he could just use his real name. Being a former Qingzhou University student, it wouldn't be out of place. Sure, since the teachers have personally spoken to me, I have no reason to refuse. Changzi smiled slightly. That's great. I'll go tell Teacher Joe about this good news later. Teacher Lee smiled. After finishing the meal, Teacher Lee went to the living room to make a phone call, while Mingyan and Teacher Rong went to help clean up the dishes. Teacher Joe, I have some good news to tell you. Changzi has agreed to participate in the competition. On the other end of the phone, Teacher Joe was a bit puzzled. What did Changzi agree to? He still hadn't quite understood what was going on. Teacher Lee awkwardly explained the situation. You actually went to find him. Teacher Joe widened his eyes, completely surprised that these people went to find Changzi. He had never thought of such a thing. Because of the incident with Song My Amian, he and Changzi already had some tension between them, and meeting would definitely be awkward. I can handle it myself, no need to involve others, Teacher Joe said helplessly, rubbing his forehead. You can handle it, how? I'm telling you, Teacher Joe, that incident was a long time ago. Changzi has already let it go. Why are you still holding on to it? Changzi already agreed just now. Are you going to make me go back on my word? How do I explain to him? This man is so petty. The couple didn't say anything, and here he is being stubborn. It's already good enough that Changzi agreed. Should he really make Zhou Din kneel down and apologize? You agreed to the competition and boasted about it. Now you have to follow through even if it's tough, Teacher Lee said bluntly. It was not easy to persuade Changzi, and now he was hesitant. Wasn't all the talking she did in vain? It's such a big deal. Made it seem like there was a huge grudge. Changzi didn't steal his girlfriend, nor did he offend him. Moreover, they knew each other before entering school. This point can't be compared. Another point is that Changzi is excellent, wealthy, and handsome. Even a blind person would choose Changzi. This is not to insult Teacher Joe, it's a fact. Teacher Joe regretted making that bet, just because of a challenge. Now what? Should he really let Changzi go? At that moment, he suddenly remembered something and looked puzzled. Teacher Lee, since when did Changzi start learning piano? I remember him being in school for 4 years and never taking piano lessons. Teacher Lee was still processing everything Teacher Joe hadn't realized yet. Can't he learn in his free time? He's much more outstanding than those students in the school. Teacher Lee praised Changzi highly. If you still mind, I'll talk to him. Figure things out by yourself. With that, Teacher Lee hung up the phone. If he doesn't appreciate it, when will he? But unexpectedly, As soon as he hung up, he received a message on WeChat. Okay, let him come. Teacher Joe compromised. He really had no other choice. By this time, Mengyan and the others had finished helping in the kitchen and came out. How did it go? Wang teacher curiously asked. They knew Teacher Joe's temper. He wouldn't easily agree to let Cheng Zi participate in the competition. Teacher Li didn't know if she successfully persuaded the stubborn old man. He agreed, otherwise who else could he send? It would be embarrassing, and the school's reputation would be at stake. They were from the Art Academy, with many excellent piano teachers and talented students. Comparing with them would be suicidal. She didn't have the heart to dampen his spirits. What a mess. If it weren't for Cheng Zi, they would truly lose face. They would only mock your incompetence. As long as he agreed, that's all that matters. I'm afraid he wouldn't agree, Dream Yan sighed. At this moment, Cheng Zi walked over and asked, when is the competition? The competition is not confirmed yet. Teacher Joe wants you to have a trial with the other party to see who is better. This way, they can determine whether it's worth participating. If both are evenly matched, they can try to compete. If Cheng Zi is inferior, it's better not to, as it would be embarrassing. A realistic approach. Okay. Cheng Zi didn't refuse. When? The sooner, the better. Tomorrow is fine too. After agreeing, Teacher Rong still had some concerns and looked at Song Miamian. Is this really okay? Don't worry. Song Miamian smiled slightly. If her husband couldn't make it, among the younger generation, no one else could. In the afternoon, after the teachers had enough fun, they were preparing to leave. Wang teacher felt a bit reluctant to leave the children, especially Sibao. Sibao, Auntie is leaving now. I will come back to see you another day. Sibao just glanced at her and then looked elsewhere. So cold. Wang teacher felt a pang in her heart. Just a moment ago they were having so much fun. Now he didn't even look at her. Such a proud Sibao. After they left, the couple locked the door. Honey, are you really going? Thinking of Teacher Joe, she remembered that embarrassing incident and couldn't help but think about it. Since I agreed, I have to go. It's fine, as long as he doesn't have any ill intentions towards my wife. Everything will be okay. Song Miamian blushed at that. What are you talking about? She's a teacher after all. How could that be possible? Cheng Zi ruffled Song Miamian's head gently, without saying a word. Dad. Sibao walked over at this moment and hugged Cheng Zhao's leg. What's wrong, Sibao? Cheng Zi lifted her up and poked her little nose. Pee. Cheng Zi was puzzled. What did she mean by that? It means she needs to pee, Song Miamian said awkwardly, taking Sibao to the bathroom. This was a new skill she taught her, and she didn't expect the child to pick it up so quickly. Not bad. Watching the mother and daughter silhouette, Cheng Zi smiled softly, then hugged the other three and went to the piano room. Today he chose Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. Beethoven's music was always so pleasant to listen to. When playing, for some reason, he could completely understand Beethoven's emotions when he composed this piece. It was magical. Was this something the system gave him? Only with such empathy could he play this piece with more soul. When he was immersed in this atmosphere, Song Miamian opened the door and saw this scene. In her eyes, Cheng Zi seemed like a changed man. His appearance hadn't changed, but his emotional state had. The four treasures ran over with pitter-patter and threw themselves into their father's arms. Dad, Sibao is so good. Cheng Zi kissed her little cheek. Coming out of the piano room, Song Mian suddenly said, Honey, I think you can win the championship. Oh, so confident in your husband. Cheng Zi chuckled. Song Mian blushed and didn't say anything. Confidence sure existed, and Cheng Zi was definitely able to win the championship. A day quickly passed, and the next day Cheng Zi set off by car. Song Mian stayed at home alone to take care of the children first. Qingzhou University. Since graduating, he hadn't been back. Looking at the familiar scenery on the road, Cheng Zi unknowingly started reminiscing about the past. When he first entered university, he didn't understand anything, didn't have anything, only poverty. He worked part-time whenever he had the chance, never thought he would live the life he is now after graduation. The children were the turning point in his fate, his lucky stars. Cheng Zi is now the role model for those students at Qingzhou University. Even though he had graduated, he was still extremely popular in the school. Everyone knew him, this senior. What everyone remembered most was his movie. A movie that could make him a god. The car stopped at the parking lot outside the school, and he walked towards the entrance wearing a mask. The guard, Oldly, didn't recognize him for a moment, glanced casually, and said, "Only students with IDs can enter." "Oldly, it's me." Chengzi removed the mask. Oldly was stunned for a moment, then exclaimed, "It's you, this kid. Oh my, how much you've changed. I didn't recognize you at all. Maybe you haven't seen me for several months, so you feel like I've changed a lot. Well, yeah, I heard about you. You're a big star now. Good job, kid." Oldly patted Cheng Zhao's shoulder. A little puzzled, "What are you here for today?" "I'm here to see Teacher Zhou. There's something I need to discuss." "I see, come in quickly." After chatting with Oldly, Chengzi bid farewell and headed towards Teacher Li's and their office. Along the way, he had an impressive gaze. Even though wearing a mask, his charm couldn't be hidden. So handsome. Oh my god. When did such a handsome guy come to our school, and I don't know? Yeah. There wasn't any news, huh? Wait, why do I feel like I know him? You're right. A group of students were discussing eagerly as they watched Chengzi walk farther away. Knock knock. Chengzi stood at the office door and knocked. Several teachers saw him and immediately smiled. "Come in." Teacher Zhou was sitting at the back. The chilly demeanor from before was gone. After all, when asking for help, the attitude had to be proper. Before Chengzi arrived, Ms. Li and others had warned not to put on a cold face. Chengzi, is Mrs. Song at home alone with the children?" Teacher Wang asked. Chengzi nodded, "Yeah?" After chatting informally for a while, Teacher Zhou stood up and walked out. "Chengzi, come here for a moment." The two walked out of the office door. Aside from Teachers Wang, the other female teachers quickly gathered to discuss. "I have to say, since Chengzi became a star, he's really changed, looking much more handsome. Of course, he had good looks to begin with. Being a star surely required some grooming. It's nothing out of the ordinary. I heard that this time, Teacher Zhou called him back to participate in a piano competition. Chengzi knows how to play the piano. Are you kidding me? How is that possible?" One of the female teachers found it a bit unbelievable. Acting skills are one thing, playing the piano is a technical skill. Anyone can act in a play, but piano competitions are not something everyone can participate in. I heard that Teacher Zhou made a bet with someone. None of his students could go, so he called Chengzi back. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What's the situation here? Recalled on purpose? Can Chengzi really do all this? That would be too talented, right? Inside the piano room, several students were sitting there chatting. "Hey, did you guys hear? Our Teacher Zhou was challenged." "What challenge? What's going on? Did I miss something?" One of the students next to him asked eagerly, the gossip flame starting to burn. "No, it's just a teacher from the adjacent art institute who teaches piano, thinks his students are excellent, and wants to compare with Teacher Zhou, who has taught more talented students. Seems like it's gotten to the point of going to a competition. Isn't this obvious? Of course, we are better. Who are they to be so cocky?" Someone immediately said. "Who do they look down upon?" Another student said, "Liang, you're the most skilled among us. You're the most suitable for this." Liang was still a bit proud. He thought Teacher Zhou would definitely choose him. Little did he know. The door opened, and Teacher Zhou led Chengzi in. "Teacher Zhou, you're here." Several students immediately stood up respectfully. Teacher Zhou nodded and explained what he wanted to say carefully. "Teacher Zhou, I think Liang is the most suitable candidate. He has been learning the piano since childhood and has great talent in this area. I agree that Liang is more suitable." "Me too." Everyone recommended Meng Lihang. Unexpectedly, Teacher Zhou gave them a faint look and said, "None of you can go. I already have someone selected." "Who?" Everyone was taken aback. Teacher Zhou pointed to Chengzi. "Chengzi, a former student of our school." They just noticed Chengzi. That star Chengzi. The male god who the girls talked endlessly about. Someone whispered, "So he's Chengzi. Not that special. Just made a movie and the girls are smitten." "Teacher Zhou, if you're looking, should you find someone who knows what they're doing? It's not like anyone who's learned a bit can just enter a competition." Someone sarcastically commented, thinking it didn't make sense at all. "Exactly, Liang knows more than him. He's the most suitable candidate." Teacher Zhou narrowed his eyes. "Are you trying to teach me how to do my job?" Everyone started to make a fuss. To be honest, Teacher Zhou also wanted to see what skills Chengzi had. Getting the strong recommendation and guarantee from those female teachers, he hadn't even heard Cheng play before. He just brought him here out of trust in those teachers. If Cheng couldn't meet his expectations, then forget it. It's better to take a desperate shot and let Meng Lihang compete directly. Although Meng Lihang had studied since elementary school, he was not yet qualified to participate in such a competition. He could still enter other smaller competitions. Otherwise, why call it a desperate measure? It all depended on destiny. He shouldn't have promised others. After a while, Chengzi spoke up, smiling faintly. Proof. Sure, let's make a bet. A bet? What do you want to bet? One person asked. You want me to prove my skills, right? If I win, will you dare to kowtow and apologize to me? Apologizing is fine. Kowtowing is too much. Teacher Zhou frowned. All right, Meng Lihang agreed. If I lose, I will kowtow to you in return and leave, never touching a piano again. Meng Lihang snorted. I hope you can keep your word. Everyone thought Chengzi was just using his celebrity status to enter, thinking he could participate in such a competition with just a little knowledge. They didn't understand what Teacher Zhou was thinking. With capable pianists available, why choose someone who had already graduated? As third-year students, of course, they knew about Chengzi and had listened to others. They believed he probably hadn't studied piano for more than a few days. How could he compete like this? All right, let's begin. There were pianos already in the piano room. Each of the two chose a piece to play later. Chengzi chose the Fate Symphony he played at home yesterday. On the other hand, Meng Lihang chose a piece called Stars in the Sky. Seeing Chengzi choose the highly difficult Fate Symphony, some people smirked, thinking Beethoven's piece would be easy to handle. He would embarrass himself in front of everyone. A newbie who had just learned some basics, daring to compete. What a laughable joke. He simply didn't believe Chengzi had the skills to compete at all. The competition began. Students sat at the desks, Teacher Zhou squinting as he watched. Meng Lihang started first. He sat at the piano, hands on the keys, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them and started playing. The melodious and pleasant tune filled the room, gentle and pure, beautiful. Everyone was immersed in its beauty. Teacher Zhou's expression remained unchanged, showing no reaction. Only when the piece finished did applause erupt. Lihang truly lives up to himself. His skills are amazing. I say, let Lihang go. He might have a chance at the championship. Forget about the championship. He could at least get third place. With this level of skill, 10 Cheng Zhao's can't compete. The crowd discussed eagerly. Cheng Zhao's lips curved upwards. He finally understood why Teacher Zhou hadn't chosen this guy. It wasn't that Cheng was arrogant. Before having a system, he might have thought Meng Lihang was exceptional. Now, with the system rewarding piano mastery, his perspective changed. Turning his head, he saw Teacher Zhou looking disheartened. After Meng Lihang finished, it was Cheng Zhao's turn. Almost everyone had given up hope, expecting him to lose. Even Meng Lihang wore a smirk, believing Chengzi couldn't possibly win. No way. Chengzi casually sat at the piano, hands gently resting on the keys, his technique flawless. People exchanged puzzled glances. Can he really play? Another person chuckled condescendingly. Play? Not a chance. He might know some basics, but that's it. It just looks like he knows it all, but who doesn't know the basics? The performance began. Initially, everyone thought Chengzi was just putting on a show. But as they heard the music he played, they were stunned. The snide remarks got stuck in their throats. How could it be that he only knew a little? Those who had supported Meng Lihang before couldn't speak, their faces contorting in disbelief. How could he play this well? As piano learners, they could discern skill levels with ease. They couldn't deny Cheng Zhao's talent. It wasn't just good, it was incredibly good. They were captivated by his performance. To play Beethoven's piece so masterfully showcased immense skill. Forget about putting on a show, he had the talent. The entire room was awestruck, unable to break free from the enchanting music. It was so melodious, so talented. Teacher Zhou's eyes shone the whole time. He admitted that achieving such a level was beyond him. At first, he didn't believe it, almost missing the fact that Chengzi was a hidden gem. Cheng Zhao's skills showed a master's touch. No wonder several teachers had recommended him so strongly. He truly possessed the required skill. He was the best choice for the competition. Teacher Zhou was very satisfied. Indeed, Meng Liheng was competent in ordinary piano playing, but compared to Cheng Zi, he was far inferior. Cheng excelled by a mile. The people in the piano room gazed in astonishment at Cheng Zi sitting at the piano, speechless. Only when the piece ended did they react. Someone started clapping, and all eyes turned towards that person. Come on, bro, Cheng Zi won. We should kowtow to him. Why are you applauding joyfully? Meng Liheng's face darkened, his eyes filled with disbelief. How was this possible? Wasn't Cheng just a beginner? How did he have such exceptional skills? Where did they go wrong? He couldn't bring himself to kowtow. He regretted agreeing to this bet deeply. Although they also wanted Meng Liheng to win, so they wouldn't have to kneel and kowtow, the problem was that he didn't win. All eyes fell on Teacher Zhou. After Teacher Zhou realized, he stood up. Meng Liheng looked over with hope in his eyes. This time, Cheng Zi will participate in the competition, Teacher Zhou said. Meng Liheng thought for a moment, gritted his teeth. Cheng Zi doesn't seem to be from our school now, right? He was still unwilling. How could he just give up such a good opportunity and hand it over? It would feel wrong to do so. Teacher Zhou said, since he has our school's diploma, proving he was from our school before, it's fine. Meng Liheng, you still need to study hard. Cheng Zhao's strength was evident, so no one had much else to say. Would you dare say it wasn't good against your conscience? Now, only Meng Liheng was still unwilling. Cheng Zi smiled. Classmate, don't forget our bet. I can apologize to you, but kneeling is impossible. Meng Liheng gritted his teeth, preferring death to dishonor. He had agreed casually, never expecting Cheng Zi to win. Everyone felt somewhat unwilling. They were all affected by this situation. If they had known Cheng Zi would win, they wouldn't have blindly taken sides. Teacher Zhou frowned and said, Cheng Zi, an apology is enough. There's no need to kneel. Forget it. Let me ask you, if today I had lost, would you have let me off without kneeling? Cheng Zi coldly smiled. This question stunned everyone. Perhaps not. A few students who were truly honorable men spoke up, one saying, haven't you heard of accepting defeat gracefully? How can a man go back on his word? How shameful. Since they had agreed, they had to follow through. They knelt with a thud and bowed their heads. Senior, we apologize for what just happened, sorry. After they all kowtowed, only Meng Liheng and two others remained. Everyone's gaze turned towards them, making Meng Liheng wish he could disappear. In the end, they had to kowtow and apologize. After kowtowing, they left with dark expressions. He had never suffered such a humiliation in his life, and he would remember this incident. The participants had been decided, and next, 2 more people had to be selected. Teacher Zhou promised to take 3 students to compete. The other party also brought 3. Cheng Zi asked, Teacher Zhou, when are we going? He still had to go home and be with his child. We'll leave right away, Teacher Zhou said. Meng Liheng did not want to be a foil and was afraid he wouldn't be allowed to go, so Teacher Zhou randomly selected 2 other students. An hour later, they set off. Their destination was the neighboring art college. During the journey, a student said to Cheng Zi, Senior Cheng Zi, please restrain yourself during the competition. Don't overshadow others. Yes, you're so strong. The opponent will definitely not be your match. But give them some face. Don't be too harsh. Ha ha. The 2 laughed. If this group from the art college lost to them from Qingzhou University, it would truly be a huge joke. Cheng Zi would have to earn the school a lot of face. They could already imagine the colorful expressions of the opposing team after losing. Cheng Zhao's lips curved slightly. Upon arrival, Teacher Zhou informed the person inside. Soon, the person came out of the school. After a glance at Cheng Zi and the others, he smiled. Come in quickly. Inside the school, they were taken to a large piano room. There were several pianos inside, many covered in white cloth as if they hadn't been used in a long time. They waited there, and soon the 3 students from the opposing party arrived. Hello everyone, I am Xiang Shu. You can call me Teacher Xiang. I am the piano teacher of this school and a longtime friend of Teacher Zhou. Xiang Shu introduced himself. After exchanging greetings, Teacher Xiang looked at Teacher Zhou and smiled. I thought you weren't coming. When I've agreed, of course, I'll be there. You underestimated me, Teacher Zhou said with a smirk. I was merely speaking casually at the time. This is an art school. Are you sure you want to compete? It's not too late to regret it now, Teacher Xiang said. Regret? The word regret doesn't exist in my dictionary, Teacher Zhou replied confidently. Chang Zi twitched his mouth, finally understanding why Teacher Zhou had agreed. Someone with such a temperament couldn't resist provocation. They were also to face saving. Why hadn't he noticed this stubborn side of Teacher Zhou before? How could a regular university compete in piano with an art school? Isn't that seeking humiliation? Do you have their expertise? Today was Monday. At this time, most students were in classes, unaware that in a certain piano room, a battle was taking place. After the first two students went on stage, they both lost. You can't do it. Just admit defeat. Xiangshu shook his head, looking at Teacher Zhou. They had already lost 2 in a row, so continuing the competition was meaningless. The final one would likely lose too. The schools and majors were different. There was no basis for comparison. Teacher Zhou's stubbornness was too extreme. Aren't you too happy to soon now? Teacher Zhou coldly smiled, ready to show them what overwhelming meant. It had to be admitted that Teacher Xiang's students were very strong. However, in Cheng Zhao's case, they were no match. Xiangshu raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you implying that there is another dark horse? He looked at Cheng Zi. Dazed for a moment, he suddenly felt a bit familiar with Cheng Zi, but couldn't recall precisely. Anyways, they had met before. Is your dark horse him? Xiangshu pointed at Cheng Zi. Teacher Zhou didn't say anything, effectively confirming. Then okay, I want to see how capable your so-called dark horse is. Xiangshu didn't pay attention. He just gestured to one of the students to go up. In the end, Teacher Zhou had to admit that this last student was truly extraordinary, skilled in many aspects with a very proficient technique. Perhaps he was losing before, but now it was uncertain. Cheng Zhao's strength could easily surpass this student. Xiangshu was most satisfied with this final student, who was a genuine genius, excelling in all areas, and had won numerous piano competition awards. After the student finished playing, Cheng Zi took the stage. Xiangshu didn't pay much attention, just gazing calmly. Let it begin. When the melodious tune erupted from the piano, the entire audience fell silent. In this first round, Cheng Zi already demonstrated exceptional strength. Smacked in the face. He had just said to make others admit defeat, but then he was smacked in the face. How is it possible to have such an outstanding genius student? This level is equivalent to that of a master. It's beyond comparison for them. Who is this genius individual? When did the piano world have such an outstanding young man that he didn't know about? Amazing! The piece he played is very difficult, yet he can play it so smoothly, immersing people in emotions. It's so miraculous. Qingzhou University. In his impression, this is just an ordinary college, primarily related to entertainment. How could such a school produce such a talented individual? Their school of arts, the piano geniuses of previous years, are not even a tenth as good as the student in front of them. One is up in the sky, the other down on the ground. He couldn't care less about getting smacked in the face now. He listened carefully until the end and quickly asked Teacher Zhou, "No, what's going on? When did your school produce such a piano genius? Amazing! Didn't you tell me to give up?" Teacher Zhou was holding a grudge. Finally having a chance to win back, he couldn't pass it up. Haha, what are you saying? I just said that. I can't give up. Xiangshu is shameless and doesn't think much of it, continuously asking questions, very curious about Cheng Zi. The student beside Cheng Zi, who was competing, clenched his fists tightly. Cheng Zi continued playing absent-mindedly until the end. I told you, seniors' skills are not to be underestimated. Where can some people compare? That's right. Just now he was showing off to us, and now he's been smacked in the face. I have to say, senior is really amazing. That smack in the face was so satisfying, making them look down on people. At this moment, they were also somewhat glad that Meng Liheng didn't come. Otherwise, they might have lost everything. How can they go to compete? They would step down in minutes. Cheng Zi came over here. Xiangshu immediately went to ask, "Classmate, have you been learning piano since you were little?" Geniuses like Cheng Zi are probably influenced by their families to show such astonishing talent. Perhaps his parents also trained in this area. Or maybe there's a mentor guiding him behind the scenes, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Chang Zi smiled faintly, irritably. Just learned for a while. It's just a hobby. The mouths of several people twitched. Was this guy showing off invisibly? Too fatal. Having learned for a while? Can't you be less discouraging? People have been learning for several years or even more than 10 years. Teacher Joe, your student is too discouraging. Teacher Joe chuckled. He hasn't even shown his full potential yet. Xiangshu already had a premonition that Chang Zi would definitely win the championship this time. He thought it was strange how confident Zhou Ming was in agreeing. Turns out there is still a hidden move. Today, I lost. Xiangshu admitted defeat directly. Chang Zi didn't want to talk about this. He asked directly, "Teachers, when does the competition start?" "This weekend." Xiangshu said, "The location of the competition will be notified later." "Any requirements?" Chang Zi asked. "No special requirements, just need your piano grade 5 certificate. You input the numbers on the certificate when registering, and you're good to go." "Grade 5 certificate?" Chang Zi frowned. Zhou Lao slapped his forehead. How could he forget about this? "You haven't taken the exam?" Xiangshu widened his eyes. Nowadays, students will take exams to test if they've reached the level they aim for, then they'll get a certificate. If they feel they've improved, they may continue to take more exams, like English proficiency levels. "Not yet. Is it still possible to take the exam now?" "It's still possible," Xiangshu said. He didn't expect that Chang Zi hadn't even taken the exam for the certificate. Is he really buried in books all the time, oblivious to the world around him? After deciding, Chang Zi went to Zhou's side while Xiangshu went to the other student. This competition is at the city level, not some small competition. Those who participate have real ability. After a few more words, Teacher Zhou took them away. "Senior, you haven't taken the exam yet?" One of them said. "Not yet." Chang Zi never thought about it. "You need a certificate to have a level. Why not go with me tomorrow, senior?" The one speaking was Gu Shibin, a third-year student who likes playing the piano in his spare time, along with other instruments like the guitar. He now sees Chang Zi as his idol. Chang Zi nodded. After parting at the school gate, Chang Zi drove home. In the teacher's office at this moment, when Teacher Zhou walked in, everyone's eyes focused on him, as if they were all waiting for him. "Teacher Zhou, how did it go?" Teacher Wang was the first to ask, smiling. "Yes, did we make the right recommendation?" Chang Zi is definitely a genius. "Right, there's no problem with him." Teacher Zhou sat down at his desk, rubbed his temples, then nodded. "Wow, it looks like it's true. If Teacher Zhou acknowledges it, he must be outstanding." "That's right. Finally, he got some face back today." Zhou smiled, a rare sight that even the male teacher sitting beside him felt like he was seeing a ghost. It's the first time in so long that they've seen the usually serious Teacher Zhou smile. This feeling is so unreal. Teacher Zhou felt that the competition wasn't necessary after all. He was just making a bet with Xiangshu, and even agreeing to participate in the city-level competition was due to him speaking in haste. Nevertheless, since they agreed, although the competition seemed meaningless, they had to proceed with it. If Chang Zi wins the championship, it won't just be a win for him, but also for Qingzhou University. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Chang Zi returned home in the afternoon. Song Mai Emian had just eaten not long ago and was playing with the children in the living room. The little ones ran faster, one after another. There was commotion at the door. Chang Zi came in, and Sibao was the first to see him, giggling and running towards him. Soon, the other three noticed as well. Seeing the little ones running towards him, Chang Zi melted. "Babies, don't run so fast, be careful not to fall." "How did it go?" Sitting on the sofa, Song Mai Emian asked. "Fine, going for exams tomorrow." Song Mai Emian was surprised. "You haven't taken the exam yet?" She thought he had already taken it before. "No, I've been busy taking care of the children. I didn't have time to take the exam, but I have to take it now to participate in the competition." Chang Zi smiled. "Well, that's okay. When is the competition?" Song Mai Emian nodded apologetically. As if she thought of something, she hesitated and said, "I have a test tomorrow. Let's go together." "Sure, let's bring the baby along," Chang Zi said, completely forgetting his promise to Gu Shibin. "Okay." After agreeing, Chang Zi casually picked up Sibao beside him. "Sibao, did you eat well at lunch? Were you a good girl?" Sibao raised her head in confusion and squeezed out two words after a while, "Ate food." Song Miamian laughed. She eats even more than Dabao and the others. Oh, is that so? Sibao is usually the slowest eater, chewing slowly. She actually counts her bites. She could chew a mouthful of rice several times over. While others are eating, she's counting rice grains. Unless she's famished. Our Sibao is amazing today. Chengzi ruffled her little head and smiled. It's a blessing to be able to eat. He hoped his children could eat well. Growing up chubby and cute is a sign of fortune. Dabao was playing with a toy train, humming as he watched it move, flashing a bright smile. Seeing this, Erbao also wanted one. When the train came near, he reached out to grab it, regardless of whose it was. After getting it, he glanced at his older brother. Dabao suddenly started crying. But he didn't dare snatch it back and could only pitifully look towards Chengzi and his wife. Chengzi couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, don't bully your sister. Ever since their last joke, Dabao has been very conscious and considerate of his younger siblings. Even if he wants something, he won't grab it. He would just look at his parents apologetically. Erbao, play with your brother, okay? Song Miamian went over, split the train into two, and gave one part to Dabao. The toy train had hook-type connections between its carriages, which could be easily dismantled into individual parts. One part for each of them, and now Dabao finally smiled again. Unlike other parents who might think the older child should always give in to the younger ones, this couple believed that all for children, born on the same day, should be treated equally. Differential treatment could have an impact on their young minds. No matter their size, all the children are yours. Parents should lead by example. Otherwise, their children will follow suit. As the saying goes, like parent, like child. The Buddha-like Sanbao was playing with a book in hand, which was bought by Manly earlier. Song Miamian didn't initially think they needed it, but Sanbao surprisingly liked it very much, carrying it around almost every day and looking adorable with a serious expression. Despite being quadruplets, their temperaments were all different. Wife, I have a feeling that our Sanbao will definitely be a top student when he grows up. Chengzi chuckled, speaking up. Song Miamian was puzzled and looked at him. Why? Just a guess, Chengzi winked. Annoying. Song Miamian playfully punched him. Thinking about the next day, she asked, Are you really going to take the test? Chengzi is now a public figure, so taking the test will surely trend again. How will I compete if I don't take the test? Chengzi rubbed her head and said, Let's go together tomorrow. You can wait for me in the rest area. I think I'll pass on going tomorrow, Song Miamian suddenly said. Why not? I'm afraid I'll cause trouble by bringing the baby with me. What nonsense is that? How can you cause trouble? I'll be happy to have you and the baby there. Maybe you'll even pass grade 10. You're boasting. Song Miamian laughed, not taking his words seriously. Grade 10? How is that possible? You need to be a piano master to achieve that. I'm not boasting, I'm serious. Yeah, right. Not convinced? How about this? If I get grade 10, will there be a reward? Chengzi smirked. Song Miamian felt it was impossible and asked casually, Sure, if you get grade 10, I'll agree to any condition you set. Really? Yes. Song Miamian shook her head, thinking grade 10 was simply unattainable. Who could even achieve grade 10? It's a fantasy, even for the most talented individual to reach such a level at a young age. All right then. Don't go back on your word if I get grade 10. Chengzi smiled mischievously. I'm not that kind of person, am I? Song Miamian blushed. After making the promise, she felt like something was off. Upon careful consideration, she couldn't pinpoint any issue with it. Grade 10 was indeed impossible. She had an inkling that perhaps she was overthinking things. What she didn't know was that she was about to fall into a trap set by Chengzi. He was already anticipating her falling into it. With a satisfied smile, he opened his phone and contacted teacher Zhou about the assessment. Shortly after, everything was arranged. The next morning, the family of 6 set off bravely, with Chengzi making sure the children wore masks to avoid being recognized by anyone with malicious intent. The assessment was at a nearby music school. Upon arriving at the school, they parked and headed inside. The security guard stopped them, asking for student IDs or other proofs of registration. I'm here for the piano assessment, Chengzi said. Do you have any proof? After some thought, Chengzi opened a link in a text message on his phone. showing the confirmation barcode after registering. The security guard nodded and let them in. Song Miamian and the children, as family members, usually wouldn't be allowed inside. However, the school recently changed the rules, providing a dedicated waiting room for family members during assessments. After settling his wife and children in the designated area, Changzi walked out. There were quite a few people there for the test, most accompanied by their families. "Oh dear, what should I do? My nerves are on edge," a woman voiced her anxiety in a corner of the waiting room on a couch, sitting with her partner. She had failed twice before, and this was her third attempt. Another failure meant she would not have to take the test again. Just see if this girl can see through others by herself. Just afraid of being deceived for money and sex. Nowadays, many girls are too easily deceived by scumbags. A few sweet words can charm them in circles. The exam is about to begin, and at this time the staff came over. "Everyone get ready, I'll take you to the exam room." The girl quickly got up when she heard this and said to the man, "Darling, I'll go for the exam first, you wait for me here." Okay. Many people went to the exam room, all in a hurry following the staff towards there. When they arrived, they waited at the exam room door. At this point, someone shouted excitedly, "Oh my God, am I seeing things? Is that Changzi?" Changzi had already taken off his mask, revealing his handsome face, instantly recognized by someone. It really is him. How did he end up here? Coming to take the exam with us. This world is too magical. So handsome. Wow, my luck is too good. Please pinch me. I suspect I'm dreaming. I actually saw my idol here, and I have to take the exam with my idol. Oh my God, what a luck. I want to gouge my eyes out. I just had a close contact with my idol, but didn't recognize him. If it wasn't for the impending exam and the presence of the teacher, several girls would have rushed over to surround Changzi. Everyone could only discreetly take photos, one after another, capturing his every angle.